The Devil Does Not Need to Be Defeated Chapter 916 to Chapter 971. The Crack of the World. Inside. It was a twisted world. There was no sun. There was no moon. There seemed to be an aurora swirling in the sky. The atmosphere was like a mirage, undulating back and forth. This was a world that was completely different from the surface of the world. Even the scenery seemed to be distorted. It was also the inner side of the world. Just like how there were internal organs under a human's skin, apart from the appearance of the world, there was also an unknown inner side. No one could spy on it, and no one could reach it. It was only when the battle between the Demon King and the Supreme God caused the world itself to be damaged and cracks appeared that there was a way to enter this place. Of course, there were no living beings here. Not to mention living beings, not even flowers or trees could be seen here. However, in the depths of such a world, there was a town. It was a city that seemed to have migrated from somewhere else and occupied the deepest part of this place. There were buildings and streets in the town. Although it wasn't big, there were many orc warriors standing guard, firmly guarding every corner of the town. If one were to observe carefully, one could also see orcs transporting all kinds of resources, as well as dwarven blacksmiths who borrowed some facilities to forge weapons, armors, and even magical products. They were scattered in all directions of the town, surrounding a palace located in the center of the town. The palace looked like an Egyptian pyramid. It had a staircase structure, and there was only a long staircase leading to the palace gate at the top, allowing people to enter the interior of the palace. It was hard for ordinary people to imagine that there was such a town and such a palace in this place where life couldn't be nurtured. No one came in the direction of the town, so the town just sat there alone, like Lulan in the desert. Until a certain moment, an aurora suddenly swept across the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, two figures flew out from the aurora one after another, entering the inner side of the world. They were naturally Shuren and Norb. Bang, Norb landed heavily on the ground, causing it to sink and forming a hole. Buzz, the magical power around Shuren's body trembled, and he suddenly stopped in midair. He floated there and didn't land on the ground. He raised his head and looked around. Is this the inner side of the crack? Shuren looked around curiously. I'm finally in. Norb was slightly excited. He turned to look at the lonely town, and his eyes flashed with an ominous glint. I'm here, Gula. Norb murmured hatefully. There was only one reason for him to come here, and that was to rescue his wife and daughter, then defeat Gula and restore the orc race to its original state. Of course, Norb was very clear that it would be very difficult for him to do this alone. Not to mention anything else, just Gula alone was already very difficult for him to pass. In the past, he had challenged Gula. Gula was the king of the beastmen, the strongest beastman. Nob was the second strongest beastman, so it was impossible for the two to not have fought before. Or in other words, with Norb's personality, if he hadn't challenged Kirin before, how could he be willing to settle for second place? He had challenged Gula several times in the past, but he had lost every single time. Although Gula was only 2 levels higher than Nob, Nob was only a tigerman, while Gula had all the specialties of the orcs. In addition, he had a unique skill that was even more powerful than monstrous strength. Nob was no match for him. Therefore, Norb knew that he did not have the ability to resist Gula. But it didn't mean that Norb wouldn't resist. After understanding what Gula had done to the beastmen and how he was betrayed by his own brother, Nob had already made up his mind. For the sake of the beastmen, for the sake of the tiger tribe, for the sake of his wife and children, he would perish together with Gula. Because of that, Norb resisted when he was being escorted. He knew that if he didn't fight back then, he wouldn't even have the ability to fight back once he was escorted here and surrounded by Gula and his elite troops. Fortunately, he met Shuren. Not only was he saved by Shuren, but he also brought along an almost invincible helper. Norb raised his head and looked at the sky. Stop looking, hero. Come down quickly, don't be discovered by the sentries. Norb shouted at the sky. Sean, who was floating in the air, rolled his eyes. Aren't you afraid of being discovered with that loud voice of yours? You've already suffered once, and you still dare to shout like this? Are you a fool? Moreover, you're a fool who knows how to act coquettishly. Shuren couldn't help but shiver when he thought of the enchanting dance he had performed outside. damn it, I'm really traumatized. I'll have to ask the beauties around me to wash my eyes when I get back. Shuren made up his mind to ask Rosie or the obedient Marika to dance in front of him. One of them was a princess, and the other was a young elf. They should know how to dance, right? As for Aie and Ter, Shuren did not expect them to dance. Rather than counting on those two girls to dance in front of him, Shuren might as well count on Chafine to dance for him. At the very least, Chafine had danced in his dreams before, hadn't she? At the very least, he would ask Xianxia to dance for him. As the perfect head maid, big sister should know how to dance, right? Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. While Shuren was immersed in his fantasies, Norb roared impatiently. Are you coming down or not? The roar was so loud that it shattered Shuren's fantasies. For a moment, Shuren had the urge to smash Norb's dog head. No, tiger head. He was simply a dream breaker. Shuren, who was in a terrible mood, wanted to teleport down, but he found that the space here was even more chaotic than outside. Looks like I won't be able to use teleportation abilities in the inner world. Shuren had no choice but to admit this fact. However, it did not affect Shuren too much. With his current speed, even if it was not as fast as teleportation, it would not greatly reduce his combat power. So, Shuren descended and landed beside Norb. Can you still lead the way next? Shuren asked Norb straightforwardly. Norb was equally straightforward. I can't. The Tiger Man said confidently, that town was built when Gullah moved his tribe in. Other than them, who else would be familiar with the terrain? In other words, this guy is useless now, right? Shuren looked at Norb with a trace of malice. What? What are you trying to do? Norb felt a chill down his spine and looked at Shuren cautiously. Nothing much. Shuren showed a kind smile and said, I'm just thinking, since you are not familiar with the terrain, will you be a burden if I bring you along? Huh? Norb pointed at himself in surprise. Are you saying that I'm a burden? In all honesty, this was the first time someone said that Norb was a burden. In the past, wherever he went, he was either seen as a big boss or a thigh. Since when was he seen as a burden? Have you ever seen a burden as high as level 97? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for saying that? Unfortunately, Shuren was not afraid of that. Then what do you plan to do next? Shuren said bluntly. Follow behind me like a pendant? Norb almost cursed. But it was the truth. Sean had a concealment skill like inner perception of destiny. Even if he did not have the ability to teleport, he could still perfectly sneak into the town and try to find the hostages. What about Norb? Does this big guy know how to sneak? I'm afraid I can only use Peerless, right? Norb also understood this point, so he could not help but comment. Can't you bring me along? I can at least be considered a powerful helper, right? Norb tried to prove his worth. Shuren did not deny this. How about this? Shuren thought for a moment and said, I'll give you a mission. What is it? Norb was excited. He patted his chest and promised, tell me, I promise to complete it for you. Okay. Sean nodded, then pointed to the gate of the town and said, do you see that? I see it, Norb answered honestly. Charge through it, Shuren said concisely. What? Norb was silent for a while and began to doubt his ears. I said, you charge through it. Shuren said with a serious expression, you're so big and your target is so obvious. Coupled with your top legendary skills, ordinary people can't do anything to you in a short period of time. If you charge through there and cause a ruckus, the people inside will definitely focus all their attention on you. They might even send out their real experts. Norb was completely silent. Although he looked like an uncouth man, he was actually quite smart. Therefore, he understood what Shuren wanted to say. You want me to be the bait? Norb's mouth twitched as he said the guess that he did not want to believe. Shuren immediately gave him a thumbs up. Smart. As expected of the former minister of the Tiger tribe. Shuren's words made Norb want to smash his head. However, he also understood that if he could attract the attention of others to himself, it would definitely be a great advantage for Sean's rescue operation. With Shuren's strength, the only thing he had to worry about was Gullah threatening him with the hostages. Besides, rescuing the hostages would help liberate the orcs. This was also the biggest goal of Shuren's trip. He had to rescue the hostages first. Norb's expression became gloomy. After a while, he clenched his teeth and stared at Shuren. Remember, rescue my wife and daughter. That was the only thing Norb wanted to emphasize. Don't worry. Seeing that Norb had compromised, Shuren also put away his joking attitude and nodded. In fact, with his ability, it was not difficult for him to sneak in with inner perception of destiny and find the hostages after bringing Norb in without anyone noticing. He had once been able to sneak into the secret base set up by Mara and the Grand Priest without anyone noticing, so it would not be difficult for him to do the same this time. But it was better to be safe than sorry. Shuren did not forget how many times the humans and the Protoss had fallen in the past month. Having learned his lesson, Shuren did not want to be blindly confident anymore. Perhaps the other party had set up some sort of method to see through his stealth. That was for sure. The enemy might even have predicted that Kirin would come here and that the humans and the Protoss would send people to rescue the hostages. That was why the enemy had set up a trap here, waiting for the humans and the Protoss to step in. That was also possible. Similar things had happened several times in the past month, so Shuren had no choice but to be careful. Because of that, Shuren decided to use the most reliable method to rescue the hostages first. He could look down on the enemy in terms of tactics, but in terms of combat, he had to pay attention to the enemy to prevent himself from stepping into the original demon's trap. Norb seemed to be able to understand Sean's thoughts, and accepted his mission. Remember, my wife's name is Lily May, and my daughter's name is Lam Amy. After that, Norb left without a word and dashed towards the direction of the town. Sean watched as Norb left. With a flash, he disappeared as well. The rescue mission had begun. Boom. At a certain moment, a sudden roar resounded in the desolate orc town. What's wrong? Explosion? What happened? The orcs in the city were all shocked. But not long after, a series of angry shouts resounded in succession and entered the ears of every orc. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Many orcs were dumbfounded when they heard the warning. Enemy! Enemy attack? Why is there an enemy attack? Isn't this the inner side of the world? Are there only our own people here? The beastmen widened their eyes in shock. It had been a month since they moved here, and this was the first time there was an enemy attack. Just like what the orcs said, only the higher-ups of the orc race knew how to enter this world. Only the orcs who were brought here by their king should exist in the inner side of the world. At most, there would be dwarven blacksmiths who were sent here from the dwarf kingdom to forge weapons for the upcoming war. Under such circumstances, there should only be people from their own camp here. How could there be enemies? How could there be an enemy attack? However, the orcs' reaction wasn't slow. Quick! Go and support them. Many orc leaders with high statuses shouted, awakening the bewildered orc warriors. The orc warriors reacted one by one and went to support them. In an instant, the entire orc town seemed to have been startled. Every street was filled with orc troops, charging towards the direction of the explosion. When they arrived at their destination, they realized that someone had barged into the town from the main entrance. Boom! Amidst the explosion, a 3-meter-tall, beast-like tiger man broke into the town from the main entrance that was covered in dust. Gula! Norb grabbed an orc's head with each hand and lifted them up as if they were trash. Then, he roared at the entire town. I'm here for revenge. Gula! Come out! Norb snarled as he threw the orc in his hand at the crowd around him. Boom! Boom! Along with 2 loud bangs, 2 orcs crashed heavily into a group of orc warriors, causing them to vomit blood and fall to the ground. As for the 2 beast men, they were breathing more than they were breathing. They probably wouldn't be able to live for long. Looking at this scene, many orcs were shocked and furious. That's Tigerman Tribe's Norb. Wasn't he captured? It's him. So he's the attacker. The leaders of the orc warriors looked at Norb, who was roaring furiously. They were both shocked and panicked at the same time. It couldn't be helped. The attacker was a top legendary level powerhouse. In fact, he was the second strongest among the beastmen, second only to their king. How could they not panic when facing such a character? Naturally, Norb wouldn't give them time to calm down. Come out. Gula. Norb was like a rampaging chariot as he suddenly charged forward and crashed into a group of orc warriors. A loud sound echoed, causing those beast-man warriors to howl miserably. It was as if they had been hit by a war chariot, and they were all sent flying like broken balls. Ah! Just like that, Norb launched an assault without any warning. He either knocked away the surrounding orc warriors, or swung his huge fists and sent them flying one by one. The orc warriors were like wild beasts that had gone out of control. They were instantly engulfed in Norb's violent attacks, and screams and wails sounded continuously. Stop. Stop him. Everyone, attack together. Let the stronger tiger man, orc, or werewolf be the vanguard. Quick, control him. Send someone to inform the higher-level orcs. The enemy is a top legendary orc warrior. He's not someone we can easily control. Quickly go and inform the orcs above level 80. One by one, the orc captains issued such orders. Immediately, some of them were engulfed in Norb's violent attacks, while others hurriedly ran to inform their superiors. The whole town was in a mess. This scene made Norb, who seemed to be in a frenzy, but was actually calmer than anyone else, cry out in his heart. Yes, that's right. Everyone gather here. Whether it was the ordinary orc warriors or the orc warriors who belonged to Gula, it was best for them to focus their attention on Norb's side. If he could attract Gula's attention, it would be even better if he could get Gula's attention. Although that would undoubtedly put him in danger, the more dangerous he was, the easier it would be for Shuren. Come on. Come on. Norb had already thrown caution to the wind. With a low roar, he once again charged forward. Boom. The sound of explosions once again echoed in the town. Norb carried out his duty and caused the town to fall into chaos bit by bit. On the other side, in a vast hall, the ears of the Orc King, who ruled this city and the current Orc King, twitched. With his amazing hearing, he discovered the commotion outside. He looked at the town outside and sneered. Seems like you guessed it right, not. That brother of yours is indeed coming for this place. Or should I say, he's coming for me. Gula said to the tiger man standing behind him. It's not that hard to guess. Nod also sneered, and his smile was much gloomier than Gula's. It wasn't easy for him to escape, so he definitely wouldn't sit back and watch his wife and daughter be in danger. He also wouldn't sit back and watch the tiger man and the orc tribe fight against the humans and the Protoss under our control. Plus, he knows the way to enter this place, so it's normal for him to come looking for us after he escaped. Nod immediately brought the news of his brother's escape, as well as the possible follow-up actions he might take, and handed it over to Gula. Therefore, no matter if it was Gula or not, they wouldn't be surprised that Norb appeared here and attacked the town. They weren't afraid of Norb either. Perhaps Nod's strength was slightly weaker than Norb, but in Gula's eyes, Norb wasn't even a threat. The second strongest Orc King, the Orc King who was second only to me, does he think that he can threaten me just because he's the closest to me? Gula laughed in disdain. He had all the orc specialties, so he was born with an advantage over any other orc and was much stronger. In addition, his level was higher than Norb's, and his unique skills were also stronger than Norb's. Gula was stronger than Norb in every aspect, so there was no reason for him to lose to Norb. If he got serious, he was confident that he could defeat Norb within a minute. If he fought fiercely and didn't care about the possibility of getting injured, it wasn't impossible for him to kill Norb in an instant. The gap between the two of them was huge. The reason why Norb was the second strongest Orc King wasn't because he was the most likely to be a threat to him, but because no other orc other than Gula was a match for him. It wasn't that the second strongest Orc King wasn't strong enough, but the person who was much stronger than him could only be the first. Compared to Norb, I'm more concerned about the mysterious Orc King you mentioned. Gula narrowed his eyes and muttered, I don't think he's here with your brother. Indeed. Nod wasn't an idiot. He immediately thought of the reason and said, my beloved brother is probably just a bait. That mysterious Orc King has another goal. I see. Gula sneered and said, his goal is to rescue my hostage? That's the only possibility. Nod said thoughtfully, that brother of mine looks like a simple-minded man with brawn, but he's actually very good at thinking. Even if he's not that smart, he wouldn't do something as meaningless as this. He's just here to die. One had to admit that as Nob's younger brother, Nod understood his elder brother very well. Otherwise, Nod wouldn't have been able to seize the opportunity to become the Orc King. Gula obviously wasn't interested in Norb. If that's the case, I'll leave your beloved brother to you. Gula waved his hand as if he didn't care. Even if you're weaker than him, with so many people here to help you, you should be able to take him down, right? Hearing Gula say that he was weaker, Nod's expression didn't look too good. But it couldn't be helped. This was the truth. He was indeed weaker than Norb. If he wanted to defeat Norb in a one-on-one fight, it would be almost impossible if he didn't have some advantages. When he usurped the throne, he used the hostage threat to subdue Norb. When Norb broke free from the steel chains, Nod took advantage of the fact that Norb hadn't completely broken free yet to catch him off guard and heavily injure him. Now that Norb had returned, if Nod fought him head-on, the possibility of him losing was very high. Nod replied with a heavy expression since he had to admit it. I'll take him down, Nod said gloomily. This time, I should be able to kill him, right? Yes, kill him. Gula acted as if he was executing an insignificant person. Before, I wanted to increase the bargaining chips in my hands, so I spared his life. Since he doesn't want to be obedient, then you can do whatever you want to him. Then. Nod rolled his eyes and seemed to have thought of something. He said in a low voice, his wife and daughter. Hearing this, Gula raised his brows and looked at Nod with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Nod smiled embarrassedly. Gula immediately laughed out loud. I didn't expect you to have such an interest. Gula waved his hand and said happily, all right, I'll give you some benefits. You can do whatever you want to his wife and daughter. Hearing this, Nod's eyes lit up and he happily retreated. Only Gula was left, his eyes slightly flickering. A mysterious powerhouse. Gula thought for a moment, then turned around and walked in a certain direction. Boom, not only did it reach the ears of the ruler of the town, but it also reached Shuren's ears. Has it begun? Shuren listened to the movements in the town and muttered to himself. Since Norb has begun, I can also take action. At that moment, Shuren had already entered the town. He used the ability, Inner Perception of Destiny, to conceal himself and walked on the street where many orc warriors were anxiously rushing towards the main gate. His eyes were locked on the pyramid-like palace. The conspicuous building was obviously telling Shuren that it was his destination. Even if the gang's hostages weren't there, Gula would be. After all, no matter how one looked at it, that hybrid who claimed to be the king of the beast men would definitely live there and treat it as his royal palace. And if he was there, the possibility of the hostages being there would be higher. It would be great if, Outer Perception of Destiny, senses were still effective. If that was the case, it would be much easier for Shuren to find the hostages. Unfortunately, this was the inner side of the world, a place where the space was not very stable. Not only could he not use teleportation abilities, but his senses of this world would also become extremely inaccurate due to the chaotic space fluctuations. In such a situation, the only thing he could rely on was his own 5 senses, or a 6th sense that he had for no reason. Fortunately, Shuren's Outer Perception of Destiny could also enhance his 6th sense. Therefore, with his extraordinary senses, Shuren was able to grasp the current situation and the location of his destination. I wonder how many more obstacles there are in there. Sean didn't think that such an obvious strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain and creating a diversion would be able to trick a ruthless character like Gula. In addition, Nod already knew that someone had rescued Norb. If he reported to Gula immediately, Gula would definitely be on guard against him. Hence, Norb's actions might seem dangerous, but they were not fatal. At least, Shuren did not think that Gula would be stupid enough to send all his forces to Norb's side, which would result in his headquarters becoming an empty city. The number of people that Norb could lure away was definitely limited. The true powerhouses, led by Gula, would not be dispatched just because of Nob. Instead, they would wait for Sean at the destination. However, this was exactly what Shuren needed. Even if he knows that it's a bait, Gula will definitely send people to guard the hostages just in case. In other words, Sean only needed to follow those who remained unmoved in this situation and firmly guarded the place they should guard. Then, there would be a great chance of finding the captured hostages. Although there is a risk of alerting Gula, that guy doesn't know that I'm the one who rescued Norb, nor does he know that I'm coming. Since that was the case, with Gula's confidence as a powerhouse who was close to the limit, he would not be too vigilant and use the hostages as leverage. This was what Shuren wanted to see. Using Norb as bait might seem to raise the enemy's vigilance, but in fact, compared to Shuren's true appearance, the enemy's vigilance would be greatly lowered. This way, Kieran could take advantage of the situation. Shuren was being quite cautious by going this far. If I still can't avoid stepping into the trap set by the newborn, original devil, then I'll admit defeat. Shuren's arrangements ended here. Next, he would be going on a rampage as well. Let's go. Shuren let out a breath and stopped his thoughts. He calmed his body and mind, entering the state of one with his mind. This state was beneficial to Shuren, increasing the sensitivity of all his senses to the maximum. In such an environment, there were definitely benefits to doing so. After that, Shuren turned into a shadow and flew towards the direction of the palace. In the blink of an eye, Shuren arrived in front of the door at the top of the palace and quickly went in. None of this was discovered by anyone. At the same time, Gula arrived at a room that no one knew about. This room was very well hidden in the deepest part of the palace. It was hidden behind a secret door, and there was a concealment barrier set up. There was very little light in the room, and it could even be said to be very dark. There was nothing special about the room. There was only a table and a mechanical item placed on the table. Gula arrived in front of the item, stretched out his hand, and placed it on the table, pouring his mana into it. Clang, the item started to shine. It was a magical item. The light emitted by the magic tools gathered together and quickly formed a curtain of light. In the curtain of light, a figure quietly appeared like a reflection in the water. Looking at this figure, Gula's arrogance could not help but subside a little. I am Gula. Gula spoke in a deep voice. Can you hear me? Young master? As soon as Gula said this, the figure in the curtain of light moved slightly. I can hear you, minister. Gula. A gentle and refined voice came from the body of the reflection. If Shuren was here, he would definitely recognize the owner of this voice. This gentle and refined voice sounded like a courteous young master. Other than Donna's, there was no one else who could have this voice. The owner of this voice was the leader of the new, primal demon, the son of Helemus, who had become a complete demon, and the one who started the war against all the races in the Omnipotensen for the past month, Donna's. Before the primal demon caused any trouble, and before Helemus had cultivated the demon dragon Magellan, Donna's had contacted Gula, persuaded him, and even roped him in, making Gula the leader of the traders in the beastmen race. However, unlike back then, Donasi was now a fully demon-like existence. His strength was much stronger than Gula's, who thought highly of himself. To be honest, Gula was a little envious. No, it should be said that he was very envious. After all, Gula knew very well how weak Donna's was before the plan succeeded. In the past, Donna's was just a demon warrior created by magic. But now, he had become one of the strongest beings in the Omnipotensen. This incredible leap in transformation made Gula envious. Gula was very clear that even though his talent was shocking, it was absolutely impossible for him to reach this realm. That wasn't a realm that could be reached by talent alone. Only a special person could reach it. Being the hybrid with all the specialties of the beastmen was indeed special, but compared to Donna's, who was the son of a half-demon, his uniqueness was much lower. Gula was confident that he could reach the limit in his lifetime and become an ultimate powerhouse. However, he did not have the confidence to break through the limit of life and become a transcendent existence. However, Donna's had such a possibility and successfully reached the realm that he couldn't reach. How could Gula not be envious? Fortunately, after he became a demon, he didn't act all high and mighty in front of Gula. Instead, he spoke to Gula as an equal, which made Gula's ego feel much better. Otherwise, Gula might not be willing to listen to Donna's instructions. Thinking of this, Gula didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Just like what we agreed, once I'm attacked, I will report to you immediately. Gula explained his purpose of coming. That's right. He was here to report the situation here to Donna's. After Gula decided to move here, Donna's made an appointment with him. So it has begun? Donna's wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he smiled and said, I felt that the three goddesses couldn't sit still anymore. This is the right time. Ah. Gula said coldly, just as you predicted, the enemy will definitely make a move against me the moment the horn of counterattack is blown. Who asked us to have so many things here that they won't dare to attack us? With the three goddesses' style, they will definitely think of a way to save us, right? Donna said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile, if it's the moon demon, she won't choose an action that can be easily guessed. Instead, she will secretly find out our position before saving us. Then, she will launch a rescue operation and treat it as a feint. In fact, she will eliminate the enemy's general immediately. Is that so? Gula frowned and said, no wonder you're most afraid of her. Not really, Donna said casually, I'm most afraid of the brave ones. Is there a need to be so afraid of her? Gula couldn't hide his malice and said, she's just a human from another world who was lucky enough to become a hero. Other than relying on her natural holy sword and talent to do whatever she wants, the rest is all thanks to the Protoss and demons. I really don't think that kind of person is more of a threat than the moon demon Sayla. Gula's words were exchanged with Donna's unhurried reply. Perhaps the demon king thought the same as you, so she died. This sentence directly blocked all of Gula's disdain. Donna's muttered to himself. Those people are the most inconceivable existence in this world. Many famous events in history have their shadow. The great achievements and miracles they create are not even comparable to the Protoss. Even if it's just a human, just by relying on the power of the holy sword and extraordinary talent, they often create legends that others can't achieve. This is the trump card of the Protoss, the strongest hero of the human race, the natural enemy of the demons, and an existence that is as famous as the supreme god and the demon king. So, don't look down on the hero. Otherwise, you will die a terrible death. Gera fell silent. He could not refute. No matter how much he looked down on the hero, he had to admit that Donna's was right. This was a fact that had been confirmed in the Omnipotensen for countless years. In the Omnipotensen, the legends, miracles, and achievements created by the hero had surpassed the Protoss's goddess and reached the level of fame equal to the demon king and the supreme god. Perhaps he was not the origin of this world, nor was he the origin of life. He could not even be like the supreme god and the demon king, who could create and destroy the world with a single thought, but his fame in this world was definitely not inferior to the two supreme existences. Of course, it was also because of this that Gera had a reason to be jealous of him. Especially Shuren. He had only been in this world for less than a year, but he had already evolved from an ordinary human from another world to this stage. This speed was something that even the hero of the past could not achieve. He was even more special than the hero of the past. After all, the hero of the past was at most blessed by one of the three goddesses and assisted by the Protoss to fight on the battlefield as human heroes. What about Shuren? Not only the Protoss, but even the demons had become his support, and even his blessing was given by the supreme god. In addition, the most precious treasure of the kingdom was his fiancée, and so was the demonic dragon. Even the succubus Chafine was flirting with him. All of the demons seemed to have a close relationship with him. It could be said that this hero had done something that none of the previous heroes had been able to do. This hero was very special. The more special a person was, the more people would be afraid of him. The newborn, primal devil, didn't even know why it was summoned to this world until now. In addition, he had the blessing of the supreme god. Everyone, including Gera, must have suspected that the person who summoned Shuren was the supreme god who had gone into seclusion. If even the supreme god became his opponent, Gera did not dare to think about it anymore. If that really happened, the new, primal demon, was just a joke. His rebellion was also a joke. The only thing he could do was to be recorded in the history books and tell the people of the future that there was such a stupid failure in the Omnipotensen. Fortunately, a month had passed, and the human world had almost become hell, but the supreme god still did not show any signs of miracles. Now that the demon king was dead, any change in the world was just a game in his eyes. The possibility that the supreme god was still in a deep sleep was very high, and the possibility that the supreme god ignored the changes in the world was infinitely close to 100%. This made Gera feel a lot more at ease. Gera believed that even the stupidest person would not think that he could resist. Now that the Demon King was no longer around, that person was undoubtedly the strongest and invincible existence. Even if all the people in the world were to be added together, they probably wouldn't even be able to defeat him with a single finger. Then, what should I do? Guerra collected his emotions and returned to the main topic. Although there is someone on my side who broke in, I can't be sure if it's the hero. Donna's responded to Gulla's words with a nonchalant laugh. If the hero made a move, then he would definitely not let you know. Donna said with confidence. However, the most likely person to make a move is him. This is what I think. The demons were trapped. The Protoss would be suppressed in the inner part of the world. Since that was the case, the only way to enter and rescue the hostages was to let the humans do it. However, if they were to send out a large force, it would be a problem if they could all successfully break through the cracks, not to mention that it would not be easy for them to cross such a long distance and reach Cosmos through the threat of so many alchemy demons and demon whelps. Therefore, the humans could only send a small number of elites to do this. However, even if a small number of elites could successfully reach Cosmos and enter the inner part of the world, they might not be a match for Guerra and his orc army. Therefore, the most likely person to make a move and have a guarantee of success was the hero. Shuren and the others were very clear about this, and Donna's was naturally aware of it as well. Because of this, Shuren and the others were worried that this might be a trap set up by the newborn, original demon, in advance. Because of this, Donna said that the most likely person to make a move was Shuren. However, it was not absolute. The humans and the Protoss might be willing to take the risk and send out powerhouses other than the hero just in case. This possibility is not impossible, right? Guerra voiced out his thoughts. It was said that there was an ultimate elven sorcerer among the humans, and she was blessed by the goddess of nature, Nadura. She had also obtained the Staff of Nature, which was considered the most powerful sorcerer, and her strength was not inferior to the 3 ultimate demons. The hero's mount was also an ultimate dragon. It was very powerful, and even the cadres of the dragon demons were no match for her. If it was these 2 people, it was possible that they would be sent out. With their strength, even if the battle was not successful, the possibility of them retreating was much higher than the others. However, if the hero comes, with the power of the Holy Sword, he can still break through our tricks. But if 2 ultimate beings come, once they step into the trap we prepared for the hero, there will only be one outcome. Donna spread his hands and said, the Protoss and the kingdom will definitely not allow 2 ultimate beings to die here. The risk is too great. But this situation might still happen, right? Guerra frowned and said, what if it's really not Shuren Boztut? Nothing. Donna said bluntly, no matter who comes, use the that we lent you. This was a decision that Donna's had made a long time ago. It's best if it's the hero. We can eliminate the biggest threat in one fell swoop. It doesn't matter if it's not the hero. At least we can harvest the elites of the human race, which is also beneficial to us. Whether it's the hero or not, let that deal with it. Do you understand? Minister Guerra? Hearing this, Guerra seemed to have thought of something, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Okay, I understand. Guerra accepted this mission without hesitation, and he was even a little restless. Seeing this, Donna's had to remind him. Use it carefully. Donna seemed to see through the endless space, and his gaze fell on Guerra. That's the trump card that we spent a lot of effort to prepare. Originally, we wanted to use it to deal with the 3 goddesses and the 6 demon dwellers. Now, we've arranged 2 of them for you, and the princess isn't with you. If that goes out of control, you'll be the one who's in trouble. Donna's faint warning made Guerra's heart skip a beat. Indeed, that was too dangerous, and it wasn't something that he could control. If the mysterious princess was here, he might be able to control it. However, she wasn't here. If that went out of control, even he would be finished. Donna's once said that if it wasn't for the mysterious princess entering the transcendent level, he wouldn't be able to use that. He wouldn't even be able to awaken it. Donna's regarded that as his biggest trump card. The newborn, original devil, also had high hopes for that. He hoped to use that to eliminate the 3 goddesses and the 6 demon dwellers, and even the hero. It could be said that that was the biggest reason why the newborn, original devil, dared to challenge the world. I know. Gullah couldn't help but make his tone become more cautious and solemn. That's good. Donna smiled gently and said, then I'll wait for your good news, Minister Guerra. After saying that, Donna's reflection disappeared from the light screen. The magic device on the office table slowly stopped working. The light screen was retracted, and darkness returned to the surroundings. Gullah stared at the device for a long time, then turned around and left. His eyes began to flash with a cold light. I hope it's Shuren Bostet who comes. Only then would he be able to let him see true despair. Shuren still didn't know that a conspiracy against him had already begun. He had already snuck into the palace, and following the flow of the crowd, he roughly understood the situation. As expected, there are a few places that are still well guarded. They didn't leave their posts just because of the sudden attack. Those places were definitely very important. Shuren took the opportunity to sneak into two heavily guarded places. In the end, he discovered that one was a treasure vault, and the other was a granary. In a certain sense, they were indeed very important, and he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. If it wasn't for the fact that his goal this time was to rescue the hostages, Shuren would have definitely ransacked the treasure vault and burned the granary. He wanted these people to have a taste of what it felt like to not have enough food in the inner world. Next is the bottom. Shuren kept moving towards the bottom of the palace. This palace had the structure of a pyramid. The entrance was at the top of the pyramid, so he was at the top. If he wanted to continue exploring, he would have to go deeper and deeper. Don't tell me there's an underground dungeon at the bottom? Shuren couldn't help but suspect this. The important prison cells and criminals were usually arranged underground. If they wanted to escape, they would have to break through many obstacles and move to the surface. Just like this pyramid, the exit was at the top. If a captive broke free from captivity and wanted to leave this place, they would have to go up one floor at a time. It would be very difficult for him to see the light of day again. If that was the case, I can just go straight to the bottom, right? The thought flashed in Shuren's mind. His figure had already turned into a shadow, and he plunged down at a shocking speed. Such a shocking speed made the orcs who passed by Shan feel a gust of wind blowing past them, and they fell into a state of shock and bewilderment. Shuren ignored them, and only went down as fast as he could. For some reason, Shuren had a bad feeling. It seems like something bad is about to happen. Yizichin muttered. Shuren frowned, and sped up again. Under such circumstances, it didn't take long for Shuren to reach the bottom. The heavens did not disappoint those who waited. After entering this place, Shuren found that the security here was much tighter than any of the floors above. Orc warriors lined up one after another to stand guard, and their bodies were filled with a murderous aura. Not a single one of these orc warriors was lower than level 75. There were even 3 experts who were above level 80. Looks like I found the right place. At this moment, many orc powerhouses were guarding in front of a huge iron gate, staring at the only corridor that led to this side with murderous looks on their faces. They didn't even blink their eyes. They walked and inspected the corridor from time to time, looking around vigilantly as if they didn't want to miss any detail and didn't want to let even a fly in. In particular, among the orc powerhouses above level 80, one was guarding in front of the gate, one was in charge of inspecting all the guards present, and another was leading a patrol team. The security was extremely tight. Everyone was aware of the degree of vigilance. Behind that metal door was definitely a very important area. Shan felt that there was a high probability that it was the location of the captured personnel. He never doubted his own intuition. After all, his Supreme God's blessing could bring him a revelation similar to destiny, and his external destiny could also enhance his sixth sense. This kind of illusory feeling was often the most worthy of Shuren's trust. Then, swoosh, without any hesitation, Shuren's black robe fluttered, and his entire body turned into a gust of wind as he swept toward the orc powerhouses on guard. In his hand, he had already pulled out the holy sword, and it shone brightly. The orc team that was patrolling didn't even have time to react. They only saw a blur before their eyes, and the golden sword light slashed across their throats. Poochie, with a neat cutting sound, the holy sword sliced through the throats of dozens of orc warriors at once, causing their throats to gush out like a fountain, and a large amount of blood sprayed out. Ugh. Ah. Jie. The orc warriors squeezed out sounds from their slashed throats. Holding their throats that were bleeding, they widened their eyes and fell to the ground one by one, losing their breath. What? Enemy. Enemy attack. The rest of the orcs were shocked by this sudden scene. Their expressions changed drastically, and they opened their mouths to shout. Unfortunately, Fuyu, deep sleep. The fluctuation of magic power swept through the entire space like invisible waves, causing the orcs who were about to shout to stop moving. An irresistible drowsiness assaulted their heads, causing their consciousness to gradually sink. Bang, bang, not long after, the orcs fell to the ground one after another. They fell into a deep sleep and completely lost their ability to resist. This included the 3 orc powerhouses who were above level 80. The power of Shuren's magic wasn't something that mere level 80 existences could resist. Xian took down all the orcs guarding here. Then, he walked forward lightly, and the holy sword in his hand continuously slashed through the throats of the sleeping orcs, reaping their lives. The orcs who could guard such an important place were definitely worthy of Gula's trust. Since that was the case, Xian did not need to be merciful to these orcs who were complicit and knowingly committing crimes. 1 minute later, all the orcs guarding here were dead. It's another complete stealth. Xian sighed with emotion as he came to the iron gate and reached out to push it open. Just as Xian touched the iron door, dense lightning flickered on the iron door, and crazily spread to his body. Just as Xian touched the iron door, a strong electric light flashed from the iron door and frantically rushed to his body. Have you set up defensive and counterattack spells for those who touch it? Xian raised his eyebrows, but he ignored the electric current rampaging on his body. With the protection of Rito's destiny, such a magical attack wouldn't hurt him at all. Not to mention, Xian was wielding the holy sword, which could reduce any damage he received by 99%. Any attack below transcendent rank wouldn't be able to harm him. There should be a ceiling barrier set up above. Xian did not have the sensing ability of external destiny, but he was still able to judge things at this level. The teleportation ability of external destiny couldn't be used in the inner side of the world. It was impossible for him to directly pass through the barrier and the iron door. Fortunately, Xian's attainments in magic weren't bad either. Give. Dispel. Xian used the most commonly used magic spell, allowing his own mana to be injected into the iron door through the palm of his hand that touched the door. In an instant, a power that could dispel any magic and magical power was applied on the iron door. The electric light on the iron door immediately dimmed and dissipated completely. Rumble, in the next second, the iron door opened by itself even though there was no wind. With the heavy sound of the door opening, the iron door gradually opened, revealing the scene inside the door to Xian. What entered Xian's eyes was a long, dark corridor. Suddenly, Xian was startled. Just now, when the door opened, he felt a fleeting breath of life. It was a breath of life that seemed to be struggling in the chaotic space, and was fortunately detected by Xian. This breath of life, could it be? Xian's eyes lit up when he thought of a person. At that moment, Xian once again turned into a gust of black wind and swept into the corridor at an extremely fast speed, heading in the direction of the aura of life. With Xian's speed, he arrived at his destination in no time. In the end, he arrived in front of a room. Bam! Xian immediately raised his leg and kicked the door in front of him, bursting it open. Ah! A cry of surprise rang out in the room. Xian quickly walked into the room. What surprised him was that the room was actually quite luxurious. It didn't look like the lowest level of the palace's prison at all. However, there was indeed a person imprisoned here. When the door was kicked open, she hugged her fox ears, squatted on the ground, and closed her eyes. Don't come over! Don't come over! The little fox screamed in panic. Elise! When Xian saw the person he had guessed, joy appeared in his eyes. Yes. This was the room that Gula had used to imprison Elise. That trace of life aura just now had leaked out from Elise's body. After a month, Xian had finally reunited with the captive Elise. However, Elise didn't know that it was Xian who came. She closed her eyes and covered her pair of beautiful fox ears. She squatted on the ground, looking like she was trembling. There was no other way. Gula was like this. Every time he came to find her, he would directly kick open the door. It was easy to imagine how much shock and psychological pressure Elise, who was already timid, would feel after violently breaking the door again and again. Elise was faintly on the verge of collapse. She trembled as she muttered. "Don't come over, don't come over, don't come over." Elise shouted. Seeing this, the joy in Sharon's eyes disappeared. He moved forward and grabbed Elise's shoulder. Elise's body trembled and her heart was filled with fear. He can touch me, that was the only thought in Elise's mind. It had to be known that because of the protection, Gula couldn't even get close to Elise, let alone touch her. Now, the other party had finally met her. Did this prove that he was really like what he said last time, that he had already asked the devil cultivator to help him solve the problem of the power of protection? Elise had been worried about this for the past few days, to the point that her nerves had weakened. Now that the nightmare had come true, the fear in Elise's heart exploded. "Don't touch me. Don't touch me." Elise struggled with all her might. "Elise." Sharon quickly grabbed the little fox and tried to wake her up. But Elise, who was in a state of fear, couldn't hear anything. "I don't want to marry you. I don't want to marry you." Sob, sob, sob. Elise struggled with all her might while crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Hearing Elise's words, Sharon's face darkened and killing intent surged in his eyes. Sean could guess what had happened to Little Fox in the past few days based on what she said when she was in a state of confusion. Gula. Sharon suppressed the anger in his heart and engraved this name on his kill list. Elise didn't know anything about this and continued to struggle, crying like a storm. "I don't want to marry a demon like you. I want to marry that bastard. Let me go." Elise raised her fist and hit Sharon. Sharon was almost hit by this girl's fist. He quickly dodged and shook her. "It's me. Elise. Wake up." Sharon grabbed Elise's hands that were covering her ears and pulled them down. "Eh?" Elise stopped. She seemed to have heard a familiar voice. Hallucination. Just as this thought surfaced in Elise's mind, the familiar voice that she had been thinking about for thousands of times finally reached her ears once again. "Open your eyes and take a good look at me. I'm not the demon you speak of, okay?" A rare gentle voice echoed in Elise's ears. Elise trembled, but she still opened her eyes and looked in front of her. The person in front of her was no longer the demon she feared, but the bastard she had been longing for all this time. "See?" Sharon took off his hood and smiled helplessly at Elise. "I'm here to save you." With just one sentence, Elise successfully broke through his defense. The fear in her heart was replaced by great joy. The little fox's mouth twitched and her face scrunched up. She fell into a state of grievance. "Sob, sob, bastard, why are you only here now?" The weeping little fox couldn't help but throw herself into Sharon's arms. All right. It's fine now." Sharon quickly hugged her and patted her back, comforting her. Elise, on the other hand, was like a desperate girl who had finally met her sweetheart. Not only did she not stop crying, but she cried more and more aggrieved under Sean's comfort. "Do you know how that person treated me? He's always scaring me, threatening me, and even threatening me. He even wants me to marry him. I don't want to marry him. He's ugly. He's fierce. He's abominable. In the end, you never came to save me." Sob, sob, sob. The little girl grabbed onto Sharon and complained, as if she wanted to drown him with her tears. Sharon could only look at the aggrieved little girl, then at his clothes that were soaked in tears. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But no matter how straight he was, this was not the time to go against the little girl. He could only continue to pat Elise's back and comfort her. "I'm sorry I'm late, but it's fine now," Sharon said softly. "You won't marry that ugly bastard. I'll let you marry the bastard you want when we get back, okay?" After saying that, Sean suddenly realized that something was wrong. Bastard, that name sounds familiar. After a long time, Elise calmed herself down and got up from Sharon's arms with a red face. Sean, on the other hand, looked at his completely drenched black robe and sighed in his heart. Women are indeed made of water. Elise's face was still red, and she asked in a bashful voice. "Is what you just said true?" Elise was naturally referring to Shuren's words, "I'll let you marry the bad guy you want when we get back." However, Shuren did not react in time. "Of course it's true." Shuren, who was still feeling emotional, said this subconsciously. After all, he was trying his best to comfort this frightened girl just a second ago. Naturally, he had to say everything according to her wishes. At this time, Shuren did not have time to correct his attitude, so he responded subconsciously. But Elise's face became even redder, and her eyes were filled with obvious joy. This is what you said." The uneasiness and fear in Elise's heart were all replaced by great joy at this moment. "What?" Shuren only reacted then, and he blinked his eyes in a daze. Elise did not pay attention to him. She just hid the joy in her heart, and hurriedly said as if to cover up her shyness. "Have you defeated Gullah?" Elise finally had the heart to worry about the serious matter. Shuren did not struggle for too long, and Elise successfully changed the topic. "No, I haven't defeated him yet." Shuren shook his head and said, "I was brought in by Norb. Now that guy is outside attracting the attention of others. Wait until I rescue all of you hostages, then I can deal with Gullah and those traitorous orcs." Shuren's words reminded Elise of her companions. "What about Ozzy and Muffy? What about the orc priests around me?" Elise quickly asked. "Have you rescued them?" "Not yet." Shuren said truthfully. "I just entered this place, and the first person I found was you. I don't know where the others are." Hearing this, Elise quickly grasped the situation. She understood that Shuren should have just started the rescue operation, and the outside world was in chaos. Since that was the case, before Gullah could react, they must first rescue all of their companions. In this way, Shuren could be at ease to deal with Gullah, and after regaining their freedom, they could launch a counterattack with Shuren and seize the opportunity to reclaim the orcs. This was an opportunity to change the current situation of the Beastmen. It was an opportunity for the Beastmen to return to the embrace of the divine race. Thus, Elise took a deep breath. "I know where the others are," Elise said to Shuren. Although she was treated specially by Gullah, before she was brought to this room, she was also with Oz and Maffy, becoming Gullah's prisoner. So, Elise clearly remembered where her companions were. Sean was also unequivocal. "In that case, you'll be responsible for leading the way." "Okay. You lead the way." Shuren immediately decided. "Okay." The two of them prepared for a while before walking out of the room together. As soon as they walked out of the room, they heard a flurry of hurried footsteps. On the other side of the corridor, a large group of orc warriors suddenly appeared and saw them. "Over there. The Saintess has escaped. Quick! Don't let them escape." The orc warriors were shocked, and immediately rushed up without hesitation, trying to capture Shuren and Elise. Elise was about to scream, but she was interrupted by Shuren, who had put on his hood again. "Go." Shuren directly carried Elise and rushed out before Elise could react. "Ah!" Along with Elise's scream, Shuren held her in his arms with one hand and pulled out the holy sword with the other, rushing into the group of orc warriors who could not react in time. Swoosh! 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 In an instant, sword light danced, and blood splattered. Shuren was like a merciless grim reaper, directly rushing into the group of orc warriors. Every time he swung the holy sword in his hand, he would definitely take a life, causing the orc warriors to scream and wail as they became corpses on the ground. Although there were many orc warriors attacking, and their levels were not low, in front of Shuren, they were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, easily beheaded. Just like that, Shuren killed his way out of the encirclement, running deeper into the corridor. Seeing that Elise, who was in his arms, still had not reacted, Shuren said. "Quick, lead the way." Shuren hurriedly reminded her. That way." Elise shivered and pointed in a direction. Shuren increased his speed, completely turning into a gust of black wind, whistling through the corridor, advancing under Elise's guidance. Naturally, during this process, the orc warriors guarding here still rushed out, wanting to stop him, but all of them were killed by Shuren's sword. Soon, Shuren arrived at the deepest part of this floor. There were no more winding corridors here. Instead, it had turned into a vast underground space where no daylight could be seen. The surroundings were all rock walls. The ground was also full of rock plates. When Xianxia rushed into this place, it felt like he had rushed into the secret base that the high priest once guarded. It felt like he had entered the underground world. It's in front. Elise hugged Xianxia's neck with one hand and pointed to the front with the other, letting out a pleasantly surprised voice. Xianxia raised his head and looked over. What entered his eyes was a place used to hold captives. It was the end of this place, a cave-like basement. The basement was not partitioned off. Instead, there were chains hanging from the rock walls, as if they were prisoners being tied up, and the captives were being detained one by one. Enemy, a group of orc warriors guarding here saw Xianxia and Elise rushing in, and suddenly stood up. Unfortunately, they did not have the time to send out the alarm. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia closed in, maintaining the posture of holding Elise with one hand. The holy sword in his hand spun, and with a swing, the golden sword light spread out like a crescent moon. Slash! 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 The orc warriors did not have time to shout the alarm, and their throats were all cut by the golden sword light. Blood spurted out from their throats, and their trachea was directly cut. Ugh, ah, with a scream that could not be completely squeezed out, the orc warriors all fell to the ground, dead. At this moment, Xianxia appeared in the posture of holding the sword in one hand and holding his sister in the other, standing among the corpses and pools of blood. This sudden movement naturally awakened the people who were chained to the rock walls. Who? A werewolf in ragged clothes was the first to growl as if he was vigilant. Who else could it be other than Oz? Oz was tied to the most conspicuous position by a particularly thick chain, and his body was covered with scars. Beside him, Maffy was also in a sorry state, but she was not as miserable as Oz. The rest of the orc priests were also here, some were injured, and some were unharmed. They all had different postures. But without exception, all of them were attracted by this sudden movement. Oz. Maffy. Everyone. Seeing her familiar companions, Elise immediately cried tears of joy. Saintess. Saintess. Lady Elise. The group of orc priests finally saw Elise in Xianxia's arms. They first widened their eyes, and then shouted excitedly. Especially Oz and Maffy, they were more excited than anyone else. Lady Elise. Are you okay? Maffy was very surprised. Lady Elise. Oz couldn't help but struggle with all his might, and the veins on his body were bulging. Looking at his skilled appearance, this legendary werewolf should have struggled a lot after being locked up here, right? The scars on his body might have been caused by the orc warriors who were guarding this place because of his disobedience. Maffy was not injured much, obviously knowing that struggling was futile, so she was not as stubborn as Oz, and avoided a lot of suffering. Similarly, some of the other orc priests were injured, and some were not. That was because they had not been honest during the period of being imprisoned here. Xianxia instantly understood all this, and he put down Elise in his arms. Elise immediately ran forward and untied Maffy. Xianxia also came in front of Oz. Oz looked at the black-robed man in front of him, and just as he was about to say something, his nose suddenly twitched, and his eyes lit up. It's you. Oz recognized Xianxia. Xianxia was startled at first, and then he was relieved. Do you smell me? Xianxia smiled slightly, took off his hood, and said, I'm not late, right? Hearing this, before Oz had time to express his opinion, the rest of the orc priests were happy because Xianxia revealed his true face. Hero Xianxia. So it's the hero who came to save us? Great. The orc priests relaxed their expressions. Including Maffy, who was looking at Xianxia with some vigilance, her face unconsciously showed a relieved expression. Obviously, the appearance of Xianxia greatly inspired the people. I'll let you out first. Xianxia waved the holy sword, letting the sharp holy sword cut through the chains one after another. The chains were like clay, which could obviously make a powerful orc priest unable to break free. Even a legendary werewolf like Oz could not break, but in front of Xianxia's holy sword, they were easily cut. Lady Elise. Lady Elise. The orc priests rushed to Elise's side as soon as they regained their freedom. Are you okay? Lady Elise. Maffy hurriedly checked Elise's body. That bastard Gullah took you away, but he didn't do anything to you, right? Oz was also very nervous. Not to mention them, even the rest of the orc priests were nervous. When she was captured, Elise was still with them, but then she was taken away by Gullah in front of all of them. Moreover, he had been taken away for nearly a month. In such a long period of time, if something happened to Elise, it was possible that she had done something that would incur the wrath of the heavens and the people. The orc priests had been worried about this, to the point that the orc priests, led by Oz, could not help but resist, which was why they were beaten by the guards. Now that Elise finally appeared in front of them, of course they had to figure out this matter at the first opportunity. I'm fine. Elise naturally knew what everyone was worried about, and hurriedly shook her head. There is a force that has been protecting me. Every time Gullah wanted to touch me, he would be repelled by that force. So, other than being a little scary, I have not been bullied. When saying this, Elise deliberately turned to Shuren. Just then, she saw Shuren's relieved expression. Shuren was naturally worried about what Oz, Mafe, and the others were worried about. After all, when he first saw Elise, the girl's behavior had already told Shuren that Gullah definitely did not treat her well. Shuren was also worried that this timid little fox might have done something to her. However, considering the little fox's emotions, Shuren did not ask on the spot. He was prepared to pass this hurdle first. Now, after hearing Elise's explanation, Shuren was also relieved. And his relieved expression fell into Elise's eyes, which also made her secretly happy. As for the group of orc divine officials, they completely let go of the worries that had been in their hearts for nearly a month. Among them, Oz was the most worried. That's good, that's good. The usually rash werewolf wiped the sweat on his head, with a look of lingering fear. Fortunately, his saintess did not do anything that she should not have done. Otherwise, he would have risked his life and perished together with that damned Gullah. Mafe also patted her chest, and like the other orc divine officials, she was also relieved. Oh yes. Shuren then turned back to business and asked everyone, are there only you guys here? Where are the rest of the captives? It must be known that the people who were captured by Gullah were not only the orc divine officials, but also the important figures of the various tribes and the goddesses who came with Elise to support the orc race. The rest are in another place. As the think tank of the orc divine officials, Mafe immediately understood the purpose of Shuren's trip and quickly reported to him. I remember that they are not far from here. Oz also spoke. The rest of the orc divine officials also consciously raised their hands. Let's go rescue them. The important figures of the tribes and the goddesses are imprisoned in different places. Let's split up. Leaving behind such words, without waiting for Shuren's response, the orc divine officials had already quickly dispersed and headed towards the other two directions of the underground passage. Not long after, the orc divine officials successfully rescued the hostages and brought a group of orcs and a group of goddesses to Shuren. Seeing Shuren, not only the orcs, but the goddesses were all excited. Hero, Lord Shuren. Has Mother Goddess's well-wisher come to rescue us? Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Supreme God. Thank you, Lord. The goddesses were no longer as high and mighty as they used to be. Instead, they were like a group of little fangirls looking at Sean with excited eyes while kneeling before him. Upon seeing this, Sean himself was taken aback. Don't kneel before me, get up. Don't kneel before me, get up. However, not only did the goddesses not calm down, they became even more excited. No, you are Mother Goddess's well-wisher, the one chosen by Mother Goddess, we can't be rude. Well-wisher is the messenger of the goddess who bestows blessings. You are not only the hero, but also Mother Goddess's spokesperson. As a member of the Protoss, you have received Mother Goddess's grace and reborn. We should love and respect you as a father. If we are rude in front of you, we will no longer have the face to call ourselves the children of Supreme God Omnis. Please guide us, guide us. The goddesses bowed their heads deeply to Shuren. That scene left all the orc divine officials and captives dumbfounded. Shuren was also embarrassed. Do these goddesses worship me this much, or do they love me as a father because I am Mother Goddess's well-wisher? If Supreme God Omnis knew what you said, she would probably be so angry that she wouldn't even be able to sleep. Omnis, ******, actually, the goddesses couldn't be blamed for being so excited. For the Protoss, the Supreme God was undoubtedly their faith. They were the supreme beings that they absolutely obeyed. Unlike the demon race who respected the strong, the god race attached great importance to rank and class, which was difficult for other races to reach. Their rank had nothing to do with their strength. It was only related to the domain they were in charge of. For example, the gods in charge of business and culture didn't have any fighting ability. But because of the importance of their domain in the world, they were the real supreme gods, and their status was above the lesser gods. As for the gods who were in charge of some unpopular domains, they just so happened to possess extraordinary strength in that domain. In the Protoss race, it was very likely that they were just low-level gods. The status of lesser gods was lower than that of supreme gods. Even if they were stronger, they still had to pay respect to supreme gods. The Protoss wasn't a race that only looked at strength and power. Instead, they depended on the importance of their domain to determine their status. The more important a domain was, the more they should be respected. This was the philosophy of the Protoss. Therefore, the concept of class was very serious among the Protoss. It wasn't because they were old-fashioned, but because the philosophy of their existence itself determined this way of behavior. The higher the status of a god, the more important their domain was, and the greater their contribution to the world. Therefore, supreme gods should be respected by lesser gods. Without question, the overgods were the mightiest and most powerful of all existences. She created the world, created everything. Her greatness was unparalleled, and her contributions were incomparable. In addition, all the goddesses of the Protoss were existences that were split from the supreme god. Of course, all the goddesses respected and loved the supreme god. It could be said that other than those lawless and crazy evil gods, there wasn't a single goddess who didn't respect or love the supreme god. However, the supreme god had fallen into an eternal sleep and would never wake up again. This made the goddesses of the Protoss almost lose their spiritual sustenance. However, the appearance of Shuren made them feel as if they saw their mother goddess, their spiritual pillar. The higher the status of the god, the greater the status and importance of their well-wishers. The three goddesses even regarded their well-wishers as their own children, let alone the well-wishers of the supreme omnipotent goddess. Among the Protoss, their status could be said to be equivalent to the supreme god. Because of this, from the moment Shuren chose to reveal his well-wishers, he was no longer just a hero that needed assistance to the Protoss, but also a supreme existence that needed love and respect. His every word and action was equivalent to the supreme god Omnis. This was the consensus of all the goddesses, including the three goddesses. If it wasn't for this, why would the three goddesses and the goddess of justice not hesitate to quarrel with the 6 demons in order to win over Shuren during the Tri-Race Conference? It could only be said that Shuren didn't have such self-awareness in this regard. Of course, no one, including the Protoss, knew that on the side of the demons, Shuren was equally important. Only your family has a mother goddess that you respect and love. Don't we have a mother that we adore and love? Only your mother goddess blessed the well-wishers. Our mother even gave away the precious jade that was equivalent to her own existence. Shuren didn't know any of this. By the time he realized his position in the eyes of the gods and demons, the charabah that was enough to topple the world had already begun. Just like that, the freed goddesses all behaved extremely obediently in front of Shuren, nodding their heads and eyebrows lowered. Their faces were still faintly flushed after the excitement, just like a concubine that was about to be pampered. Jerk. Elise had already pouted as she watched from the side. The little person in her heart waved her fists wildly, feeling extremely wronged. He clearly said that he would marry her, but in the end, he still flirted with so many goddesses in front of her. Scumbag. On the other hand, Oz was actually envious. It would be great if I had such treatment. The usually simple-minded man couldn't help but say this from the bottom of his heart. Bam! In the next second, an elbow landed heavily on the side of Oz's abdomen, causing him to hold his stomach, unable to breathe due to the pain. Humph. Mafe snorted coldly and retracted her elbow. At the same time, many men's cries of pain came from among the orcs and priests. Obviously, like Oz, they were all beaten up by the women around them. Cough, cough. Shuren coughed awkwardly, turned around, and faced the orc captives. Which one of you is Lily May? Who is Lam Amy? Shuren asked such a question. There was a faint commotion among the orc captives, and then they separated on the spot, allowing a pair of mother and son to enter Shuren's sight. I am Lily May, Sir Hero. The person who spoke in such a nervous and uneasy manner was a young Tigerman woman who still retained her charm. Behind the young Tigerman woman, there was a delicate and cute little Tigerman girl who was tugging at her mother's clothes and hiding behind her thighs, timidly peeking at Shuren. There was no doubt that this little Tigerman girl was Lam Amy. Shuren took a glance and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder that uncouth Norb is so worried about his wife and daughter. One was still charming, and the other was delicate and cute. With such a wife and daughter, even an uncouth man would soften. Well, they're not as pretty and cute as my Rosie and Aie. After comparing them, Shuren felt very comforted. No, forget about Rosie, they were both wives, so they could be compared. But to compare Aie and Lam Amy? It can't be helped. It's not that I want to treat you as a daughter, but you look too bewitching, Your Highness Dragon Demon. Then let's change it to not as cute as my Lily May. This was the role of a daughter. It was comparable, right? With this thought in mind, Shuren arrived before Lily May and Lam Amy. Don't be nervous, I was entrusted by Norb to save you. I just wanted to confirm if you were here or not, said Shuren. Norb. Lily May was startled and hurriedly asked, How? How is he? Lam Amy, who had been hiding behind Lily May, also peeked her head out and looked at Shuren nervously. Shuren almost told them that he had thrown Norb out as bait. Don't worry, he's fine. I'll take you out now. Shuren didn't tell his wife and daughter about Norb's situation, lest they worry for nothing. Then, Shuren looked at everyone present, thought for a moment, and said, I am indeed here to save you. I have indeed come to save you, but apart from rescuing you, I will also launch an attack on the traitors of the Beastmen race. Later, remember to follow me closely. I will bring you out of this palace, and even out of this town depending on the situation. I hope you don't fall behind, and don't act on your own. Do you understand what I'm saying? Just as Shuren's voice fell, all the goddesses and beastmen present immediately spoke up. Yes. We will follow the hero's instructions. Everyone replied to Shuren without hesitation. Good. Shuren nodded. Then, let's go. At the bottom of the Pyramid Palace. Amidst the chaotic footsteps, with Shuren as the leader, a group of captives finally regained their freedom and rushed out of the ground. Bang! Amidst the sound of an explosion, the huge iron door leading to the underground burst open, raising thick dust. Just then, an orc army rushed down from the upper level, as if they had finally noticed the situation here, and came to suppress the people who had escaped. They hit the huge iron door head-on, and in the chaos, they welcomed the captives who had rushed out from the underground. Oh 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 oh. Many orcs let out angry roars. Some were on their side, and some were on the enemy's side. Go. Stop them. The leaders of the enemy did not hesitate to give such an order, causing the orc warriors to roar and rush out. Get lost. In the ranks of the escapees, Oz, who had been waiting for a long time, roared and rushed forward. Powerful orcs from both sides rushed out and directly collided with each other. Thus, a chaotic battle began. Roar. Oz's roar was so loud, and he led a group of orc priests into the enemy's orc army, and began to kill wantonly. It was as if they had been sulking for a long time and had finally found an opportunity to vent. Each and every one of them burst forth with 120% of their energy and put their lives on the line, beating back the orc warriors one after another. They were in a sorry state. In terms of strength, the gap between the two sides was not big. The orc warriors that could be brought into this world by Gula were conservatively estimated to be level 70, and one or two of them were the elites or even masters of the orc race. Their strength was not inferior to the Mitra Kingdom's knights. The orc priest's strength was also about this level. Although their numbers were much smaller than the orc army, there were a few outstanding powerhouses. For example, Oz was a real legendary, and the enemy could not compare at all. For example, Maffy was only one step away from the legendary level, and was also much stronger than the enemy orc warriors. In addition, there were a few masters above level 80, and a group of goddesses who were supporting them with magic and blessing their allies, as well as some powerful important figures from each tribe. Both sides fought fiercely, and for a moment, the enemy, who had the advantage in numbers, was beaten back. Under such circumstances, Elise also used magic, and under Mafi's protection, bombarded the orc warriors from afar. As for Shuren, he had already turned into a ghost-like shadow, and started a massacre in the orc army. Poochie! A sword light flashed, and the orc warrior's head was ruthlessly cut off, and instantly harvested the enemy's life. Poochie! 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 Golden slashes blossomed continuously, and every time they slashed through the air, they would take down an enemy. One orc warrior after another collapsed on the spot. As always, the golden slashes bloomed, and every time they passed through the air, they would take away an enemy, causing the orc warriors to fall on the spot. Compared to the orcs, who had a more barbaric fighting style, his figure was beautiful and bloody, like the god of death, and his frightening efficiency in harvesting. Many goddesses looked at Shuren, and their eyes lit up. On the other hand, the enemy's warriors crumbled under such a threat. Retreat! Retreat! The leading orc warrior shouted hysterically at the sight of the soldiers falling like wheat. He hoped that he could go back and call for reinforcements so that he could escape from this terrifying killing field. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, a golden slash came flying at him. Poochie! The holy sword chopped off the head of the leading orc warrior, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. This orc general, who was above level 80, was no different from the other orc warriors. Like a small fry, he was easily beheaded by Shuren. Shuren didn't even look at him, as if he was really an insignificant small fry. After chopping off his head, he immediately turned around and continued to kill. Just like that, it didn't take long for the attacking orc army to fall. They were completely annihilated, and not a single one survived. Keep going. Go up. As Shuren said so, he stretched out his hand and pointed it upwards. Give and explode. A huge amount of magic spewed out from Shuren's hand and blasted the ceiling. Bang! Another explosion sounded. The ceiling was blasted open by Shan's magic, setting off a storm of gravel and debris, and raising thick smoke. Shuren immediately took the lead and leaped through the blasted ceiling, jumping to the upper floor. Go! Follow me! Oz immediately shouted, and then took the lead to catch up with Shuren, jumping through the big hole in the ceiling. Some of the orc grand priests and goddesses also jumped up, while others helped the mages or captives who weren't strong enough to jump to the upper floor. Just like that, Shuren walked at the front, blasting the ceiling layer by layer, opening a big hole in the ceiling of each floor of the palace, while leading the group of orcs and goddesses to the top floor. Along the way, the orc warriors who stayed in the palace naturally attacked in an endless stream. Not only were there orc warriors from Gula's tribe, but there were also other orc warriors who chose to betray Gula. In fact, when Shan and the others rushed to the upper floors, which were not many floors away from the top, several legendary orc tribe chiefs appeared and attacked them. Multiple legendary powerhouses were still very threatening. At least, on the side of the orc grand priests, except for Oz, none of them were legendary. On the side of the goddesses, there were 2 legendary powerhouses. After all, they were originally sent to support the orcs, and it was impossible for them to not have a few legendary powerhouses. But in terms of numbers, the legendary powerhouses on their side were fewer than the legendary powerhouses on the enemy's side, not to mention the warriors of other levels. They couldn't compare to the enemy in terms of numbers. Fortunately, from the beginning to the end, Shuren's method of not revealing his true face in front of the enemy had a miraculous effect. A few legendary powerhouses of the orc race didn't know that there was an unparalleled brave warrior here, and so foolishly sent themselves to the door, thinking that they could take over this side. Naturally, the outcome was obvious. Before the other party could react, Shuren rushed up with the momentum of a thunderbolt, and instantly beheaded the few legendary powerhouses of the orc race, cleaning up the mess for the orcs. After losing a group of legendary powerhouses, the fate of the remaining enemies could also be imagined. Bang! At a certain moment, with a loud explosion, the ceiling leading to the top floor was blasted open. With Shuren in the lead, the orcs and goddesses rushed out of the palace and entered the top floor. The exit is there. The sharp-eyed Mafi was the first to discover the location of the door. Her eyes lit up, and she pointed at the exit and shouted loudly. Hearing Mafi's shout, the orcs and goddesses all perked up. However, Shuren stood at the front with the holy sword in his hand, and suddenly stopped charging. What's wrong? Elise was beside Shuren, and her face was flushed red. It seemed that she had exercised very intensely during the process of escaping. She looked at Sean, who had stopped in his tracks. She had just asked a question when she shut her mouth. Not only Elise, but the others also stopped and held their breaths. Buzz. There was a sudden buzzing sound in the air. It was the sound of the entire palace trembling. Waves of mana seemed to be gushing out from the deepest part of the ground, turning into visible air currents that rose into the air. Dazzling magic arrays also gradually unfolded, surrounding the entire palace. At this moment, if someone looked in the direction of the palace from the outside, they would see that there was a huge magic array slowly rotating on the ground where the palace was located. Under such circumstances, a layer of enchantment also rose, completely enveloping the palace. This is not good. The expressions of the orc priests and goddesses changed. Shuren just glanced at it and looked straight ahead. Over there, a lone person appeared. He slowly walked out from the shadows behind him, looking at Shuren, the orcs, and the goddesses, and a sneer appeared on his face. You guys really escaped to a place like this. The sudden voice caused everyone present to finally discover the other party's existence. Elise saw the person, and her eyes trembled. It's you. Led by Maffy, the people's expressions changed again. Oz clenched his fists and roared furiously. Goo. Woo. La. The person who came was Gullah. The culprit who caused the current orc race to betray the human race and the Protoss to stand on the side of the new, original devil, and also caused the orc priests, important figures of various tribes, and the goddesses of the Protoss to be captured here had appeared. I thought that even if you escaped from the cage, you wouldn't be able to escape from this palace. Gullah didn't seem to be bothered or angry about the orc priests and goddesses escaping. He sneered and looked at Shuren. But to be able to bring all of you here so easily, you don't have to think too much about your identity, do you? Gullah's eyes glanced at the holy sword in Shuren's hand. In order to hide his identity, Shuren had completely restrained the holy fluctuation on the holy sword, so that anyone who saw this sword would only think that it was an overly gorgeous weapon. Unless it was someone who had seen the holy sword, there was almost no one who could recognize this sword without any holy aura. But Gullah had seen the holy sword before. Moreover, during the meeting between the three races. At that time, Shuren swore on this sword in front of all the top powerhouses of the Omnipotensen. Moreover, the culprit had brought a group of captives here in such a short time, slaughtering the orc soldiers and legions as if they were nothing. There was no need to think about who the culprit was. As expected, you still came. Hero, Sean Potter. Gullah's sneer became even wider. It was as if he had found the weakness of his prey. It was a cruel, merciless, and sinister smile. Seeing Gullah like this, Shuren didn't hide his identity anymore. Hiss. At that moment, Sean tore off the black robe on his body and revealed his full appearance in front of everyone. Finally, I can make my move without any worries. Shuren twisted his neck and muttered to himself as if he had broken free from some shackles. It really is you. Gullah stared at Shuren. The two of them stared at each other. Cold light and murderous intent surged in their eyes. At this moment, the entire space seemed to be filled with an invisible pressure, making people feel indescribably depressed. Especially those low-level orc captives and the goddesses who acted as reinforcements, they were all suffocated by the rising murderous aura from Shuren and Gullah. Even Elise was protected by Oz and Muffy behind them. However, Elise's gaze fell on Shuren, and her eyes revealed a faint trace of worry. Shuren did not know what Elise was feeling at this time. He only looked at Gullah, and his expression gradually became cold. Of course, Gullah also felt the same. Looking at Shuren's cold expression, Gullah grinned. It seems like you really want to kill me, hero. Gullah said. Aren't you the same? Shuren gave a faint response. Both of them did not hide the murderous intent in their eyes. This was a confrontation where only one person could survive. In any case, Shuren would never let this so-called orc king go. Although in this aspect, Gullah felt the same way. During the meeting between the three races, I already wanted to kill you. Gullah still grinned and said bluntly, There are many people in my life that I don't like, especially those so-called goddesses. They are an eyesore, but you are undoubtedly above them, Shuren Boztut. Gullah had already said this much. Shuren could not help but laugh. You are very open-minded. Shuren said sarcastically, it's a pity that compared to your open-minded attitude, your strength seems to be a bit lacking. Indeed, Gullah was a strong person, and even the Protoss paid attention to him. With his natural racial specialties and talents, this miraculous hybrid orc's strength was probably not much weaker than the ultimate powerhouses. It could be said that in the current world, Gullah was undoubtedly the strongest person. Even Norb and Oz, the legendary powerhouses of the orc race, could not defeat him if they joined forces. However, Shuren was obviously not one of them. Don't tell me you think that you can still feel that you have the absolute advantage against me like you did in the past? Shuren lifted his foot and slowly walked towards Gullah. His body was surging with mana bit by bit. Not to mention that you have not reached the ultimate level. Even if you have reached the ultimate level, killing you would be as easy as lifting my hand. Or do you really have a trump card? Is it Donna's? Or is it that mysterious great spirit? Is that why you can strut around so brazenly in front of me? As he spoke, the mana that gushed out of Sean's body was already surging like an invisible storm, whistling continuously. The ground suddenly trembled, and even the atmosphere let out a faint whine. Everyone present felt a terrifyingly heavy pressure at this moment, causing many people's faces to turn pale. Even Gullah's sneer disappeared when he saw the aura that he couldn't resist rising from his body. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Gullah was no exception. Looking at the aura rising from his body that he could not resist, the sneer on his face disappeared, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. No matter how unwilling he was, he did not even have the qualifications to stand in front of Shuren. Just like what Shuren said, he came here to show off, but he came to the wrong place. The #1 expert of the orc race, a peerlessly talented human powerhouse, was like a chicken in Shuren's eyes. Gullah clenched his fist. The unwillingness and jealousy in his heart almost materialized. Even if he was mentally prepared and knew that he could not fight against Shuren, who was a transcendent-level existence, when he felt the threat from Shuren and realized how weak he was, Gullah still lost his balance. He really did not like Shuren. His unique talent was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Shiwen's ability to reach the peak in less than a year. He did not receive the goddess of life's favor, but Yi Shiwen was valued by the 3 goddesses, including the goddess of life, and even received the blessings of the supreme god. The Protoss treated Yi Shiwen like a treasure. The demons did not hide anything from him. Even the demon dragon AIE became Yi Shiwen's fiancé. Yi Shiwen even had the combat power of a transcendent level when he was at the limit level. All of these made Gullah jealous. Perhaps it was because he had always been loved by the world since he was born. Gullah always thought that he was the most gifted person in the world. He had everything that others didn't have. Others yearned for power for their entire lives, but he could easily grasp it. In addition, his bloodline was so special, and there was only one in this world. There was no one in the past, and there might even be no one in the future. Gullah never doubted that he was special. When he was young, Gullah wanted to achieve something that all the heroes in the past could not achieve. If no one in this world could compare to the heroes, then he could definitely do it. If there was someone greater than the heroes in this world, then he would definitely be that person. After all, his birth was a miracle that had never been seen before. Hero, that was a goal that he would surpass sooner or later. However, with such thoughts in mind, Gullah suffered the first setback of his life in Anima's place. When Gullah was full of confidence that he could receive the goddess of life's blessing, and that the goddess of life's power was already in his grasp, she rejected him. The reason was that he did not respect other lives. That time, Gullah was enraged and went crazy. Respect other lives? Why should I? My life is the most honorable existence. Why should I respect those weak and incompetent lives? That was what Gullah had been thinking all along. That was why he had the confidence to surpass the heroes. It was because the hero was just a human, yet he was a unique existence in this world that no one could compare to. Gullah had this thought since he was young, and he did not even care about the Protoss that his people worshipped. Even if it was a goddess, compared to a special existence like him, she was still inferior, right? Gula was rejected by the goddess who thought that he was hers, and one could imagine the impact he had to bear. Therefore, Gula usurped his father's position in resentment, just to bury his so-called faith. From then on, Gula had an idea. I must let those goddesses who don't recognize me know that they have no right to judge me from above. In summary, Gula did not hesitate to walk on the path of opposing the Protoss. As for Shuren, he was directly born into Gula's heart. Gula, who thought he was a special existence, was instantly defeated by Shuren's strange growth speed. The Protoss didn't recognize him, but he recognized a human from another world who was also blessed by the heavens. This fact made him go crazy. The reason why Gula didn't like Shuren was because all the things that he thought he was good were all crushed by Shuren. How could Gula not be jealous? How could he accept this? Fortunately, I admit that I am not your opponent now. Gula suddenly said this while withstanding the terrifying pressure from Shuren. But I'm not your opponent either. Gula opened his hands. His voice was like a declaration, and it sounded like a declaration. Come, it is time for you to show up, the remnant souls that have been awakened from hell. As soon as these words were spoken, two shadows slowly walked out from the shadows behind Gula. Shuren stopped. That is. Elise and the others also widened their eyes. Not because of anything else, but because suddenly, a gloomy and cold atmosphere appeared in the air. Clang. 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 Clang, the sound of iron boots hitting the floor sounded in an orderly manner. Two people wearing armor and helmets, each holding a sword, walked out of the shadows and came to Gula's left and right sides. They didn't look like beastmen warriors, but more like human knights. However, the armor they were wearing was completely black, while the armor was completely pale. Their bodies were also emitting a dark aura that was extremely conspicuous in this world filled with chaotic spatial fluctuations. Shuren and Elise immediately recognized the dark aura. That is, death aura. Elise exclaimed. Yes. That was death aura. The Black Knight and the White Knight exuded a thick aura of death. What did this mean? It meant that they were either like the mysterious Great Spirit and the High Priest, necromancers that could control death, or the dead. Shuren murmured the identity of the two knights. The dead who were already dead, and the dead spirits of the past that were awakened by necromancy. It wasn't like Shuren hadn't seen existences like this before. Both Mara and the High Priest had used necromancy to awaken the dead, control them, and use them in battle. However, the two dead people in front of him gave Shuren a feeling that was completely different from the dead spirits in the past. For some reason, when he saw them, Shuren felt a sense of familiarity and a bad premonition. That premonition had appeared in his heart a while ago, and it turned into a solid feeling at this moment. Gula was protected by the two undead knights on both sides. He looked at Shuren, who stopped walking, and his expression became thought-provoking. They are the assassins that the new, original devil prepared for the three goddesses and the 6 demon dwellers. I heard that our transcendent necromancer spent a lot of effort to awaken them. Gula stretched out his hand and patted the two undead knights beside him as he spoke. If it's them, they should be more than enough to be your opponent, right? No. You should say so. Gula showed a pitiful smile to Shuren. Going against them might be a misfortune for a brave like you. Gula's words caused the bad premonition in Shuren's heart to completely explode. Feeling the familiar feeling that the two undead knights gave him, a terrifying thought appeared in Shuren's mind. Could it be that they are? Before he could finish his sentence, Elise behind Shuren yelled in panic. Watch out. Elise, who possessed powers and blessings that were completely opposite to Kiran's, noticed something at that very moment. Shuren's expression froze, and he raised the holy sword in his hand without hesitation. At the same time, two terrifying death auras exploded. Boom! Boom! The Black and White Knights raised their helmets at the same time and rushed out with a loud explosion. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Shuren. Clang! When the deafening explosion resounded like a bell across the entire inner city of the world, the top floor of the Pyramid Palace in the center of the city exploded. It was as if an invisible bolt of lightning had struck the place, or as if some terrifying power had leaked out from the palace. The entire town shook, causing everyone to reveal a panicked expression. What's wrong? Explosion? It's from the palace. Could it be that there are also attackers at the palace? The orc warriors who were running around in the town were shocked. Have we successfully rescued them? Norb, who was covered in wounds, looked in the direction of the palace. His blood-stained eyes shone brightly. TSK, it has indeed started. Nod stood in front of Norb with a huge spiked mace in his hand. There were also many orc powerhouses helping him. It was obvious that the two brothers were fighting each other, and because Noel had a helper on his side, Norb was at a disadvantage. The sudden and huge commotion caused the battle to temporarily stop. What happened next shocked the hearts of countless people. Bang! Another deafening sound came from the palace, causing the top floor of the palace to shatter. 3 streaks of light flew out of the palace one after another. One was gold, one was black, and one was white. They were like meteors chasing each other, flying at high speed while colliding with each other. Dang! 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 Deafening sounds resounded again and again as the 3 meteors collided with each other. Every time they collided, terrifying shockwaves would be generated, causing the sky above the town to seem to be bombarded by endless invisible explosions. Such a terrifying battle directly affected the entire inner world, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Ah! Be careful! Run! In the city, the orc warriors let out cries of alarm and misery as they fled in panic. The shockwaves caused by the collision of the 3 meteors affected every corner of the town, causing buildings and even the ground to explode from time to time. They were either blasted into pieces or blasted into holes. However, those 3 meteors were astonishingly fast and turned the entire town into a battlefield. It was unknown how far they traveled in the blink of an eye and how many places they reached. The storm of mana and deathly aura swept through the town, causing destruction here. That was a natural disaster. That was also a man-made disaster. The commotion caused by the battle of 3 orc warriors became a man-made disaster that affected the entire town. In an instant, the orc warriors in the town became powerless civilians. They could only flee in panic among the debris of the buildings and the trembling streets. What's going on? Norb was also affected. He hurriedly dodged the debris of the buildings and the cracks on the ground, revealing a shocked expression. Is this still the power of a human? Nott was also in a sorry state. He was shocked by the explosion in midair. Even the 2 top legend rank powerhouses were behaving this way. One could imagine how helpless and panicked the others would be in the face of such a man-made disaster. It was the same for Elise and the others who had fled in panic from the destroyed palace. Bastard! Elise looked at the intense battle in the sky with a pale face. What the hell are those 2 knights? Oz, Maffy, and the orc clerics were also horrified. During the battle of the royal capital, although they were trapped in the glory palace and didn't see the battle between Shurin, Helemis, and Magel, they had seen the fierce battle between Shurin and Lilith in Cosmos. They also knew that Shurin's current strength was far stronger than before. Even if he was compared to a transcendent rank, he wasn't much inferior. But now, 2 undead knights suddenly appeared, displaying power that surpassed the legend rank and even the ultimate rank. They were engaged in an intense battle with Shurin. What's going on? Lord Shurin! Lord Hero! When the goddesses of the Protoss race caught sight of this, their hearts were filled with anxiety. They wanted to use their power to help Shurin. However, just as they were about to rush forward, a gust of wind suddenly blew over and stopped them. The Orc King's figure appeared in the storm. I say, the show is about to begin. Can you guys just watch quietly, goddess? Gula looked at the goddesses with a sinister and disdainful expression. Gula! Oz rushed over, roared furiously, and blasted a fist at Gula, giving rise to a whistling gale. However, Gula just raised his hand and easily blocked Oz's punch. Their fists and palms collided together, and a series of dong sounds rang out, sweeping up bursts of air waves. What's going on with those 2 knights? What are they? Oz glared at Gula and asked. Maffy also shouted while protecting the pale Elise. Are they dead people awakened by undead magic? But how can dead people of that rank exist? Maffy's words were exactly what Oz and the other orc priests were thinking. Only Elise seemed to have guessed the identity of the 2. Undead knights long ago, and her face couldn't help but turn pale. Gula laughed. Moreover, it was a very cold and cruel laugh. Of course, he knew what they were shocked about. In the beginning, he was also very shocked, and even a little incredulous. After all, the two undead knights were obviously not legendary level or ultimate level. They were truly transcendent level. However, when had a transcendent rank ever died, whether it was the three goddesses, the 6 demons, the goddess of justice, or the 3 goddesses of time and space, they were all still alive. These existences were the transcendent level experts that had survived since ancient times. Their numbers had never been reduced. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any transcendent rank dead people in this world. Of course, it was only limited to this world. Don't there exist transcendent rank existences that have died before? Gula sneered and said something that shocked the world. Other than the 3 goddesses, the 6 demons, the goddess of justice, and the 3 goddesses of time and space, isn't there an existence that can break through the limits of life and become a transcendent rank in the omnipotence in history? They were beings that didn't belong to this world. They were heroes from another world. They weren't bound by the limits of life set by the truth, and they had the possibility of transcending heroes. Although there are very few heroes that successfully broke through the limits of life and became transcendent, there were still a few who successfully broke through and achieved transcendent rank. Isn't that right? Gula's sinister expression caused everyone to tremble. In other words, those undead knights were the heroes that have died before? Oz lost his voice. You actually blasphemed the heroes of the human race. Muffy found it even harder to imagine what she had seen and heard. They were heroes that fought for the human race and the Protoss on the battlefield. They fought at the front line against the demons. Even if they came from another world, they still chose to save the world without hesitation and sacrificed themselves. Everyone couldn't believe that the newborn primordial devil had awakened these heroes and turned them into mindless undead spirits to harm the world. This was especially true for the goddesses of the Protoss. As people who had fought alongside the heroes of history until now, they could not restrain their anger. Those were the heroes that they had supported, helped, and cooperated with. They were actually awakened by the newborn primordial devil with undead magic and used as weapons. It was unforgivable. Unfortunately, Gula couldn't understand their anger. I didn't expect the young master and the undead queen to prepare such a method. No wonder they dared to declare war so openly despite having fewer transcendent-level powerhouses than the 3 major races. Gula seemed to be in awe as he said this. It's a pity. I heard that they wanted to awaken the hero, Mitra, who killed the Demon King. Especially the queen. She had been trying to awaken the hero, but because the hero died under the Demon King's power, they couldn't use undead magic to awaken him. Otherwise, it would be interesting to use him to deal with the humans, the Protoss, and even the demons. Gula said such words shamelessly. You bastard. Oz couldn't stand it anymore. He waved his fist furiously and attacked Gula. Let's go. It was rare for Mafe to lose her rationality. She led a group of orc priests and charged forward. Naturally, the goddesses couldn't just stand by and watch. They immediately activated their authority and started fighting with the Orc King. Only Lamella, Lily, and the other orc captives who didn't have much combat power were left. They hugged each other and shivered. They didn't know what to do at all. Elise also stood in the same place. She bit her lips as she watched the fierce battle in the sky. An unexpected battle appeared in the inner side of this world. Under the control of forbidden necromancy magic, the current hero and the deceased hero transcended their eras and became each other's opponents. Clang dash. High up in the sky, another deafening collision sound accompanied by a shockwave appeared. The heavy swords in the hands of the Black Knight and White Knight slashed heavily on the holy sword that Shuren hurriedly raised. A shocking force burst forth and sent Shuren flying. Bang. Feeling the power transmitted from the holy sword, Sean was left speechless. The mana in his body trembled, and he immediately stopped his body that was flying backward. But the 2 undead knights didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. Like berserk grim reapers, they rushed toward him from both sides. The heavy swords in their hands were like 2 mountain peaks. Under the force of the slash, the air was easily split, and the sound of the wind turned into ear-piercing sonic booms that attacked Shuren's eardrums. It was also surrounded by a horrifying death aura. If an ordinary person were to be scratched by it, their vitality would be sucked dry, and they would instantly turn into a dried corpse. Xian wanted to use Rito's mandate to take it head-on, but he found that the power coming from the Black Knight's heavy swords was not right. It seemed to be able to shake his organs, penetrate his skin, and ignore his skilled defense. This made Xian instantly understand. They can even use unique skills. Because of this, Xian didn't dare to take the Black Knight's attack head-on. He dared to take the White Knight's attack head-on, but when he wanted to take it head-on, the Undead Knight's slash turned into a slap and sent Xian flying like a ball. The pure power of the attack actually made Xian feel pain after going through the defensive Rito's mandate. It was obvious that even the defensive Rito's mandate couldn't completely block the terrifying attack of a transcendent level. If it weren't for the Holy Sword's damage reduction, Xian might have been injured by now. However, the weakening effect of the Holy Sword wasn't as prominent in front of a transcendent level existence. Because I haven't transcended, and the Holy Sword hasn't evolved yet, so the weakening effect of a transcendent level's power is definitely not as exaggerated as 99%. Back then, when Xian was fighting Lilith who had lost control in Cosmos, he was also injured even though he had the Holy Sword in his hand. This was enough to explain everything. Fortunately, these two seniors aren't using the Holy Sword. Xian quickly glanced at the heavy swords in the hands of the two undead knights. With a few flashes, he dodged the attacks of the two heavy swords. It was precisely because the two past heroes weren't using the Holy Sword that Xian was able to fight against the two transcendent level powerhouses who could use unique skills for so long in a 1 versus 2 situation. Is it not being used? Or can't it be used? Xian was more willing to believe the latter. The heroes could be awakened by undead magic, but the Holy Sword couldn't be awakened. Putting aside the fact that the hero's Holy Sword would shatter and be completely destroyed after his death, the holy power of the Holy Sword wouldn't be affected by an evil necromancer. Therefore, the two past transcendent heroes were awakened by undead magic, but their Holy Swords couldn't be revived. However, even so, the threat is big enough. Xian retreated as he fought. With the support and sharpness of the Holy Sword, he fought against the two undead knights. His figure flickered back and forth in the sky without stopping. The two past heroes were very afraid of the Holy Sword in Xian's hands. It was unknown if the Holy Wave awakened their memories of this familiar weapon, or if they instinctively sensed the threat the Holy Sword posed to them. The Holy Sword had the power to purify all evil. To the undead and the dead, it was the most terrifying thing. Because of this, one of them swung his heavy sword, causing it to emit a red light. Every swing and slash continuously shook Xian's internal organs, forcing Xian to use the Holy Sword to block. The other one appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He turned into fog, clouds, wind, flames, and lightning. Sometimes, he disappeared, and sometimes, he flickered left and right. Sometimes, he was like a phantom, and sometimes, he was like an army of beasts. His aura was unbelievably powerful. The power and effect could only be their unique skills when they were alive. Can undead magic awaken the unique skills of the dead? This was something that Xian had never heard of before. One had to know that even Chaffner, who had the rippling heart demon, couldn't summon the illusions of her admirers and have them fight for her, but she couldn't replicate their unique abilities. Yet, a mere undead magic could do it. This was something that Xian didn't want to believe. Could it be because of the lustrous branch? An idea flashed in Xian's mind. The lustrous branch was a secret treasure left behind by the Supreme God. It was a crystallization of power that existed before the world was formed and the natural laws were established. To put it bluntly, the lustrous branch was a part of the natural laws established by truth. It was a power that the world gave to certain people. Since this was the case, as a supreme secret treasure that was born before truth was formed, the lustrous branch could allow existences like the death spirit body to surpass the limits of life and achieve transcendence, going against the natural laws established by truth. This meant that the lustrous branch could once again avoid the interference of truth and allow the death spirit body to go against common sense and awaken the unique skills of the dead. In other words, Xian was now facing two transcendent bravehearts who had lost their holy swords but were still at their peak in all other aspects. You really know how to make things difficult for your juniors, seniors. Under Shuren's sarcasm, the two bravehearts who had turned into undead spirits attacked relentlessly. Their heavy swords were aimed at Shuren's head. Clang! After an unknown number of clangs, the sound of metal clangs rang out. The fierce battle between the three bravehearts continued. Bang! While the fierce battle between the three heroes resounded in the sky, explosions also sounded in the town on the ground. An unparalleled storm surged from Gula's body, blowing away all the orc priests around him. Aha! The orc priests wailed one by one, and were smashed to the ground under the bombardment of the storm. They rolled and bounced in a sorry state, and fell to the ground around Gula. Even the goddesses who were in the middle of casting their powers and magic were inevitably blown away by the storm. They staggered left and right, letting out sorrowful cries. Everyone. Elise couldn't help but cry out worriedly while protecting the orc captives who didn't have much fighting ability. What he got in return was not a response from the crowd, but a sneer from Gula. It's useless. Gula spread his arms, and a black wind swirled around his body. Without that damned hero, you small fries wouldn't be a match for me at all. Gula's disdainful words infuriated many people. You dare to call us nobodies? Oz struggled to get up, roaring angrily as he rushed towards Gula. But Gula just waved his hand, and the black wind rushed out like a tornado, blowing Oz into the sky before he could react. Then, Oz crashed heavily on the ground, causing the strong Oz to vomit blood on the spot. Oz! Maffy, who was struggling to get up, shouted. Gula spoke to Oz and the others condescendingly as if he was looking at ants. Nobodies are indeed nobodies. You are so weak, but you think you can resist me. Do you really think that the gap between us is not big just because we are at the legendary level? As a top legendary level powerhouse who was only one step away from the ultimate grade, Gula didn't even care about Norb who was at level 97, let alone Oz who was at level 91, a priest who had just entered the legendary level. Even though Oz had many high-level orc priests around him, and many goddesses were supporting him from the back, some of whom were even legendary existences, Gula still didn't put them in his eyes. Do you know which goddess blessed me after I was rejected by the goddess of life? Gula laughed sinisterly. You should know the existence of that one. That goddess, Pendennis. Hearing the name mentioned by Gula, the orc priests didn't care, but the goddesses' faces changed. Pendennis. It's her. The evil god of deceit and fear. The goddesses cried out in surprise. Others didn't know how terrifying this evil god was, but as the orthodox goddesses of the Protoss, they knew. Elise also had an impression of her. I remember that she's one of the most dangerous evil gods. Apart from the three goddesses of time and space, she's one of the only two ultimate gods in the Protoss race. She's second only to the strongest evil god, Lilith. She was once feared by the demon race, right? Elise did her best to search for information about her. Yes. Gula clapped his hands and praised, that's the evil god who has raised hell on the battlefield several times. The evil god of deceit. And taboos, Pandenium. But if it was 1,000 years ago, before the war ended, even the demons would be afraid when this name was mentioned. But if it was 1,000 years ago when the war had not ended, even the powerhouses of the devil race would be terrified at the mention of this name. This was because this evil god was an extremely dangerous person. To a certain extent, even the devil dwellers were far inferior to him. Just as Gula said, this goddess had raised hell on the battlefield several times, which was a taboo in the world. Her power could leave indelible fear in the hearts of others, and even awaken the greatest fear in the hearts of others, making them go crazy on the battlefield. Plus, her power also had the effect of deceit. With just a little guidance, the crazy demons would brandish the butcher's knife to their closest companions on the battlefield. Humans, Protoss, and demons had seen many times in the past. In the chaotic battlefield, only the evil god's battlefield had enemies killing each other, and no one was willing to stand by her side. The warriors of the human clan, god clan, and demon clan had often seen that in the chaotic battlefields, only the battlefield where this evil god was fighting had the enemies killing each other, and no one on her side was willing to stand by her side. The goddess enjoyed this situation very much. More than once, she stood in the middle of enemies killing each other and covered the ground in blood, smiling happily. It was terrifying. Because of this heretic god had even angered the demons, causing them to take action against him and kill him. Unfortunately, not long after, the evil god would run out of the battlefield again happily, without any signs of being tortured or killed. She once claimed, "I can even deceive death itself. Except for the demon king and the supreme god, no one can kill me." The evil god was happy about this, and in the end, even the demons gave up on killing her. But the Protoss goddesses also saw her as an alien, and no one was willing to fight side by side with her. Because of this, after the war ended, the evil god was also placed under house arrest by the three goddesses, and was not allowed to step out of the realm of the gods. After Gula was rejected by the goddess of life, he received the blessing of this ultimate superior evil god. Thanks to this blessing, the evil god's blessing I received can give my power the ability to deceive. Gula didn't hide his power at all and confidently said it out loud. My unique skill is the ability to control things that come into contact with me, but because of the evil god's blessing, it has almost evolved. Originally, Gula's unique skill could only allow him to control things that come into contact with his body. For example, he could use his unique skill to control the atmosphere and turn it into a hurricane or a tempest without any problems. He could also control the ground under his feet, turning it into a swamp, a hill, or even a maze. He could even control the clothes he wore, turning them into any shape. This ability was already very powerful, but after Gula obtained the blessing of the evil god of deceit, this ability became even more of a cheat. With the evil god's blessing, I can deceive everything in my field of vision, making these things have the effect of being in contact with me. Gula sneered. In other words, I can control everything in my field of vision, including the enemies standing in front of me. After saying that, Gula stretched out his hand in Oz's direction. Oz felt as if his throat was being strangled, causing him to stand up, and his whole body was lifted into the air. Look, just like this, I can strangle you to death with a casual lift, Oz. Gula laughed cruelly as he continued to speak. If it wasn't for the fact that your levels are high, and your magic power is not ordinary, and you have some resistance to deceiving, I can even make your brain boil, your organs evaporate, and your whole body explode on the spot. Aren't you all just small characters in my eyes? You all are so weak, do you really think you can resist me? Gula became more and more immersed in the joy of violence, his other hand stretched out and controlled Maffy, who was about to rush up and save Oz. Maffy immediately stopped moving. Just like Oz, he was grabbed by an invisible hand and slowly lifted into the air. Oz. Maffy. Elise saw her two most powerful priests being treated like this by Gula, and immediately shouted at a loss. Evil. Put down the priests. Hateful evil god believer. The goddesses also shouted, and just as they were about to release their power and magic, they were violently interrupted by Gula. Mere goddesses, don't shout in front of me. Gula raised his hand, and several buildings around him suddenly rose from the ground, turned into huge rock cannonballs, and heavily smashed towards the location of the goddesses. Boom! The huge buildings collided with each other, and the roar of the impact resounded. The buildings smashed into the goddesses who couldn't dodge in time, and shattered into rubble and debris. Together with the sand and dust, the goddesses were buried. Goddess! Many people exclaimed. Bastard! Oz and Maffy, who were lifted into the air, struggled with all their might as their faces turned red. Ha 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 ha! Gula laughed out loud, and his laughter was filled with savagery. If I didn't need you all to control the Beastmen race and restrain the humans and the Protoss, I would really want to bury you all underground and let you have a taste of being buried alive. Or, I would suck out all the air here and suffocate you all to death. Do you all understand now? Without the hero, all of you are just small fries at this level. Gula looked at Elise, whose face was pale as a sheet. What goddess? Isn't she very weak? So what if she's the goddess of life? Isn't she just at the bottom of the transcendent level? Without her, I, Gula, am still the king of the Beastmen race, and can still grow to this stage. Do you see that? Saintess? Gula seemed to be venting out the hatred in his heart, and his words became more and more vicious. Elise bit her lips and looked at the priests lying on the ground. Then, she looked at Oz and Maffy, who were still struggling in the air. Her heart was filled with anxiety. She wanted to save them, but the destructive power of her magic wasn't high. As the goddess of life's messenger and her blesser, Elise, the beastman saintess, specialized in healing magic. With the protection of the goddess of life and the ability to control vitality, Elise's healing magic was the strongest in the world. Even the temple popule was almost surpassed by her. However, in terms of combat power, Elise was far behind. Thus, Elise could only anxiously look at Oz and Maffy, and couldn't help but look at the sky. Gullah sensed Elise's actions and couldn't help but sneer. "Stop looking, Saintess. The brave that you placed so much hope on can't even protect himself." Gullah's words were filled with a sense of satisfaction. He hasn't reached the transcendent level yet. He only has the strength to fight against a transcendent level existence with the help of the powerful sacred sword. Now, 2 transcendent brave have been awakened. Even if their sacred swords didn't awaken, their strength wouldn't be any weaker than any demon. 2 demon brave are fighting against a newbie that hasn't even reached the transcendent level. The only reason he could survive until now is because of the sacred sword that can purify all evil. He won't be able to win against the 2 undead brave warriors. He will die in the hands of his predecessor. Gullah had no doubt about it. Gullah didn't believe that 2 demon undead brave warriors were working together. He didn't believe that Shuren, who hadn't reached the transcendent level, would be able to survive. In this world, Shuren wouldn't be able to escape. This place wasn't as big as the outside world. At most, it was equivalent to a lower middle noble's territory. With the strength of a transcendent level existence, such a territory could be easily destroyed. As such, Shuren wouldn't be able to escape in such a small place. He would only be hunted down by the 2 undead brave warriors until he died. None of them are any weaker than that brave warrior. When they work together, they're even stronger. In addition, as the dead, they won't feel tired. They don't need to rest, eat, or drink. They can even drag Shuren Boztut to death. Gullah shook his head in an affected manner. "This is a trap that we set up from the beginning. It's to lure the brave warrior into the trap, or to trap and kill the human experts." In the end, the brave warrior stepped into the trap and became a fish in the water. To be honest, we're quite afraid of him. We're afraid that he'll reach the transcendent level. With his talent and the strength of the sacred sword, once he transcends, I'm afraid that he'll be like Mitra, the strongest existence comparable to the goddess of fate. Gullah's smile became sinister again. "It's a pity that this peerlessly talented brave warrior will be buried here. Don't worry, we won't waste his corpse. We'll definitely bring him back and have the Queen of the Undead awaken him. We'll turn him into a dead person and let him reunite with his fiancées on the battlefield." Although without the sacred sword, that brave warrior will only be at the limit level, I believe that many people will want to see him appear on the battlefield as a dead person, right? Will the demonic dragon go crazy? Will the most precious treasure of the kingdom be heartbroken? I'm really looking forward to it. After saying that, Gullah laughed heartily. "You." This time, even Elise was furious. "You won't succeed," Elise shouted. "The brave warrior will destroy all your schemes." "Is that so?" Gullah's face was full of disdain. However, at this moment, the intense battle in the sky changed. Boom, accompanied by a burst of air, an incomparably dazzling light suddenly burned in the sky. Among the 3 streams of light that were engaged in a fierce battle, the golden stream of light suddenly stopped. When the black and white streams of light closed in on him, his entire body suddenly vibrated with frightening magic power. He ignited a dazzling flame and sent the 2 streams of light flying. An astonishing aura surged out from the figure that was burning with dazzling flames. Like a volcanic eruption, it instantly enveloped the entire inner side of the world, shaking the entire world. "What?" Gullah's expression changed when he sensed the owner of this terrifying aura. "Scoundrel." Elise revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "Yes." Shuren exploded. Boom. High in the sky, Shuren's body burned with a dazzling light, causing the magic power in his body to surge like a surging torrent. As it circulated at an extreme speed, it turned into pure power that filled his body. In this situation, Shuren only felt that his body was filled with explosive power, and this power was becoming stronger and stronger. The holy sword in Shuren's hand also trembled, and it began to release a holy and dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, Shuren's aura skyrocketed by 10 times. At this moment, his power also skyrocketed by 10 times. The black and white knights seemed to be shocked by this astonishing aura, and they actually stopped in the air, not moving. On the contrary, it was Shuren who raised his eyes. His eyes were like a pair of scorching suns, emitting a shocking battle intent. "Apologies, seniors." Shuren's voice sounded faintly. "My situation doesn't seem too good, I can't continue to be entangled with you." Shuren sensed Elise's predicament. So, he used his last card. "Let me send you to rest." At this moment, the dazzling flames burning in the sky seemed to have become the only color in this world, emitting a presence that could overwhelm the entire world. Everyone looked at the hero who was burning with dazzling flames in the sky in a daze. For a moment, they forgot to move. This included the 2 undead heroes. They seemed to have instinctively sensed some danger and did not dare to get close to Shuren. However, even though they did not want to get close, Shuren made his move. Boom! Dazzling flames exploded in midair. Shuren, whose entire body was burning with flames, shot out from the exploding flames. He turned from a golden stream of light into a dazzling flame, darting toward the Dark Knight and the White Knight with an unparalleled might. The White Knight was the first to react. She turned into a whirlwind and disappeared from where she was in an instant. However, the Dark Knight's body trembled. By the time he reacted, he raised the heavy sword in his hand high and slashed at the incoming Shuren with a strange vibration. Clang! The holy sword and the heavy sword clashed, creating the loudest collision sound so far. Strong gales surged, and impacts rose in all directions. The 2 heroes clashed fiercely, unleashing astonishing power. This was especially so for the Dark Knight. When the heavy sword in his hand came into contact with the holy sword, the strange vibration on it immediately poured out and blasted onto Shuren's body. It ignored the defense of his skill. After being weakened by the protection of the holy sword, all the remaining power attacked his internal organs, as if it wanted to crush all of them. However, before that happened, the Dark Knight was sent flying. If his power was said to be an invisible attack that could crush internal organs, then this attack from Shuren was purely a physical attack. The power that was completely incomparable to before was unleashed on the Dark Knight, sending him flying. He turned into a cannonball and crashed into the ground below, causing the ground to rumble and collapse. The Dark Knight was instantly buried. Whoosh! Just as Shuren sent the Dark Knight flying, a whirlwind whistled behind him. The White Knight's figure appeared, and she slashed at Shuren's head with the heavy sword in her hand. Pay, delay. Suddenly, this chant came from Shuren, who had his back facing the White Knight. The fluctuation of mana spread from Sean's body and enveloped White Knight in an instant. At this moment, the White Knight's powerful slash seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, and its speed instantly slowed down. At this moment, Sean had already turned around and pressed his hand on White Knight's chest in a seemingly slow but actually fast manner. Pay, impact. From Shuren's hand, a huge amount of mana turned into a substantial shockwave that suddenly exploded. Boom! In the sky, a huge shockwave bloomed like a star ring. The clouds were dispersed by the shockwave. The earth-shattering sound turned into a sound wave that spread in all directions, shaking the earth and making it tremble. The cries and screams of countless people mixed together and became the only accompaniment in this world at this moment. The White Knight's figure flew out from the center of the shockwave like a kite with a broken string, rubbing against the air and falling down. Crack! The thick, pale armor on his body began to crack, and a thick aura of death seeped out. Not long after, Shuren's figure also appeared from the center of the shockwave. Swoosh! Amidst the air-piercing sound, Shuren once again turned into a dazzling fiery light and rushed toward the White Knight as if he was descending from the sky. I'll use this strike to finish you off. The holy sword in Shuren's hand bloomed with a dazzling light. The light dispersed the aura of death that leaked from the White Knight's body and illuminated the entire sky. Without a doubt, it was a light that could expel all curses and suppress all evil. The dead did not know fatigue, did not feel pain, and no matter how heavy their injuries were, they would not be fatal. They could still fight desperately until they completely tore the enemy into pieces. However, the power of the holy sword was undoubtedly a fatal poison to such an existence. Therefore, Shuren's strike would kill the spirit, dispel the soul, and let this hero who had turned into a dead person rest in peace. Ha! Therefore, Shuren shouted coldly, and the holy sword in his hand was like a ray of light, stabbing at the crack in the white knight's armor on the chest. However, the white knight suddenly moved, and suddenly his body became illusory. He turned into a cloud and disappeared without a trace. Bang! Shuren's attack missed, and he looked at the white knight who disappeared without a trace. He could not help but smack his lips. At this moment, another roar came from afar. The shattered and collapsed ground suddenly exploded, and a thick wave of dust was set off. The Black Knight shot out from within, and his whole body was wrapped in the aura of death that held like a vengeful spirit. He attacked Shuren without fear of death. Pay, rupture. Xian released his magic at the Black Knight who was attacking him. Boom, a wave of magic enveloped the Black Knight and exploded, attempting to blast this undead knight down. However, the Black Knight seemed as if nothing had happened. He endured the shocking explosive wind and continued charging toward Shuren. Pay, rupture. Pay, rupture. Pay, rupture. Pay, rupture. When Shuren saw this, he released his magic at the Black Knight without hesitation. Boom. 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 In an instant, huge explosions appeared on the Black Knight's body one after another. And he was blasted to the side. The Black Knight's charge slowed down. However, even though he was ravaged, the Black Knight did not seem to feel pain or fear. He actually withstood the explosive wind and charged out of the explosions, continuing to attack Shuren. Clang! When the holy sword and the heavy sword clashed again, the Black Knight's armor was blown to pieces, and the deathly aura on his body leaked out like a black gas. It made him look like the Grim Reaper from hell, and it was chilling. Shuren did not know if he should admire this senior. He actually withstood so many of his magic bombardments and recklessly launched attacks. If it wasn't for the fact that he was dead, perhaps he would have already turned into a bloody human figure. Shuren did not know if the Black Knight had dared to fight so hard when he was alive. He only knew that as the Black Knight's slash landed on his holy sword again, the vibration this time was far stronger than any of the previous ones. It was so strong that Linley felt pain all over his body. However, at this moment, a cloud rolled over and gathered behind Shuren. The White Knight, whose chest armor was broken, suddenly appeared and slashed at Shuren's back with a decaying and deathly aura. Being attacked from both the front and the back, Shuren instantly fell from an unparalleled advantage to a dangerous situation. He had clearly used the power of the Samsara destiny, and his strength had increased by 10 times. He had the absolute advantage, but in the end, the tables were suddenly turned at this moment. This was the brave, a hero who could find a chance to turn the tables in countless adverse situations. Even if their strength was above them, even if they were stronger than them, they could still find a chance and resolutely launch a counterattack. This was the truly troublesome part of the existence known as the brave, but it was also their true greatness. Even if they had lost their holy swords and their strength was not comparable to when they were alive, they were still not inferior to any demon. This was the reason. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump, at this moment, Shuren's heart began to beat faster. His blood was boiling. His magic was burning. It was as if this was the first time he truly felt the true meaning of the existence known as the brave. Under the fearless attacks of the 2 deceased seniors, his soul was touched. In the face of danger, Shuren entered an inexplicable state. Thump, 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 not long after, a pulse that matched Shuren's heartbeat came from Shuren's hand. It was the pulse of the holy swords. The holy swords seemed to resonate with Shuren's current state and actually transmitted a wave of will. It was joy. It was cheering. It was calling. It was cheering. Shuren could feel that he seemed to have become different. It was as if there was an inexplicable attraction coming from the void and drawing him there, causing Shuren to sink into it. Shuren did not notice that in his body, a red jade was slowly emitting light. At the same time, from Shuren's body, 3 rays of light appeared one after another. They were 3 rays of light that intertwined with each other and pierced through the heavens and the earth. The rays of light were divided into 3. One was golden and filled with a holy aura. One was blue and filled with transcendent holiness. The other was red and filled with a sense of danger. The three rays of light gathered together and dyed the dazzling flames burning on Sharon's body into a rainbow color. A buzzing sound appeared between heaven and earth. A mysterious rainbow wave spread out from Sharon's body. What is that? Everyone who saw this froze. Elise froze. Gula froze. The goddesses froze. Countless beastmen were also dumbfounded, no longer caring about anything else. As for the black and white undead knights, they raised their heavy swords high and froze in the position of slashing at Sharon. It was as if the time around them had stopped. They were bathed in the rainbow-colored ripples and were unable to move even an inch. Rumble, suddenly, the entire inner side of the world trembled. The power fluctuations that emerged from Sean's body directly shook the whole world. If the demon king or the supreme god were here, or if the three goddesses and 6 demons were here, they would realize that the power of the entire inner side of the world was absorbed into Sharon's body. No, it wasn't the power of the inner side of the world. It was the power of the demon king that remained here. In the distant ancient times, it was because of the demon king's power that the world was left with this wound. It was also because of the remnants of this power that the Protoss were suppressed here, and the supreme god was unable to repair the damage to this world. But at this moment, the remnant power of the demon king seemed to be attracted by the power on Sharon's body and came to his side. Swoosh! A red jade appeared above Sean's head. It directly rolled up this power and absorbed it, leaving nothing behind. Then, the red jade returned to Sharon's body. Rumble, the inner side of the world suddenly trembled even more violently. If someone looked down from the sky, they would see that the inner side of the world was gradually shrinking. Yes. This world was disappearing. The godly realm's border, sealed land. In the shrine that only existed in this world, the goddess in charge of summoning stared at the light screen in front of her. As she watched everything that was happening, her expression became more and more solemn. Especially when she saw Sharon's holy sword pulsating, the goddess first revealed a surprised and delighted expression. Then, when Sharon's body emitted a tricolored radiance, her expression changed again. That power has been awakened? 9 couldn't help but stand up. How did it awaken so quickly? It shouldn't be. 9 revealed a solemn expression of doubt. She knew that although that power had been awakened since Sean entered the magic transfer pool and reached the ultimate level, it had been awakened. However, logically speaking, even if the power was awakened, with Sharon's current strength, he still wouldn't be able to awaken it or use it. The limit realm might be very powerful in the human world, but compared to the power sleeping in Sharon's body, it was nothing. If Sharon wanted to properly understand that power, he would at least need to reach the transcendent realm. If he wanted to use it consciously, he might not even be able to do so. Under such circumstances, how could 9 not be surprised that the power was awakened at this time? But in the blink of an eye, 9 understood. Because the holy sword showed signs of metamorphosis, it caused this power to be affected and awakened, right? That's right. Just now, when faced with the 2 transcendent heroes, the hero's power in Sharon's body was stimulated, causing the holy sword to show signs of transformation. The pulsation that originated from the holy sword and resonated with Sharon was the sign of the holy sword's transformation. That was why 9 was pleasantly surprised just now. After all, once the holy sword showed signs of transformation, it proved that Sharon was advancing towards the transcendent realm. As the only existence that could naturally break through the limit and achieve transcendent realm through normal means, the hero's path of transcendent realm began from the holy sword showing signs of transformation. After reaching the limit realm, the hero's transcendent realm had tried everything to break through to the transcendent realm. However, as the only existence that could break through using normal means, no one could tell them how to do it. The 3 goddesses and the 6 demons were all born transcendent realm. The goddess of justice was also born transcendent realm, but she had some flaws. Helemus was a half-demon. After searching for so long, he finally found an evil way to mend his own body. In the end, he helped his son and was devoured by his son. The princess also used a different path and relied on a supreme god's secret treasure to successfully transcend realm. None of these people transcended through normal means. They grew all of them, and finally, they relied on their own efforts to transcendent hero. Thus, the hero's path to transcendence could only be explored by himself. In the end, only a few people succeeded in crossing this barrier and reached transcendence. Because of this, even if Shuren couldn't transcendent realm, it was still possible for him to do so. However, no matter which hero it was, as soon as their holy sword showed signs of transformation, they would start taking steps towards transcendent realm. Apart from Mitra, who reached the transcendent realm in one go with his limit realm body and comprehended the inner hall, the other hero who succeeded in transcendent realm were the same. As soon as the holy sword showed signs of transformation, they would officially begin transcendent realm. This time, Shuren was stimulated by the two former heroes' actions, which triggered the concept of hero in his heart. As a result, the holy sword's transformation was successfully triggered. At this point, it was only a matter of time before Shuren reached transcendent realm. However, because of this, the dormant power within Shuren's body was awakened as the holy sword showed signs of transformation. It couldn't be helped. Those two powers were originally transferred to Shuren's body along with the hero's power. Moreover, the relationship between those two types of energy and hero's energy could be said to be deep and unbreakable. Now that the hero's power in Shuren's body has been stimulated, and the holy sword showed signs of transformation, the other two powers were naturally awakened. As such, Shuren was able to awaken the power that shouldn't have awakened now that he had officially triggered his transcendent realm path. This is troublesome, Nian couldn't help but bite her finger, and the solemn expression on her face gradually turned into anxiety. She watched as Shuren, who was emanating a tricolored radiance that connected heaven and earth, was immersed in the holy sword's pulse and his own resonance, completely oblivious to what was happening. Nian waved her slender hand, and the scene on the light screen changed to the ground. There, the inner side of the world was gradually collapsing, starting from the edge. The orcs and dwarves in the city had already fallen into chaos. They were at a loss for what to do. Some were shouting, while others were fleeing aimlessly. They had completely lost the solemnity and sternness from before. The buildings were collapsing. The earth was breaking. Under that apocalyptic scene, no matter how strong a person was, they were like the weakest ants, and they were utterly unable to resist. Nian stared at this apocalyptic scene, and her heart was filled with anxiety. Attracted by the Demon King's power in Shuren, the remaining Demon King's power in the cracks has disappeared, and the inner side of the world is about to disappear as well. They have nowhere to go. With the disappearance of the remaining Demon King's power, the world had already begun to repair the damage it had suffered, filling up the inner side of the world. In this way, all life in the inner side of the world would be assimilated by the world itself, and directly turned into the magic power in the atmosphere. How could they not be anxious when their very existence would disappear together with them? Nian didn't care about what happened to the others. Whether it was Gullah, who wanted to raise the flag of rebellion against the Protoss, or the Vixen who had improper thoughts about Shuren, she didn't care about their lives. The only thing she cared about was her hero, her final spiritual sustenance. If this continued, that guy would definitely be assimilated by the world. Even if he has the blessings of that hateful goddess and the protection of the world, it's useless. At this time, the world's care for Shuren would instead cause Shuren to be forced into a dead end. After all, it wasn't killing Shuren, but assimilating with Shuren and turning Shuren into a part of itself. For the world that was close to Shuren and cared for Shuren, this was definitely a great thing. In its opinion, being able to become one with Shuren was the best protection, the best care, and it didn't even consider whether Shuren could continue to live in the world. Seeing that the inner side of the world was gradually collapsing, and Shuren still hadn't recovered, Nian finally couldn't sit still. "Can you hear me?" Nian screamed at the sky. "In this situation, do you intend to let me continue sitting here and watching? Could it be that you want to see that person assimilated into the world you created? If you don't want to do anything, then let me out." Nian's words were filled with indignation. She was really angry. She was angry that this hateful goddess continued to lock her up after waking up and even restricted her power, not allowing her to summon Shuren here. If it wasn't for her, Nian would have summoned Shuren here and eaten him without saying a word. Last time, he was already halfway to success and was just a little bit away. His original plan was to follow up on his victory and directly make him his man in one fell swoop. Who knew that this woman would actually wake up and even plan to mess up his plan? She was definitely doing this on purpose. She couldn't bear to see Nian succeed, couldn't bear to see Nian devour her hero. But he was clearly her hero, he was her hero, it was fine that those coquettish bitches on the ground took the lead. Anyway, she didn't care about those girls, and it wasn't unacceptable for them to be her hero's playmates or concubines. But now, this woman that she hated the most actually wanted to snatch him from her and obstruct her plans. This was simply intolerable. Let me out. Let me out. Nian was so angry that she stomped her feet. At this moment, Nian noticed that the light screen in front of her had changed. Nian stared blankly at the scene that appeared on the light screen. She was stunned at first, then astonishment, and finally, her astonishment turned into intense anger. You actually did such a thing? You. Why you? Aha. Nian was so angry that she fell into a berserk state. At the same time, a dazzling azure light shone from the light screen in front of her. In an instant, it occupied the entire inner side of the world. Clang, when this azure light, which was different from the blue light that rose from Shuren's body, appeared, the inner side of the collapsing world froze. The sunken ground froze. The collapsed buildings froze in midair, looking as if they were about to collapse. The people who were fleeing in panic seemed to have been stopped. They stood there motionlessly with horrified expressions on their faces. The inner side of the world that looked like it was the end of the world a second ago seemed to have turned into a fixed landscape painting in this instant. Everything stopped. Including time. Including space. It was the same. In this world, the only one who could move freely was Shuren. He was still immersed in the pulsation between himself and the holy sword. His body was shrouded in a tricolored radiance, and he became the only living existence in this frozen space and time. Under such circumstances, the azure light converged and turned into a precious jade. A precious jade that was as blue as the sky and as blue as the ocean. As soon as this precious jade appeared, the entire world trembled in joy as if it had seen its mother. But the blue precious jade didn't pay attention to it at all. It just began to revolve around Shuren. Clang, in the next second, a dark red light shone on Shuren's body. The red precious jade that had appeared for a very short period of time and absorbed the power of the demon king in the inner side of the world before returning to Shuren's body appeared again at this time. Its appearance caused the blue precious jade to pause for a moment. Then, it continued to revolve around Shuren. The red precious jade also seemed to want to chase it. It followed and kept revolving around Shuren's body. The two precious jade, one blue and one red, flickered with the purest light. As if with Shuren as the center, they constantly chased, revolved, and revolved around each other. Not long after, the red precious jade seemed to warn the blue precious jade and re-entered Shuren's body. Seeing this, the blue precious jade paused for a moment. Then, it followed suit and entered Shuren's body. Then, for some reason, the holy sword in Shuren's hand broke free from his hand. It turned into a golden light and entered his body. As the holy sword and the precious jade entered his body, the three rays of light on Shuren's body became brighter and brighter. Finally, the light swept away all the people on the ground and wrapped around Shuren. Together, they broke through the spacetime and left this place. After a long while, the frozen spacetime returned to its original state. The inner side of the world continued to collapse like the end of the world and finally disappeared without a trace. At the border of the divine realm, inside the temple in the sealed land, Nian watched all of this happen, and she was going crazy. You actually threw the precious jade into his body? How can you be so shameless? You want to snatch it from me no matter what, right? Do you really? Think I can't snatch it from you? Nian spat out fragrant words, and then she immediately became ruthless. I don't believe that is your incarnation, I can't resist your power at all. Since you've lost the precious jade, it's my turn now. Just you wait. With that said, astonishing power surged out of Nian's body. The power lasted for a long time. His consciousness was gradually sinking, drifting further and further away as if he didn't know what fatigue was, as if embarking on a journey to find the end of time. As Shuren listened to the pulsation coming from his body, he felt that his entire body was filled with an astonishing power that fascinated him. That power was so strange, yet so familiar, as if it came from somewhere else, yet had been residing in his body for a long time without being discovered before. Now, it was gradually awakening. Under the guidance of this power, Xianxia's consciousness sank and suddenly saw a scene. It was a story that happened in a boundless sea of flowers. A young girl and a goddess were confronting each other. Why? The young girl shouted as if she was very dissatisfied. Upon closer inspection, the young girl was holding a shining golden sword in her hand. Although her presence was very weak, the holy waves that the sword in her hand gave off were extremely powerful. Xianxia even had a feeling that the power of that sword was not inferior to his own divine sword. No, that's not right. That seems to be my divine sword, right? Xianxia suddenly felt that way. While Xianxia felt that way, the young girl who was confronting the goddess was still venting her dissatisfaction. Why won't you let me get close to that child? That child looks very lonely. The young girl pouted and protested to the goddess. But the goddess's expression was unusually calm. I've said it, that demon king is very dangerous. The goddess spoke with a tone that could only be described as cold. Dangerous? The young girl protested. Why don't I feel anything at all? Because you're ignorant. The goddess's tone was not at all high-spirited. I can tell you with certainty that she is a terrifying existence that has destroyed the world I created countless times, obstructed me countless times, chased after me countless times, and never once let me go. If you get too close to her, you will sooner or later be harmed by that power that even I can't resist. The goddess's advice could be said to be very well intentioned. Even if her tone was cold and her expression was excessively calm, given her personality, she wasn't the type to talk so much to others. To her, everything in the world was simply created by her. Whether it was life or not, everything was of equal value. In other words, the importance of a person, in the eyes of the goddess, was on the same level as the stones on the roadside. Of course, if the stones moved in front of her, she would also take a few glances. That was why the omnipotent goddess would pay attention to a person even if she didn't care. In other words, the goddess's attitude towards humans was nothing more than this. For someone like her to say so many words to advise the young girl, it was enough to show how much she valued the young girl. Unfortunately, the young girl wasn't her. She wasn't omnipotent, couldn't read minds, and couldn't perform any strange miracles. She only had the protection of the holy sword in her hand. Not only did she not listen to the goddess's advice, but she also became more dissatisfied. I don't believe that child is such a vicious person. The young girl had been keeping a straight face, speaking up for the demon king whom she had been acquainted with for some time. However, when these words fell into the ears of the goddess, her heart rippled once again. Compared to me, do you prefer to be with her? The goddess couldn't help but whisper. What? The goddess didn't seem to hear her and showed a blank expression. Nothing. The goddess calmed herself down and calmly said, anyway, you can't get close to her anymore. After saying that, the goddess didn't even give the goddess a chance to refute and directly declared, I created countless worlds that don't intersect with this world in order to use the environment of those worlds to nurture life with the concept of hero. And you are the first hero to be born. I can't win against that demon king, but you, as a hero, can. So, the only thing you need to do is to listen to me and wait for the right time. At this time, the goddess had already begun to design the races. In order to make the goddess stronger, she had already formulated the relevant rules and filled the concepts of level and skills into the world's truth. In this way, when he created all kinds of life races, he could start to nurture young girls and help them become stronger. After that, when the goddess reached the limit of this world, she could rely on the divine sword in her hand to become one to obtain power that was extremely close to her level. At that time, she could join forces with her. Although she wasn't a match for the demon king, it was only because of the difference in power that caused her to be restrained. In essence, she was still in existence of the same level as the demon king. Even if she couldn't win against him, restraining him wouldn't be a problem. At that time, the goddess could wait for an opportunity to use the divine sword to pierce through the demon king's heart and subjugate him. Everything would be carried out in an orderly manner. She couldn't let her hero come into contact with the dangerous and detestable demon king. But, the goddess couldn't seem to get over it. The demon king she knew seemed to be completely different from the demon king that summoned her, or rather, created the world she lived in. In the goddess' eyes, that child would feel lonely when she wasn't around, but would feel happy when she was by her side. That child had never done anything to threaten her, or even this world. Was it because she couldn't see through that child's true colors, or, the goddess that summoned her was deceiving her? The goddess' heart was in a mess. No matter which possibility it wasn't something she wanted to see. Can't the three of us live in harmony? The goddess was troubled. Although the demon king was her friend, the goddess in front of her who was too strict with her was also her friend. Because of that, she didn't want to see anything happen to either of them, nor did she want to see either of the two possibilities that she imagined. But the goddess decisively said it. Give up. It's impossible for that existence to live in harmony with others. She is the calamity. She is the end. Throughout the countless years, she has destroyed the world I created countless times, yet she still wouldn't let me go. To me, she is the only and biggest threat. Because of that, no matter what, the goddess wanted to eliminate her. Not only for herself, but also so that she could continue to create worlds in the future. You must come with me and kill her. Do you hear me? The goddess stared at the goddess. The goddess opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she was forced by the goddess' unquestionable attitude and nodded helplessly. Although she didn't want to do anything to that child, with the goddess's attitude, resisting her now would no longer have any chance of turning things around. I should find a chance to talk to her in the future. The goddess thought. However, the goddess didn't know that in the distant horizon, the one she was concerned about was looking at her. Seeing the goddess nod, a tear rolled down from the corner of the end's eye. Shuren, whose consciousness was slowly sinking, suddenly woke up. What was that just now? His face was full of surprise, doubt, and contemplation. It was as if he had guessed something, but he didn't dare to confirm it. His brows were deeply furrowed. Just as Sean was immersed in his thoughts, 3 rays of light suddenly appeared in the sea of consciousness that he had sunk into. One was bright. One was blue. And one was dark red. 3 different colors of light, as if representing the truth of this world and this universe, intertwined with each other. Shuren came back to his senses and looked at the 3 rays of light. In the light, something that wasn't unfamiliar to Shuren gradually appeared. In the dazzling golden light, a holy sword slowly appeared. Amidst the holy azure light, a blue jade also appeared. And finally, in the dark red light, a red jade appeared. A holy sword, 2 precious gems, the 3 most supreme treasures in the universe, appeared in Sean's sea of consciousness and slowly floated in the air. Among them, 1 blue and 1 red jade kept revolving around the holy sword. The holy sword pulsed rhythmically, resonating with Shuren's heartbeat and emitting a strong holy aura. That aura fused with Shuren's sea of consciousness and Shuren's entire body, allowing Shuren to feel it. My body seems to be transforming. Yes. Shuren's body was transforming. In other words, the existence named Shuren was undergoing a transformation. Not only Shuren, but the holy sword was also constantly resonating with Shuren and gradually transforming. Sean had a feeling that something was wrong. When this transformation is complete, I will step into transcendence, said Meng Hao. That was it. At the same time, the 3 rays of light that enveloped the holy sword, the blue jade, and the red jade were stimulated by the 3 supreme treasures and gradually fused with Shuren's body. When Shuren transcended, the 3 rays of light would also be completely awakened and become Shuren's power. Sean felt all this, but his heart was filled with mixed feelings of surprise and bewilderment. Needless to say, delighted. By a freak combination of factors, he had crossed the threshold of the transcendent realm and seemed to be awakening an astonishing power. When this transformation ended, one could imagine how powerful he would become. Originally, Shuren was believed that once he transcended, he would definitely be stronger than the goddess of destiny and hero Mitra. Now, with this supreme power that was like the truth of the universe, he might even become an existence on par with the demon king and the supreme god after transcending. But he was also perplexed. This supreme power, could it be the mysterious unique skill that appeared after I reached the limit level? Shuren had some guesses. The question was, what's up with those 2 jade gems? Shuren stared at the 2 jade gems that were bathed in blue and red light, frowning deeply. Shuren still did not know what those 2 jade gems were. but he knew that they must be incredible items. After all, they could very well belong to the Demon King and the Supreme God. Thanks to them, his power and the speed of the transformation of the Holy Sword were accelerating, and even the unique skill that was dormant was being awakened. But why were they here? How did they come to be in his body? What was the relationship between them and his unique skill? Why did it feel like they came from the same source? Before he could answer these questions, Xianxia of consciousness rumbled. Shan's consciousness was expelled, and he disappeared from this place. On the platform of the Orc barracks in Cosmos, there were only Orc corpses that were killed by the star cluster array formation. Apart from the blood-stained ground and the bloody silence, there was nothing else. But at this moment, apart from the corpses of the Orcs that were killed, there were also people who had fainted. These people were almost lying in every corner of the platform. Some were Orcs, and some were goddesses. Some were big, some were small, some were young, and some were old. They appeared here without a sound, and at a certain moment, there was finally some movement. The moment Xian opened his eyes, he realized that he was lying in the middle of the platform, and he became one of the people who had fainted. He was a little confused, and he couldn't even react to what had happened. Or rather, he didn't know what had happened. How did I get out of the crack? Xian looked at the familiar platform and the blood-filled Orc barracks. His head buzzed, and he fell into a state of bewilderment. It wasn't until a while later that Xian realized something. My holy sword. He realized that his holy sword was gone. But soon, he felt at ease again. Because he clearly felt the presence of the holy sword. Unbeknownst to him, the holy sword had entered his body. Just as he had seen it in his sea of consciousness, it was bathed in a golden radiance, surrounded by the blue and red gems that were bathed in a blue radiance. It was constantly emitting holy waves, allowing the holy power to fuse into his body. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump, similar pulsations came from the holy sword, which happened to coincide with the frequency of Xian's heartbeat. Under such circumstances, Xian's body seemed to be undergoing some changes. It was as if he had evolved, as if he had been reborn. This feeling made Xian feel as if all the bones in his body were itching, and his flesh and blood seemed to be cheering. It was as if he had entered his mother's womb and was being reborn. This made Xian realize it clearly. I'm really transcending. Xian was surprised and overjoyed. He just didn't know how his transcendence, as a hero, would be carried out. Xian could only suppress the joy in his heart and put this matter aside for the time being. Shortly after, Xian propped himself up and looked around. Many Orcs and goddesses were lying around him, surrounding him in the middle. It was as if Xian had done something to them, and they were lying around him in an orderly manner. Even Nob was lying by the side, drenched in blood, and the Orc warriors of the enemy camp were lying together. The evidence was that Nob was also lying not far away from Nob. He seemed to be in a much better condition than Nob, but he was also injured quite a bit. There was still a trace of fear between his brows, which allowed Xian to easily guess what Nob had gone through before he fainted. What exactly is going on? Xian, who knew nothing about this, could only furrow his brows. In his memory, at the very end, he was using his full strength to fight against the two heroes who had been awakened as the dead. When they risked their lives to turn the tables, he was touched. At that time, he was touched by the existence of a hero and understood the true meaning of the existence of a hero. Thus, he resonated with the holy sword in his hand. After that, Xian had no memory at all. He only knew that he was immersed in an extremely mysterious state. There was an inexplicable and powerful force flowing all over his body, as if something in his body had been awakened. Other than that, he wasn't too clear. Instead, Xian still remembered everything that he saw in his sea of consciousness. Goddess, Demon King, and the young hero. Xian's gaze wavered slightly. He knew that he might have peeped into a distant history that no one knew about. That might be the beginning of everything. That might be the source of everything. The reason why the current omnipotensen was like this was because of that time. Those three existences that represented the supreme concept were the beginning of everything. However, why do I feel that the young hero is very familiar? There's an inexplicable sense of familiarity and intimacy? Xian was puzzled. Due to this inexplicable sense of familiarity and intimacy, when he saw the memories in his sea of consciousness, Xian even felt a sense of sadness. It was as if everything that the young brave girl had gone through made his heart ache. Although in the memories in his sea of consciousness, Shuren only saw the innocence and childishness of the young hero, and not much sadness, when the young hero nodded helplessly due to the stubbornness of the goddess, and the demon king watched everything in the dark and shed tears, his heart suddenly ached. It was so painful that he wanted to rush over and change everything. Seriously, Shuren could only touch his head, looking like a monk scratching his head in confusion. However, there was one thing that Shuren could be sure of. So far, I've seen similar dreams several times. In the beginning, Shuren did not feel much about these dreams and only treated them as pure dreams. Hence, after he woke up, he basically did not remember them. But now, there's obviously a reason for these dreams to appear. Shuren once again sank his consciousness into the inside of his body and looked at the blue and red gems that were revolving around the holy sword. The two gems, one blue and one red, were revolving there, looking like they were following the holy sword's lead, as if they were attached to the holy sword. However, they were definitely not inferior to the holy sword. In fact, to a certain extent, they were the supreme crystallization of concepts in this world. If everything in my dream is true, then these two gems must have a very deep connection with the demon king and the supreme god, and they belong to them. In that case, there was still the same question. How did these two things get into my body? When did they enter my body? Are you preparing to stay at my place? Shuren's feelings were very subtle. Putting aside the fact that the holy sword had suddenly appeared in his body, he was still in a daze. Now, he discovered that there were two precious treasures in his body, and these two precious treasures had a significant background. They were directly related to the demon king and the supreme god. This made Sean feel as though there were two big shots living in his body, and they were two big shots that he couldn't chase away no matter how hard he tried. Fortunately, these two big shots did not seem to be just lazy and did not want to leave. They would pay rent. Thanks to them, the speed of his and the holy sword's metamorphosis seemed to have accelerated, and the time to enter transcendence seemed to have shortened a lot. His mysterious unique skill also seemed to be gradually awakening because of them, and as the metamorphosis progressed, it would fall into his control. Shuren looked at his skill column and looked at the unique skill that he obtained after entering the limit level. Unique skill. The power of the great achievement of the truth of the universe. The combination of the three supreme concepts is currently awakening. Previously, the status of this unique skill was displayed as currently unavailable. But now, its status had changed to currently awakening. This was enough to explain everything. The amalgamation of the three supreme concepts. Shuren's mood was a little complicated. There was no other way. The amount of information hidden in this sentence was not little at all. It could even be said that it was terrifying. Shuren did not dare to think about it. He did not dare to think about why such a unique skill would suddenly appear on him. The truth contained in this made him feel a little afraid, and he did not want to touch it. But he also knew that these things were probably very important to him. Forget it, I'm not afraid of the itch when there are too many lice. It's not a big deal if I have one or two more mysteries on my body, it seems like. Shuren used the mental comfort method. However, to a certain extent, his thoughts were not wrong. All along, he had been in the center of the vortex of all kinds of mysteries. Now that he had one or two more mysteries on his body, it seemed like it was not a big deal. Therefore, Shuren would not overly dwell on it. In any case, things that he could not understand were things that he could not understand. There was no point in dwelling on it. He only needed to remember not to dig a hole for himself and work hard to improve his strength so that he had the power to deal with everything. That was enough. Otherwise, if he were to dwell on it one by one, he would not be able to live a good life in this life. He was about to transcend and become the strongest existence in this world. When that time came, the mysteries would be solved one by one, right? Of course, after going back, maybe I can think of a way to explore. This was the thought that came to Shuren. There were some questions that perhaps no one knew until now. But there were some questions that perhaps people had always been clear about. Shuren thought of two people. One was Neon. The other was Scylla. He felt that these two people must know something more or less. Moreover, it was very likely that these two people had already met. After all, back in the demon realm, Neon had asked Shuren to pass some of her words to Scylla. At that time, when Neon asked Shuren to pass on the message, she mentioned that Scylla wanted to see her. Moreover, Neon also gave Scylla a way to let Scylla bring the rainbow magic diamond to the Canyon of God. Xian still didn't know what kind of place the Canyon of Gods was. However, according to Helemis, the so-called rainbow magic diamond seemed to be the most precious treasure of the demons, which was on par with the magic pool and the magic roar chain. It was one of the 3 treasures personally refined by the demon king. If he brought this treasure of the demons to the Canyon of God, it seemed that there would be a way to meet Neon. Sala looked like she knew what was going to happen. In this case, the possibility that the supreme demons had already met Neon was not small. What did the two of them talk about? Out of intuition, Shuren guessed that it might be something closely related to him, the power in his body and the 2 precious gems. Then, as long as he talked to these 2 people, he would probably understand something, right? Scylla is now trapped in the demon world, and I probably won't be able to see her for a while. Then it seems that I can only start with Neon. But that goddess seems to have disappeared again recently, right? Shuren felt a little headache. Forget it, I'll think about it when I get back. Shuren decisively gave up thinking and turned to face the reality in front of him. He first looked around and found Elise not far from him. Elise? Elise? Shuren hurriedly came to the little fox's side, picked her up, and gently patted her cheeks while calling out. Woo, the little fox responded to Shuren's action and call. Her eyelids trembled slightly and then slowly opened. Are you okay? Seeing this, Shuren breathed a sigh of relief and asked repeatedly. Huh? Elise seemed to have not reacted, staring blankly at Shuren while looking around blankly. Her first sentence made Shuren blush with shame. I'm not dead? Or am I already dead? The little fox looked lost, and actually looked a little pitiful. Shuren wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. This was because there was also some lingering fear in Elise's eyes. It was obvious that she had experienced something extremely terrifying before she fainted. Don't worry, you're not dead. Shuren could only comfort the little fox. What happened? How did we come out from the inner world? Hearing this, Elise still couldn't react. We came out from the inner world? Elise didn't know whether it was because she didn't believe it or because she didn't understand the situation, but she was trembling with fear and looked like a yes man. Yes, we came out from the inner world. Shuren confirmed what she said, and hoped that she could understand the current situation as soon as possible. After a while, Elise finally understood the current situation. She looked around at the people lying on the ground and looked at Shuren who was hugging her, and suddenly tears welled up in her eyes. I thought we were dead for sure this time. Elise let out a cry and burst into tears. Ugh, the corner of Shuren's mouth twitched, and an expression of despair appeared on his face. Xian wanted to cry but no tears came out as he watched the little fox throw herself into his arms once again, tears streaming down her face as though they were free, gradually soaking his clothes. Oh well, his clothes were in trouble again. After a while, Shuren finally comforted the little fox in his arms. The little fox's cries seemed to have woken up the others, causing them to wake up one after another. Where am I? Is this hell? Are we still alive? Heavens! There are so many corpses here. Mommy! Lady Elise! Daddy! Lord Shuren! The orcs and goddesses began to wake up one after another, causing the entire platform to be filled with noise. The orc priests, led by Oz and Maffy, immediately gathered in the direction of Elise. The goddesses also hurriedly ran to Xian. Some of the others reunited, some cried as if they had just survived a disaster, some cried tears of joy, and some could not believe that they had come out of the inner plane of the world. They were all stunned. Even the enemy orc warriors and dwarves who were brought out with them were at a loss. How did we get out? Isn't this the end of the world? Did we just escape? That's great. The orc warriors and dwarves were also in a state of great joy and sorrow. Only some of them quickly reacted to the current situation, and their faces turned green and white as they quietly prepared to slip away. Not was one of them. After he woke up, he saw countless orc priests and goddesses surrounding Shuren, and then looked around, and the fear in his eyes almost came out. He had seen it with his own eyes. He had seen how Shuren had exploded with terrifying power and caused the inner world to collapse. That power wasn't something that someone like him could resist. Especially now, Gullah wasn't here, and the two undead heroes, who were regarded as trump cards, had disappeared without a trace, while the hero was still here. This situation didn't look good no matter how he looked at it. Not's expression kept changing as he prepared to sneak away. Unfortunately, weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? What? Now that you're afraid, you want to slip away? When such a voice appeared behind Not, his body stiffened, and the corners of his eyes twitched violently. He wanted to run, but the back of his neck was directly grabbed by a large hand, and he was forcefully twisted. Thus, Not saw his brother, who was covered in scars. Is there anything else you want to say? Nob stared straight at Not, pronouncing a death sentence. Spare me. Not was shocked. In the next second, a miserable scream came from here, and it didn't stop for a long time. What? On the platform of the Beastmen camp, Shuren's shocked exclamation was so clear. At this time everyone had gathered around Shuren, including Norb. After reuniting with his wife and daughter and taking care of Not, he also came to Shuren's side. The Beastmen warriors and dwarven blacksmiths led by Not were mercilessly captured by the goddesses with binding magic. They were tossed to the side and piled up into a human mountain. Seizing this opportunity, Shuren asked everyone about what happened in the inner plane. In the end, he found out the truth that shocked him. You said that because of me, the inner plane was destroyed? Shuren couldn't imagine what his ears were hearing. However, everyone looked at him with solemn, serious, excited, reverent, or worshipful expressions. All of them nodded heavily. After 3 terrifying rays of light rose from your body, the inner plane started to collapse. Elise spoke with a lingering fear in her heart. That was like the end of the world. I thought we were dead for sure. Elise's words immediately gained the approval of everyone present. Even the goddesses had lingering fear in their hearts. If it weren't for the fact that they had strong mental fortitude, they would have collectively had nightmares at night. Then how did we escape from death? Shuren was a little confused and could only continue asking. However, this question made everyone look at each other in dismay. Obviously, everyone present didn't know why they were able to survive such a disaster and return to the outside world. Could it be that it only seemed dangerous, but everyone who was actually involved in the disaster would return to the outside world? Then why didn't the enemy warriors who were involved in the collapse of the inner plane return to the outside world? Everyone couldn't figure it out. Alright. Seeing this, Shuren rubbed his brows and gave up on pursuing the matter. It seems that the overgods are protecting us. Let's just treat it as we escaped a disaster. The reason that Shuren casually said actually caused the goddesses to nod in agreement. Indeed, the only one who could save everyone from such a calamity is our mother goddess, said the goddess of light. It must be because the well-wisher, Lord Shuren, was in danger that the mother goddess summoned a miracle. Thank you, overgods. Thank you, Lord Shuren. Thank you, overgods. Thank you, Lord Shuren. The goddesses sincerely bowed to Shuren, their eyes filled with trust and love. This made Shuren feel a little awkward. He was really just saying it casually. At that moment, Shuren quickly changed the topic. Is everyone here? Did they all come out from the inner plane? Shuren asked Elise and the others. We've done a head count. We've counted them. Oz said. None of us orc priests and goddesses were left behind. All of us came out and were lucky enough to survive. All of them. I've also taken a look over here. Basically all the captives from the various clans are here. Norb spoke to Sean as he held his daughter in his arms and his wife's hand. As for the enemy beastman warriors and dwarf blacksmiths led by Not, their expressions were pale. They had suffered heavy losses. Perhaps it was because of Shuren's blessings that caused the world to faintly care for them, but Shuren's side had all survived. On the other hand, his enemies, the beastmen and dwarves, were not so lucky. They were either attacked by Shuren and the others or dragged into the inner plane's collapse. Now, less than 10% of the beastman warriors and dwarf blacksmiths had survived. That's right. Elise seemed to recall something and hurriedly said to Shuren. Gullah is gone too. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere changed slightly. Shuren put away his expression and narrowed his eyes. He couldn't have been dragged into the inner plane's collapse and died, right? Muffet guessed. If that's the case, then it's definitely retribution. Oz coldly snorted, looking as if this was how it should be. That kind of ending is too easy for him. Norb's eyes flashed with ferocity. This tiger tribe's minister hated Gullah the most. If not for his strength, he would have torn him apart with his own hands. However, Elise shook her head. Before I lost consciousness, I felt that person's breath of life. Everyone knew what Elise was implying. The beastman priests and goddesses started to clamor. Did he also come out? Then where is he now? He couldn't have escaped, could he? Don't be like this. That sinner is still at large outside. I really don't want to admit such a fact. That's right. Everyone couldn't help but clamor. Sean was the only one who closed his eyes slightly, as if he was sensing something. After a while, Shuren opened his eyes and revealed a cold smile. That guy is indeed still alive. Hearing Shuren's words, everyone's expression changed. But immediately after, they heard it. But if he wants to escape, it won't be that easy. Shuren faintly smiled. Some magic was circulating in his hand. Cosmos, the outskirts of the city. On a remote path, the one-eyed beastman king rode the wind and quickly rushed from the direction of Cosmos, landing here. Gullah was panting a little. One could see how hurried and anxious he was to escape. Sweat seeped out from the hair all over his body and wet the ground under his feet. Gullah looked at himself drenched in sweat and looked at his sorry appearance. In the end, he couldn't help but heavily hit the tree next to him. The tree broke and turned into sawdust. But Gullah still couldn't vent his anger. How could this be? Gullah's voice was filled with unwillingness. We already moved into the crack of the world and set up a trap. When that hero stepped in, why did he still fail? Gullah was really unwilling to accept this. After all, he was the one who wanted to see that hero die a pitiful death. Seeing that Shuren really came to the inner world and appeared in front of him, no one knew how excited Gullah was. He thought that this time, he could really get rid of this hero that he didn't like, and he would get rid of the biggest enemy for the new, primal demon. Who would have thought that when facing two transcendent heroes that even the demons were afraid of, not only did Shuren survive, but he even had the upper hand. In the end, he even activated some kind of power, causing all of the plans of the new, primal demon, and himself to go up in smoke. Thinking about the last scene he saw in the inner world, Gullah couldn't help but show fear on his face. What is that? Why does that damned hero still have such power? Could it be that he's really blessed by the heavens? Even at this point, he still has something amazing hidden in his body? Gullah's face twisted. This result was not something he wanted to see, and it was something that made him go crazy. Gullah was originally jealous of Yi Futian because he was blessed by the heavens. Now, he discovered that Yi Futian didn't use up all of his power. This feeling made Gullah feel unimaginable hatred. Don't be too happy. Don't be too happy. It's not over yet. Gullah was driven by the jealousy and hatred in his heart, and he almost roared. Even if you escape this time, you will still die in front of me next time. Gullah made up his mind. He would first meet up with Donnas, and then discuss with him about how to deal with Shuren. He believed that when Donnas knew what happened today and the hidden power in Shuren's body, he would definitely be more afraid of Shuren. At that time, he would definitely want to eliminate Shuren just like Gullah. Just you wait. After Gullah made up his mind, he took out a gem and crushed it. The gem's powder danced in the air and turned into a layer of light that appeared in front of Gullah. In the light screen, that familiar reflection appeared once again. Seeing that reflection, Gullah didn't waste time, or rather, he didn't have the leisure to do so. He directly said, "The plan has failed. Quickly send someone to bring me to your side." Gullah straightforwardly explained the situation. In the light screen, that reflection was motionless, and there was an indescribable silence. That silence was quite oppressive, and it made Gullah feel quite uneasy. What's wrong? Didn't you hear me clearly? Gullah was driven by his emotions, and he said to the reflection in an unfriendly tone, "I said, hurry up and send someone to pick me up, did you hear me?" At this moment, Gullah's tone inevitably became vile. It was as if he was giving orders to this new, primal devil, leader as his own subordinate. Donis finally spoke. He didn't get angry, and he didn't blame Gullah either. He just sighed and asked in his usual gentle and refined manner. How did it fail? Donis seemed to be puzzled from the bottom of his heart, and he humbly asked Gullah for guidance. If it was any other time, Gullah would have given Donis some face no matter what and wouldn't have been rude. No matter what, Donis was already a demon-like existence, and he was far stronger than him. Even if Donis treated Gullah with an equal attitude, Gullah wouldn't lose his mind and think that he could speak ill of him. If he really didn't know how to count, then Gullah's position as the head of the strongest beastman tribe would be wasted. Unfortunately, at this moment, Gullah was completely dominated by negative emotions. What other unimaginably terrifying things are hidden in that bastard hero's body? Even the crack of the world was destroyed by him, how could the plan succeed? Gullah's tone was still nasty, and he even gritted his teeth as he spoke to Donis. Anyway, hurry up and send someone to pick me up. We'll make a new plan, and we'll definitely kill him next time. Gullah's face was filled with resentment. In this state, he didn't even notice that Donis's voice had changed a little. Then, I'm sorry, Minister Gullah. Donis said with pity, I think you won't be able to come back. What? Gullah was stunned. You don't understand? Donis said slowly, let's put it this way. Do you really think that after the plan failed, you can still leisurely wait for us to send someone to pick you up? You. What do you mean? Gullah felt a strong sense of unease in his heart. Looking at Gullah like this, Donis smiled. To be honest, I quite like you, Minister Gullah. Donis said as if he was talking to himself, although you are somewhat arrogant and think highly of yourself, always thinking that you are more noble than any other life, and that you should be above everyone else, you are a pitiful person who doesn't have any self-awareness, and you don't have any clear understanding of yourself. But people like you are usually easier to control. As long as you are given a bit of dignity, you will become a pawn for others to order around. There is really no better chess piece than you. Plus, you are ruthless, heartless, and cruel. Using you to deal with those troublesome enemies is really the best. Unfortunately, I'm afraid your usefulness will end here. Donis's words made Gullah involuntarily take a few steps back. What do you mean? What do you mean? Gullah's face was filled with fear and anger as he roared at Donis. However, Donis ignored him and continued to speak. Based on what you have done so far, everyone, including the hero, will hate you to the bone. So, if the plan succeeds, then so be it. But if it fails, I don't think that the hero will be so naive as to let you go. At least, based on my understanding of the hero, he will definitely not let go of those who are unhappy with him. You have already been targeted, my poor friend. Saying that, Donis shrugged his shoulders. But still, let me thank you. At least you have helped me collect very important information. Next, I will start to shift my position and completely cut off relations with you, so that I won't be found. It has been hard on you all this time. Pitiful, hateful, stupid, and ignorant beastman king. As soon as he finished speaking, the light screen automatically dissipated. Donasi disappeared without a trace in front of Gullah. He had completely lost contact with Gullah. Hey! Wait for me. Bastard. Gullah almost subconsciously rushed over, but all he could do was pounce on the dissipating dust. This time, no matter how stupid Gullah was, he understood that he had been abandoned by Donis. I've been abandoned? Gullah stood there in a daze, not daring to believe what he had just seen. After a long time, Gullah went crazy. How dare you? How dare you? Aha! Gullah's magic power went completely out of control, shaking everything around him. I am the king of the beastmen. A noble mixed breed. You lowly lifeforms that have been mass-produced. How dare you do this to me? I will kill you. Kill you. Gullah was overwhelmed by hatred and anger. Fortunately, he knew that if he continued to cause trouble, it would be the same as telling others where he was and where he was. Therefore, Gullah did his best to suppress the anger and resentment in his heart and retracted his magic power. His top priority now was not to vent his anger here, but to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he was discovered, he would be finished. However, Gullah also made a vow. I will remember you. Shurin. Donnas. One day, all of you will die by my hands. Definitely, after saying that, Gullah prepared to run away at full speed. Unfortunately, you have betrayed the humans and the Protoss. Where else can you run to in this world? When a voice that seemed to be laughing yet not laughing sounded from behind Gullah and entered his ears, Gullah's body froze. His heart began to beat faster, and his brain began to boil. Every part of his body felt like it had been electrocuted. While it was numb, it also told him that he was in great danger. Of course, his body was trembling, and his heart was roaring. Run, run, run. This was his survival instinct screaming. Therefore, without any hesitation, Gullah's body stirred up a strong wind, and he flew towards the sky hysterically. Boom! At this time an astonishing magic power soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. Clatter, this was the sound caused by the chains flying in the air. Within the mana that soared into the sky, pitch-black chains suddenly swept out, and like streaks of black light, they scuttled into the air. They were like dragons swimming freely in the air. Like a spider web, they quickly spread out in the sky. When Gullah shot into the air in a hysterical manner, they had already formed an encirclement in midair, turning the surrounding area into a cage. What? Gullah watched helplessly as he fell into the cage weaved by the chains. He looked at the sky being wrapped up by the chains like a spider web. He was like a prey that had fallen into the net, and he instantly lost all escape routes. Get out of my way. Gullah could only turn the uneasiness in his heart into an angry roar. He stretched out his body, and magic power surged out. He wanted to use his unique skill to control the chains in front of him. But soon, Gullah was shocked to find that he couldn't control the chains at all. Instead, he was sent flying by the abyss-like magic power flowing on the chains. How is this possible? Gullah couldn't believe it. He didn't know that these chains weren't ordinary chains at all. Instead, they were made by the Demon King himself. They were one of the 3 treasures of the demons, and they were as famous as the Rainbow Magic Diamond and the Magic Transfer Pool. No matter how powerful Gullah's unique skill was, it was impossible for him to forcibly control the treasures left by the Demon King. Of course, Gullah didn't give up. Since I can't control it, I'll destroy it. Gullah's heart was filled with hatred. He let out another roar and released all the mana in his body. In the next second, a gale howled. Gullah seemed to be controlling the atmosphere of the entire world, and the howling gale kept swirling. Not long after, the gale turned into a storm, and the storm turned into a tornado. Like a natural disaster that could destroy everything, Gullah blasted the demonic roar chain that spread out like a spider web. Boom! The tornado fell on the demonic roar chain, and it immediately caused a shocking roar. For a moment, the wind and waves were in a mess, and the atmosphere was wailing. The shockingly powerful tornado kept bombarding the spiderweb-like pitch-black chains, causing the net woven by the pitch-black chains to inflate like an overinflated balloon. However, as the magic power on the demonic roar chain flowed, the tornado couldn't destroy the chain, and it couldn't open a gap. The demonic roar chain was like the toughest steel net. It firmly controlled the huge tornado within the net, allowing it to howl, attack, and wail. No. Impossible. Gullah's eyes widened, and he cried out involuntarily. Suddenly, the demonic roar chain around him began to move. Crash, the chain swam at an extremely fast speed. As it flew through the air, it made a crisp sound. Taking advantage of Gullah's absent-minded state, a chain wrapped around his neck and strangled him. Gullah. Gullah squeezed out a muffled cry, and he subconsciously raised his hands, wanting to grab the chain around his throat. However, just as he raised his hands, 2 chains swept over, and wrapped around his hands, tightly pulling them apart. Gradually, more and more chains appeared. Some wrapped around Gullah's abdomen, some around his feet, some around his chest, and some around his waist. Gradually, he was bound. Let me go. Gullah struggled with all his might in a panic. Mana poured out of his body, and even his unique skills were activated as if they didn't cost anything in order to break free from the shackles. However, the seemingly small chains were tougher than the previous one. No matter how much Gula struggled, he was able to completely withstand it, and there wasn't the slightest bit of abnormality. This situation made Gula feel despair. He understood that these chains that wrapped around his body weren't ordinary chains. The steel chains that were meticulously crafted by the blacksmiths of the dwarf race were simply dregs in front of these chains. In terms of preciousness and power, this was second only to the hero's holy sword. Even some of the weaker heroes' holy swords couldn't compare to this world's highest-level treasure. How is it? The taste of this demonic roar chain isn't bad, right? A figure suddenly appeared in front of Gula, who was heavily bound and suspended in the air. He raised his eyes and looked at Gula as he spoke with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. This is a magic weapon that even I once felt was troublesome. Even demons view it as a treasure. Although it inexplicably fell into my hands, it's just right to use it when the holy sword isn't by my side. At this point, the smile that didn't seem like a smile turned into a mocking tone. Compared to using these chains to tie you up, I would rather use my holy sword to chop off your head and use it as a chamber pot. The person who came was naturally Shuren. You. Gula's expression suddenly became incomparably unsightly. However, Shuren looked at him with great interest. You want to ask how I knew you were here and how I found you, right? Shuren seemed to have read Gula's mind and spoke with a tone of mockery. Don't you know that there is a characteristic called marking in Give Magic? This characteristic was not considered a high-level magic characteristic, but only an intermediate magic characteristic. However, once someone was marked by this characteristic, then the user of this magic could sense the location of the mark at any time. This was originally used to prevent people from getting lost and to explore large areas of forests and valleys. However, if the skill of Give Magic was high enough, then the marking could be used on a person. As long as this magic was used to plant a marking on a person's body, then unless the marking was erased, the user of the magic would be able to sense the location at any time. At the very least, the user would be able to sense the direction of the marking. Generally speaking, as long as one was sensitive to magic and had some achievements in magic, it would not be difficult to find this marking. Therefore, it was not easy to use this magic on a person and make it work. But you got hit. Do you know why? Sean's smile at Gula grew more and more sarcastic. Because you call yourself the king of the orcs, and you have all the specialties of the orcs. You are too confident in your sense of smell and hearing. You have already gotten used to using your 5 senses, and your reaction to magic is much weaker than others. Shuren had already predicted the mentality of this arrogant king of the orcs. Therefore, before he saw Gula and was about to attack, he first placed a marking on Gula's body to prevent him from escaping. In other words, from the moment you ran out and showed off in front of me, you were fated to not be able to escape from my palm. Do you understand? The king of the orcs? Saying this, Shuren stretched out his hand, and a chain fell into his hand. Whoosh! In the next moment, as Sean threw the chain in his hand, the chain seemed to have turned into a long whip that cut through the air. With a whistling sound, it lashed heavily on Gula's body. Bang! The sound of heavy chains hitting flesh could be heard. Gah! Gula couldn't help but let out a scream. Shuren didn't stop. Instead, he swung the chain in his hand, letting it hit Gula's body again and again. Muffled sounds of collisions rang out continuously, accompanied by Gula's miserable screams that resounded through the world. Sean was merciless, and merciless as he ravaged Gula's body. Gula's skin and flesh were gradually torn apart. Wait! Wait! Gula finally cried out. Shuren didn't ignore him and finally stopped. Are you afraid? Shuren had a look of indifference on his face as he said, How far are you? You can't take it anymore? Looking at Sean's calm expression, Gula endured the pain in his body and the fear in his heart, and cried out. Let's talk. Gula was asking for the right to negotiate. Talk? Shuren glanced at him and chuckled, Now that things have come to this, what else is there to talk about? Indeed. Sean had already put Gula, the king of the beast men, on his death list. Gula wanted nothing more than to kill Shuren. The two of them had confronted each other in the inner world, and they both confirmed that the other wanted to kill them. Back in the palace, the murderous aura of the two was real, and there was no compromise to speak of. At least, that was the case at that time. But now, Gula naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for death. No matter what, he wanted to struggle. Even if his heart was filled with humiliation and hatred, in order to survive, Gula still chose to lower his noble head. To you, I still have some value. Gula tried his best to say, I can provide you with information about the new, original demons, including the hiding place of the current leader. This made Xian frown. Gula saw this and immediately struck while the iron was hot. You want to end the war, right? You want to defeat Donnas and the new, original demons, to restore the world's peace, right? I can give you information about them. Compared to my life, this matter should be more important, right? It could be said that Gula had given it his all. Originally, he was not a person who was so good with words, nor was he a person who would compromise for the sake of his own safety. But now, in order to survive from Xian's hands, he endured and did things that he couldn't even dream of doing in the past. This made him very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. But one had to admit that his words still had some value. Indeed, compared to your worthless life, the new, original demons are undoubtedly more important. Xian openly admitted this point. This made Gula feel very complicated. He didn't know if he should be happy or angry. Happy because he managed to convince Xian. Angry because his life was devalued to the point that it couldn't even be compared to information. How could Gula, who thought of himself as a noble, not feel complicated? If it wasn't for the fact that he was in a dire situation, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold back and attack. Now, in order to live, he could only endure. Let me go, and I'll tell you the information. Gula tried to hide the violence and hatred in his eyes as he begged in a low voice. Xian kept glancing at Gula with a sneer on his face. Do you think it's possible for me to let you go? Xian was still the same as before, not hiding the killing intent in his eyes. I've been in this world for almost a year, and I've met many annoying people, but you are the one I hate the most. If I fell into your hands, you definitely wouldn't let me go, right? Now, you want me to let you go? Do you think that's possible? Xian's mana gradually seeped out, causing the entire space to be filled with pressure. Gula was terrified, and just as he wanted to shout something, Xian had already teleported in front of him. Pucci! In the next moment, Xian's hand that was covered in mana suddenly waved like a knife, and one of Gula's tendons was cut off. Ah! Guwu's shout turned into a scream of agony. Pucci! 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 Xian's hand was like a sword, and with a few quick swings, the remaining tendons in Gula's hand and leg were all cut off. Gula's screams suddenly became more violent. He had completely lost his rationality, and he seemed to have gone insane. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Under the intense pain, Gula crazily roared at Xian. What Xian had done to him had completely shattered Gula's self-esteem, causing his humiliation and resentment to erupt all at once. Kill me? Xian looked at Gula as if he was looking at a clown. It couldn't be helped. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. You actually keep saying that you want to kill me. Are you a transcendent level existence? Or are you a demon king or a supreme god? Xian grabbed Gula's throat and said with an extremely cold look in his eyes. You're just trash that hasn't even reached the limit level. Do you really think that just because you have the title of Beastman King, you're someone special? Hybrid? Aren't you just a hybrid? You think you're superior? Who gave you such confidence? In my eyes, you're not even a threat. You're just a fly buzzing around in front of me. You don't have any killing power, but you're extremely annoying. I've already said it during the Three Clans conference. If it wasn't for the inappropriate occasion, I would have killed you. You're already lucky to be able to survive until now, and you still want to threaten me? Who do you think you are? Xian waved his empty hand, and the demonic howling chains that were binding Gula's body loosened. They turned into light particles and disappeared. Goo! Ah! Gula's entire body was grabbed by Xian, and he was lifted into the air. His face was flushed red because he couldn't breathe properly. He wanted to resist and struggle, but the tendons in his arms and legs were already injured, and he couldn't even move. How could he resist? He wanted to summon his mana and use his unique skill to fight Xian, but Xian's hand that was strangling his neck was fluctuating. Gullah could not summon the slightest bit of mana or strength. Use magic, dispel. Xian used this spell. Therefore, Gullah could not even think of using a single strand of magic power. Under such circumstances, Xian's voice entered Gullah's ears one by one. Do you really think that you're an important figure among the new primal fiends? Do you really think that you can know important information about them? You're just a weak beast-man hybrid who hasn't even reached the limit. That guy must have used you as a sacrificial pawn, right? You think you know where Donas is hiding now? I'm afraid that he's already fled after you failed. Therefore, the so-called intelligence you speak of is basically worthless in my eyes. Do you understand? Xian tightened his grip on Gullah's neck, and Gullah's face became redder and redder. Now, you can atone for everything you've done. Xian threw down his final sentence. Spare me. That was what Gullah managed to squeeze out at the last moment, his face flushed red. Then, crack. Following the sound of bones breaking, Gullah was completely silent. His breathing was also gone. Xian let go of his hand. The body of the former king of the beast men fell to the ground like a tattered rag. Seems like it's over there. A soft murmur came from the abyss-like darkness. Donas seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and looked at a certain direction in the sky. He sighed. I didn't expect that I would fail. Brave ones are indeed a group of troublesome existences. Donas sighed continuously. After a while, Donas seemed to have sensed something and came back to his senses. He turned to the other side and smiled. Are you back? Your Highness? Donas's words were naturally directed at the other person who appeared here. A slightly tanned girl with an exotic charm quietly appeared from the other side of the darkness. She walked towards Donas. Seems like you failed on your side too. The girl who was addressed as Princess sighed. Since you said also, it means that you failed too, right? I've said it before. Mitra was left with an incurable old wound due to the Demon King's counterattack before his death. Even you, who had the lustrous branch and achieved transcendence, couldn't awaken him with necromancy magic. Donas said nonchalantly, I've said it before. This was something that Gullah had said before. However, the girl who was addressed as princess did not seem to have given up. She kept trying. Donas did not have any hope in this. It was only because of her persistence that he could not stop her. He could only let her try. After all, unlike Gullah who thought highly of himself, the princess was on equal footing with Donas. She was someone who had a cooperative relationship with Donas. Donas treated everyone else as chess pieces, but this princess was the only one he truly treated as an equal partner. He had always respected her from the start. Perhaps it was because of this that the princess was willing to agree to Donas's invitation and protect him from behind before he transcended. Therefore, Donas wouldn't do what he did to Gullah to this princess, regardless of whether it was for public or private reasons. Of course, Donas would still give his advice. However, the princess still looked a little unwilling to give up. I know what you mean. The consort whispered, but that guy used himself as a sacrifice before he died. He sacrificed himself to the holy sword through a ritual, leaving the holy sword for his kingdom. In a sense, it's another way of living. If we can come into contact with his holy sword, it might not be impossible to use necromancy to awaken him. This was what the princess had always thought. However, this thought was actually contradictory. The premise is that you have to come into contact with Mitra's holy sword. Donas shrugged and said helplessly, but necromancy is an evil power. Once it gets close to the holy sword, it will be purified instantly. How can it have any effect on the holy sword? In view of this, the princess's words had always been a kind of nonsense. Because the princess's words had always been nonsense. Donas advised gently, it's already a blessing for us to be able to awaken other transcendent heroes. For this, we've sacrificed a lot of manpower and resources, as well as the foundation of the primordial demon. If we ask for too much, even the supreme god might not be able to stand it. To be honest, it was a huge surprise for Donna's to be able to awaken the two Bravehearts. For this purpose, Donna's had been secretly planning. After devouring Helemus and usurping the original demon's power, the first thing he did was to dig out Helemus's collection and find the corpses of the two heroes. Then, he immediately prepared to wake them up. However, he didn't dare to guarantee that the queen would succeed. Who would have thought that perhaps because she knew the hero too well, the princess would succeed in an instant? Who knew that the princess succeeded in an instant, perhaps because she knew the heroes too well? He was not an insatiably greedy person and knew when to stop. He did not ask the princess to do more. He wasn't a greedy person. He knew when to stop, and he didn't ask the princess to do more. However, the princess had thoughts that she shouldn't have. Donna saw this. Although he wasn't anxious, he felt helpless. Donna saw this. Although he wasn't anxious, he felt helpless. Please allow me to remind you again, Your Highness. The dead will always be dead. Even if we can use necromancy to wake them up, they have already lost their memories, will, and even their souls. The dead will always be dead. Even if you can wake them up with necromancy, they will lose their memories, will, and even soul. Even if you wake him up, it will only be a corpse puppet with the power of its previous life. It won't be the hero Mitra himself. If you want to pursue the pinnacle of necromancy because you want to see that person, then forgive me for being straightforward. You will be destroyed sooner or later. Donna's didn't hesitate to say this. The princess was silent. Seeing this, Donna softened his tone and spoke softly. The prerequisite for using necromancy to wake up the dead is to have a corpse. You know this too. The hero Mitra has already merged his existence with the holy sword through the method of sacrifice. Not even his corpse is left. It's impossible to wake him up with necromancy. That person is indeed different from the two heroes that we woke up. At this point, Donna's did not say anything else. As the saying goes, going too far is as bad as falling short. If he continued, it wouldn't be good for their relationship. Donna's valued his concubine's power very much. Not only her own power, but also the nature of her necromancy. As long as there was death aura and corpses, she would be able to continuously create an army of undead, which would undoubtedly be extremely beneficial for the war. In addition, Donna's was an existence that had reached the pinnacle in creating necromancy. Creating an army of magical beings was a piece of cake for him. With the two of them working together, they would be able to eliminate the difference in combat power between them and the three races. If he lost the princess, Donna's would not only lose a transcendent-level necromancer, but he would also lose his undead army. Among them, the two transcendent heroes were included. Donna's couldn't bear such a loss. Hence, even if he tried to persuade her, he had to know when to stop. Otherwise, it would only backfire and cause a rift in their relationship. Fortunately, the princess seemed to have listened to him. All right, I give up. The princess sounded extremely helpless. There was a strong sense of attachment and resignation in her voice, which told Donna's that she might still have feelings for that person that she couldn't let go of. Even if that person only left her with endless disappointment and despair when he was alive, it was still the same. Frankly speaking, Donna's had some indescribably complicated feelings towards this kind of princess. At least, she still has someone to worry about, unlike me, such a thought flashed through Donna's mind. Then, he suddenly froze. Am I feeling envious? Donna's thought about it in a daze, and then laughed at himself. Forget it. My birth has already determined that I won't have anyone to worry about in my life. The only meaning of my existence might be to prove that I truly exist in this world, that I have my own will, and not to be a puppet sacrificed by my foolish father. There are still things that I can do. Donna's thought to himself as he spoke to the consort. If that's the case, Your Highness, please recall the two heroes. Donna's chuckled. They shouldn't have been destroyed yet, right? Yes, I can feel their existence, although they aren't in a good state. The princess nodded, calmed herself down, and said, maybe their armor was destroyed, and they lost the thing that was suppressing them. I'm afraid that the death aura on their bodies has already leaked to a large extent. They might even have gone berserk. As expected of the heroes. Donna's was impressed. Even if they were awakened as the dead, they are still so difficult to control and use. Not only does it consume such a large amount of death aura, but it also requires the help of tools made from necromancy to suppress it. Only then can it be used. No matter what, they are at the same level as me, or even stronger than me. It would be strange if they could be controlled so easily. The princess didn't care at all. She just sighed. I didn't expect that one day I could actually use the corpses of the heroes to create undead. It seems that your father is really ambitious. If that wasn't the case, why would there be 2 transcendent braves' corpses hidden in secret? He probably wanted to use them for some experiments, right? Donna said sarcastically, in order to become a complete demon, he has long gone mad. Even his own children were used to feed the young demon dwellers, cultivate the demon dweller genes, and create the demon dragon, Magel. What else could that person not do? For Helemis, who dreamed of becoming a complete demon and achieving true transcendence, the corpses of the 2 transcendent braves were indeed valuable for research and collection. The princess said that he was ambitious mainly because of the corpses of the 2 heroes. It couldn't be helped. When these 2 heroes were still around, the war between the god race and the demon race was far from over. In the end, the half-demon had already secretly collected these 2 corpses. This proved that he had long been in harmony with the demons, and secretly had other thoughts, right? The appearance of the original demon might only have a history of 1,000 years, but if one were to really investigate it, it could be traced back even further. A long, long time ago, Helemis had already developed disloyalty and secretly made preparations. This led to the original demon becoming the most mysterious, ancient, and powerful faction of the old demons. Even the 3 major races found it difficult to deal with them. Even Donna's couldn't ignore its foundation, and even valued it greatly. Then I'll set off now to retrieve them. After leaving such a sentence, the princess turned around and walked back into the darkness. Donna's watched the concubine leave and silently calculated what he should do next in his mind. Anyway, I'll first move to another location. Although he didn't reveal much information to Gullah, and even if he was interrogated, it wouldn't hurt him at all. As a scheming person, Donna's naturally wouldn't leave any risks behind. Even if it was just in case, it was necessary to move to another location. Then, next, it's time to get in touch with that person. Thinking of that person, Donna's couldn't help but smile. He was looking forward to it. He was looking forward to what choice the other party would make after learning the truth from him. Donna's took out a piece of parchment. It was a wanted poster. The picture of a young girl was drawn on the wanted poster. A girl with black hair and red eyes, who had the same appearance as the Demon King. Mitra Kingdom, Royal City. Today, the royal city was filled with a lively atmosphere that was no different from the past. In the past month or so, such an atmosphere had not appeared even once during the declaration of the war. But today, the royal city once again welcomed this long-awaited lively atmosphere. The reason was simple. Because on this day, the imperial capital finally welcomed the first report of victory in the war that had lasted for more than a month. With Shuren the hero's desperate rescue, the orc priests and the Protoss goddesses who were once held captive have been successfully rescued. Along with them are the important figures who were held captive by the orc hybrid, Gullah, and used to threaten the various orc tribes. Orc Gullah has been successfully defeated, and the orcs have officially announced their return. They have forsaken the darkness for the light, and are once again discussing with the humans and the Protoss the great cause of resisting the newborn primordial demon. This kind of news spread throughout the entire royal capital in a single day, restoring the lively atmosphere of the royal capital in the past. This was the first piece of good news for the humans and the Protoss since the start of the war. In the past month or so, the humans and the Protoss had been in a state of being manipulated by the newborn, primordial devil. Their morale was very low. Moreover, the demons were trapped in the Nephilim realm, and all the gateways to the divine realm had been destroyed. Without effective reinforcements, the humans were at a disadvantage in this war. Therefore, the rare news of victory had greatly restored the morale of the humans, and the royal city was now bustling with noise and excitement. When Shuren returned to the royal city with the orc priests, the goddesses, and the armies of the various orc tribes, all the citizens of the royal city acted as if they were welcoming a victorious general. They ignored the threats of the alchemy demons and young demonic humans, and gathered outside the city gates, cheering loudly. This included King Anchi, the heir to the throne, Princess Rosie, the Pope of the Pantheon, and many other important figures of the human race. They took the lead and welcomed Shuren and the others. Of course, the Porstut family was also present. Most people did not know that Shuren had secretly left the royal city and started a covert operation, silently achieving such a great feat. For this reason, Vivian and Lily each brought their own people here to welcome Sean together with the rest of the crowd. Ter, Marika, Lumia, and the others were also present. Only Lisha and Lilith were not present. Everyone else, including Yulin, had transformed into her black dragon form. When Sean returned, she roared at the top of her lungs. The dragon's roar soared into the sky and lingered on. From this, it could be seen how inspiring Sean's achievements on this trip were. Perhaps, this was just an operation, and it did not mean that the humans and the Protoss would lose confidence in the war. However, since it was a rare piece of good news, the kingdom would naturally publicize it to boost people's morale so that their own camp wouldn't lose faith in the human race and the Protoss race when they could see the dawn of victory. In view of this, under the deliberate propaganda of the kingdom, Sean's feat became a triumphant return with great fanfare. It was impossible for the capital city to not become lively even if he wanted it to. Even the elven homeland sent out celebratory messages, and they were just as grandiose. This greatly boosted everyone's morale. Under such circumstances, the orcs were reaccepted by the humans. They became a force that the humans and the Protoss, who had lost their support for a long time, could not ask for more. Under such circumstances, Shuren and Elise were also received by the goddess of destiny and the goddess of life. This was also a purposeful propaganda. Just the fact that two of the three goddesses had officially received him in public was enough to make many people unable to calm down for a long time. In the eyes of the people, the three goddesses were still supreme existences. They were the pinnacle of their beliefs among the Protoss. To many people, it was an honorable thing to be received by two of such beings at the same time. The royal city was immersed in such an atmosphere. It was noisy for a long time, and the liveliness was restored. After that, the orcs were cautiously brought into the royal city by the kingdom. They joined the defense line of the royal city. The goddesses also reunited with their people and excitedly told them about the process of this trip. In their words, Shuren's actions were almost deified. He was worshipped and revered. This made many goddesses feel as if they were being preached and fooled. In the end, one by one, they all became Shuren's fangirls. Shuren did not know any of this. He only entered the royal palace with Elise and met Litas and Anima. Goddess Anima. As soon as she saw Anima, Elise was like a wrong child. She threw herself into her arms. "You've suffered, Elise." Anima hugged her well-wishers dotingly, like a gentle mother to her precious daughter. She caressed Elise's head and patted her back, comforting her softly. "It's been hard on all of you." Litas also came over. She glanced at Elise and then at Shuren. She could not hide her joy as she expressed her consolation. "It seems like this trip wasn't easy for you." Rosie was also present. She looked at Shuren, who looked a little tired. She sighed and could not help but hold his hand. There were only these three people present. Even Anchi, the king, and Lia, the heir to the throne, could not sit together with the goddess of destiny and the goddess of life at that very moment. But they had already received them at the city gate. They probably knew that this occasion did not belong to them. Sean shrugged his shoulders and said, "Don't worry. It's not easy." Who would have thought that a rescue mission would involve so many things, especially for Sean? This was an experience that could be called a milestone in his life. The reason was simple. He had taken the crucial step to achieve transcendence. He had also awakened the dormant hidden power in his body. He had also discovered the existence of the red and blue gems. He had also discovered a distant history that no one knew about. Of course, Shuren had not told anyone about this. Therefore, Shuren's sigh, in the eyes of others, became a sigh about the experience of this trip. Litas spoke. "I have more or less understood the situation," Litas said. Before Shuren and the others returned to the royal city, the orc grand priest and the goddesses had already contacted them and explained the situation. "Although I don't really want to believe that such an absurd thing happened, but to be safe, let me ask first," Litas said in a low voice. those new, original demons, did they really use necromancy to awaken two former heroes? When this sentence came out of Lita's mouth, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Everyone could hear the anger in Lita's voice, as well as the uncontrollable sadness. Anima was the same. Her expression was gloomy. When they first heard the news, they were filled with disbelief, anger, and sorrow. This was because since the resurrected heroes were treated as the dead, they were the ones who had received the blessings of the three goddesses and had fought alongside the three goddesses. Compared to ordinary goddesses, the three goddesses were undoubtedly closer to the former heroes. They were more like close comrades. Their blessings had been bestowed upon the heroes time and time again, and they had also guided the heroes from the closest distance. They had always been watching them grow bit by bit. That was why for Litas and Anima, the heroes of the past were no longer just comrades. They were also children that they had personally raised and even watched grow up. Now, the children had been desecrated and were used as puppets by evil enemies after death. It was easy to imagine how angry and sorrowful the three goddesses were. As such, when they returned, the first topic they brought up was about the awakened heroes and nothing else. On the other hand, Sharon, Rosie, Elise, and the others were not as angry and sorrowful as Litas and Anima. After all, what happened to the two heroes was too far away from their era. They might feel angry, but it was difficult for them to feel the same anger and sorrow as Litas and Anima. Sharon looked at Litas and Anima and nodded. I didn't see the holy sword, and I don't know them. I can't be sure if they are the past heroes, but they displayed strength comparable to demons. Their bodies were also surrounded by a thick aura of death. They were definitely undead. Awakened by necromancy. Sharon said. As far as I know, other than the past heroes, there aren't any other transcendent level experts that have died, right? In this way, the other party's identity could be considered close to the mark. Damn it. After receiving confirmation, Litas couldn't help but bite her lips, and a shocking aura surged from her body. How dare they desecrate the dead, desecrate the heroes? Those new, primordial demons, really deserve to die. Even Anima, who had always been mild-mannered, showed an expression full of anger. Her words were also much fiercer than usual. The two goddesses, who were second only to one and above tens of thousands of people, were both enraged, causing the entire palace to tremble under their terrifying aura. Ah! Goddess Anima! Elise was a little scared and worried. Goddess Litas, Rosie didn't know how to comfort her goddess. They could understand the rage in her goddess heart, which was why they couldn't console her. The children they watched grow up saw Sharon's heroes and close comrades in arms. Now, they were being used by the enemy in such a manner, and turned into undead creatures that were neither human nor ghost. It was normal for them to lose their minds. When the other goddesses saw the two heroes being resurrected as the dead, they were also enraged. From this, it could be seen that in the eyes of the Protoss goddesses, the status and influence of the deceased heroes were unimaginable. Sean was the only one who could say a few more words under such circumstances. Since it has already happened, there's no point in us being angry. Sean sighed and opened his mouth to speak. The most important thing now is to reevaluate the strength of the new, primordial demons. This was something that had to be done. No matter what the process was, the result was that the new, primordial demons had two more transcendent level existences. Now, the high-end combat power over there is not much weaker than ours. What should we do? Sharon's question caused the heavy atmosphere to become oppressive again. For a time, none of the existences with extraordinary backgrounds present here were able to speak. They had just obtained a piece of good news, and it was a time to celebrate. Cheers and various noises could be heard from time to time outside. However, not only did they not feel any joy, but their mood was also very heavy. This was something that could not be helped. Compared to the return of the Beastmen, where the captives were rescued and brought back, the news that Sharon brought back was undoubtedly worse. The enemy had two more transcendent level experts, and they were not ordinary people either. They were brave warriors who had created many miracles and achievements. Such enemies could not be ignored. In addition to the mysterious demon dweller and the great spirit body that could control necromancy, the enemy now had a total of 4 transcendent level experts, and all of them were demon dwellers. This level of combat power was no weaker than the kingdom that had lost the support of the demons and most of the Protoss. Before this, the new, original devil only had an absolute advantage in terms of combat power at the bottom level. Compared to this side, the higher level combat power was still inferior. But now, this disadvantage seemed to have been made up for. This is their true trump card, the reason why they dare to start a war? Rosie murmured, expressing the heaviness in everyone's heart. Lidas and Anima temporarily suppressed their intense emotions, looked at each other, and then looked at Shuren. Tell us about the two brave warriors first, said Lidas. What is their fighting style? What is their unique skill? Let's determine the identity of the two. Anima also said, although we have some guesses that only those two can be awakened by necromancy, it's better to confirm it again. Hearing this, Shuren naturally had no reason to refuse. And so, Shuren told Lidas and Anima about the two brave warriors that he had fought against. Lidas and Anima listened to Shuren's explanation carefully, and finally nodded with a grim expression. Just as we guessed. It really is them. Lidas and Anima knew the identity of the other party. What kind of two brave warriors are they? Goddess Lidas? Goddess Anima? Rosie couldn't help but ask. Elise also pricked up her ears and paid close attention. Shuren was no exception. He stared at the two goddesses and waited for them to explain. Lidas and Anima pondered for a while, then began to explain. First, we can tell you that, excluding Shuren, in Mitra 1,000 years ago, the Omnipotensen had welcomed a total of 108 brave warriors. Lidas said. 108? Sean raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, so many? Of course. Anima nodded and said, when the first hero was summoned to Omnipotensen, there were only the Demon King and the Supreme God in this world, so the history of the hero can be traced back a long, long time ago. At that time even Lidas had not been born yet. Lidas was the closest to the omnipotent goddess of fate. Apart from the Demon King and the Supreme God, she was the first life that was truly born in this world. The brave warriors came from another world, so they weren't native to this world. The Demon King and Supreme God were born from nothingness, even before this world was born. Therefore, the first brave warrior was the first living being to be born in this world other than the Demon King and Supreme God, but he wasn't born in this world. Strictly speaking, Lidas was the first living being to be born in this world, the beginning of all native living beings. But when I was born, the first brave warrior had already passed away, and the second brave warrior was summoned after me. Lidas said. After that, every few hundred years, the Omnipotensen would welcome a brave warrior, until Mitra appeared and defeated the Demon King. The summoning was sealed by the matriarch, and the brave warriors became part of the Omnipotensen's history. Mitra was the 108th brave warrior, as well as the last brave warrior in this world other than Shuren. Then, among the 108 heroes, including Mitra, only 7 of them managed to transcend and enter the transcendent realm, becoming transcendent-level existences. Anima's explanation caused Shuren and the others to mutter. 7? Rosie blinked her eyes. That's quite a lot. Elise was a little surprised. In response, Lidas and Anima smiled bitterly. I have to say, the brave warriors are indeed special. Not only can they transcend by themselves, but the number of brave warriors who successfully transcended isn't a lot compared to the total number of brave warriors that have been born so far. Even so, there are still 7 of them who successfully transcended. If all of them were added up, it would be more than the number of transcendent experts from either the Protoss or the demons. Lidas sighed. This is the inconceivable part of the brave warriors. Anima sighed as well. Rosie and Elise immediately looked at Shuren. Shuren rubbed his nose. As the current brave warrior, he didn't know how to react. Lidas and Anima didn't care about Shuren's awkwardness and continued speaking. Unfortunately, those 7 powerful brave ones still passed away in the end. Yeah. Both Lidas and Anima felt a little sad. In response, Shuren spoke up. They've already reached the transcendent realm, how could they die so easily? This was something Shuren didn't understand. After attaining transcendence, no matter how strong Lidas was, or how weak Anima and Nadia were, their lives were never in danger. Logically speaking, after reaching the transcendent realm, even if they couldn't win, they could still escape. It was extremely difficult to be killed. As such, no matter if it was the 3 goddesses or the 6 demons, none of them died. They had survived for tens of thousands of years. In the end, the brave warriors died one after another. This made Xianxia a little confused. If it were the brave warriors who hadn't reached the transcendent realm, it wouldn't be a surprise if they died on the battlefield due to their lack of strength. However, a total of 7 transcendent braves had died one after another. It was impossible for Xianxia not to feel puzzled about this. Of course, under special circumstances, it wasn't impossible to kill a transcendent-level existence. For example, when Xianxia was in the inner plane, if he was forced to a dead end by the 2 brave warriors, he wouldn't be able to escape. That was because it was a crack in the world. Even if he escaped to the other side, he would still be easily caught. There was also Helemus's situation. He was besieged by multiple transcendent-level existences. Even if he managed to escape in the end, he was still poisoned by Kamina and died. Transcendent beings were difficult to kill, but it didn't mean that they couldn't be killed. However, a total of 7 brave warriors died. On the other hand, the transcendent beings were still alive and well. This was ridiculous. After reaching the transcendent realm, even one's lifespan would increase. At the very least, with the goddesses who were good at using various miracles, it should be easy to extend one's lifespan and slow down one's aging, right? In other words, other than being killed, it was extremely difficult for a transcendent warrior to die of old age. In that case, how did the 7 powerful heroes die? Xianxia was very confused about this. In fact, Xianxia had subconsciously forgotten about it. No matter how strong the transcendent warriors are, they are still very weak in front of the Demon King. Anima was silent for a long while, then said this with a bitter smile. These words successfully made Xianxia realize something. Right, the brave warriors' mission is to defeat the Demon King and save the world. Since they have successfully transcended, they will definitely challenge the Demon King, right? In other words, the brave warriors were all killed by the Demon King. Even if they reached the transcendent realm and wielded the transformed holy sword, they would still be powerless against the Demon King. Mitra was the proof of this. After he transcended, he became the strongest brave warrior on par with the goddess of destiny. However, he still needed the help of the supreme goddess Omnis to successfully pierce the Demon King's heart with the holy sword and kill the Demon King. Even so, Mitra still suffered from the counterattack of the Demon King's power before his death. In the end, he suffered irrecoverable injuries. As his death approached, he sacrificed himself to the holy sword, allowing it to remain in this world. If even Mitra ended up like this, one could imagine what would happen to the other brave warriors after they challenged the Demon King. It was impossible for them not to die. That was the truth. Only the Demon King would be able to kill the hero even after he had transcended. However, the Demon King's power is something that even we, the Supreme Goddess, are helpless against. No miracles will work in front of this power. Lyta suddenly said. Just like Mitra, he was injured by the Demon King's power. In the end, not to mention us, even the Supreme Goddess was unable to heal his injuries. In the end, he could only die. Just like that, the brave warriors who were killed by the Demon King's power also had no way to reverse their deaths. Although forbidden magic like necromancy was amazing, it was definitely not stronger than the Demon King's power. It could not awaken the brave warriors who were killed by the Demon King. Unless, that brave warrior did not die at the hands of the Demon King. In history, there were a total of 7 transcendent brave warriors. 2 of them did not die at the hands of the Demon King. Lytas finally mentioned this. 2? Xianxia, Rosie, and Elise were all shocked. Needless to say, those 2 brave souls were awakened by necromancy magic. Lytas and Anima had already guessed it, but only now did they reveal their identities. These 2, one is the 18th generation brave warrior, the other is the 72nd generation brave warrior. The 18th generation brave warrior is called Raynat. His unique skill, divine power penetration, can penetrate all external matter and power, directly injuring the weak internal parts of the body. Even a demon dweller would be heavily injured if it was hit head-on. The 72nd generation brave warrior is called Philip. His unique skill, random transformation, can turn his body into any flowing element. He can break free from any environment and won't be harmed by any power. He can be said to be an undying existence. Anima revealed the names of the two brave warriors to Shuren. Their abilities matched the two undead knights in Shuren's memory. Of the two knights who fought against Shuren in the world, the Black Knight's attacks constantly shook his internal organs, while the White Knight turned into wind, fire, rain, clouds, and other flowing elements at will, avoiding Shuren's attacks again and again, escaping from Shuren's sight. Now, their identities were revealed. Hero Reynat. Hero Philip. These were the identities of the two brave warriors who were awakened. It was obvious that Lidas and Anima had a deep impression of these two heroes. It was not only because these two heroes had achieved transcendence, but also because of what they had done when they were alive. In the era of Hero Reinhardt, the Protoss and the human race had already begun to multiply. The demon race was wary of this, and thus created life forms known as demons. But although the devil race is powerful, they are not as good at performing miracles as the god race. The monsters they created were originally intended to be used on the battlefield. But it didn't take long before the monsters' generally low intelligence and ferocity caused them to collectively go out of control. In a very short period of time, they multiplied in large numbers and became a threat to the entire world. Many of the monsters that existed at that time were ancient dangerous species that are now extinct. Even the dragon species had not been tamed by the dragon demon AIE and were wreaking havoc on the land. Then, a terrifying monster nest that swept across the entire Omnipotensen appeared, causing the Protoss and demons to fall into chaos. The humans were directly targeted by the monsters as prey, and several large-scale human settlements became the targets of the monsters. Under those circumstances, the Protoss could not even take care of themselves in order to protect the rear of the camp, and had almost given up on the few large-scale human settlements. Only Hero Reinhardt did not hesitate to leave the camp alone to save the humans. For this, he, who had already reached transcendence, to protect the humans, he forcefully ate the dragon breath of 100 adult dragons, and was heavily injured. And to allow the humans to retreat, he also stood in front of the monster army alone, dragging his heavily injured body and fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. By the time we eliminated the threat from the rear and rushed to the front line to provide support, Hero Reinhardt had already disappeared. Lidas explained what the 18th generation hero had experienced before he died. Shuren, Rosie, and Elise were all silent. They could imagine how much willpower that hero had to make such a choice and struggle. At that time, he, who had already reached transcendence, should have been able to protect himself even against the ancient dangerous monster army, but in order to protect the humans and the lives of the humans, he resolutely chose to stay there. In the minds of the three of them, a scene of 100 adult dragons soaring in the sky and collectively spewing scorching dragon breaths at the humans below, while the heroes wielding holy swords charged forward without any regard for their own safety, directly blocking the many lives before being struck by the dragon breaths that could ignore defense. Furthermore, it was the dragon breaths of 100 adult dragons. Even with the protection of the holy sword, it was natural for Hero Reinhardt to be heavily injured after forcefully eating the dragon breath of 100 adult dragons. In the end, he still dragged his body and fought for 3 days and 3 nights. It was not hard to imagine what would happen to him. A generation of Transcendence hero perished just like that, leaving behind a legend and his life. At this time, Anima also talked about the story of the 72nd generation hero. Before Hero Philip had fully matured, the demons were already afraid of him. The reason was because of his undying body, which allowed him to freely face an army of millions of demons on the battlefield when he was still at the legendary rank. The demons had also targeted him once, but with his unique skill, Hero Philip still managed to escape. It was a shocking event for the 3 major races. In this way, he successfully grew to the extreme level and took the step to the transcendent realm, obtaining the opportunity to transcend. The demons felt threatened by him. They believed that if he achieved transcendence, he would become the toughest enemy they had ever faced. Therefore, they decided to launch an all-out attack on the front line of the humans and the Protoss during the critical moment of Hero Philip's transcendence. 5 of the 6 demons even joined forces to hold us back, causing the front line to be greatly threatened. In order to save the front line that was on the verge of destruction, Hero Philip, who was at the critical moment of transcendence, disregarded his own condition and forcefully entered the battlefield. In the end, although he managed to defeat the army of demons, he left behind a huge hidden danger. Just like that, Hero Philip fought on the front line for 10 years. In the end, the hidden danger in his body erupted, causing his power to stagnate. He couldn't even use his unique skill. Therefore, he chose to risk his life and detonated all of his magical power in the center of the army of demons, dragging hundreds of thousands of demons to their deaths. Not even their corpses could be found. Anima's tone gradually became sorrowful, causing Shuren and the others to fall silent again. This was yet another peerless hero who had left behind countless legends, a great hero and a great warrior. Shuren suddenly understood why Lidas and Anima would be so angry when they learned that the two of them were awakened as the dead, that their souls were desecrated, and that their sleep was disturbed. It was because the two heroes really shouldn't have suffered like this. They had made great contributions to the humans and the Protoss, made great contributions to the peace of the world, saved many lives, and sacrificed themselves. In the eyes of the goddesses who were closest to them, they were undoubtedly the most dazzling, glorious, and proud comrade-in-arms. They had sacrificed for the humans, the Protoss, and the future of the world, but they were desecrated after their deaths. It was impossible for them not to feel angry. Even Shuren and the other two, who didn't have much sympathy before, had a similar experience at this moment. Their heavy hearts rose together with some anger, and the three of them were speechless for a long time. Only Rosie, in addition to her anger, had a complicated look in her eyes. Thinking of the necromancer who called her a descendant, Rosie's heart was really heavy. She really is that one. Then what she had done was truly unforgivable. Especially for the royal family of the Mitra kingdom. Thinking of this, Rosie's feelings became even more complicated. Unfortunately, no one noticed. Now that I think about it, the disappearance of Hero Reinhardt and Hero Philip might have been manipulated by someone else. Anima's delicate and pretty face did not look very good. Lidas raised her voice even higher. It must be that half-demon Helemis behind this. Lidas started to feel a little resentful. This was not a malicious speculation without any reason. To use necromancer to awaken people who were once dead and turn them into the dead for one's own use, not only would one need to consume the aura of death, one would also need the corpses of the dead. Now that Hero Reinhardt and Hero Philip had been manipulated by necromancer and became dead, it could only mean that their corpses had always been in the hands of the enemy. And the only person who had the ability to do all this was Helemis, who almost became the seventh demon. Only he had such a long history and could manipulate things in the dark to target Hero Reinhardt and Hero Philip. Moreover, the two heroes might have been killed by that half-demon when they were on the verge of death. Vanishing Shadow, if this unique skill was used for sneak attacks and assassinations, it might even be the most powerful skill in the world. If Helemis really had his eyes on Hero Reinhardt and Hero Philip, then he would definitely take advantage of them when they were down. Because of this, the two heroes went missing, and not even their corpses could be found. Their corpses were taken by Helemis and became part of the collection of the original demon. The new, original demon might have obtained the spoils of war from the old, original demon. Or perhaps, Donna's, that scheming man, had already set his eyes on the two corpses before his father passed away. He had his eyes on their uses. If that was the case, then it might not be a coincidence that he got in contact with Mara and that mysterious queen. He must have learned about the existence of the necromancer through some kind of channel. In the end, he contacted the corpses of the two heroes and came up with a plan to wake them up in the future. That was why he purposely found Mara, contacted Mara, and then contacted that mysterious spirit through Mara. Once this thought appeared in his mind, he could not suppress it no matter what. It made Shuren feel a slight chill down his spine. If that was the case, then it meant that Donna's had calculated everything and come up with a plan a long, long time ago. Even replacing his father as a complete demon, becoming the leader of the original demon, raising the flag of war against the three major races, and blowing the horn of war could be something he had planned a long time ago. No matter who it was, facing such a person, they would feel a chill down their spine, right? Compared to him, Helemis and Mara were not even worth mentioning. Only such a person could shake the current peace and make the three races suffer defeat after defeat and be schemed against again and again in just over a month. Such a man, what was he doing hiding in the dark all this time? Shuren suddenly could not sit still anymore. He had no choice. It was unwise to continue to allow such a scheming person to develop in the dark. Helemus ignored him, and in the end, all the results were given to him, and he took everything. The kingdom and the Protoss ignored him, and in the end, they lost many battles. Even he himself had almost been overturned in this world and jumped into the trap he had set up. A person like this could secretly prepare the undead souls of 2 transcendent-level heroes as his trump card. Wasn't it normal for him to do something else? Shuren looked at Lidas and Anima, who were in anger and sorrow, and knew that he could not let these two continue like this. Although they were powerful, they were not the war gods in charge of war. The Protoss were like this. Each of them had their own specialties, and had the highest attainments in their respective fields, which others could not surpass. Although Lidas and Anima were the goddess of fate and goddess of life, they were only the goddess of fate and goddess of life. They were not the gods of war, and there was no way they could win against this scheming man without the support of the moon demon Selah and the war god. Sean's intuition told him that if he didn't take some unexpected actions, the war would end soon. Of course, it would end with the defeat of his side as the result. At that time, the new, original demon could deal with the isolated and helpless demons and the remaining goddesses in the divine realm. Even if it was not easy, it would have enough chances to win. With such a step-by-step arrangement, it was only a matter of time before the new, original demon achieved the final victory. If that was the case, I have to think of a way. Shuren thought of that, and the last thing he thought of was the goddess who had been sleeping in the sea of flowers for a long time. Perhaps it was time for him to think of a way to meet that person again. After that, everyone discussed many things. It was mainly about the 2 awakened heroes. Lidas and Anima were too concerned about them, causing the topic to revolve around them. This wasn't a bad thing. Lidas and Anima had a very comprehensive understanding of the 2 heroes. They even pointed out their strengths and weaknesses, which was equivalent to telling Shuren and the others their weaknesses, including their fighting style, methods, and so on. The explanation was very detailed. With such detailed explanations, the next time they faced the 2 heroes, they wouldn't be as flustered as this time. In fact, they almost lost the battle in the end. However, there were indeed some bad things about it. Just like what Shuren thought, Lidas and Anima weren't the military gods in charge of Bloodshed Land. After discussing for a long time about the impact of the addition of 2 transcendent-level powerhouses and how to deal with it, they could only come up with the conclusion that they should take precautions. They couldn't take the initiative to attack. Of course, it was also difficult to take the initiative to attack. Not to mention that the traces of the enemy were still unknown, the kingdom and the Protoss still needed to make arrangements for the beastmen. They needed to make sufficient arrangements for the returning beastmen's combat power before they could carry out the next step of their operation. Especially in terms of captives. This time, Shuren didn't only bring back the beastmen. He also captured Not and the other beastman warriors who participated in the rebellion, as well as the dwarf blacksmiths who were forging weapons in Cosmos. The kingdom and the Protoss also had follow-up arrangements for these people. Whether it was a trial or interrogation, there were still many things that needed to be done. In the end, Lidas and Anima even emphasized on the issue of the dwarf tribe's rebellion. After all, the beastmen had already returned. If the dwarf tribe could be won back, it would be better for them to do so. However, the situation of the dwarf tribe was different from the dwarf tribe. The beastmen were scattered all over the world in the form of tribes. As such, it was impossible for the entire tribe to be united. Even if Gula stood up and led the rebellion, not many would choose to follow him. Among the beastmen, the majority didn't agree with the rebellion. However, they were threatened and had no choice but to be controlled by others. However, the dwarf tribe was different. The dwarf tribe's population wasn't as large as the beastmen. Although it was much better than the elves, it was still lacking compared to the humans and beastmen who had excellent reproductive abilities. Their population was estimated to be less than 1 million. Even if they were all gathered together and lived in one city, it would be more than enough. Therefore, the dwarf race didn't have many tribes, nor did they have many forces. They only had a kingdom that was comparable to a small human kingdom located underground. Although it was called a kingdom, the dwarf race's kingdom only had one main city and a few scattered villages around the city. As such, they collectively obeyed the dwarf king, which was nuts. Even though the civilians at the bottom of the hierarchy had some complaints about nuts, and they didn't want to betray the human race and go against the teachings of the Protoss, as ordinary civilians, it was difficult for them to raise any objections. Even if they did, the higher-ups would be able to suppress them easily. Xian had heard that there were only two types of dwarves. The first type was responsible for managing the tribe and their clansmen. They were adept at using their strong physiques and possessed decent combat power. The other type was the blacksmiths who used the knowledge passed down by the goddess since ancient times to forge excellent weapons and magical tools. They were extraordinary blacksmiths. The blacksmiths were the core technicians of the dwarf tribe. The dwarf tribe was recognized as the gathering place of technical masters in the three realms. The weapons made by the dwarf tribe were highly sought after by the outside world because of these blacksmiths. However, blacksmiths usually didn't have much fighting power. On the contrary, the dwarf warriors who had fighting power were all controlled by the higher-ups of the dwarf tribe. Among the higher-ups, almost none of them were blacksmiths. That was to be expected. If one was of high status, they wouldn't be blacksmiths, right? Although the highly skilled weapon masters had high status in the dwarf tribe and were bound to be respected by many, it was another matter whether they had actual power or not. Because of this, the higher-ups were the real decision-makers of the dwarf kingdom. Even if the ordinary civilians and blacksmiths wanted to object, they didn't have the ability to do so. They probably wouldn't even be able to protest. They would be easily suppressed. When that time came, they wouldn't give any human rights or dignity to the rebels. This was a different world, a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was a world where power was respected. It wasn't like the 21st century where human rights and freedom could be talked about. If they did that here, their corpses could be exposed in the wilderness at any time. Even if they buried thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people alive, they wouldn't be condemned in this world. At least, they wouldn't be accused of humanitarianism. In summary, the dwarf tribe was much more united than the orcs. Even if there were internal problems, it wouldn't be as obvious and huge as the orcs. In order for the dwarf tribe to return, they had to at least purge the higher-ups of the dwarf tribe. Lidas and Anima seemed to be trying to gather information. They wanted to see if there were any factions among the higher-ups who didn't agree with the rebellion. They planned to start with them and subdue the dwarf tribe. Unfortunately, Xian wasn't interested in this matter. As for the orcs, it was only because Elise and his friends were there. He also wanted to get rid of Gullah and break the current stalemate. That was why he decided to take action. But this didn't mean that Xian wanted to become a professional rescue worker. He could save people here and liberate others, and reclaim the betrayed tribes. He didn't object to this, but he wasn't interested in doing it himself. From his point of view, if he kept passively reclaiming what he had lost, he would miss the perfect opportunity to counterattack by the time he realized what was going on. Donna's had really aroused Xian's vigilance, and he could no longer sit back and watch him continue to develop in the dark. So, Xian made a decision on the spot. You guys can decide for yourselves. I have other matters to attend to. Xian left the discussion with Lidas and the others. Lidas and Anima were a little surprised, but they didn't say anything. Go back and rest. You must be tired after running into such a trap. Don't worry about the dwarf tribe. We'll take care of it. Lidas and Anima said gently to Xian. Xian wanted to say that he had nothing to worry about. He didn't care about the dwarf tribe anyway. Even if they all died, Xian wouldn't think there was anything wrong with it. Maybe I'm not good enough as a hero? Recalling the great achievements of Hero Reinhardt and Hero Philip that he had just mentioned, Xian sighed with emotion. Compared to those two heroes, Xian didn't seem like a hero at all. But, so what? I am who I am. Why should I worry about my position and identity? Does a hero have to be someone who upholds justice? Does a hero have to worry about the country and its people and save the world? Why should he be vexed because he was not a purely righteous person? As long as I don't do anything wrong to others, I'll just follow my heart. Don't you think so? Xian subconsciously put his hand on his chest. There, his heartbeat was rising and falling along with a mysterious pulse. Xian looked inside his body, at the holy sword that had been emitting sacred waves and the two gems that were revolving around it. He muttered to himself as if he was talking to them. Then, Shuren left the palace without telling the others about his current situation. His departure caused Rosie and Elise to look at him for a moment and stop their discussion with the goddesses. "Do you want to follow?" Rosie saw the hesitation and eagerness in Elise's eyes. She pursed her lips and said this out of an unknown emotion. "No, no." Elise noticed Rosie's subtle attitude and instantly flinched. There was no other reason than that the princess in front of her was not only the well-wishers of the three goddesses, but also the fiancé that Shuren planned to marry in the future. This made Elise feel as if she was facing the main wife. "Is there something wrong with her? Didn't he say that he wanted me to marry him when he came back? If that's the case, isn't I facing my future wife now?" Thinking of this, Elise could not help but let her imagination run wild. Will she accept me? Will she accept me? Will she treat me as a concubine who is competing with her for favor, deliberately making things difficult for me and bullying me? The little fox felt a little uneasy. It was not impossible to be a concubine. Although she, a dignified holy maiden of the beastmen race, a person who had received the blessing of the goddess of life, actually went to be someone else's concubine, it was truly a bit shameful, even shameful for the beastmen race. However, the main palace was the kingdom's treasure and the dragon devil highness, so who would dare say that they had been wronged? The dragon demon was a person of much higher status than her. The same went for the most precious treasure of the kingdom. Although she was only the princess of one of the many human kingdoms, she was the well-wishers of the goddess of destiny and her successor. She was trusted and supported by the entire Protoss. Furthermore, she was the successor of the sacred sword of Mitra, so her status was much higher than hers. What's wrong with me being her concubine? However, if he were to be bullied, what should he do? Sob sob. I'm afraid of pain. Oh, the little fox seemed to be envisioning a future where she would be bullied by the wife and even be subjected to domestic violence. Rosie didn't know what was going on in Elise's mind at this moment. She just watched Elise's frightened, timid, dejected, and resigned look. A question mark slowly appeared in her mind. What's wrong with this child? Is she stupid? Rosie muttered in her heart. Only Litas and Anima were completely oblivious to the thoughts of the well-wishers who they regarded as their own. They were engaged in a heated discussion. It was not without reason that they had been single for tens of thousands of years. On the other hand, Shuren went straight back to Borstut's house after leaving the palace. After greeting his family and seeing Xianxia and Lilith, Shuren did not say much and locked himself in his room. Sitting on the bed in his room, Sean thought for a moment. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the ceiling. "You can hear me, right?" "Neon," Shuren called out. The comfortable silence permeated the room, causing Sean's shouts that seemed to be mumbling to himself to gradually disappear. Shuren's words to the ceiling received no response, nor did he receive any reaction. It was somewhat awkward. However, Shuren didn't show any expression of awkwardness. Instead, he kept looking at the ceiling, or rather, looking through the ceiling at the distant space that he couldn't see. "If you can hear me, then call me over. I have something to ask you." Shuren made his request. Obviously, he was planning to make his previous idea a reality. Under such circumstances, Shuren's words still didn't receive any response, nor did it arouse any reaction. Shuren didn't care either. He just waited quietly as if he was sensing something. Until a certain moment, Sean's heart skipped a beat and he smiled. "It's coming." Along with his murmur, the surrounding space finally began to distort. In an instant, the scenery began to change, space began to distort, and heaven and earth turned upside down. Shuren also felt as if he was thrown into a whirlpool, ushering in a feeling of dizziness. His vision became like a Wanhua mirror, distorted and strange. He didn't know how long this lasted. "It seems to be a little longer than usual, right?" Shuren had such a feeling, and he frowned. If it was any other time, the moment he was summoned, he would have immediately arrived at the temple in the divine realm where the goddess who summoned him would be at. But this time, it seemed that he was summoned for a little too long. What is this? Shuren was a little suspicious. But just as this suspicion rose in his heart, the dizzying feeling finally disappeared. The surrounding space turned into a solemn temple. The atmosphere in the air also became completely different from before. It was full of a sacred feeling. Shuren finally landed on the ground. he was summoned from his room to the familiar temple. Then, it worked. A voice full of surprise but tired to the point of panting came into Sean's ears. Ah! However, just as Shuren was about to look up, a small exclamation suddenly sounded and disappeared abruptly. When Sean raised his head and looked forward, he couldn't help but be startled by the scene in front of him. In front of Shuren, the goddess stood there as if she had existed for eternity. A familiar beautiful face. A familiar beautiful figure. A familiar white robe. A familiar sacred atmosphere. The goddess named Nian stood there quietly, looking at Shuren. Her appearance made Shuren stunned for a long time. It couldn't be helped. Shuren wanted to say something, but he found that he couldn't even say a word. For some reason, he had a strange feeling towards the familiar goddess standing in front of him. It was clearly the same face, and it was clearly the same figure, but there seemed to be something else on the goddess named Nian. To be more specific, he had an otherworldly aura about him, as if he was an extremely noble and extraordinary existence. That aura and that sense of presence had never appeared on Nian in the past. What was more strange was that the goddess who would always greet Shuren with a playful smile when he appeared in the past, this time, she just stood there quietly, looking at Shuren. What was even more amazing was that the goddess who would always greet Sean with a playful smile when he appeared in the past was just standing there quietly and looking at Sean this time. Suddenly, a sense of silence appeared in the temple. Suddenly, a sense of silence appeared in the temple. Sean and the goddess stared at each other, face to face. One looked bewildered, while the other was completely expressionless. For a moment, no one spoke. They just stared at each other. No one knew how long this situation had lasted. After a long time, he couldn't help but speak. "I say, why don't you speak? I say, why don't you say anything?" The stiff tone he used to break the awkwardness caused the goddess's eyes to flicker. His somewhat stiff tone to break the awkwardness made the goddess's eyes move slightly. After a moment of silence, the goddess spoke. "You've taken the crucial step to transcendence. You've taken the crucial step to transcendence. You've taken the crucial step to transcendence." Her tone was calm and serene. Shuren was stunned at first, but then realization dawned on him. "What? So you're reacting so strangely because I'm about to transcend?" Shuren heaved a sigh of relief and complained, "Don't scare me, okay? Besides, there's nothing to make a fuss about." If word of this got out, Shuren would probably be beaten to death, wouldn't he? Achieving transcendence was such an important matter, but in Sean's words, it was nothing to make a fuss about. This was simply a Versailles that could not be any more Versailles. Sean said this to provoke Nian a little. It could be considered as a petty revenge. Who would have thought that the goddess before him would nod? Indeed, there's nothing to make a fuss about. The goddess spoke calmly, as if this was really something insignificant, as if this achievement was nothing at all. Her tone was extremely calm. Fortunately, the goddess added another sentence. "Achieving transcendence isn't a very amazing thing, but you haven't even been in this world for a year, yet you've already succeeded in reaching this step. That's quite rare." The goddess said this, but her face was still expressionless. It didn't feel like she was praising Shuren at all. Is that so? Shuren almost couldn't react to her attitude, his face full of confusion. The goddess acted as if she didn't see anything and spoke on her own. At least, in the history of the heroes and even the entire Omnipotensen, apart from those who were born transcendental, you are undoubtedly the most outstanding, the most special, and the most powerful. The goddess lowered her eyelids as she spoke. That's true. No matter what, you're that person's heir. The three supreme concepts are slumbering in your body, so it's impossible for you not to be special, outstanding, and powerful. This sentence caused a subtle change to appear on the face of the goddess, who had been very calm and composed since the beginning. Unfortunately, not only was the change very subtle, but it also disappeared in a flash, so even Shuren didn't notice it. What exactly are you talking about? Shuren only felt that Nian had become a little strange. Not only was she behaving strangely, but she was also behaving strangely and wasn't like her usual self at all. This guy clearly did that kind of thing the last time. Shuren couldn't help but recall what happened the last time he met Nian. That time, Nian explained some things to him, and then took him to the side with a charming look on her face. It was also that time that Shuren witnessed the most exciting scene after he came to this world. Just as Shuren couldn't help but recall what happened that time and was overwhelmed with emotions, he suddenly realized that the goddess before him was staring straight at him. In an instant, Shuren felt like his heart was completely seen through by the goddess. This wasn't strange. In the past, Nian could also see through Shuren's thoughts. With her concept of hero summoning and the connection between her and the heroes, she could summon the heroes to her side at any time and place. She could also peek into the world the heroes were in and see what they were thinking about. To put it bluntly, it wasn't strange for Nian to see through his heart. But this time, Shuren felt like he was seen through even more thoroughly. Then, the other party said in an ordinary tone, as if he was used to it. "So you like that kind of thing?" Saying that, the goddess nodded her head. "If that's what you're hoping for, then sure." As soon as her voice fell, the goddess's body suddenly flashed with a burst of light. The light quickly disappeared. However, the goddess in the radiance had completely changed. Oh. 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 Shuren looked at the existence that appeared in the light and couldn't help but widen his eyes and let out an extremely moved sound. Upon closer inspection, the thing that appeared from the light was a young girl. She didn't look too eye-catching at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one would find that her facial features were quite regular. The young girl was neither short nor tall, and her skin was considered delicate, but it was protruding in places that should be protruding and sunken in places that should be sunken. She was like a pure and beautiful girl who didn't have a high sense of existence. She couldn't be said to be beautiful, but she was very cute. The young girl's slender body was wearing a white dress and a thin red coat. She had a sailor hat on her head and a bag on her waist. She was dressed very fashionably, and when paired with her shoulder-length short hair, she created a youthful beauty. Such a young girl naturally wasn't that outstanding compared to the goddess who could be said to be peerless in the world. However, in Shuren's eyes, the appearance of this young girl was more exciting than the appearance of any goddess in front of him. This character is called Kato Megumi, right? The goddess, who had completely changed, used the same calm tone to talk to Shuren. Although her tone was still calm, her voice had changed, and even her words had changed. She had directly become the wife that Shuren was extremely familiar with, Kato Megumi. "So, you like this kind of woman that only exists in fantasy?" The goddess who had completely become Kato Megumi didn't despise or look down on him. She just stated her thoughts as if she was stating the facts. Shuren instantly threw away all the unnaturalness and uneasiness that he had felt before, and his whole person fell into a state of excitement. "How can you say that you like her?" Shuren inexplicably said with excitement. "This is love. Do you understand love?" At this moment, Shuren seemed to have transformed into those die-hard otakus from his previous life. He was excited and happy. This was the biggest surprise that Nian had given Shuren the last time he saw her. Yes. Previously, Nian had suddenly transformed for Shuren again and again just like this. She had directly transformed into the beautiful 2D girls that Shuren had seen before and had left a deep impression on Shuren. The reason why Shuren had almost lost control was that the goddess had used these looks to model their personalities. Their tone had made the greatest degree of temptation to Shuren. That time, Shuren had almost thrown away all the integrity he had since he came to this world. If he hadn't felt that it was too exciting, he was afraid that he would have really given in the last time and let Nian have her way. Perhaps Shuren's inner agitation and excitement could only be understood by those who were like him. The goddess who had transformed into the girl named Kato Megumi seemed to have understood something. She glanced at Sean and seemed to be deep in thought. Love? Without a doubt, this was a relatively unfamiliar word to her. However, she was not completely clueless about it. Although there was only one, she also had someone whom she could infuse her love with. Or rather, she once had one. It was a distant memory that was deeply engraved in her mind and soul, causing the goddess to almost relax her lips. But at the same time, she felt a dull pain in her heart. After all, she would never return. He wouldn't be able to see her ever again. So, after the death of the Demon King, she chose to enter an eternal slumber, because in the dream, she could continue to repeat that memory and the beautiful past. In such a situation, she didn't even want to wake up again. If the person who was not chosen by her appears in this world, the goddess murmured and then raised her head to look at Shuren. Her eyes that were as calm as an ancient well began to show some warmth and softness. Since you like it so much, I'll let you see another one. With that said, the goddess waved her hand in front of Shuren, and her body once again bloomed with brilliance. In the brilliance, the girl's appearance changed again, turning into another appearance. It was a girl who looked to be about 13 or 14 years old. She had fair skin, a petite figure, and waist-length blonde hair. The girl had an adorable appearance, but her clothes were extremely bold and revealing. She only wore a fur coat with the front open, and only a leather shirt that covered the important parts of her body. More than 80% of her skin was exposed to the air, giving off an obvious astringency. The young girl also had a childish look on her face, but she wore a hat with a wide brim and a protruding front like a witch. She also wore an eye patch that covered her right eye, giving off an inconceivable and mysterious atmosphere. Most importantly, in one of the girl's hands was a huge spear that had a design similar to a tree and was made entirely of gold. The aura emitted from the spear was extremely terrifying. Oh oh oh. Shuren couldn't help but cry out. That was because he was touched. If one were to say that Xinghui was his favorite female protagonist in daily life, then this mysterious and lovable girl in front of him would be his favorite mysterious character. This is One-Eyed Girl. Shuren couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. One-Eyed Girl, this was undoubtedly just a nickname. Her real name should be Oddness, right? The goddess said calmly. Although it looks like this, its true form possesses the power to instantly end human history. People call it the demon god. How interesting. To think that such a child actually exists in the fantasies of the otherworld's humans. With the power of this prime god's spear, it should be comparable to Lita's, right? The goddess of fate, Lita's, who was the closest to omnipotence, also had the power of a demon. If it wasn't for the fact that this world was the creation of the supreme god Omnis, Lita's, as a goddess born under the supreme god, couldn't control the fate of the world, she could easily end human history and change the world. Due to the existence of the demon king and the supreme god, who were even more illegal, pressuring the world from above, their powers also seriously interfered with the relationships of this world. Lita's was the goddess who was closest to omnipotence, but not the omnipotent one. If she was in a world that had nothing to do with the demon king and the supreme god, Lita's would be able to unleash her full power and become the true omnipotent goddess. Of course, this wasn't what Shuren was thinking about. Shuren just stared at One-Eyed Girl in front of him, and he almost pulled out his phone to take a picture. Unfortunately, there were no phones in this world, and cameras weren't things that people could carry around. This made Shuren want to beat his chest and stamp his feet. The goddess seemed to have seen through Shuren's thoughts. Seems like you really like it. The goddess calmly nodded and said, All right, after you've done everything you want to do in this world, I'll create the worlds of your imagination for you as a gift. Huh? Shuren was stunned. Did this goddess just say something that he couldn't pretend he didn't hear? At this time, the goddess changed the topic. I know why you're here. The goddess quietly looked at Shuren and said, You want to see the supreme god in Omnis, right? The other party's calm words made Sean's burning mind and excited heart gradually cool down. This was indeed the reason why Shuren wanted to see Nian and come here. Although Shuren also wanted to have a good chat with Nian and talk about the memories he saw in his dream, the most important thing now was to solve the current crisis of the Omnipotensen. Donna's. The new, primordial demon. These two existences couldn't be left alone any longer. But they had indeed hidden very well. Even the goddess of destiny, goddess of life, and goddess of nature couldn't find them, which proved that they had a method similar to Halima's, vanishing shadow, which could completely hide them from prying eyes and no one could find them. In addition to Donna's, who was a scheming bastard, it was impossible for the newborn, original devil, to give himself away easily. That was why Shuren wanted to see Omnis. You've sent me into the holy realm before, right? Shuren regained some of his calmness, took a deep breath, and looked at the one-eyed demon in front of him. I want to ask you to send me there again. This was the main reason why he came to see Nian. The holy realm was the resting place of the supreme god, a sacred place that no one in the divine realm could violate or blaspheme. Omnis slept there and was completely hidden. Not to mention others, even the Protoss goddesses couldn't enter the holy realm and see the supreme god. Nian was the only one who had sent Xian there. Because Nian was the incarnation of the supreme god Omnis, and she was the goddess of summoning, she only needed to use the anti-summoning method to send Shuren, who had a connection with her, to the supreme god who also had a connection with her, and let Shuren enter the holy realm. In other words, in the current world, only Nian had the method to let others see the supreme god and let them enter the holy realm. And the supreme and omnipotent goddess was undoubtedly the only existence that could easily break the current stalemate. With her omniscient and omnipotent power, even if Donna's had powerful methods, it would probably be useless. Shuren didn't ask for anything else. He just hoped that the goddess could wake up once and help him once. At the very least, she could help him find the enemy's base camp. That would be great. The problem was, you should know very well that the existence named Omnis doesn't care about the future of this world, right? The one-eyed demonic god declared with a voice that could be described as cold. Although she created the world, it's just like humans wanting to build a house for themselves so that they can shelter themselves from the wind and rain and rest their feet. They don't have any other feelings. That was it. For the high god Omnis, the world was like a house that she had built for herself. If her house was destroyed by others, she might be angry, furious, or even hateful, which was why she was hostile toward the Demon King. But if it was just a pet in her backyard chasing and arguing in front of her, she would only watch quietly and wouldn't do anything else. To the existence named Omnis, creating a stone is as difficult as creating a life. She can easily create them with a flick of her fingers, so their value is the same. The goddess spoke to Xian in a tone that was unacceptably cold to a certain extent. To her, everything in this world is equal. If that was the case, she wouldn't care about war. The value of a stone was the same as the value of a human. Would she care even if a human stepped on a stone and crushed it? To her, whether it was internal strife between living races, war, or massacre, they were all things that couldn't be seen. Just like how humans would never deliberately pay attention to the little bugs in the natural world hunting and biting each other in the dark and damp places, the supreme god Omnis was the same. In that case, it was impossible for Shuren to ask her to save the world. This was just an insignificant fight between living races, not a disaster that would endanger the world. The only one who could threaten the world, destroy it, and make Omnis lose her house was the Demon King. Now that the Demon King had passed away, she wasn't interested in the situation and direction of the world at all. Shuren was naturally aware of this. But, since this is an insignificant matter to the goddess, if I can pique her interest, it's not impossible for her to help me with this matter, right? Shuren said. This was Shuren's plan. Omnis might not care about the direction of the world. But that didn't mean she didn't want to get involved. War was something boring and unworthy of her attention. As long as Shuren piqued her interest and asked her to help him, she might help him with such a small matter. This was what Shuren was aiming for. Hearing this, the goddess didn't deny it. Indeed, if it's your request, I don't mind helping you. As the goddess said this, she raised the weapon in her hand, spear of the king god. She pressed the tip of the spear against Shuren's chest, causing Shuren's heart to beat faster. It wasn't that he was a coward, but the spear was too dangerous. Spear of the king god, demon god Omnis's weapon. It was something he used to control his demon god power. However, the spear itself possessed great destructive power. Although it was a spear, once it was thrown, it would definitely hit its target. It wouldn't be shot down or destroyed along the way, and it would definitely return to the wielder's hand after piercing through the target. Its power was undoubtedly stronger than any other weapon in the world. This included the 3 great treasures created by the Demon King and the holy swords in the hands of most of the brave. With such a terrifying weapon, even if a transcendent-level existence were to come, they would have to return in defeat. However, Shuren felt that the dangerous aura emanating from the spear didn't seem fake at all. Could it be real? Shuren couldn't help but feel nervous. Until, unfortunately, apart from you, she's also interested in a pair of master and servant. The goddess's words stunned Shuren. Master and servant? The goddess' words caused Shuren to immediately think of that pair of twin sisters. Aside from them, Shuren couldn't think of any other pair of master and servant that the overgod, Omnis, would be interested in. The goddess, who had transformed into a one-eyed fiend god, raised her sovereign spear with one hand while staring at Shuren. She is very curious. Now that she knows part of the truth of the past, she wants to know what choice this pair of master and servant will make. The goddess said calmly. Thus, as long as your own safety isn't in danger, she won't interfere in this current situation. After saying these words, the goddess put away her sovereign spear. Shuren's heart was filled with many questions, as well as a strange feeling towards the goddess' attitude towards him. He always felt that this goddess, compared to before, not only was there many unnatural aspects to her, but she also seemed to have a transcendent aura, as though she was standing at the highest point of the world, staring down at it from above. She made him feel a sense of reverence, as though he had to raise his head and stare at her. This sort of reverence was something he hadn't felt before. However, she didn't give Shuren any time to think about it. That's true, but since you've come all the way here, it wouldn't be right for you to return empty-handed. The goddess said calmly, let me give you a hint. The goddess raised her eyes slightly, and then said something that caused Shuren's expression to change. The ultimate goal of that individual named Donna's isn't war, it's to revive the Demon King. The goddess used the handle of her sovereign spear to tap the ground beneath her feet, as though she was talking about the undead slumbering underground. Her face was completely expressionless. Revive the Demon King? Shuren's eyes narrowed. Donna's ultimate goal was actually this? Was this a joke? Wasn't there no way to revive the Demon King? Wasn't it said that the possibility of the Demon King being revived had already been eliminated by the Overgod, Omnis? If it wasn't for that, the demons and even the old demons faction would already be thinking of ways to revive the Demon King. How could it be Donna's turn to do this? What in the world was going on? Shuren's emotions began to grow chaotic. Only now did the goddess speak. Your perception is wrong. The goddess slowly transmitted her voice into Shuren's ears. It's not that the Demon King can't be revived, it's just that the conditions haven't been met. The goddess's gaze seemed to be able to see through Sean's body and see the things that existed in his body. She spoke meaningfully. Be it the goddess or the Demon King, they are truly immortal existences. Even if they are killed, as long as their source is still there, they will revive sooner or later. The Demon King didn't revive, not because there's no way to revive, but because the concept that symbolizes its origin has been taken away. It doesn't want to revive, so it didn't revive. If she really wants to be resurrected, then unless the concept that symbolizes her origin is suppressed by the power of the same lattice, in other words, by the power of the Supreme God, if she wants to be resurrected, it will only take a thought. The three goddesses and the 6 demons knew that this was all because the Demon King's jade was suppressed by the Overgod. Otherwise, the Demon King could not be revived. The leaders of the 3 goddesses and the 6 demonkin races knew that this was all because the Overgod had taken away the Demon King's precious jade. The Overgod had suppressed the Demon King, which was why the Demon King had never been able to revive. They also believed that it was impossible for the Demon King to be resurrected. This was because there was no one in the world who could resist the Overgods and steal the Devil King's jadeite from them. Under such circumstances, as time went by, there was a rumor that the Overgod had eliminated the Demon King's possibility of revival. In fact, this rumor was referring to the so-called symbol of the concept of origin, which was the matter of the Demon King's jade being taken away by the High God and being sealed away. Sean furrowed his brows tightly. He more or less understood what the goddess meant. But it was precisely because he understood that he was puzzled. If that's the case, then Donna's goal of reviving the Demon King should not be achieved, right? Shuren thought so. That thing that symbolizes the origin has fallen into the hands of the Overgod and is being suppressed. No matter how hard Donna's tries, he will not be able to revive the Demon King, right? This was Shuren's thought. It was also the first thought that came to everyone who knew about this. Unfortunately, the source that symbolizes the Demon King's concept was released not long ago. The goddess said something that shocked the world with a calm tone. What did you say? Shuren's eyes widened. His face was full of astonishment. The goddess's expression was still calm. I said that the source that symbolizes the Demon King's concept was released not long ago. The goddess said in the calmest voice, therefore, the possibility of the Demon King's revival is no longer suppressed. As long as the conditions are met, even if the Demon King does not intend to do so, outsiders can use the inheritance he left in this world to revive him. Shuren was completely speechless when he heard this. The psychological impact of this incident on him was greater than he had imagined. There was shock. There was astonishment. There was unease. At the same time, there was a hint of hope that he did not understand. In Shuren's mind, the little girl who held the red jade and had been searching for others and a place to stay appeared. She endured endless loneliness and emptiness and finally met the brave girl in this world. When she met the brave girl, the smile on her face. When she heard that the brave girl wanted to help the goddess fight against him, the tears that flowed from the corner of her eyes. These images kept replaying in Shuren's mind. Shuren's heart was in a mess. He did not understand how he felt when he found out that the Demon King could be revived. In the end, he could only say one thing. Why would the source that symbolizes the Demon King's concept be released? Shuren's voice was a bit hoarse. The goddess went silent. After a while, she spoke in a gloomy voice. Perhaps she has come to terms with something. Maybe she has understood something. Or perhaps, the 1,000-year-long dream allowed her to see many things that she clearly knew in the past, but subconsciously ignored. One thing is for sure, after the Demon King died, her hatred was gone. Her anger was also gone. All that was left was endless emptiness and endless nostalgia. Then, when the opportunity appeared, she let it go. As she spoke, the goddess's expressionless face showed a self-deprecating look for the first time. Who knows, maybe she's also looking forward to something. After leaving such words, the goddess turned her back. No matter what, the possibility of the Demon King's revival has returned. This is a fact. Although it is impossible for the individual named Donnas to be recognized by the Demon King's jade and take it away, even without the jade, as long as the conditions are met, the Demon King can still be revived. Of course, without the jade, the Demon King's power wouldn't be much. But if she wanted to, she could summon the jade back at any time and restore herself to her prime. If the holy sword that symbolized the brave could return to its master's hand at any time, then the jade that symbolized the Demon King's concept would definitely have the ability to do so. Concept objects were things that could only be manipulated and used by those who possessed the concept that they symbolized. They were one with the existence that symbolized the concept. Only the appearance was different, but everything else was the same. It was for this reason that when a hero successfully transcended, the holy sword would resonate and pulse and enter the hero's body, transforming together with the hero. This was because the holy sword symbolized the source of the brave concept. It was one with the hero, and its transformation was closely related to the hero. As for the Demon King and the Supreme God, the holy sword symbolized the source of their concepts. To a certain degree, the meaning of the holy sword was even more complete than the holy sword symbolized the hero. One was a jade that contained the power to destroy everything. The other was a jade that contained the power of omniscience and omnipotence. They were equivalent to the source of the Demon King and Supreme God's power, as well as their very essence. Unlike the hero's holy sword, the holy sword was a unique and absolutely indestructible existence. As long as the holy sword existed, no matter if it was the Demon King or Supreme God, even if they died, they would be revived sooner or later. Even if the holy sword followed the will of its owner before death and didn't revive the owner, as long as it existed in the world, its owner wouldn't truly die. Because of this, even if an outsider gathered the conditions to revive the Demon King, they would be able to revive the Demon King. This was what the goddess said. Now, the conditions to revive her have basically been gathered. As for whether or not the individual named Donnas will be able to gather all these conditions to revive the Demon King, I'm unable to foresee such a future. When it comes to the Demon King, even if I'm omniscient and omnipotent, capable of seeing through the past and the future, I can only be a bystander who knows nothing. And if she's truly revived, then I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to what choice she'll make after learning of your existence. The goddess' warning and prophecy ended here. Shuren was beginning to realize what the goddess' true identity was, which was why he revealed an even more astonished expression than before. But the goddess had said all she wanted to say. Thud. Accompanied by a clear knocking sound, the goddess tapped the god's lance in her hand, causing the entire world to distort. The familiar feeling of the world spinning assaulted Shuren's mind. Shuren disappeared from the temple and returned to his original location. The one-eyed goddess stared fixedly at the place where Shuren had disappeared. Only after a while did she wave the god's lance in her hand, causing a figure to appear here. It was Neon. You actually dared to do such a thing. Neon seemed to be panting, but she couldn't hide the anger on her face as she pounced towards the one-eyed goddess. The goddess only glanced at her quietly, and it was as if her entire body had been frozen, imprisoned by the surrounding space. Don't even think about escaping. The goddess threw down these words and then disappeared from the temple. The space around Neon immediately returned to normal, allowing Neon, who was still in a pouncing posture, to continue pouncing forward. She pounced on nothing. Instantly, Neon stood there, looking at the empty temple, and her entire body began to tremble. She was angry. Who ran away? Who ran away? It was clearly you coquettish bitches who ran away. I was the one who came first. Aha! Neon was driven mad. Meanwhile, the temple was imprisoned once more, making it impossible for Neon to summon Shuren again. Neon wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She stood in the temple, grieving for a long time. When he felt his feet on the ground again, Shuren woke up as if it was a conditioned reflex. He reached out a hand in front of him, as if trying to hold something back. However, at this moment, Shuren had returned to his home and reappeared in his room. He was no longer in the familiar temple. Shuren was speechless for a long time. After a while, he sighed and retracted his hand. It seems that the goddess won't reveal anything more. Shuren's mood became complicated once again. Recalling the goddess's every move and her clear words, Shuren seemed to have guessed her identity. I didn't expect her to really wake up. Shuren did not know how to describe his current mood. Should he feel honored? After all, he had seen a supreme being that others would never be able to see, and he had even received some hints from that being's mouth. But the goddess obviously did not intend to intervene in this situation, which made Shuren feel that she was as cold as the rumors said. Should he feel indignant and accuse her of not helping? Not even Shuren could do that. Perhaps that person was indeed as cold as the rumors said, so cold that it was even a little unreasonable, but she was still a god, a truly omnipotent god. Judging her with the thoughts of an ordinary person was nothing more than a method that could not even be called moral coercion. So, the best way was to treat her as a bystander who knew nothing about everything, just like what the goddess said. From this point of view, and thinking about things, he should be grateful that he could get some hints from her. Sean shook his head, trying to get rid of all the complicated thoughts about the other party from his mind. Then, Shuren focused all his attention on the hint given by the goddess. The resurrection of the Demon King. Shuren murmured. Such a big thing, should he say it out loud, but so what if he said it? At most, he could shock and panic Lidas and the others. Other than that, it seemed like he could not do anything else. Now, everyone was almost helpless against the newborn, primal demon. If they fell into panic because of the Demon King, the efficiency of the battle would be even lower. Rather than that, it was better to wait and see. At least, judging from the goddess's tone, Donna's hasn't gathered the conditions to resurrect the Demon King. Even if the resurrection of the Demon King didn't require the origin item that symbolized the concept, Donna still had to gather the necessities to resurrect the Demon King. As for the necessities, he more or less had some clues. So, he wasn't completely helpless now. On top of that, even if the Demon King is resurrected, she would have to retrieve her origin item if she wants to regain her full power. Unfortunately, Sean also had a clue about the so-called source of the matter. Shuren skillfully immersed his consciousness into his body and gazed into his sea. There, the holy sword was quietly bathed in a golden radiance. Beside it, the red and blue gems were spinning and also bathed in the red and blue radiance. Before this, Shuren only knew that these two gems must have a deep connection with the Demon King and the Supreme God. It wasn't until this moment that Sean realized what they were. Without a doubt, these two gems were the origin item of the Demon King and the Supreme God. They symbolized the concept of their existence. Whether it was the Demon King or the Supreme God, they had such a gem in their arms from the moment they were born. Shuren first looked at the red gem. This is the Demon King's gem, right? Shuren was certain of this. Moreover, he could also guess when this precious jade had entered his body. It was when I was sent to the Holy Realm by Nyan and saw Omnis, right? That time, out of sympathy, Shuren boldly hugged the Supreme Goddess to sleep together. It was also from that time that Shuren dreamed of the past of the Demon King and the Supreme God for the first time. Then, it was also that time that Shuren saw the red gem flying toward him and fusing into his body in his dream. Thinking of the fact that the Demon King's gem was taken away by the Supreme God after the Demon King died in battle 1,000 years ago, how could Shuren not understand what was going on? It must be that time when the Supreme God Omnis released the Demon King's gem and let it run into my body, right? Shuren sighed again. He really didn't know that there had always been such a dangerous and precious thing in his body. Speaking of which, the reason why the demon roar chain broke free from Helemus' control and formed a connection with me and recognized me as its master was also because of the Demon King's gem? Shuren suddenly thought of this. At that time, Shuren had always felt that it was a little unbelievable. It wasn't until this moment that Shuren came to a sudden realization. The Creator's origin is with me, so it naturally can't help the wicked and be my enemy. Thus, the demon roar chain recognized Shuren as its master and became his secondary weapon. Although, it was right that Shan didn't use it much. The problem is, forget about the Demon King's gem, what's with the other gem that's obviously the origin of the Supreme God? Shuren turned his gaze and looked at the blue gem. He had a headache again. When did this thing come into his body? Could it be that the goddess woke up because of this? I'm a little confused. Shuren's face was full of bitterness. The hero's holy sword. The Demon King's gem. The goddess's gem. The items that symbolized the three highest concepts were actually all in his body. How could he not be confused, when he didn't know of their existence, or what they were? Shuren could still ignore them and be calm. Now that he knew what they were, Shuren felt as if there were a few terrifying bombs in his body. It really made his liver tremble. The holy sword was fine. After all, it was his. Shuren could clearly feel the connection between him and it. He was also very familiar with it, as if they were connected by blood. But as for the two gems, although Shuren felt that the hidden power in his body seemed to have some connection with them, he didn't feel like he could control them at all. Just like the hero's holy sword could only be used by the hero himself, even other heroes couldn't use other people's holy swords. Neither the Demon King's gem nor the goddess's gem would be controlled by Shuren. They only had one master, and that was the Demon King and the Supreme God. Even if they were in his body now, if the Demon King and the Supreme God wanted to, they could immediately summon them back with just a thought. These things didn't belong to him at all, but they were domineeringly living in his body. It would be strange if Shuren didn't tremble. These two gems have been here for a long time. Will they go out of control at any time and mess around in my body? If they stay here like this, will my body mutate? Will the Demon King and the Supreme God use these two things to do something to my body? Shuren was suffering from paranoia. At this moment, I don't think the gems will do anything to you. The sudden voice gave Shuren a huge fright. Only then did Shuren realize that there was a second person in his room other than himself. Hey! Xianxia? Shuren looked at the maid who suddenly appeared in his room as if he was shocked. It was Xianxia. I noticed something strange in your room, so I came to see what's going on. Looking at Shuren's bewildered expression, Xianxia explained the reason for her appearance in a concise manner. Then, can't you not appear and disappear so mysteriously? Shuren patted his chest and couldn't help but complain. Xianxia didn't show any expression of guilt. You were thinking too much and were too engrossed in your thoughts. Xianxia said calmly. Shuren couldn't refute her. He knew that he was indeed a little paranoid just now. He had no choice. Originally, he just wanted to go to Nian's place to see if he could meet the Supreme God and get some help. Who would have thought that he would be involved in such a big matter and discover some of his secrets? It was inevitable that Shuren, who hadn't adjusted his mentality, would suddenly become bewildered and paranoid. Of course, even if it wasn't this time, don't you always appear and disappear mysteriously? Shuren rolled his eyes at Xianxia. Sorry. Xianxia apologized, but there was no other expression on her face. This gave Shuren a sense of déjà vu. Speaking of which, this big sister's temperament is quite similar to that goddess. Both were so calm and even expressionless. No matter what happened, she was so calm, so cold, and didn't show any signs of fuss. Could it be that this is the standard of a big boss? Shirin smiled bitterly. Then, Shirin turned to Xianxia. You mentioned the precious jade just now, right? Shirin looked at Xianxia and said, could it be that you always knew that the Demon King's precious jade was with me? Shirin's question made Xianxia raise her head. Yes. Xianxia said calmly, on the day Master obtained the Demon King's precious jade, I already sensed it. This was inevitable. I don't know if this body reacted to the Demon King's precious jade, or if it was my own birth that caused me to have some reaction to the precious jade. Xianxia said calmly, from that day onwards, I knew that the precious jade was with Master. Because of this, Xianxia suddenly hugged Shirin and reminded him to be careful. The purpose was to subtly tell Shirin that the thing in his body might put him in danger. It wasn't that the precious jade would do anything to Shirin, but if this matter was known by others, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't cause unimaginable consequences. If outsiders were to know that the Demon King's precious jade, which was originally unable to be resurrected, had actually come out from the Supreme God's place, it would definitely cause chaos in the world, right? What about Xianxia? Shirin asked doubtfully, why doesn't Xianxia seem to have any special reaction to the precious jade in my body? Xia hesitated for a moment before replying to this question. Eldest Miss once lost an important part of her power. Xia said this. Lost an important part of her power? Shirin was startled. Yes. Xia nodded and said, because of this, she couldn't sense the existence of the precious jade in your body. After saying this, Xia silently added another sentence in her heart. Eldest Miss should be able to sense the existence of the precious jade now, right? No matter what, the eldest Miss seemed to have regained her power. But where was she now? Xia thought silently in her heart. Xia? Just as Xia fell into silence, thinking about Xianxia, Shirin's somewhat puzzled voice entered her ears. Xia came back to her senses and looked at Shirin, who was looking at her in surprise. She immediately suppressed the longing in her heart. I'm fine. Xia shook her head at Shirin, reassuring him. Shirin could only look at Xia in confusion, but he did not probe further. Compared to this, he was more concerned about what Xia had said at the beginning. You said that the Baoyu won't do anything to me, right? Shirin asked, this is also because you sensed something? More or less. Xia seemed to know that Shirin would ask this, and replied expressionlessly, although the Demon King has not been resurrected, the Baoyu seems to possess the will of his previous life. As she spoke, Xia looked at Shirin. I can vaguely feel that not only does it not want to hurt you, but it also wants to protect you. It was precisely because of this that Xia said that the Baoyu probably didn't want to do anything to Shirin. In other words, Shirin's worries were superfluous. Is that so? Shirin was still a little doubtful, but he was no longer as worried as before. He wasn't the type of person who would dwell on something for too long. Even if there were two things in his body that he did not know whether they were time bombs or not, it had already happened. If he could not find a solution, then there was no need to keep worrying about it. If the Demon King resurrected, he would probably summon the Baoyu back, right? As Shirin thought about this, he did not know whether he should be happy or depressed. If the time bomb in his body was taken away, it was something to be happy about. But once it was taken away, it meant that the Demon King had indeed resurrected. This was another thing that he did not know whether he should be happy or not. Of course, to a certain extent, Shirin did not reject the resurrection of the Demon King too much. Even if in the eyes of the world, the Demon King seemed to be the most terrifying existence that could threaten the safety of the world, but in Shirin's heart, the image of the lonely girl with tears flowing down the corner of her eyes in his dream was still relatively fresh. Perhaps, that person is not as terrifying as the rumors say, right? Her power could indeed endanger the world itself, endanger all life, but whether she was evil or not was hard to say. The only question was, why did she start the war and plunge the Protoss and the demons into it, the truth? The goddess's words were still vivid in his mind, and Shan could not help but mutter a few words in his heart. Finally, he chose to suppress the many worries in his heart. Since things had already come to this, Shirin could only take it one step at a time. Even if the goddess was unwilling to intervene in this war and the enemy's whereabouts were still unknown, Shuren could still make some preparations now that he knew the other party's purpose. No, it should be said that the other party had been secretly acting in order to resurrect the Demon King. If they delayed their attack because of this, it would be beneficial to Shuren. Looking at the holy sword that was exuding a strong holy wave in his body, Shuren's mood gradually began to become expectant. I hope that before Donna's achieves his goal, I can successfully complete the transformation and enter the transcendent level. By then, even if something really happened, he would have enough strength to deal with it. From this point of view, the longer the other party dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for him. Anyway, Shuren's transformation still needed some time. If the other party attacked at the critical moment of his transcendence, there was no guarantee that he would not be left with hidden dangers after transcendence like the 72nd generation hero Philip. With this in mind, Shuren's mood relaxed a little. Shuren looked at Xianxia, the maid who looked exactly the same as the Demon King in his dream. After pondering for a while, he spoke. "Hey, Xianxia." Shuren asked, "What do you think of the Demon King?" Shuren's sudden question stunned Xianxia. "What do I think of the Demon King?" Xianxia muttered. "That's right." Shuren nodded, looked straight at her, and said, "You're one of the Demon King's two main bodies, and you're even a magical life form born from the Demon King's body. You've always been using the Demon King's body. To you, the Demon King should be a very special existence, right?" Hearing this, Xianxia fell silent. It wasn't that. She couldn't answer, but she tacitly agreed with what Shuren said. Come to think of it. No matter what, that person has an extraordinary relationship with me and the eldest lady. After a moment of silence, Xianxia said this with a calm expression. In other words, it was impossible for such an existence with such a deep relationship to not be special. Then what kind of person do you think the Demon King is? Shuren asked a question that he was very concerned about. However, faced with this question, Xianxia wasn't as hesitant and restless as Shuren imagined. Instead, she answered straightforwardly. "Master, you shouldn't ask me this question." Xianxia said straightforwardly. "Shouldn't I ask you?" Shuren raised a brow. "Although I'm a magical life born from the Demon King's body, I'm not the Demon King himself. I've only been born for 10 years and I've always been feared by the Protoss, the demons, and the humans. No one with ulterior motives got close to me and I have no way to understand that existence." Xianxia said calmly. "The Demon King that I know is no different from the Demon King that the world knows. The eldest lady might know something, but I'm different. So, instead of asking me, Master should have a more suitable person to ask." Xiaxia's words made Shuren go into deep thought. Come to think of it, it did make sense. Xianxia had only been born for 10 years and she hadn't come into contact with the existence of the Demon King. How would she know what kind of person the Demon King was when she talked about the Demon King? Not to mention Xianxia, even Xianxia might not know anything. After all, although Xianxia was a magical life created a long time ago, she was once abandoned and frozen. It wasn't until the Slaughterer faction found her and revived her that she was revived in this world. There was almost no difference between Xiaxia's experience and Xiaxia's. Compared to this pair of twins, the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons knew more about the Demon King. Especially the demons. Shuren suddenly remembered that he had asked Aie the same question before. At that time, when Aie mentioned the Demon King, Shuren had forgotten what kind of answer she gave. But from the attitude of the demons when they mentioned the Demon King, it could be seen that they had always been thinking about her, missing her, and had a sense of worship that was similar to faith and trust in her. To be able to make those demons so respectful, presumably, the Demon King was definitely not a terrifying existence that only had power, right? Unfortunately, the demons were trapped in the demon realm and could not get in touch with Shuren. Although the 3 goddesses of time and space had gone to the demon realm through time travel, it was still unknown when those 3 extremely unreliable idiots would be able to complete this important task. But, Lydas and the others should know something more or less, right? Shan seemed to be deep in thought. On the side, Xianxia had been staring at Shuren. After a long time, she suddenly said. Is the Demon King going to be resurrected? Xianxia asked coldly. Yes. Shuren was still thinking and nodded subconsciously. After a while, he reacted and thought to himself, this is bad. But, surprisingly, Xianxia did not have any extreme reaction to this. So that's the case. She just murmured faintly, without any uneasiness or emotion on her face. Shirin did not know what to say. Looking at Shirin like this, Xiao's eyes were calm. Actually, I had long guessed that this day would come. Xiao's eyes drooped slightly and said, after knowing that the jade was no longer with the supreme god, but with Master, I felt that sooner or later, this matter would happen. The supreme god was the only person in the entire world who could suppress the Demon King's jade and prevent the Demon King from being resurrected. Now that the Demon King's jade was no longer suppressed by the supreme god, everyone would immediately think that the Demon King could be resurrected. It was the same for Xianxia. In other words, Xianxia had long been mentally prepared for this. I will wait. Xianxia said calmly. Wait for that lord to come to me and take her body. After saying this, Xianxia turned and left Shirin's room. Shirin opened his mouth, wanting to call out to her, but in the end, he gave up. It was only now that Shirin realized what Xianxia had always been carrying in her heart. She might have accepted her fate long ago. She believed that sooner or later, she would return to that person's body as a part of the Demon King. No one knew what she would become when that time came. Including herself. If the Demon King is resurrected, will Xianxia die? Shirin couldn't help but have such a thought. This made Shirin, who didn't really reject the resurrection of the Demon King, confused again. If that was the case, should I stop it? Shirin began to feel irritated. Damn it, things are getting more and more troublesome. Shirin scratched his head hard. There was no doubt that this time, Shirin had to think about it carefully. He had to think about his future path and how to go about it. At the same time, in a corner of the world, a girl of demons standing on the edge of a cliff seemed to have felt something. She turned her head and looked behind her. Still here? The girl of demons sighed, turned her body around, and faced the back. Over there, a figure appeared without a sound. I offer my most solemn greetings, our esteemed Demon King's pure body. The gentle and elegant man of demons bowed to the girl of demons, giving the most solemn greeting as he said. You must be Donis? The girl of demons sized him up and said casually, you really are an ambitious person. Your goal is not to start a war, but to resurrect the Demon King. Yes. Donis didn't hide it at all, smiled gently, and said, have you already guessed my goal? A little bit. The girl of demons said sarcastically, during the Battle of the Kingdom, the reason why the Ice Lady with my power could survive after being slashed by the kingdom's treasure was because you secretly helped her, right? You're really perceptive. Donna's smile didn't diminish, I'm just giving you the chance to return what belongs to you. Then, you can start to resurrect the Demon King, right? The girl of demons' expression was still sarcastic. Donna's didn't reply. He just chuckled and said that. In short, please listen to what I'm going to say next. After listening, it's not too late for you to decide whether to cooperate or not. The next morning. With the help of Xianxia, Shirin washed up and changed his clothes. After eating breakfast with everyone in the dining hall, he went to the palace. He arrived at a magnificent and majestic palace in the deepest part of the palace. This was a palace that had been built over the past month. The palace did not have a name, but it was a temporary temple for the Protoss goddesses to live in. Yesterday, Shirin and Elise were received by Lidas and Anima in this palace, where they talked about the two awakened heroes. Today, Shirin came as well. It was rare that he did not go directly to Rosie's bedroom to see her. Instead, he came here to report to the two clergymen who were in charge of guarding the door, telling them that he wanted to see Lidas and Anima. Even the king had to let the clergyman at the door go in and report to them first. Only after receiving permission could he enter and see the goddesses who were willing to see him. Although Shirin could directly enter with instant transmission, and the two goddesses probably would not mind, but in front of Lidas and Anima, the goddess of fate and the goddess of life, it was inevitable that he had to put on some superficial act. If it were anyone else, it would be difficult to get permission to see two of the three goddesses. Even the king would find it difficult to be received by the three goddesses without sufficient reason or special circumstances. However, after Shirin arrived and reported to them, the clergyman at the door quickly made way for him and respectfully welcomed Shuren in. Obviously, as a hero and the blesser of the supreme god, it was easy for Shuren to see the goddesses, even the three goddesses. In the entire kingdom, there were less than 5 people who could receive such treatment. Moreover, these people would not be the king of any kingdom or the leader of any race. They would only be existences blessed by the three goddesses. In other words, in this human world, only Rosie, Elise, Marika, and Shuren, who was a hero and the blesser of the supreme god, could receive such treatment. As for Ter, Lita seemed to have seen her a few times during this period and was happy with her growth. However, Ter did not intend to reveal her identity as the blesser of Lita's, and Lita's chose to respect her decision. Therefore, Ter had not been here before. The clergyman and the goddesses in charge of guarding the place also did not know of her existence as the blesser of the goddess of fate, and did not give her any special privileges. Thus, Shuren easily passed through layers of checks and arrived at the highest level of this temporary temple, the temple hall. This was the place where Lita's and Anima usually stayed. It was also the place where the two goddesses met others. When Shuren arrived, the two goddesses were still around a table and were discussing something. "Hall," said Lita's. Lita's noticed that Sean had walked in from outside. She turned around first and revealed a surprised expression. Anima, on the other hand, lowered her head to welcome Shuren with a gentle expression. On the other hand, Anima lowered her head to welcome Sean with a gentle expression on her face. Anima, on the other hand, lowered her head to welcome Shuren, her face full of tenderness. Shuren walked in while facing the gazes of the two goddesses. Sean looked at the two goddesses and asked Shuren curiously as he looked at the two goddesses. "The beastmen have returned, but the issue of the dwarves must also be resolved as soon as possible. The orcs have returned, and the dwarves also have to be dealt with as soon as possible." Lita's and Anima spoke up one after another. Lita's and Anima said the same thing. Sean asked non-committally, as if he was not concerned about the matter and was just asking casually. Lita's and Anima could naturally see that Sean did not care about this matter. One of them was angry, while the other smiled bitterly. "As a member of the human race, can't you be more concerned about the dwarves?" Lita said with some dissatisfaction. For this goddess, who had an excessive sense of responsibility and mission, the dwarves should be eager to reclaim the land, right? Perhaps, she was still thinking of quickly liberating the dwarves and rescuing the innocent dwarves from Nutz's rule. If it weren't for these considerations, the goddess would have already graced the dwarf kingdom with her presence. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in this." Shuren said straightforwardly, "I'm just an ordinary person, not like you merciful goddesses who are always thinking of saving this and that in the face of a disaster. If it was someone close to him or someone he knew, it would be fine. But to ask Shuren to work hard for a group of people who had nothing to do with him, he really did not have any interest in it." Lita suddenly became even angrier, as if she had seen a disobedient child. She was about to lecture him, but Shuren covered her mouth. "Don't try to force your views on me. I'm really different from the heroes of the past. I don't have that much heroism, got it?" Shuren calmly covered Lita's mouth with his hand. "Woo woo woo." Lita struggled in protest, but could only let out a whimper. Anima, on the other hand, was very open-minded and did not have any intention of forcing Shuren. "You are not our well-wishers, but an existence blessed by the Mother Goddess. To us, you are not only a comrade but also someone that the Mother Goddess values. So, no matter what you do, we will not force you. We are already very happy that you have chosen to fight alongside us." Anima showed a gentle smile to Shuren, displaying her extremely tolerant and maternal nature. "See?" Shuren felt very comfortable, so he said to the goddess in his arms, "Learn well, got it?" "Woo woo woo." Lita's immediately struggled even harder. Anima watched from the side, smiling bitterly as she looked at Shuren. "Why have you come to us? Is there a reason?" Anima brought up the serious matter. Only then did Shuren let go of Lita's, who was about to bite him, and sat down in front of the two goddesses. In the next second, Sean asked the question that he wanted to ask the two goddesses since he came here. Immediately, Lita's and Anima were slightly taken aback. "You want to know what kind of person the Demon King is?" Both Lita's and Anima were somewhat surprised. Obviously, they did not know why Sharon suddenly asked such an abrupt question. Well, just think of it as me being curious. Sharon did not explain much and just brushed it off. This caused Lidas and Anima to look at each other. What a sudden question. Anima said with emotion. Why are you suddenly interested in the matters of the Demon King? Lidas was also a little depressed. Just asking. Sharon still did not explain and only urged, both of you should have met the Demon King, right? Lidas and Anima did not confirm or deny this question. Both of them revealed a thoughtful expression, and finally relaxed. If you're really interested, I can tell you about it. Lidas didn't seem to be very interested in it. Well, just think of it as a rest. Anima was still as considerate as ever. From the attitude of these two goddesses, it could be seen that they did not really care about the Demon King. To them, the Demon King was already a thing of the past, and the matter of the new, original devil, was more important. Of course, when it came to the Demon King, no matter how indifferent they were, they would subconsciously become serious. Lita said so first. Let me be clear, we don't know the Demon King as well as you think. That was Lita's opening sentence. Is that so? Sharon tilted his head. That's right. Anima continued Lita's words, although we are the first Protoss to be born, much earlier than the sixth Demon Kin, the number of times we've seen the Demon King is quite limited. That can't be helped, right? Lita said non-committally, who asked the Demon King to not go to the battlefield. These words caused Sharon to be a bit surprised. The Demon King doesn't go to the battlefield? Sharon was surprised. That's right. Anima confirmed Sharon's doubts and said, even though she was the first to start the war, the Demon King doesn't care about the battlefield at all, leaving all the decisions to the Moon Demon while staying in the castle. Even when the demons were attacked by us to the point where even the front line collapsed, she didn't act even once. At the side, Lita's continued Anima's words. Not only did she not act? Lita's curled her lips and said, she didn't even say a word. Even when she appeared, her gaze would only stay on the hero. She only has the hero in her eyes, as if he's the only one she has any expectations for. She probably doesn't even care about anyone else, right? Litas and Anima exchanged their views on the Demon King and told Sharon. Even if their tone and attitude were different, their views on the Demon King were very similar. They felt that he was mysterious and unimaginable. Litas even said so. I've always felt that he's an unfathomable person, even more unfathomable than the Mother Goddess. Litas seemed to have dug out all the feelings she once had about the Demon King and said. The Mother Goddess once said that in the absence of the hero, the Demon King alone would be enough to annihilate the entire Protoss race. Even the Mother Goddess would probably only be able to find a chance to escape, and there would be no way to defeat her. However, as the one who initiated the war, she never attacked the Protoss race. She would only attack when the hero came to challenge her. The rest of the time, she would stay in the castle and rarely go out. And whenever the hero fails the challenge and dies in her hands, she doesn't chase after the Protoss and the humans. Instead, she directly returns to her castle. It's not until a few hundred years later when a new hero is summoned that she makes a move. According to the Mother Goddess, with that person's power, she can easily destroy the entire world and kill all lives. But she doesn't do anything and insists on continuing the war. Sometimes, we all wonder if she's just using the war between the gods and demons to entertain herself and kill time. She treats war as a game. But if that's the case, it's too strange that she doesn't care about the direction of the war and only targets the hero. So, to us, that person is also very mysterious, very unfathomable, and someone we can't understand no matter what. Litas expressed her feelings one by one. As she spoke, she showed a sincere expression of puzzlement. I think so too. Anima nodded in agreement. She seemed to be reminiscing and trembling as she said, when I see that person, sometimes I even feel like I'm looking at a lifeless person who only has instincts. Just thinking about it makes me feel that she's unimaginable. The two goddesses' impression of the Demon King was surprisingly the same. Needless to say, Lita's and Anima's impression of the Demon King was definitely not good. It was not because she was an existence that could endanger the world, nor was it because she was once an enemy, an evil character that started the war. It was just that there were too many. inexplicable aspects about her. Those aspects were not good impressions, causing Lita's and Anima's tone to be filled with doubt, fear, and respect when they mentioned the Demon King. Xianxia was sure that if these two goddesses knew that the Demon King was about to be resurrected, with their current reactions, they would definitely lose their composure and fall into complete panic. Xianxia could only shrug his shoulders, and after a moment of contemplation, he looked at Lita's and Anima. According to what you've said, there are indeed many contradictions in the Demon King's actions. Isn't it a bit too early to say that she is a heinous criminal? These words were equivalent to slapping the Protoss's face. After all, it had always been the Protoss who saw the demons as an evil existence, believing that they were the ones who started the war and enjoyed the war. They believed that by defeating the Demon King, they could save the world. Xianxia's words could be said to be tearing the Protoss's face to a certain extent. But Lita's and Anima did not refute it. Especially Lita's, who had an overabundance of responsibility and mission, did not refute it. We believe that the Demon King is an existence that can endanger the world, not because she is evil, but because her existence itself is a threat. Lita's was silent for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. The Demon King started the war, causing the war between the gods and demons that lasted for tens of thousands of years. This is a fact, but even if we disregard this, you can't deny that the Demon King does have the ability to destroy the world, right? Lita's words made Xianxia speechless. This was indeed undeniable. An existence that has the ability to completely destroy the world started the war, then in order to protect this world created by us, the noble Mother Goddess, we see the Demon King as a threat. Is that wrong? Lita's argued. Even if she's not a heinous criminal, she's still a sharp sword that hangs over countless lives, a demon queen who threatens the entire world. It would be fine if such a person behaved herself, but when she started the war, everyone would think that she was dangerous, an evil existence that should be eradicated immediately. So, from a certain point of view, Lita's words were not wrong at all. Even if the actions of the Demon King were filled with contradictions, it was a fact that she was a threat to the world. Xianxia could not help but think of the story he saw in the dream. In the dream, the Demon King, who had just been born, was also unable to control his own power and destroyed the world created by the Overgod again and again. The Demon King may not have done it intentionally, but to say to others. The Demon God, the Demon King, and the God to the Demon King. Under such circumstances, even if the Demon King wasn't an evil one, so what, she still did something wrong. While Xianxia was feeling speechless, Anima also spoke up. As for the Demon King's personality, we can't judge it because we've only seen her fight against the heroes. As if to change the heavy topic, Anima continued, but I've come into contact with the fiendkind many times. From what I heard, the Demon King seems to love her daughters a lot in private. Is that so? Xianxia looked at Anima. At least, that's what the fiendkind themselves say. Anima smiled, then continued, if that wasn't the case, the Demon King wouldn't have created the 3 greatest treasures, which are used to protect the demons under her command and their children. That's true. The Rainbow Magic Diamond is the greatest treasure of the demons that can be used when the demons are in danger. The Magic Transfer Pool is an opportunity to increase the strength of the demons, as well as a guarantee to increase the strength of the demons. And the Magic Howling Chain was given to Helemis by the Demon King. Even though Helemis wasn't completely her son, for his personal safety, the Demon King also specially made a magic weapon for him to make up for his own shortcomings. From this, it could be seen that the Demon King wasn't a heinous person, and was even very humane in private. This was also in line with the impression that Xianxia saw in his dream, a girl who was extremely powerful, but extremely afraid of loneliness, afraid of emptiness. Only when the hero accepted her, did she smile for the first time in her life. Just as Xianxia thought of this, suddenly, Lita seemed to have thought of something and clapped her hands. I remember now. Lita suddenly said as if she had just woken up from a dream, I remember once, the moon demon unintentionally mentioned the Demon King in front of me, and said something very strange. Lita's voice immediately attracted the attention of Xianxia and Anima. Something that the Demon King said? Anima was a little surprised. What did he say? Xianxia also hurriedly asked. Lita's thought hard for a while, as if she was digging through her memories, and only spoke after a long while. When no one was around, my mother would often repent in tears alone in the castle. Lita's blinked her eyes, as if even she felt that it was very unbelievable. I remember, that was what the moon demon said at that time. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into silence. The Demon King. Repent in tears. Anima didn't seem to be able to understand the meaning of this sentence, or rather, she couldn't understand the content of the sentence, and showed the same incredulity as Lita's. Sean, on the other hand, was completely silent. The scene of the girl in the sky looking at her only friend in tears appeared in his mind again. At this moment, Sharon also felt a kind of sadness, bursting out from the depths of his heart. This feeling made Sharon slightly shocked, and he quickly restrained his emotions, suppressing the strange feelings in his heart. However, he still unconsciously peeped into his sea of consciousness, looking at the red precious jade that was revolving around the holy sword and seemed to be chasing after the blue precious jade. The precious jade was as red as ever, and as mysterious as ever. However, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but Sharon kept having a premonition that he was about to be sucked into it, and his consciousness almost sank again. Smack. Almost subconsciously, Sharon slapped his own cheeks hard to bring himself back to reality. However, this seemed to give Lita's and Anima a shock. You. What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly hit yourself? The two goddesses couldn't help but look at Sharon worriedly. It's nothing. Sharon shook his head, gesturing for them not to worry. Sharon didn't plan to tell them that the Demon King's precious jade was in his body for the time being. This was a serious matter, and Sharon couldn't guarantee that the two goddesses wouldn't ask him for it based on their standpoint. Not to mention whether Sharon could hand it over, he was also inclined to not hand it over in terms of personal feelings. He still had things he wanted to understand, and he couldn't lose the Demon King's precious jade for the time being. At that moment, Sharon changed the topic. Thank you for telling me this, it was very helpful to me. It was rare for Sharon to politely thank the two goddesses. No. You're welcome. Lita scratched her face shyly because of Sharon's frankness. As long as it was helpful to you. Anima was as gentle as ever, and said, if you still want to know about the Demon King, perhaps you can ask Artemis. Artemis? Sharon was stunned, and said in surprise, the goddess of justice? Why ask that goddess? Could it be that she knows the Demon King better than the three goddesses? Sharon thought so. In the next second, Anima gave the answer. Should I say it was reckless? Artemis had also challenged the Demon King before. Anima told Sharon such information. Lita's also spoke. It was indeed reckless. She clearly knew that she was no match for the Demon King, but she still dared to challenge the Demon King. I was shocked at that time. Lita said helplessly, but, it can't be helped, right? Yes. Anima sighed and said, who asked that child to be the condensation of a sense of justice, and must maintain order and justice, unable to sit idly by and watch any evil goddess? Such Artemis couldn't tolerate evil, and after knowing the existence of the Demon King, it was even more impossible for her to sit still. To her, the Demon King is an unpardonable evil. Lita seemed to be helpless and said, she can't even tolerate the slightest bit of evil, so it would be a problem if she didn't do anything about the world's greatest evil. That's why she became the hero sword of the goddess, Anima said. Not only because the hero is an existence of absolute justice, but also a guardian of order like her, but also because only the hero can fight against the Demon King. If she wants to fight against the Demon King, being by the hero's side is undoubtedly the most likely to happen. Thanks to this, the goddess of justice seemed to have come into contact with the Demon King. In that case, it was not impossible that she knew the Demon King better than the three goddesses. That goddess is now in the elven homeland, right? Sharon's eyes flashed as he asked this question. Yes. Lita's nodded affirmatively and said to Sharon, do you want to go find her? Maybe. Sharon didn't confirm or deny it. He only said vaguely, if there's nothing major, I don't mind going. That's not a bad idea. Anima agreed, the royal capital has me, Lita's, and Her Highness Rosie, so there shouldn't be any problems for the time being. On the other hand, the elven homeland has two more transcendent existences. It's hard to guarantee that the new, primal demons, won't be conquered by the new, primal demons. In other words, it would be best if Sharon could go and take care of them. Let me think about it. This time, Shuren didn't act indifferent. He didn't mind going to the elven homeland. In any case, the hometown of the elves was Marika's hometown, and he had a lot of acquaintances in the elves' hometown. Going there for a while would be much easier than rescuing the dwarves. Marika has always been worried about the situation in the elven homeland. It doesn't seem like a bad idea to go there. Although the elf queen and the others said that Marika should stay in the royal capital just in case and leave some hope for the elves, Marika's safety could at least be guaranteed with me going there, right? The only thing I have to worry about is the fact that I'm still transforming into the transcendent realm. But as long as I don't take out the holy sword and interrupt the fusion and sublimation of the divine power, there shouldn't be any problems. At the very least, I still have the demonic roar chain and the samsara destiny. At the very least, I can still exert the combat power of a transcendent realm. In summary, this trip was not a loss at all. After that, Lidas and Anima didn't mention the Demon King anymore. That was all they knew about the Demon King. They wouldn't be able to know anything more than that. Compared to the Demon King, they were more concerned about the Dwarf Kingdom and the newborn, original demon. According to the two goddesses, after the returning orcs were settled, they began to interrogate the captured orcs and dwarves, attempting to obtain information about the newborn, original demon. At the very least, they wanted to know about the Dwarf Kingdom's current situation so that they could make arrangements against the Dwarf Kingdom. From Shuren's point of view, the former was probably impossible. Even Gullah wasn't able to obtain any important information, let alone the others. With Danitha's meticulous planning, it was impossible for him to reveal any flaws and allow them to obtain information. However, there was still room for manipulation of the latter. Those dwarfs were blacksmiths sent by the Dwarf King, Nuts, to Cosmos. They should have some understanding of the Dwarf Kingdom's current situation. If they had a grasp of the Dwarf Kingdom's current situation, it wouldn't be too difficult to send people over to reclaim it. At the very least, according to the known information, the Dwarf Kingdom only had 2 legendary powerhouses, one less than the Elven Kingdom, which had the least population. Their overall strength was also weaker than the Elven Kingdom. Facing such a Dwarf Kingdom, it would be a little difficult for the Dwarf Kingdom to reclaim it. However, if the Protoss were to make a move, even if most of their forces were left in the Celestial Realm, it would still be possible. This was under the condition that Lidas and Anima didn't make a move. This time, it wasn't like the Cosmos World crevice where the Protoss's strength would be suppressed. At most, it would only be transcendent-level existences like Lidas and Anima who were too powerful to enter. If transcendent-level existences were to act recklessly in such an underground kingdom, it was imaginable that they would be buried alive. However, on the other hand, the enemy also had the same concerns. In other words, this time, there wouldn't be 2 transcendent-level heroes lying in ambush in the Dwarf Kingdom. Perhaps there would be traps set there, but it definitely wouldn't threaten the transcendent level. Unless the Dwarf King Nuts wanted to exterminate his race and sacrifice all his people, he wouldn't allow the newborn, original demon, to set such a dangerous trap in his own kingdom. In conclusion, this was a small-scale war between existences below the transcendent level. In short, this was a small-scale war between existences below the transcendent level. According to the detection, the retreating army of the Ragnar Empire, which has been captured, is about to retreat to the territory of the Dwarf Kingdom. We plan to send troops after calculating the time to rescue them and meet up with them. At the same time, we will combine the forces of both sides to capture the Dwarf Kingdom and recover the dwarves. This news made Sean take it to heart. After all, he had been paying attention to the situation in the Ragnar Empire. Don't forget that it was already his territory. He and Harvey were also in a relationship where they cooperated from time to time and took care of each other from time to time. Sean was still very concerned about their safety. So, after the battle against the dwarves, the people from the Ragnar Empire will also come to the kingdom? Sean asked. If nothing unexpected happens. Anima smiled and replied, in the current human world, except for the kingdom and the elven homeland, the rest of the territories have either fallen or joined the camp of the newborn, original demon. After the battle is over, the people from the Ragnar Empire will probably have to come to the kingdom to join us. The kingdom had now become the only safe place in the entire human world. It existed as the base camp of the humans and the Protoss. If the people from the Ragnar Empire wanted to settle down and find a chance to counterattack and recover the Empire's territory, they would have to come here sooner or later and join forces here. Otherwise, they could only keep fighting and retreating after losing their territory. Like rootless duckweeds, they would eventually be annihilated. Therefore, the arrival of the Ragnar Empire could be regarded as a sure thing. Only by gathering all the forces of the humans like this can we break the stalemate. Lita said seriously, when all the major forces of the humans are united, we will have the advantage. Lita's and Anima's plan was simple. It was to try to gather all their forces and hold the last position of the Mitra kingdom. In this way, the newborn, original demon, only had two actions left to take. One was to continue stirring up trouble in the dark. The other was to find an opportunity to launch an all-out attack. Xianxia might be worried that Donna's was planning something in the dark, so he couldn't sit still. But Lita's and Anima were different. At this point, they could not wait for the newborn, original demon, to continue hiding in the dark and not come out. Because it was undoubtedly beneficial for them to keep dragging it out. The longer it dragged, the more likely it was that they could contact the realm of gods and even the realm of demons. Finally, they could rebuild the passage between the three worlds and gather all the forces of the three major races. At that time, no matter how strong the newborn, original demon, was, it could only face destruction when faced with the joint attack of the Protoss, demons, and humans. In other words, they could afford to drag it out, but the enemy could not. That was what Lita's and Anima were thinking. Of course, if all of you know, that guy definitely knows as well. Xianxia sighed in his mind. How could Donna's not know that dragging it out would be disadvantageous for him? Was he not afraid of the three goddesses and the 6 demons working together? If he wasn't afraid, he wouldn't have destroyed the passage and trapped the demons in the realm of demons. But he also needed time. He needed time to prepare. The goddess had already said that war was not his final goal. He only had one goal. And that was to resurrect the Demon King. War was probably just a means for him to gather the conditions to resurrect the Demon King. He didn't need to win at all. He only needed to achieve his final goal, and that would be enough. However, at this point, Xianxia had a reasonable question. That guy, why would Donna's want to resurrect the Demon King? Based on what that guy had shown so far, it didn't seem like it was based on any ambition. He didn't seem like someone who wanted to conquer the world with the power of the Demon King. Nor was he like those old demons who wanted to worship the Demon King, enjoy war, and let the world return to how it was 1,000 years ago. That was why he chose to do all this. What does he want from the Demon King? Xianxia couldn't help but sigh again. One mystery had yet to be solved, and yet another mystery had appeared. If this was written into a book, the author wouldn't be able to fill in so many holes, right? Xianxia used this to ease his mood. Then, Xianxia bid farewell to Lita's and Anima, left the hall, left the temple, and went to Rosie's bedroom. Unfortunately, the female knights of the Holy Sword Squad who were guarding the bedroom told Xianxia that Rosie was called over by Xianxia, and seemed to want to discuss something with her. All right. Xianxia scratched his head. Princess Fishcatching no longer had the chance to slack off. She was busy all day, and she had to be responsible for the handover between the Protoss and the humans. She really couldn't stay idle. I'll find a chance to send her some consolation gifts. Xianxia could imagine the girl rolling around in her heart, desperately shouting words like "I don't want to work." Thinking about how before going to Cosmos to rescue Elise and the others, Her Royal Highness was so busy that she didn't return to her bedroom at night, and could only sleep during the day as much as possible. She looked exhausted, and Xianxia's heart immediately softened. She was his future wife, after all. It was impossible for him not to feel sorry for her. But he couldn't help even if he wanted to. Although he was a noble and a marquis, he had never participated in any of the kingdom's war meetings or cooperated with the kingdom's operations. It wasn't that he resisted, but because he was not only a noble of the kingdom, but also a brave. His war meetings were not held in the kingdom, but in the divine hall where Lita's and Anima were. Frankly speaking, the kingdom didn't think that as a brave, Xianxia had to fight for trivial matters. Instead, he should worry about the humans, the Protoss, and even the demons together with Lita's and Anima. Because of this, even Ansi and Lia didn't dare to ask Shuren to participate in the kingdom's war meetings as a mere noble to handle the kingdom's various trivial matters. If they did that, even the people might be dissatisfied. Of course, Shuren didn't just sit around. He had been fighting from time to time to eliminate the demon larvae that threatened the front lines of the kingdom. Under the leadership of Vivian and Tier, the Borstut family had been participating in the front lines of the battle against the alchemists and demon larvae. They weren't just watching from the sidelines in the kingdom. Vivian had been communicating with Lily recently, and she was even summoned by the kingdom from time to time. It was said that there were some extremely important battles that required her help. It was the same this morning. When they were in the dining hall, Vivian mentioned that she had been staying in the palace to participate in the kingdom's large-scale battles. The Borstut family had basically been handed over to Tier, Melika, and Yulin. Tier had also mentioned that Vivian is the kingdom's guardian, the last barrier of the kingdom. In some areas, her role is even more important than Her Highness Rosie. Sean's curiosity was piqued by his words. He knew that Vivian had something special about her that was highly valued by the higher-ups of the kingdom. AIE had also mentioned the title of Kingdom's Guardian before, but Shuren didn't know what was so special about her. Thinking about this, Shuren was suddenly very curious about what Vivian was doing. So, Shuren returned to Borstut's house, intending to look for Vivian. However, when Shuren returned to Borstut's house, a strange feeling made him stop in his tracks. Shuren narrowed his eyes, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Then, Shuren teleported and disappeared on the spot. Time returned to 3 minutes ago. At this moment, Xianxia had finished her work. Under the admiring gazes of the servants and maids, she was bathed in cheers and screams as she walked toward the direction of the garden. At this moment, a small figure suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. Miss Lilith? Xianxia stopped in her tracks and was stunned. The person who appeared in front of Xianxia was Lilith. Lilith was frowning like a child who had just been woken up. She looked indignantly in front of her and shielded Xianxia behind her. Not long after. Oh? You've been discovered so quickly this time? As expected of our most noble and strongest evil god. Along with such a loud voice, malice filled the air. A black figure that seemed to be burning with black flames quietly appeared. Impressively, it was the evil god from before. When Xianxia saw the familiar evil god appear in front of her and Lilith again, she no longer felt that it was difficult to even breathe, even though the evil god's malice was still strong and fierce. At this moment, there was only one thought in Xiao's mind. This evil god is indeed not dead. Lilith did not kill her the last time. Lilith obviously thought so too. She did not even give the evil god a chance to speak. She directly raised her hand and released a pitch-black evil aura. The evil aura was like smoke. As if it had come to life, it rushed in front of the evil god and trapped it in an instant. Immediately, Lilith clenched her slender hand. Bang, like crushing an egg, the dense evil aura crushed the evil god's body, causing the burning black shadow to explode on the spot. As soon as she appeared, Lilith had the intention to kill the evil god on the spot. Obviously, the evil god's arrival had disturbed Lilith's sweet dream, causing her to be angry when she woke up. Otherwise, Lilith would not have forgotten Shuren's instructions and tried to capture the evil god alive first. Xianxia was slightly stunned, but she did not say anything. However, since the evil god could escape from Lilith last time, he could naturally do the same this time. How fierce, Goddess Lilith! You won't even let me say a word? As this voice sounded, the black smoke-like figure reappeared as if nothing had happened. As if everything that had just happened was just an illusory dream, the evil god laughed happily, so much so that her whole body was trembling. Although I like your fierce personality, I advise you not to waste your energy. The evil god laughed happily and said, even if you are stronger than me, and much stronger, there are less than 3 people in this world who can kill me. It's a pity that you are not among them, Goddess Lilith. The evil god in the black shadow uttered these words, and her tone was full of confidence. She really did not think that Lilith could kill her. This was the confirmation that she had accumulated over a long period of time, and it was also where her arrogance came from. Lilith frowned, as if she was not convinced. She continued to extend her hand, causing an even more turbulent evil aura to fluctuate. Seeing this, Xianxia finally made a move and stopped Lilith. "Don't attack first, Miss Lilith." Xianxia whispered to Lilith, "This evil god seems to be very difficult to kill. Since there is no definite way to kill her, let's listen to her plan first." Hearing this, Lilith stopped the torrent of evil aura that was about to be released. She obediently retracted her power, but her face was still filled with anger. That look made the evil god in the black shadow click his tongue in wonder. The evil goddess who turned everything on earth into purgatory back then actually has such a rich expression now. It's really surprising. Even as he said that, the evil god in the black shadow felt regret. "Personally speaking, I prefer the bloodless and tearless you 10,000 years ago, who brought despair and horror to everyone." "Lilith, are you not going to make a scene on the ground like that time?" These words sounded like mockery, but when they came out of the other party's mouth, there was actually a sense of regret. Xianxia did not doubt that if Lilith really did that, this evil god would definitely take pleasure in it and watch it from the sidelines, enjoying the despair and terror of all the lives on earth, right? This was a true evil god. She was not merciful at all, but full of malice towards everything. "Who exactly are you?" Xianxia began to probe cautiously. "Me?" The black shadow was stunned at first, but then it came to a sudden realization and said, "Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself yet." Saying this, the evil god in the black shadow opened its arms. "You can call me Pandanus, the evil god Pandanus." This name made Xianxia frown deeply. She had never heard of this name. It couldn't be helped. Xianxia had only been born in this world for 10 years. Although she was an omnipotent maid with all kinds of means and could easily obtain information from all sides, she still knew the honorific names of ordinary goddesses. However, it was a different story when it came to existences like evil gods. 1,000 years ago, after the war between the gods and demons ended, the evil gods with many problems in their bodies and temperament became a group that was not welcomed by the Protoss. Not only were they rejected by the orthodox goddesses of the Protoss, but they were also restricted from traveling and could hardly appear on Earth. In addition, the Protoss did not want these problem children to spread their beliefs in the world and create evil fanatics on Earth, so the names of the evil gods were deliberately hidden. Over time, after 1,000 years, there were not many people who still knew the honorific names of the evil gods. Xianxia did not specially collect information in this area, so it was normal that she did not know the origin of the evil god. And the evil god did not seem to care about this. Looking at Xiaoxia's deep frown, he laughed softly. That laughter. It was full of malice, but also full of joy. The evil god named Pandenium seemed to be enjoying Xiaoxia's annoyance, and his every move was full of joy. This made Xiaoxia frown deeper and deeper. "Evil god Pandenium," Xiaoxia said very calmly, "what is your purpose of coming here?" Xiaoxia's question was met with an extremely straightforward answer from the evil god. "I should have told you my purpose once." Pandenium laughed softly, his eyes sweeping back and forth between Xiaoxia and Lilith, making them feel uncomfortable. Then, he said, "I said that I hope you will come with me. What do you think?" The evil god's stated purpose was the same as the last time they first met. However, Lilith did not pay any attention to her and still looked angry. "Do you think we are thinking about that kind of thing?" Xiaoxia was silent for a long time, and then said faintly. "Not thinking about it?" Pandenium's laughter froze. The thick malice on his body became even more obvious. "I say, are you guys joking?" Pandenium's temperament changed as if he had gone crazy, and he said coldly, "Have you really been reared by the hero and become his pets?" The black smoke like flames on Pandemonium's body began to undulate unsteadily. "Who are you?" "One is the strongest evil god, the existence that turned all living beings on the earth into evil beings. The other is the demon king's pure body, the remains of the demon king who could even crush the world. You guys should have come to our side in the first place. Now, you actually said that you didn't think about it? Are you guys planning to be some kind of envoy of justice?" Black smoke rolled on Pandenium's body, and it was obvious that his emotions were very unstable. Feeling the malice coming at her face, Xiaoxia felt uncomfortable in her chest, but she didn't say anything and just looked at Pandenium quietly. Lilith, on the other hand, looked like she was bathing in a light drizzle. She wasn't affected by Pandenium's malice at all. Instead, she looked at Pandenium, who suddenly became violent, and tilted her head in confusion. In the eyes of the two men, Pandemonium's violent performance was a complete joke. This time, it was Pandenium's turn to be stunned by the black smoke. Looking at the two girls in front of him, one expressionless and the other confused, Pandenium knew they didn't plan to go along with him. Fine. Pandenium quickly calmed down. His tone was filled with disgust and disgust. Seems like no matter what I say, it's like playing the lute to a cow. You guys won't understand how sad your situation is. Pandenium started talking to himself. If you don't know what the right attitude you should adopt is, then let me guide you. It's okay. I will definitely let you know what the real evil god, the real demon king, looks like. At that time, all of you will realize exactly how foolish all of you are right now. With that, Pandenium walked toward Xianxia and Lilith. Miss Lilith. Xianxia immediately took a step back and called out to Lilith. Lilith immediately understood. Boom, in the blink of an eye, evil energy rolled over like a storm, enveloping Pandenium, who was walking forward and crushing him like before. However, Pandenium soon appeared again, as if nothing had happened and nothing had happened. He slowly walked over. Boom, Lilith waved her slender hand and mercilessly strangled him for the third time, causing the evil god named Pandenium to explode in the storm of evil energy again. But Pandenium was still the same as before, appearing silently and approaching silently. She was not affected by death at all. It was as if even death rejected her, or rather, she rejected death, rejected it, and put an end to it. Even her footsteps seemed so leisurely. I said, you can't kill me, Lilith. Pandenium approached Lilith. Okay, come with me. I will take you to where you should go. At this moment, Pandenium's voice was full of bewitchment. Lilith wanted to continue attacking and strangling Pandenium, but under that bewitching voice, she suddenly became hesitant. Her immature little face, which until now was either angry or puzzled, was replaced by a trace of confusion and absent-mindedness. Miss Lilith. Perhaps Xianxia had noticed something amiss, so she spoke up resolutely. Lilith immediately came to her senses. Looking at Pandenium, who was reaching out to her, the hesitation on her face disappeared. Immediately, evil energy far more intense and terrifying than before erupted from Lilith's body. Boom, Pandenium, who had reached out, was directly blasted away by the evil energy that erupted in front of him. He hit the wall at the end of the corridor, and his whole body seemed to shatter and be annihilated by the evil energy. However, the malice that pervaded the air did not disperse. In fact, it became more and more terrifying and intense. Tisk, Pandenium's voice came from afar. Is it really impossible to directly deceive an evil god who is above me? As he said this, the malice on his body suddenly solidified, and he no longer targeted Lilith. The tip of the evil god Pandenium's malice suddenly aimed at Xianxia. You're really nosy, Demon King's pure body. Pandenium said coldly, since you don't want to watch obediently from the side, then I'll start with you. As soon as he finished speaking, black smoke gathered behind Xianxia. Pandenium's figure appeared behind Xianxia, and he reached out to Xianxia's back with his hand that was as dark as the abyss. Xianxia only felt that her whole body was shrouded by terrifying malice, as if she had been thrown into a swamp of malice. The malice attempted to crush and devour her. It was trying to devour him maliciously. As a magical life without any combat power, in the face of such terrible malice, Xianxia could only sit and wait for her death. But, please allow me to remind you of this uninvited guest. Xianxia announced quietly. Don't forget who the master of this place is. As soon as this sentence came out of Xiaxia's mouth, the malice in the entire space froze. At this moment, the outstretched hand of the black shadow behind Xianxia froze in midair along with the dense malice on its body. Pandenius fell silent. He looked at Xianxia, who still had her back to him and did not move at all. He then looked at the surprised expression on Lilith's face, who had turned around and was ready to attack him. After a while, he finally retracted his hand. He turned around and looked behind him. A figure had appeared there at some point in time. You're the evil god that Xianxia and Lilith mentioned last time? Shuren looked at Pandenius, who could only see the outline of his body and nothing else. After sizing him up, he pinched his nose. It stinks. Of course, he was not referring to the smell, but the malice on Pendennis' body. Pendennis ignored the look of disdain on Sharon's face. He just looked at this hero who had appeared out of nowhere and sighed. Why did he come back so soon? Pendennis seemed to be talking to himself as he grumbled irritably. According to the intelligence, this hero will not come back unless he stays for half a day or even a day after entering the palace. It seemed like Pendennis had come prepared. He did not just barge in. What she said was right. In the past, once Sharon left Borstadt's house and entered the palace, he would not come back until half a day later. His fiancée Her Highness was there. Since he had already entered the palace, how could he not accompany her for half a day? Unfortunately, Rosie was not in the palace today, so Sharon could only return home. Therefore, it was very unfortunate that Pendennis had chosen the wrong time to visit. Aren't you going to introduce yourself to me? An unknown evil god? Sharon looked at the evil god in front of him with a faint smile. However, before Pendennis could speak, Xianxia, who held Lilith's hand and came to Sharon's side, spoke first. This uninvited guest claims to be Pendennis. Xianxia said calmly. Pendennis? Sharon frowned, thought for a while, and said straightforwardly, I'm sorry, I don't know him. Sharon was not purposely provoking him. There were very few people who knew the name Pendennis. Even Xianxia, who was well informed and had been in this world for 10 years, did not know him, let alone Sharon. Especially when Sharon was not present when Gullah confronted Elise and the others in the inner world. Therefore, Sharon had never heard this name before. Pendennis was not angry. He just looked at Sharon coldly. He looked at Sharon coldly. You don't know me, but I know you, hero Sharon. Pendennis seemed to be disgusted from the bottom of his heart. My well-wisher seems to have received a lot of care from you. Your well-wisher? Sharon raised a brow. Who is it? Pendennis did not answer Sharon's question. She only glanced at Sharon's waist but did not see the sword that was supposed to be hanging there. Where's your holy sword? Lord Hero? Pendennis laughed coldly. Guess. Sharon smiled noncommittally and spat out the word. Guess? The cold smile on Pendennis's face vanished. He stared at Sharon and said word by word, It seems like your character is much worse than the heroes of the past. Thank you for the compliment. Sharon endured it, but he met Pandemonium's gaze and smiled. However, not only am I much nastier than the heroes of the past, but I'm also much more hot-tempered than those heroes of the past. Upon hearing Sharon's words, Pendennis immediately felt a sense of alarm in his heart. Without any hesitation, the black smoke around Pendennis's body began to boil. Swoosh, almost at the same time, Sharon's figure suddenly appeared in front of Pandemonium. Bam, with a muffled sound, Sharon suddenly kicked Pendennis's body. Pendennis was immediately sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the wall of the corridor. Borstadt's house, outside the main residence. While the maids and servants were working diligently, the Knights of the Knights were patrolling every corner of Borstadt's house. The security seemed to be very tight. No one knew what happened in the residence. Everything was so peaceful. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. Then, at a certain moment, an explosion suddenly rang out. Bam, a corner of the main residence suddenly exploded, causing the debris of the wall to fly in the air along with the dust. What? What happened? Quick! Be on alert. The Knights of the Knighthood were immediately alerted. The servants were all startled. They looked in the direction of the main residence where the explosion had occurred, and their faces were filled with bewilderment. A figure flew out from the explosion of the main residence and leaped into the air. It took a lot of effort for him to stabilize himself, and he stood there swaying. He looked rather pathetic. However, just as the black figure stabilized herself, Sharon silently appeared in front of her again. He struck out with his hand and imprinted it on Pendennis's chest. Bam, Pendennis only felt a huge force hit her chest and sent her flying. The impact stirred up strong winds in the surroundings. Like invisible airwaves, it exploded in the air. Despicable brave man. Pendennis was finally angered. As she let out a shrill scream, a rumbling sound came from her body, causing black smoke like fog to rise. A shocking aura erupted from her body and instantly engulfed the entire Borstadt residence. It even engulfed the entire noble district and the entire royal city. This aura. In the royal capital, many experts sensed this aura that was mixed with monstrous malice, and their expressions all changed. Leaders and Anima, who were still discussing the dwarf clan in the godly hall, turned their heads and looked in the direction of the Porstut residence. This evil magic power, it's her? Leaders and Anima looked at each other and stood up at the same time. Pendennis no longer suppressed her power and aura, allowing everyone in the royal city to notice her presence. However, so it's an ultimate evil god? Shuren's voice sounded in Pendennis's ears. No wonder you can come and go as you please in my house. Seems like you have some tricks up your sleeves. Xianxia stood in the air in front of Pendennis. His body was gradually burning with an enormous amount of magic power. Since you're an ultimate evil god, it means that you're a big fish. Capturing you should be of great use, right? Xian seemed to regard Pendennis as a piece of meat on the chopping board, and he kept declaring so. This naturally stimulated Pendennis a lot, and his chest heaved up and down. Fortunately, she quickly controlled her emotions. I'll remember you, brave Xian, Pendennis said coldly. If there's a chance, I'll definitely let you taste despair and the greatest pain in this world, Pendennis said coldly. Her cold declaration sent chills down one's spine. Xian could also hear the malice in the other party's declaration. He was sure that this was not something she said casually. She indeed planned to let Xian taste despair and the greatest pain in this world. She had the ability to do so. After all, this was her area of expertise. Just you wait. Pendennis disappeared after leaving those words behind. Like snow melting under the sun, the evil god disappeared from the world without any sign or phenomenon. Her disappearance was so complete that even Xian did not notice her presence. However, at the same time she disappeared, the space around Porstut's house suddenly fluctuated. Clatter. Thick and pitch-black chains quietly appeared in the space. They coiled and intertwined with each other, sealing the entire Porstut's house without anyone noticing. The evil god, whose body was covered in black smoke, seemed to have been stopped. He appeared in a corner of the chain that sealed the entire space, and his expression finally changed. Demonic Hell Chain. She recognized one of the 3 greatest treasures of the demons. It was a magic weapon that once belonged to Helemis. Under its seal, even the evil gods that could deceive even death were forced to reveal themselves. They were unable to break through this small world. Do you think I'll let you escape? In the next second, along with this voice, Xian teleported behind Pendennis. Don't get carried away. Brave one. Pendennis turned around angrily. The black smoke on her body gushed out like an avalanche, turning into a pitch-black curtain that covered the sky and rolled toward Xian. Give up. Destroy. Xian fearlessly charged into the avalanche of black smoke. His magic power was like a storm, blowing away all the thick smoke. Under Xian's merciless annihilation magic, Pandemonium's attack vanished into thin air. Bang! Pendennis watched the scene and could not help but be speechless. Xian, on the other hand, didn't care. He rushed to the front of Pendennis, and the magic power with the characteristic of annihilation was still fluctuating in his hands as he blasted it at Pendennis. If this attack hit Pandemonium, this evil god could only be destroyed. However, just as Xian was about to hit Pendennis, the black smoke on this evil god's body dispersed. Inside, a petite figure appeared. With dragon wings on her back and a pillow in her hands, she emitted a dragon's aura from head to toe. Her aura was extremely shocking. It was the demonic dragon of the 6 demons, AIE. Xian's movement paused, and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. However, at this moment, AIE had a malicious smile on her face as she breathed out a scorching breath toward Xian's direction. Without a doubt, it was a dragon's breath. Boom dash. A huge explosion erupted in the sky above Porstut's house, creating a shocking shockwave that turned into a storm and struck the ground. Ah! Be careful. Retreat. Cries of alarm sounded one after another. Many knights and servants fell to the ground as if they were hit by a typhoon. In a corner of the main residence, Xianxia and Lilith stood there as well. Just as they were about to be hit by the shockwave, Lilith extended her slender hand and blocked it with a wave of evil aura. What is that? Xianxia was not affected at all, but she still looked at the sky with astonishment in her eyes. She saw the battle in the air, and also saw Ai's appearance when the black smoke on Pandemonium's body dissipated. But how is this possible? While Xianxia was stunned, Lilith also looked at the sky. A trace of evil aura surged in her eyes. Gradually, the explosion calmed down. The scorching dragon breath was gone, leaving behind a high temperature that made one sweat profusely. In exchange, countless knights and servants in Porstut's house looked on in fear. The petite dragon king flapped his dragon wings and hovered in mid-air. He looked ahead and revealed a disgusting smile. Of course, this smile did not last long. So that's how it is. Is this your power? After muttering to himself calmly, the evil god that had transformed into a demonic dragon kept the smile on his face. The heat wave in front of him gradually faded away, allowing Xianxia's figure to appear within it. He was also hovering there quietly. Even though he was hit by the dragon breath that could break through all defenses, and it was the dragon breath of the strongest dragon, he was not injured at all. Upon closer inspection, pitch-black chains were circling around Xianxia's body, blocking the high temperature in the surroundings. Was it blocked by the demonic roar chain? The evil god's expression was slightly unsightly. Logically speaking, a dragon's breath could not be blocked. However, if the target was a treasure personally crafted by the Demon King, it would obviously be a different story. This was a magic weapon crafted by the Demon King for the half-demon, Helios. Its purpose was to help him stabilize the power in his body so that his realm would not fluctuate due to excessive consumption. It was also to give him the power to protect himself when he fell from the demonic realm. Therefore, the most outstanding part of the demonic roar chain was its defensive ability and the enhancement effect on magic power. Not only could it reduce the consumption of Heli's power, but it also allowed him to use a very small portion of his power to unleash a powerful threat with the demonic roar chain. It could also repel all kinds of damage in the world. In theory, it could even block the attack of any existence below the level of a supreme god. Even if it was a dragon breath that could break through all defenses, or curses and spiritual damage, it could still be blocked outside the user's body. It was thanks to the demonic roar chain that Helios was able to survive for a long time despite possessing the half-baked power of a demonic person. He even had the ability to cause trouble in the dark. Even when Xian faced the magic roaring chain with the holy sword in his hand, he felt that it was extremely troublesome, and he couldn't defeat Helios at all. If it wasn't for the demonic roar chain abandoning Helios because of the Demon King's jade and recognizing Xian as its master, Xian might not have been able to defeat Helios, and the 6 demonic people wanted to kill Helios. This was the power of the treasure personally crafted by the Demon King. It was superior to most heroes' holy swords. As a result, even the dragon breath of Aie, who was a dragon devil, could be blocked by the devil roar chain. As for Pandemonium, it looks like you've become Aie, but your aura and power are much weaker than Aie's. Xian looked coldly at the familiar figure and face opposite him and said so. It seems that although your authority allows you to obtain the power of others and use their appearance and abilities, there is no way for you to reach the strength of your main body. It should be your own strength that is lagging behind, right? No matter what, he was only at the limit level. Even if Pandemonium could become someone else and use the power of others, there was no way for him to exceed his own strength. In other words, although Pandemonium had become Aie, he was still at the limit level and would not become the transcendent level. However, even so, the effect of this authority was not bad. After all, even Aie, who was at the limit level, could easily surpass the average limit level existence with her innate talent as a demonic person. At the very least, the dragon breath just now was slightly inferior to Yulin, who was also at the limit level. Although Pandemonium's face was gloomy, she did not refute this statement. She just laughed softly. I am indeed not as strong as my main body. Even if my authority can deceive everything in this world, including death and myself, I can't deceive this world and violate the rules of truth to display the power of the transcendent level. This was the limit of life. As long as one was not at the transcendent level, no matter how powerful one's authority and unique skills were, one could not display the influence of the transcendent level. If Xian did not rely on the blessing of the holy sword, which was stronger than the past heroes, he would not be able to display the combat power of the transcendent level when he was at the limit level. The same was true for the power of samsara destiny. It was all thanks to the combination of the two unique skills, God's grace and numerology, that Sean had learned many enhancement skills, and then combined all the enhancement skills together to finally sublimate it into a special skill. Otherwise, it would never have the effect it had today, allowing Sean to exert strength far beyond his own realm. In addition, the heroes of another world were not bound by this world's truth, to a certain extent, so the absolute shackles of life's limit were ineffective against him to a certain extent. Otherwise, Shuren would not be able to have the strength of a half-step transcendent level under his normal state. This was proof that he had surpassed the limits of life and was not bound by world's truth. And Pandinium obviously did not have this ability. She was the god of deceit. She was the god of taboos. She could deceive and involve herself in everything in this world, even the most taboo areas. But even so, she could not deceive the world itself and this world's truth. But, on the other hand, as long as I haven't reached the transcendent level, my authority can deceive everything. Pandinium threw away the pillow in her hand and revealed the beautiful figure that her main body did not want to reveal to Shuren no matter what. Even if it is the main body's unique skill, it is the same. As she said that, Pandinium let out a roar. It was an earth-shattering, incomparably terrifying dragon roar that could set off a storm of sound waves. Amidst the dragon roar, Pandinium began to transform. Scales grew all over her body, and her body gradually expanded. Her body transformed into the body of a dragon, and the dragon wings on her back expanded continuously. Not long after, a bright red giant dragon that seemed to have crawled out of a volcano appeared in the sky above Boztut's house. Roar. The dragon's roar pierced through the heavens and earth, causing all living beings on the ground to reveal expressions of fear. Shuren watched as the dragon king that he had met once appeared in front of him. His gaze couldn't help but waver. At this moment, he could clearly feel that Pandinium's aura had expanded by a few times. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Ai's samsara destiny, which increased by 10 times, it was at least 7 times like Yulin's dragonization. Pandinium's body was also much smaller than the giant dragon that Shuren had seen after Ai's dragonization. However, there was no doubt that the evil god named Pandinium had used its authority to deceive others, and even itself. It transformed itself into another existence, becoming the strongest dragon king below the transcendent rank. Boom! In the next second, the red giant dragon breathed out a scorching breath. It was a dragon breath that was much stronger and thicker than before. The might of the dragon breath was shocking. It was as if the magma was contained within it, causing the temperature of the entire space to rise to an unbelievable level. Facing such a powerful dragon breath, Shuren didn't dare to underestimate it. He immediately controlled the demonic roaring chains and intertwined them together, forming a shield in front of him. The scorching dragon breath immediately landed on the intertwined demonic roaring chains, causing blinding sparks to erupt. The scorching flames instantly spread in all directions, causing the temperature to rise continuously. Retreat! Retreat! On the ground, the knights were shouting at the top of their lungs. They protected the maids and servants as they ran away, drenched in sweat. Lilith also controlled the evil aura to form a black fog-like protective barrier around her, blocking the high temperature and protecting Xianxia. The red giant dragon breathed out terrifying dragon flames, continuously bombarding the demonic roaring chains in front of Shuren, as if it wanted to melt them and continue burning them. Shuren continuously injected mana into the demonic roaring chains. With the amplification of the demonic roaring chains, it turned into a faint stream of light that wrapped around the chains, blocking the fatal dragon breath. Even he wouldn't want to be hit by such a terrifying dragon breath. Not to mention that he didn't have the protection of the sacred sword. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare to take the risk. Even someone as powerful as the 18th generation hero Reynat, who had already transcended and possessed the sacred sword, was heavily injured by the concentrated fire of 100 dragons. Shuren hadn't transcended and hadn't summoned the sacred sword, so he naturally wouldn't dare to take the dragon breath head-on. Not to mention that this dragon breath was the breath of the king of dragons transformed by an ultimate evil god using its power to deceive everything. Even if it was far less powerful than the main body, not everyone could take it head-on. Of course, it's still too early to think that this level of dragon breath can threaten me. As Shuren controlled the demonic roaring chains to defend himself, he stretched out his other hand, causing the chains to explode around him. The demonic roaring chains had a special characteristic, which was that they could freely expand and shrink. They could easily expand, shrink, strengthen, or even split. Therefore, the demonic roaring chains could have only one chain, or they could have an infinite number of chains. Even if they were cut by the sacred sword, the demonic roaring chains wouldn't be harmed because they could continuously split and contract at will. Unless all the demonic roaring chains were destroyed in one go, it could split into tens of thousands and no one would be able to stop it. Because of this characteristic, when Helemus used the demonic roaring chains, he always kept the core part of the chain in his body, just in case he summoned all the chains, giving the demonic roaring chains a chance to be destroyed in one go. It was the same for Shuren. The core part of the chain had always been in his body, and it was extremely obedient. Therefore, no matter how many chains there were, he could still summon them. As a result, the chains that erupted from his body began to wander around like a swimming dragon. They followed the edge of the dragon's breath, like a divine dragon swimming along the waves, and rushed in the direction of the red dragon. The red dragon sensed it, but due to its huge size, it couldn't react in time. The chains immediately climbed up the red dragon's body, wrapping around it. Roar! The red dragon stopped breathing and began to struggle with all its might. However, how could an ultimate existence like her break free from the treasure of the demons that could even bind and control the demonic dragon Maggle? Ignoring its roars and struggles, the chains climbed up section by section, wrapping around it and binding it tightly. Shuren grabbed one of the chains connected to the red dragon and suddenly exerted force. "You want to use my AIE's power?" Shuren sneered. "Dream on." With that, Shuren directly pulled the chain, and under the surge of magic, blue veins bulged all over his body. He threw the red dragon into the sky like a shoulder throw, and then fiercely threw it to the ground. Bam! The red dragon fell to the ground and let out an extremely painful wail. Roar! Amidst the dragon's roar, a large amount of dust was stirred up from the ground. Even the strong winds were wreaking havoc within the dust. It was a spectacular sight. Not only did the red dragon shatter the ground, but it also destroyed one of Boztut's residences. The residences were smashed into smithereens by the impact of the red dragon, causing many fragments to scatter everywhere. The red dragon uncontrollably rolled around in the debris, looking extremely pathetic. It seemed to be enraged. Disregarding the state of its body on the ground, it raised its head from the half-destroyed building and looked towards Shuren, who was in the sky. Scorching flames were rising and falling from its mouth. The dragon's breath was spat out like an erupting volcano, shooting straight into the sky. The sky was dyed red by the flames, making it look extremely bright. Shuren was devoured by the scorching dragon's breath, but he quickly reappeared. The chains revolved around his body at an extremely fast speed, turning into a protective shield that separated the dragon's breath that was swallowing it. Then, use the vast magical power to attract the aurora of the heavens, tear of heaven, meteor rain. The bright sky can now shine on the land. Accept the call, accept the command, use the sword of radiance to punish the world. Descend, stars. Surrounded by the scorching dragon's breath and the pitch-black chains, Shuren unleashed a sky full of starlight. Auroras. Meteoric shower. The storm of meteorites reappeared in this world. The meteors with long tails of light continuously fell around Shuren, blasting towards the red dragon on the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by a series of explosions, the meteors landed on the dragon's body, causing it to explode. Roar! The dragon's breath stopped, and its cries became even more shrill than before. Under the ravages of countless meteorites, even the strongest dragon species below the transcendent level had turned into a tiny creature at that moment. In an instant, scales danced in the air, and blood splattered everywhere. The red dragon's body was covered in wounds under the bombardment of the meteors. Even if it wanted to flap its wings and dodge the meteors, the chains wrapped around its body held it in place. It could only endure the meteors' attacks and let out cries of pain. Finally, the evil god, who deceived itself, deceived others, and stole others' power and appearance, realized that it couldn't defeat the hero with its current strength. Black smoke filled with malice spewed out of the red dragon's body and enveloped it. Not long after, the red dragon in the black smoke changed. She had transformed into a beautiful goddess who was clad in a magical robe and exuded an unparalleled and transcendent aura. Stop. The goddess commanded towards the meteors that were falling from the sky. In an instant, all the falling meteors stopped as he had ordered. Of the goddess once again. Vanish. The meteorites in the sky immediately disappeared one by one, as if they had never existed. They were directly annihilated on the spot, completely disappearing without a trace. The meteors in the sky disappeared as if they had never existed. They were annihilated on the spot and disappeared without a trace. Did she turn into Letas this time? Yes. The goddess that Pendennis had transformed into was the goddess of fate, Letas. All of the other parties' commands were based on the manipulation of fate itself, which was similar to words of law. Cough, cough. After erasing all the meteors, or rather, cancelling out Shuren's magic, Pendennis, who had transformed into Letas, lay in the ruins and coughed out blood. It was obvious that all the injuries she had just suffered were still on her body. How could this be? Pendennis was shocked, as if he had lost his voice. One had to know that she had just used her authority to restore herself to her original state. She could even deceive death itself, so it was a piece of cake for her to make her injuries disappear. However, her authority had lost its effect at this moment. The reason was simple. Don't tell me you don't know that the blessing on my body was bestowed by the Supreme God? Shuren hovered in the air and looked down at the shocked Pendennis lying in the ruins as he mocked. All the authority of the Protoss is ineffective in the face of my blessing. The injuries I caused on your body naturally cannot be healed by your authority. You can heal them with magic rather than authority. As soon as this was said, the shock on Pendennis' face did not disappear. Instead, it became even more intense. It couldn't be helped. If that was the case, then wouldn't it mean, have you finally thought of it? Shuren said sarcastically, you seem to think that you can deceive death itself, so you are conceited that no one can kill you, right? But that conceit is ineffective in front of me, or rather, in front of my blessing. I am the one who can truly kill you. Now, do you understand your situation? As soon as he said that, Shuren opened his hand and made the chains around him tighten. They turned into a barrage of bullets that rained down from the sky. The scene of endless spears stabbing down caused Pendennis to feel a chill all over her body. Only at this moment did she panic a little. All along, she had relied on her immortality, which was even more exaggerated than that of the 72nd generation hero Philip, to wreak havoc in the world. Even the demons who were once her enemies couldn't kill her for sure and could only turn a blind eye to her. This result made this evil god's behavior more and more unscrupulous. If it weren't for the fact that there were still a few people in this world who could kill her, she might have long betrayed the Protoss and wantonly spread terror and despair on the earth, turning the world into purgatory. Even though she wasn't as strong as the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons, the innate power of deception gave her the capital to make almost everyone helpless against her, allowing her to do whatever she wanted. I can even deceive death itself. Except for the Demon King and the Supreme God, no one can kill me. This was a declaration that Pendennis had once made in front of the gods, humans, and demons on the battlefield before the end of the War of Gods and Demons. This goddess of deception, who could even deceive death itself, was completely unafraid of death. Even if she was killed again and again, she could still reappear again and again. Her immortality was completely above that of the hero Philip. And even the hero Philip had successfully survived the siege of multiple demons before he transcended and even before he reached his limit. This evil god, whose immortality could be said to be the most unscrupulous in the world, was naturally even more unscrupulous. There were very, very few forces that could pose a threat to her like this. The hero's holy sword was one of the few remaining forces that could make her feel apprehensive. Although Pendennis wasn't a demon, the holy sword not only restrained demons, but also all evil forces and existences. Unfortunately, the evil god was one of them. Therefore, Shuren could rely on the holy power of the holy sword to cause serious damage to Lilith, who was out of control, even though his level was not high. This directly made Lilith's return a possibility. Pendennis was also restrained by the holy sword. If she was slashed by the holy sword, it would be very difficult for her to rely on the power of deception to deceive the world and avoid death. For this reason, Pendennis had been sneaking in when Shuren was not in the mansion to meet Xianxia and Lilith. It was also because of this that when Shuren appeared, Pendennis was so irritable and emotionally unstable. It was because she was afraid of Shuren's holy sword. Who would have thought that Shuren's holy sword was not with him? Although she didn't know what happened, it was a fact that the holy sword was not with Shuren, so Pendennis was somewhat relieved. However, now, Shuren told her that even without the holy sword, he could definitely take her life. This inevitably made Pendennis panic a little. At that moment, Pendennis gritted her teeth and shouted loudly. "Stop." The power of controlling fate immediately came into play, stopping the rainstorm like chains in midair. However, just when Pendennis thought that she had escaped, Shuren's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. "Give and explode." Shuren pressed one hand lightly on Pendennis's chest and chanted a magic spell in a low voice. Bam! Magic exploded on Pendennis's chest. Ah! Pendennis screamed as her entire body was blown away. She turned into a rolling gourd and rolled on the ground, dragging a long trail of blood. Damn it, ah! The severe pain made Pendennis lose her mind, and she screamed crazily. In that case, I'll let everyone here go to hell. As she screamed, Pendennis turned into a purple-haired, pale-skinned girl. Impressively, it was Kamina. Explode. The evil god who had transformed into a poison demon roared as thick fog spewed out of her body. No, it wasn't fog, but poison. The deadly poison was released by the evil god who had transformed into a poison demon, and it sprayed in all directions in an instant. Chi. 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 Wherever the poisonous fog passed, be it the ground, the houses, the air, or the rubble, they were gradually corroded and melted at an alarming speed with a bone-chilling sound. The moment the flowers and trees came into contact with the poisonous fog, they rapidly decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye. One after another, the buildings that came into contact with the poisonous fog began to melt like butter. At the sight of this scene, the surrounding knights, maids, and servants turned deathly pale. Shuren's expression also darkened. His body shook with a loud bang, and a huge amount of magic power burst out. Clatter, the chains that filled the sky exploded and turned into layers of countless restraints, spreading out in the surroundings. Shuren manipulated the demonic roar chain to surround the spreading poisonous fog and emitted a dim light, turning it into a barrier. Seal. Shuren clenched his fist, and the chain that had turned into a barrier immediately began to expand and shrink inwards. Under the confinement of the barrier formed by the chain, the poisonous fog couldn't leak out at all. Instead, as the chain barrier shrank, the fog was squeezed back bit by bit. What? Pendennis turned pale with fright. But it was too late for her to react at this moment. Boom! Dazzling flames began to burn on Shuren's body. With the support of the flames, the power of the demonic roar chain skyrocketed. Together with the poisonous fog, it imprisoned the evil god named Pendennis and turned it into an iron ball. Pendennis didn't even have the time to scream before she was imprisoned by the iron ball formed by the chain. Looking at the spinning iron ball in front of her and the half-melted buildings of the Porstut residence, Shuren's expression turned cold. He extended his hand and mercilessly clenched it. Poochie! The iron ball suddenly shrank, and the sound of something being crushed sounded as if it was squashed flat. Then, everything returned to normal. The aura of the evil god named Pandenium was like a candle in the wind, gradually extinguishing. Between the gaps of the chains that formed the iron ball, streams of blood flowed out and dripped down, dyeing the ground red. Clang, under the dim light, the chains that sealed the space around Porstut's house gradually turned into light particles and disappeared in midair. The half-destroyed Porstut's house was exposed to the sunlight. It looked rather pitiful. Is it over? The knights, maids, and servants watched all this with lingering fear. They exchanged glances with each other and trembled with fear. It's over. Xianxia confirmed as she stood at the corner of the broken wall leading to the corridor. Yes, yes. Lilith nodded as well. The evil aura in her eyes began to disappear. Shuren also stood in the middle of the ruins. He looked at the dripping blood and the metal ball formed by the intertwining chains. As he retracted his clenched fist, he retracted the surging magic in his body. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, silhouettes appeared around Porstut's house. Powerhouses from every corner of the imperial city came one after another. They looked at the dilapidated Porstut's house in shock. What's going on? Is it an enemy attack? Someone attacked the hero's house? Oh my god, the crowd of powerhouses started to make a ruckus. Among them were the goddesses of the Protoss. One could imagine how shocking the commotion caused by the battle between Shuren and Pandemonium was. At a certain moment, the air trembled. Two silhouettes appeared in the sky above Porstut's house with a flash of light. Goddess Lidas. Goddess Anima. When the powerhouses saw the two silhouettes, they immediately widened their eyes and knelt down on the ground. Lidas and Anima did not pay attention to the experts around them, and only landed around Xian. You're here too? Shuren naturally noticed Lidas and Anima's arrival. He immediately turned around and looked at the two goddesses. The two goddesses immediately walked in front of Shuren with solemn expressions. It seems like it's over, Anima said. Lidas could not help but grumble. If the surrounding space wasn't sealed by the demonic roar chain, we would have arrived long ago. The goddess of destiny said. The two of them had already sensed Pandemonium's aura and rushed over. Unfortunately, the space around the area was sealed by the demonic roar chain, so they could not barge in. This caused the battle to end and the two goddesses to appear belatedly. Since both of you are here, Rosie should have noticed the situation here too, right? Shuren looked around, trying to find his fiancée. However, the two goddesses gestured for Shuren to stop looking. The people from the royal family have discovered the situation here, but they did not rush over. He's probably worried that he'll be a diversion, so he's staying in the palace, not daring to come out. True. Lidas. Shuren nodded. At this time, any enemy's trap could appear. It was best not to mobilize everyone just because of a small commotion. Especially the royal family. As the ruler of the only remaining Mitra kingdom in the human world, if something happened to them, the kingdom would basically be finished. Therefore, even if they discovered the situation here and were extremely worried, they probably would not dare to come here. Rosie might have rushed over as soon as possible, but she was probably persuaded by Lidas and Anima. Similarly, Vivian, Ter, Marika, and Yulin were also not here. Some of them had left the capital to fight at the front lines, while others were searching for signs of young Nephilim outside, trying to reduce the number of young Nephilim to reduce the threat to the kingdom. Even if they discovered the abnormality of the Porstut family, it would not be easy for them to leave the front lines and rush back immediately. Of course, there were also many people who could rush over. Other than Lidas and Anima, the orc priests were also approaching from afar. Shuren saw Elise, Oz, Maffy, and the other orc priests. He nodded at them and gestured to each other before turning back to Lidas and Anima. Since you're here, you can see for yourselves how to deal with this evil god. With that, Shuren waved his hand, and the magic howling chain that was coiled into an iron ball immediately turned into light particles and dissipated. From within, a goddess covered in blood fell out and fell to the ground. That was a goddess that Shuren and the others had never seen before. The goddess had long white hair and looked like a 30-year-old woman. She had a voluptuous figure and was dressed in revealing clothes. She only wore a thin black dress, and her shoulders and deep cleavage were exposed to the air. It could be said that she was a sexy goddess who could make a man's blood boil. Ugh, the goddess wriggled on the ground. The blood that flowed from her body gradually formed a pool of blood, showing how serious her injuries were. Seeing this goddess, there was a commotion in the surroundings. It was a commotion from the Protoss goddesses. It's really her. I knew it was her. Among all the evil gods, she's the only one with such a malicious aura and magic power, right? The goddesses were whispering. Even Lidas and Anima looked at this goddess and sighed. It really is her, the evil god Pandemonium. She actually snuck into the capital? Lidas and Anima seemed to have a deep impression of this goddess. Why? Is this goddess very famous? Shuren asked the two of them. Their answers were also a little subtle. If we're talking about famous, she's quite famous. Lidas snorted and said, it's fine now, but if it was in the past, whether it was among the Protoss, demons, or humans, her infamy would be resounding. Anima also nodded. Pandenium, one of the only two Protoss ultimate champions apart from the three goddesses of time and space. She's the evil god of deceit and taboo, and the strongest evil god apart from Lilith among the Protoss. Anima then revealed the origin of this evil god. On the side, Elise, who was observing the situation, heard this name and exclaimed in surprise. She's Pandenium? The evil god who blessed Gula? Sean could not help but raise the corner of his eyes at Elise's words. She's the evil god who blessed that mixed-breed orc? Shuren muttered, no wonder she said that her well-wishers received a lot of care from me. So I'm actually related to this evil god in a place like this. Lidas and Anima continued to speak. Among the Protoss, she's seen as an extremely dangerous problem child. Because she's the existence of deceit and taboo, she highly admires everything that is forbidden in this world, and even enjoys it from the bottom of her heart. She's always wanted to spread fear and despair on Earth, and make the world fall. If Lilith is feared by the world because of her power, then Pandenium is feared by the world because of her personality. Even the demons who have confronted her on the battlefield are afraid of her. Even the demon dwellers don't like her and want to eliminate her. Unfortunately, she can use her own power to deceive death itself, and make the fact of death not exist, so that no one can do anything about her. The introduction of Pandenium by the two goddesses made Shuren gradually understand how unpopular this evil god was. Unfortunately, she met me. Shuren spread his hands and pouted at the evil god who collapsed on the ground. Lidas and Anima also relaxed their expressions. Yeah, you're one of the few people in this world who can make her helpless, right? Lidas seemed to be in a very good mood. If Artemis knew about this, she would definitely be very happy, Anima also said with a smile. Anima also smiled and said, in the divine realm, the one Artemis hates the most is Pandenus. It could be seen that Lidas and Anima were happy that Shuren subdued Pandenium. It could be seen that this evil god must have given these two goddesses a lot of headaches. Lilith also came over at some point. She squatted on the ground, stretched out a small finger to Pandenium who was lying in a pool of blood, and poked her, causing her body to tremble, but she couldn't do anything to resist. This evil god barely managed to keep her life. But other than that, she couldn't do anything else. Shuren didn't show any special mercy, and directly prepared to crush her to death. She was already very tenacious to be able to survive, as expected of an existence that even the demon dwellers were helpless against. Why is she here? Lidas began to frown. She can't be planning to attack you, right? Anima looked at Shuren, and doubtfully said, that shouldn't be the case. In the past, she has taken measures to avoid every hero, and she is very afraid of the holy sword that can restrain herself and really kill herself. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be attacking you. Shuren answered this question very straightforwardly. She really doesn't plan to attack me. Shuren narrowed his eyes and said, her purpose here is Xianxia and Lilith, and it seems that she wants to take them away and bring them to the newborn, original demon. Hearing this, Lidas and Anima were stunned at first, and then their faces darkened at the same time. The two of them first glanced at Lilith who was still poking Pandemonium on the ground, then turned to Xianxia who was standing quietly at the side. Subconsciously, they hurriedly shifted their gazes away. Seeing this, Shuren pondered. These two goddesses don't seem to like Xianxia very much. Is it really because Xianxia is the demon king's pure body, the remains of the demon king, and looks exactly the same as the demon king? Looking at them, it seems that they have long received the information that Xianxia is on his side, but they have been avoiding mentioning it. It seems that they have been monitoring her, but did not want to come into contact with Xianxia, so as not to cause any unnecessary trouble. While Shuren was thinking about this, Lidas and Anima both sized up Pandenium, and then immediately spoke to Shuren. Can you temporarily hand her over to us? Lidas had a serious expression. Let's try to see if we can get any information from her first. Anima also said so. Shuren thought about it and nodded. Sure. Shuren agreed, but then said, but I also want to listen. Unlike Gula, this evil god was so troublesome and special, and it was possible that she had a lot of information about the newborn, original demon. Shuren wanted to hear how much this evil god knew about the newborn, original demon. Lidas and Anima, of course, did not have any objections, and immediately agreed. And so, Shuren handed Pandenium to the goddesses, and then looked at the almost half-destroyed Porstut house, and sighed. I have to find someone to repair it. Wake up, Pandenium, in a daze. Such a voice entered Pandenium's ears, or rather, it directly rang in her mind, awakening her consciousness. Ugh, her consciousness gradually woke up from the unconscious state, but it did not make Pandenium feel comfortable. Instead, it made her feel indescribable pain. The pain came from every corner of her body, as if deliberately torturing her, causing Pandenium to let out a pained cry. But Pandenium still woke up smoothly, as if she was pulled by a mysterious force, causing her to open her eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Pendennis discovered that he had arrived in an extremely solemn hall. That was the atmosphere she hated the most. It was full of seriousness, holiness, solemnity, and rigidity, which made her subconsciously feel unhappy. But what made her feel even more unhappy were the three people standing in front of her, quietly looking at her. It was a group of a man and two women. You really woke up? The man who caused Pendennis to fall into his current state said in admiration. Of course, after all, I slightly manipulated her fate. The goddess of destiny, who was known as the strongest in the modern era, said so with pride. You should be able to hear us now, right? Pandenium? The goddess of life, the most gentle and loving of all life in the divine realm, set her eyes on Pandenium. This group of one man and two women were all people Pandenium knew, and none of them made her feel comfortable. Goddess of Destiny Lidas. Goddess of life Anima, Pandenium called out the names of the two Protoss in a low voice, and turned her eyes to the last human male. Her gaze was full of malice, and her eyes were also full of hatred, like a seriously injured beast that was about to go berserk. It was chilling. Unfortunately, Pandenium moved her body, and found that it was difficult for her to even move, let alone jump over. This was because her hands and feet were tied up by a chain that flickered with a dim light. She was directly hung in front of the man and two women, as if she was nailed to a cross, unable to move at all. This made Pandenium subconsciously prepare to use her power to break free. If he could even deceive death, then it wouldn't be difficult for him to deceive the fact that he was being bound and break free from imprisonment. But soon enough, Pandenium gave up. Not only was it because the chains that bound her were not made of ordinary metal, but they were magic weapons personally made by the Demon King, making it impossible for her to break free easily. More importantly, the pain in her body told her that she was already heavily injured. Even if she broke free from the chains, she would not be able to escape. Pandenium was instantly silent. After a while, she laughed. Seems like I still have some value, and you have spared my life. Pandenium laughed sarcastically. Seeing this, Lida's and Anima's expressions were very serious and solemn, not to mention Xian for now. Evil god Pandenium, Anima said. We have something to ask you. The goddess of life's straightforward and serious words not only did not make Pandenium accept it, but also made her laugh even more sarcastically. As expected of the most gentle goddess in the divine realm, you speak so seriously even to an evil god and traitor like me, Pandenium said sarcastically. But do you think I will obediently listen to you? Pandenium's attitude said everything. Lida's became angry. At this point, are you still going to refuse to cooperate? Lida's asked. Of course. Pandenius answered without any hesitation. He even said sarcastically, I'm the one who should find it strange. What made you think that I would obediently cooperate with you after being reduced to this state? You. Lida's was getting a little angry. Not to mention Lida's, even the good-tempered Anima's expression gradually became serious. It couldn't be helped, Pandenium's sarcastic and malicious attitude could easily make people lose their minds. Only Xian, with his arms crossed, watched from the side with a smile that was not a smile. Don't tell me you think that we don't dare to use private punishment? Xian asked curiously. Or do you think that no matter what we do, you can use your power to deceive us? If that was the case, then Xian would probably have to teach her a lesson and let this evil god know how she felt to this point. Pandenium seemed to have seen through Xian's thoughts, and stared at him with a pitch-black gaze. That gaze could only be formed when boundless negative emotions converged together. There was no doubt that Pandenium hated Xian the most. The goddess who had acted recklessly in this world for thousands of years, the goddess of deceit and taboos had never fallen to such a state. In the past, even when death came, she could show a malicious smile and face it calmly. But today, in front of Shuren who could ignore her power, she fell. But even though she fell, it didn't mean that Pandenium would be afraid. She was the evil god who was obsessed with taboos and yearned for them. Whether it was death or pain, she would treat it as sweet dew. Therefore, don't think that I will listen to you just because I am in your hands, brave one. I know what you want to know from me. To be honest, I don't mind telling you. After all, betrayal once is betrayal, betrayal twice is also betrayal. I don't have any nostalgia for that new, primordial demon. I just feel that joining it will make me happier. Panthenium sneered. But if you get what you want, I won't be happy. So, I won't say anything. Pandenium showed a disgusting smile to Shuren. What do you want to do to me who doesn't cooperate? Torture me? Torture me? Or do you want to take over my purity and turn me into your toy? Don't worry, I will accept it. As long as I can make you unhappy, I will be happy. So what if I suffer some physical and mental torture? Why don't you let go of me and I will take off my clothes? I can guarantee that you will have the happiest experience, and when you are at your peak, I will become the ugliest old woman in the world and give you nightmares for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Pandenium's malicious laughter echoed in the hall. Lida's and Anima's expressions turned cold as they looked at Pandenium's expression. To these two pure and flawless goddesses who stood at the peak of the Protoss, Pandenium's filthy words would only make them feel disgusted. But the angrier and more disgusted they were, the happier Pandenium was. That's right, that's right. I want to see this expression on your faces. You want to cut me into pieces but can't do anything to me. While speaking, Pandenium turned her gaze to Shuren. Do you want to kill me now? Brave one? You can do it. As long as I can see your sad face before I die, I will definitely die with a smile. Do you want to try? Just like that, Pandenus provoked Sean, causing Sean to unconsciously lower his arms that were crossed in front of his chest. Although there was not much anger on his face, there was a look of disgust in his eyes. You're the most disgusting and annoying person I've ever met. Shuren said expressionlessly. Thank you for the compliment. Pandenium sneered. I am such a person, such a goddess. The more others hate me, the happier I am. This wasn't showing off. This evil goddess could calmly enjoy the pain and despair of others. Naturally, she could also enjoy her own pain and despair. It was precisely because of this that she was the most dangerous goddess. Shuren knew that torturing her, interrogating her, and giving her pain was the most useless thing to do. It would never make her compromise, let alone make her afraid. It would only make her happy. Just like what she said, as long as she could disgust Shuren and see Shuren's disgusted and angry expression before she died, this evil goddess would be satisfied. The evil goddess named Pandenium was such an existence. That's why I don't like evil gods. Lida's finally spoke her heart. Sure enough, negotiations are useless, huh? Anima seemed to have guessed this result to a certain extent and muttered to herself. Shuren kept looking at Pandenium, the evil goddess who was filled with dense black malice. He suddenly laughed. You really think I can't do anything to you? Shuren said. Then what can you do to me? Pandenium laughed in disdain. To be able to laugh and enjoy pain and death, Pandenium didn't think there was anything in this world that could make her fear and compromise. At the very least, such a thing had never happened in her life. For thousands of years, even tens of thousands of years, what she did the most was think about how to make others suffer and what pain felt like. Every time she thought of the charm within, she would feel extremely excited. She had never felt fear because of anything. The only thing that could make Pandenium feel fear from the bottom of her heart was the mother of the Protoss, the supreme goddess of the world, Omnis. Pandenium was one of the two ultimate gods among the Protoss apart from the three goddesses of time and space. She was also one of the highest gods, and she had the honor of meeting the mother goddess a few times. The mother goddess seemed to look down on everything in the world, looking at the distant sky, treating everything equally as something of equal value. Her detached and indifferent gaze was the only thing that Pandenium was afraid of. In front of that pair of eyes, it was as if her greatest happiness had become a small trick, and the meaning of her existence could be erased at any time. It made Pandenium run away from the mother goddess several times. Even when she was so rude, the mother goddess didn't seem to care at all. She never blamed her, nor did she look her in the eye. This kind of unimaginable transcendence was, to a certain extent, the most frightening thing of all. It was also the only negative emotion that Pandenium hated. Even she couldn't enjoy this kind of fear. She only felt fear. Other than that, Pandenium didn't think there was anything else in this world that she was afraid of. Because of that, Pandenium just looked at Shuren with a cold smile. Until, I can let you experience the true happiness of the world, okay? Shuren stretched out his hand and placed his palm on Pandenium's head. For example, I can erase your memories here and let you give birth to a daughter. She can live a normal and ordinary life like a mortal, living happily. How about that? As soon as Rhodes said that, the smile on Pandenium's face froze. Live a normal and ordinary life like a mortal. Live a happy life. Shuren's words froze Pandenium's expression and made Lida's and Anima blink their eyes. They looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. This doesn't sound like a bad thing, right? Not only is it not a bad thing, but it's something that many people wish to have from the bottom of their hearts, isn't it? What's there to be afraid of? The kind-hearted, pure, and flawless goddesses didn't understand Shuren's point at all. Shuren ignored the two goddesses and looked straight at Pandenium, whose face was stiff. His words seemed to be able to pierce through his heart as he spoke one sentence after another. Let you forget everything in this life and then tell the amnesiac you that you have an ordinary husband and an adorable child, that you love them very much, and that you want to live a peaceful and smooth life with them, living an ordinary but happy life. That should be wonderful, right? If you choose a husband who has lost hope in life and only has pain and despair in his life, but because of you, he is redeemed and will live the rest of his life in happiness, isn't that even better? That way, you will have saved a person, right? It suits your identity as a goddess, right? Right, speaking of which, the Protoss's goddess seems to be infertile. How about I find you a lonely child who was abandoned by his parents and has been struggling to survive at the bottom of this world? In this way, not only did you save a man, you also saved a child, and you can even save more people. Isn't this kind of life wonderful? Each of Shuren's words was more wonderful than the last, and it made people want to smile. However, Pandenium's face darkened and became very ugly as if he was about to vomit. His eyes were filled with anger and rejection that shouldn't be there at this moment. Yes. What sounded like a beautiful thing to others was more disgusting than any filthy thing to this evil god. You can't stand such things, right? Shuren showed a sarcastic expression to Pandenium. For someone like you who pursues taboos and things that others shouldn't pursue, this ordinary life that can save others is the real pain, right? That's right. Pandenium didn't fear death and could even enjoy pain and despair, but he couldn't stand what Shuren said. Let the evil god, who planned to bring endless pain to the world, save others, and let them have a happy life. That was definitely worse than death. Shuren easily grasped this evil god's weakness. Thank my kindness. Sean said sarcastically, someone who is clearly my enemy, someone who makes me feel disgusted, but I can repay evil with good and give him a happy life. There has never been a person in this world. My actions that are comparable to the Virgin Mary can be considered as being the main character for once, right? Take this gratitude with you and live the life I've arranged for you. After you've fully experienced this beautiful and blissful life, I'll help you recover your memories and let you understand how enviable your second life is. With that said, Shuren's hand on Pandenium's head burned with magic. Give and forget. With such a magic spell, the magic in Shuren's hand invaded Pandenium's brain. Wait. Wait. Pendennis could not bear it any longer. He could not bear it any longer. He screamed as if he had lost his composure. Sean, however, did not care about this and let his magic power penetrate deep into Pendennis' brain. Pandenium clearly felt that the memory in his mind was invaded. Thus, this evil god finally developed a mentality of fear. He struggled with all his might while shouting. I'll talk. I'll tell you anything you ask. As soon as he said that, the magic that had invaded Pandemonium's mind dissipated. Sean also retracted his mana, looked at Pendennis, who was looking at him with a face full of horror, and said faintly. why didn't you do this earlier? As if he had completed an insignificant and boring task, Shuren retracted his hand. Tisk, Pandenium was speechless. The way she looked at Shuren had completely changed. She was a little scared and regretful. She really did regret it. She regretted coming to the royal city, coming to Porstut's house, and coming into contact with this hero. This hero was completely different from the previous ones. Not only did he not have the spirit of a hero, but he was more like a ruthless executioner. How could such a person be a hero and not a demon dweller of the demons? Pandenium really didn't want to believe it. Not to mention Pandenium, even Litas and Anima looked at Shuren with a strange gaze. Their gazes were a little complicated, and they seemed to want to say something. Why are you looking at me like that? Shuren didn't have the slightest self-awareness. He only felt strange. Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, Litas and Anima each put their hands on one of Shuren's shoulders. Don't be so close to the demons in the future. It's not good for your education. We will find time to accompany you and have a good chat with you. The two leaders of the Protoss used gentle words to speak to Shuren. They looked as if they saw their precious child had gone astray. They wanted to scold and teach him a lesson, but were afraid that he would rebel. They could only take care of him, love him, and drag him back to the right path. The corner of Shuren's mouth twitched. He resisted the urge to slap the two goddesses' bouncy and plump body parts. You're the one who's gone astray. For all, don't you have questions to ask her? Shuren said in an extremely unfriendly tone, are you going to ask her or not? Ahem, Litas and Anima immediately coughed. They avoided Shuren's unfriendly gaze and tone and turned to Pendennis. Litas was the first to step forward. The evil god, Pandemonium. Litas asked directly, let me ask you, where is your base camp? This was what everyone wanted to know the most at the moment. Pendennis was silent. His unwillingness to cooperate was clear on his face. However, when he saw Shuren slowly raise his hand and the magic power fluctuating in his hand, the evil god panicked and finally chose to compromise. We don't have a base. Pendennis said unwillingly. No base? Shuren, Litas, and Anima were all stunned. What do you mean by no base? Anima asked with a frown. Pendennis snorted coldly in response. It means exactly what it means. Pendennis said in a low voice, the new original demons don't have a base. It doesn't matter if it's the evil gods, the humans who betrayed the past, or even the old demon factions of the original, primeval demons, they all have their own freedom of action. There's basically no interaction. Including me, everyone who joins the new, primal demon, will communicate with Danath through communication magic or magical items and receive Danath's arrangements and instructions. But other than that, we don't have any other interaction. Danath will only appear in front of a few people, and no one knows where he is. These words made Shuren and the other two frown. Is that true? Litas couldn't even accept it and said, a terrorist organization that started a world war has no base at all. It's unbelievable. Yeah. Anima also said in disbelief, don't you need to cooperate with each other, discuss with each other, and formulate policies against the enemy? This question was met with mockery from Pendennis. Cooperate? Discuss? Pendennis sneered. Do you think it's possible for us to do that? The two goddesses stopped talking. So did Shuren. He understood what Pendennis meant. Our side is either filled with eccentric evil gods, or those who dare to betray humans and the Protoss for their own ambitions. There's also a group of old demons who see the Protoss and humans as mortal enemies, and want nothing more than to return to the era of the three-race war 1,000 years ago. How could such a group of fellows gather together to trust each other, cooperate, and discuss with each other? There was no telling if Pendennis was mocking others or himself as he said such words. That young master probably didn't want to forcefully gather a group of problematic children like us together. That would only cause more problems. That's why he straightforwardly allowed us to move freely. He said that as long as we contact him regularly and accept his arrangements and instructions, we can do whatever we want. He won't impose any restrictions, and he will even help us hide our tracks so that no one can find us. That is to say, we will all be in contact with Dana's, but we won't have any contact with each other. It will all be up to that young master to use his extraordinary mind to arrange the most suitable jobs and positions. For us, creating chaos in the world, and thus maintaining organized activities. Under such circumstances, how could we have something like a base? These words caused Shuren's trio's expression to turn solemn. He actually relied on such a method to maintain the operation of such a huge world organization. Anima could not believe what she had just heard. Is that demon dweller called Donna's a monster? Lita's expression was also filled with disbelief. Although Shuren didn't say anything, just like Lita's and Anima, he felt the terror of the existence called Donna's. So you don't know where Donna's is? Shuren shifted his gaze to Pendennis. I don't know. Pendennis said coldly, I know the whereabouts of the few evil gods that I have some contact with. Apart from them, I don't know anyone else, and I might not even know them. Is that true? Lita's asked again. She stared at Pendennis and said, You're not lying to us, are you? Yes. Anima also became cautious. She looked at Pendennis with suspicion and said, If it's you, you should be able to come up with a lie of this level easily, right? After all, Pandenium was the god of deceit, the god of deceit. Although the target she deceived was usually a certain concept to display the power of her power, as the god of deceit, it wasn't difficult for her to deceive others. But, I will only deceive for myself, and never for others. Pendennis showed a disdainful expression. But his persuasiveness was inexplicably high. Shuren, Lita's, and Anima immediately had the same thought. This is troublesome. The newborn, primal demons, did not have a base, nor did they have any interaction with each other. The demon dweller Donnas was able to control the movements of the newborn, primal demons, by himself. He was able to control the movements of the almost incompatible factions with ease. His own whereabouts were a mystery, and no one knew where he was at all. This situation was undoubtedly very troublesome. Normally, to end a war, if the enemy doesn't surrender or ask for peace, destroying the enemy's base is a must. Lita said in a low voice. If the newborn, primal demons, really did not have a base, and allowed everyone to move freely, then we would not have the option to destroy the enemy, stop the war, and restore peace. Anima's expression was also solemn. In this situation, there is no doubt that there is only one way to end the war. Shuren said in a low voice. And that is to defeat that demon dweller called Donnas. If they could do this, then they would lose Donnas, the only link and leader that united everyone, and the newborn, primal demons, would naturally fall by itself. Even if they could not stop the war immediately, and the traitors of the factions that had not been suppressed would still cause havoc all over the world, but since they could not unite, it was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. Although it was far from being able to destroy the enemy's headquarters and end the war, it was the only course of action they could take at the moment. But the problem was, the whereabouts of that demon dweller called Donnas cannot be determined at all. Lita's knitted her brows tightly. Since he said that he could help everyone in his faction hide their whereabouts and not let us find out, then it proves that he has at least the same level of concealment ability as the former leader of the primal demons, Helemis, right? Anima smiled bitterly. There is actually someone in this world who has that level of unique ability, and it just had to be his son? Shuren did not believe in such a coincidence. Unique abilities were not something that could be inherited. Everyone's unique ability was unique, and even if the effects were similar, the strength of the ability and the final influence, interference, and results would be more or less different. This rule was something that even unified races like the dragons and the ice ladies had to abide by. Helemis was the only half-demon in this world, and it was impossible for him to be a unified race. Naturally, his son would not have a similar unique ability as him. For a similar type of unique ability to appear on a father and son, unless they were a unified race, the probability was not zero, but it was infinitely close to zero. Not to mention, there were people who could awaken unique abilities, and there were others who could not. This further lowered the probability. Moreover, Donnas was clearly a flawed demon who could not even awaken his unique skills. Now, he had become a complete demon and was above his father. This result gave Sean reason to believe one thing. That guy must have devoured his father and obtained his power and unique skills, right? This was not impossible. The demon dragon Magel was devoured by Helemis in front of Shuren. And after devouring the magic dragon Magellan, Helemus became a complete demon person. Since this was the case, it was not impossible for Danas, who was his blood relative, to devour his father and take away his power through some kind of blood connection. That was why Danas could become a complete demon and descend into this world. With such an encounter, coupled with the fact that the other party was far more resourceful than Helemus, or rather, Helemus could not even compare to him in terms of intelligence. To find him and defeat him while he was at his wit's end, the difficulty was no less than finding a needle in a haystack. If this situation wasn't troublesome, then what was troublesome? Moreover, it's fine if it's the others, as they might just be Donna's pawns. However, the transcendent level great spiritual body and the two undead magically awakened heroes should be by Donna's side, right? There were 4 transcendent level existences, and all of them were demon. They were not like the goddess of life and the goddess of nature, who were at the bottom of the transcendent level. With such combat power, even the strongest goddess of fate, Letas, would have to return in defeat. It's impossible to defeat an opponent of this level without ascending to the transcendent level. Shuren was certain of this. In other words, the current situation was becoming more and more troublesome. As he understood the new, original demon, and its leader, Donna's, the feeling of trouble was getting stronger. At least, Letas and Anima were already showing a troubled expression. Obviously, they were out of ideas for now. What Pendennis told them wasn't good news for them. Since you don't have a base, and you don't know where Donna's is, you should have a way to contact him, right? Letas looked at Pendennis and asked. Yes, I did. Pendennis didn't try to hide it and admitted it straightforwardly. Unfortunately, it was not good news either. I did keep it, but don't blame me for not warning you. It's impossible for you to find him using this clue. Pendennis snorted. Although that young master gave us a magical tool for communication, it can only be used for a limited number of times. Normally, it will self-destruct after 2 or 3 times. Even if it's not used, it will self-destruct after a period of time. It only responds to certain magical powers. Even if you use it, it's almost impossible for you to find that young master. After hearing Pendennis' words, Shuren and the others were once again impressed by Donna's cautiousness and foresight. Does that mean we won't be able to find anything at all? Anima couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Letas's expression did not look good either. Pendennis brought nothing but bad news. None of it was useful. Only Shuren noticed one thing. You said that you knew, original demons, will contact Donna's regularly, accept his arrangements and instructions, and rely on that young master to arrange the most suitable job and position for you, right? Shuren raised his eyes and looked at Pendennis. Then let me ask you, the idea to take Lilith and Xianxia away, was it your own, or that young master's? Shuren asked such a question. Pendennis seemed to know what Shuren was going to ask, and she was instantly speechless for a while. Seeing that she did not speak, Shuren thought that she did not want to say it, so he directly pressed his hand on Pendennis' head again. It was my own idea. Pendennis trembled all over and quickly shouted, I wanted to take Lilith away myself. The Demon King's pure body was just a convenience. That was it. The action of taking Lilith away was not something that Donna's instructed Pendennis to do at all, but an action that Pendennis took on his own. After all, Donna's had been secretly watching Shuren for a long time, and he did not know how much Lilith relied on Shuren. Moreover, Lilith had already entrusted her, true seal, to Shuren, and she was already in existence with a shared destiny with Shuren. It was impossible for her to leave Shuren. Knowing this, why would Donna's do useless work and let Pendennis contact Lilith and take her away? Therefore, this operation was entirely Pendennis's own idea. Then, after the war began, what did Donna's really tell you to do and arrange for you to do? Shuren finally asked an important question. Letas and Anima were immediately attracted, and they looked at Pendennis together. This question was indeed very important. If they could know the answer to this question, they might be able to speculate Donna's next action, or some arrangements that he had made in the dark. This was undoubtedly very beneficial information. In response, Pendennis showed a somewhat indescribable expression. What? You don't want to say it again? Shuren had run out of patience. It's not that I don't want to say it. Pendennis was silent for a while, then said, it's that I don't know how to say it. Don't know how to say it? Lidas immediately said, what does that mean? It means that I don't know what those actions are for. Pendennis said sullenly, that man only asked me to bring the Protoss's book collection to the human realm when I betrayed the Protoss, and after blowing up the temple, I will give all the books to him. Hearing this, Shuren and the other two could not help but be stunned. Books? The three were a little stunned. That's right, books. Pendennis also seemed a bit dissatisfied with this and said, it's not just the Heavenly Realms book collection. That man also asked me to bring all the hidden information and books of the destroyed human realm forces to a designated place during the war. Over the past month or so, this was the only thing Pendennis had done. According to the other evil gods I contacted, they were all doing the same thing. If they weren't collecting the books of the various forces, then they were looking for records and ancient books from certain ruins. Even if they weren't looking for books, they would still be sent by that young master to look for something extremely ancient. That man seems to be investigating something. I even feel like he purposely started the war for this purpose, so that he could have the chance to come into contact with the hidden precious ancient items of the various forces. Really, I have no idea what he wants. Pendennis's words caused Lidas and Anima to look at each other. What does that newborn fiendkind want? How unsettling, the two goddesses revealed uneasy looks on their faces. Shuren's eyes flickered. Ancient items. Shuren muttered in a low voice. In his heart, Shuren was thinking. Will it be related to the resurrection of the Demon King? Thanks to the goddess's hint, Shuren already knew Donna's ultimate goal. In order to resurrect the Demon King, Donna's was still gathering the necessary conditions. If that was the case, was what he was doing to find a way to gather the so-called conditions, those so-called conditions, specifically, what were they? Shuren didn't know any of these. He only knew that what Donna's was doing was definitely not a waste of effort. Fortunately, Shuren already knew that there must be one condition in order to resurrect the Demon King. That was, must obtain the Demon King's pure body. Only then could the Demon King be successfully resurrected, right? In other words, recently, I have to bring Xianxia with me more often. Only in this way would he be able to grasp a little initiative. Lidas and Anima, who didn't know what Shuren was thinking, asked Pendennis a few more questions. When they couldn't get any useful information out of him, they then brought this evil god away. Shuren also left the shrine and returned to Borstut's house. Royal capital, noble district, Borstut residence. After some time, the chaos in Borstut's house had calmed down. Many people already knew that the hero's mansion had been attacked by the evil gods of the enemy, so they more or less came to take a look. However, after knowing that the evil gods had been defeated by Xian, they quietly retreated. The ordinary civilians also learned of this news through various channels. They breathed a sigh of relief, but they also began to talk about it as usual. So an evil god invaded the hero's residence? It's a pity that our hero could even defeat the demonic dragon controlled by the demonic humans. A mere evil god is nothing to him. It's so reassuring to have such a hero in the royal capital. Let's hope the hero can end this war as soon as possible. Yeah, as long as the war doesn't end, it'll be hard for the business on the commercial street to continue. As the civilians discussed the matter, every corner of the royal capital was filled with a reassuring atmosphere. After knowing that the hero could easily take down the invading evil gods, no matter who it was, they would feel relieved, right? One had to admit that in this period of war after 1,000 years, the fact that there was still a hero in this world injected support into the hearts of many people. It could be said that the existence of the hero, Shuren, had become the spiritual pillar of the people to a certain extent. Even in this war-torn era, the people still held on to the hope that the enemy would be defeated as soon as possible and peace would be restored as soon as possible. Perhaps this was the kingdom's intention to spread the news, in order to maintain the morale of the people and to prevent them from losing hope during the war. It was necessary to spread such positive news. There was no better candidate than the hero to promote a hero, boost the morale of the people, and bring hope to the people. Therefore, Shuren, who was already famous after his identity was exposed, became even more famous during the war. Even his image became great under the purposeful propaganda. Shuren was still unaware of all this. He returned to Borstut's house and looked at the half-ruined Borstut house. He let out a long sigh. At this moment, the maids and servants in Borstadt's house were cleaning up the ruins. The knights from the knights were also helping out. There were busy people everywhere. Arrange 6 people over here, 10 people over here, and 3 people over here will be enough. The rest of you, head to the main residence first and fix it up. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Xianxia gave instructions to everyone in a calm and flat tone, allowing the work to be carried out in an extremely orderly manner. Lilith was beside Xia, holding her hand. She yawned and rubbed her eyes, looking drowsy. In order to repair Borstadt's house, everyone was working hard. Let's hope we can tidy up some places tonight so that the family won't have no place to stay. Xianxia mumbled to himself. However, his mumbling was rewarded with a warm response. Miss Xia is very capable. The palace will also send a specialized court magician to help with the repairs. It should be done soon. There shouldn't be any problems. Xian was slightly startled by the voice that came from behind. He turned around and looked over. The person who entered his sight was none other than a young girl in full armor with a huge shield on her back. Oh, you're here, Vivian. Xian relaxed his expression. How could I not come back to take a look after knowing that such a big thing has happened? Vivian smiled bitterly and said, Ter, Marika, and Yulin have all sneaked back from work. Lumia was worried about the safety of her younger sisters, but after confirming that everything was fine at home, she left and returned to her work. I'm the only one who can stay here because Lily gave me a day off. Is that so? Xian scratched his face and sighed. I'm sorry to have made you worry. Don't say that. The intruders are in the wrong, not you. Vivian shook her head, and a gentle expression appeared on her face as she said, besides, this place is already like home to us. We are more concerned about this place than anyone else. As Vivian said that, she looked at Borstadt's house from afar as if she was looking at her own home. It was very warm and gentle. I'm honored that you can treat this place as your home. Xian smiled and looked in the direction of Borstadt's house together with Vivian. Under such circumstances, Vivian suddenly smiled. It seems like we haven't been alone like this for a long time, right? Vivian said these words. Indeed, Xian nodded in agreement. Ever since he came to the royal capital, the things around him seemed to have developed and changed at an extremely rapid rate. It was unimaginably frequent. It hasn't even been a year, but it feels like so many things have happened, Vivian said as if she was reminiscing. Vivian said with nostalgia, it feels like the adventurous life we had in Lemidgen was just yesterday. This was probably Vivian's most sentimental thought. I feel that it's been a long time since that happened. Xian spread out his hands helplessly. It could not be helped. There were too many changes happening around him, and all sorts of things happened one after another. There was not a single moment where he stopped. It felt like a long time had passed for him, and he could not be like Vivian, who felt that the day of Lemidgen's death was just yesterday. In response, Vivian once again bitterly smiled. After all, you have experienced much more than I have. You haven't been in Lemidgen for long, unlike us who have been in Lemidgen for a few years. It's only been a year since we returned to the royal capital. It's only natural that we feel different. As she said that, Vivian turned her head and looked at Xian. But to a certain extent, after knowing that you are a hero, I could more or less predict such a situation. Vivian's words made Xian look at her. You predicted it? Xian blinked. Yes. Vivian sighed. The hero has suddenly returned after 1,000 years. Just this alone tells us that many things could happen in the future. It's even possible that the world itself will face a calamity. Her words were indeed convincing. In this era where the Demon King had passed away and the hero no longer needed to appear, the hero that the world once needed had descended once again. Those who knew how to be prepared for danger in times of peace would feel that something might happen in the future that would require the hero's return. Vivian was someone who knew how to be prepared for danger in times of peace, far-sighted, and worried about the world. For this reason, Vivian had already mentally prepared herself for this. In fact, she would always take care of Xian and take care of everything for Xian, including supporting the hero, supporting Xian, and preparing for the future. To be honest, when you invited me and Ter to stay here with you, we discussed this in private. Vivian revealed a secret that Sharon didn't know. From the very beginning, the reason why we will stay here is to support you and help you. Hearing this, Sharon didn't say anything. He just stared at Vivian quietly. Vivian continued. It's just that no one would have thought that we would get used to this place, like it, and treat it as our home, right? Ter, Marika, Lumia, and even me, by this time, everyone has already treated this family's matters as their own. Even Lily complained about me. She said that even though I've returned to the royal capital, the number of times I've returned to the Lazahad family can be counted on one hand. I feel a little sorry for her and her father, but this also shows how much I've gotten used to living here. Saying this, Vivian stretched out her hand and pressed it on Sharon's shoulder. And the person who has changed us and connected us is without a doubt you. Perhaps in the upcoming war, people of our level won't be able to help you too much. But I can promise you that this royal capital, this home, I will definitely protect it for you. With a gentle voice, Vivian made a strong and powerful guarantee. Sharon just looked at Vivian in a daze. After a while, he asked a question. Hey, Vivian, Sharon asked hesitantly, why do people say that you're the guardian of the kingdom? Vivian's hand trembled slightly. Sorry, Sharon reacted and said, if you don't want to say, I won't ask. However, Vivian shook her head with a smile. You've misunderstood. Vivian sighed and smiled. This isn't something that can't be told to outsiders. Rather, it's better to say that people who know me or the higher-ups of various forces basically know about this. I just don't know where to start. Saying this, Vivian pondered for a while and said to Sharon. Now that things have come to this, you should already know that the goddesses of the Protoss all have the core of existence like the true seal. Even if they die, as long as the true seal is still there, they can be resurrected, right? Vivian mentioned such a thing. Sharon nodded, indicating that he was indeed aware of this matter. If that's the case, then it's easier to talk about. Vivian smiled and spoke in this manner. Although as long as the true seal is still there, even if the goddess dies, she can be resurrected, but this takes time. The higher the position and the more powerful the goddess, the longer the time needed for her resurrection. Especially for some gods who are in charge of important domains, the time needed for their resurrection can be hundreds or even thousands of years. But 1,000 years ago, when the final battle between the gods and demons began, a goddess died before that battle. Her authority is very important to the maintenance of the battlefront. With her, many lives and the battlefront can be maintained, allowing the Protoss and humans to maintain an advantage against the powerful demons. Therefore, in order to protect more lives and to completely end the war, that goddess transferred her true seal into the body of a human female before she died, so that she can be resurrected as soon as possible through childbirth. As a result, a human woman who has the authority of a god but lost her identity as a goddess appeared in this world. Hearing this, Sharon roughly understood. Are you that goddess? Sharon asked in surprise. Yes. Vivian smiled sweetly. In the past, I used to be a superior goddess who was in charge of guarding domains. Goddess Vivian, that was my identity in the past. Goddess, Sharon looked at Vivian speechlessly. He did not expect that the so-called guardian of the kingdom was actually referring to a goddess. The superior goddess who was in charge of the realm of guardians, Vivian. This gentle and considerate captain of Vivian's team, who knew how to take care of others and had always been taking care of others, was actually a goddess in the past. Such a thing was simply shocking. Vivian looked at the speechless Sharon and could not help but laugh. Her Highness Rosie, Lily, and Ter know more or less about it. Melika and Lucia, on the other hand, didn't know about it until recently. I haven't explained it in front of them yet, Rosie said as she looked at Lily. Vivian put on her usual gentle expression and said so. This time, many goddesses of the Protoss have come to the royal capital. I actually know many of them. Recently, I've been reminiscing with them. It's really nostalgic. Vivian's tone did not contain any negative emotions. There was only nostalgia and a hint of melancholy. Evidently, after losing her goddess body and becoming a human, Vivian rarely had the chance to meet her own kind. Have you been staying in the kingdom for the past 1,000 years? Sharon asked Vivian with a bitter smile. Yes. Vivian nodded and said, back then, after I expressed my wish to participate in the final battle as a human, the female human who was once one of the 13 heroes and the companion of the hero Mitra volunteered to become the mother that gave birth to me. At that time, Vivian was severely injured and on the verge of death. Not long after, the final battle between the gods, humans, and demons was about to begin, and the Protoss and humans were in urgent need of her return. In view of this, Vivian gave up on struggling at death's door. After expressing her wish, she sacrificed her life and transferred the true seal into the body of the hero who volunteered to become her mother. After that, with the power of Anima, the goddess of life, Vivian grew rapidly in the womb of the female human. In just a month, she was born, and with the power of the goddess of life, her body quickly grew to 14 years old. In this way, Vivian successfully rushed to the battlefield before the final battle and became the frontline commander of the gods and humans. It was also in that battle that Vivian played a great role. Her power of guardian forcibly saved the frontline from collapse countless times, and finally succeeded in dragging the battle until Hero Mitra joined forces with the supreme goddess Omnis to defeat the Demon King. The war ended, and the demons also surrendered. The three races signed a peace treaty in the first three-race meeting in history, ushering in a millennium of peace for the Omnipotensen. As for Vivian, because of this mess, her life form had completely changed. Although the true seal was left behind, and her authority was also left behind, she had lost her goddess body forever. Even if she died and was resurrected through the true seal, she would not be able to be reborn as a god again. The three goddesses had expressed that they were willing to ask the high god Omnis to restore Vivian's goddess body for the sake of such a sacrifice. Unfortunately, at that time, the supreme goddess had already entered the sanctuary realm and fell into an eternal sleep. Even so, the three goddesses and the Protoss goddesses still expressed that they wanted to take Vivian back to the divine realm and continue to live there. However, at that time, Hero Mitra was preparing to build a kingdom, and the companion of the hero who volunteered to become Vivian's mother died in that battle. Vivian decided to carry on her unfulfilled wish and help the hero build a kingdom. She wanted to block the covetous human kingdoms such as the Ragnar Empire and other human forces for the then weak Mitra kingdom. Therefore, Vivian decided to stay in the kingdom. This time, Vivian stayed for a whole 1,000 years. For 1,000 years, Vivian had been helping the Mitra kingdom openly and secretly, shielding the Mitra kingdom from the wind and rain. Over time, Vivian was known as the guardian goddess of the kingdom. Even after 1,000 years, her reputation still resounded in the ears of the higher-ups of the various forces. Of course, as a completely human, even if I don't die in battle, I will have the concept of aging, sickness, and death. I will no longer be eternal like before. Vivian said so. In these 1,000 years, I died of old age many times and was resurrected many times through the true seal. When I was still young, I was either adopted by the royal family or by the nobles that the royal family trusted. I guess I've experienced a lot of life. This time, Vivian was adopted by the Lazahad family that the royal family had always trusted, and she became Lily's childhood friend. Vivian looked like an adopted daughter of a noble family and an adventurer of low status, but in reality, almost no one dared to disrespect her among the nobles in the capital. If not for that, how could she enter the palace as she pleased, and even bring Shuren to see Rosie when he first entered the capital? At that time, Rosie was still the most precious treasure of the kingdom waiting to be married off. Countless nobles wanted to see her, but Vivian could casually bring a man to see her. This showed Vivian's status and reputation. Vivian had always been gentle, considerate, and respectful to everyone. However, if one thought about it carefully, as long as she was around, no matter if it was the nobles or the royal family, they would all greet Vivian in the end. This was the manifestation of Vivian's status and reputation. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. Vivian suddenly remembered something and said to Shuren. Madame Lidas and Madame Anima have officially entrusted me to participate in the subduing of the dwarf race. As soon as this was said, Shuren was surprised. Lidas and Anima asked you to subdue the dwarf race? Shuren was very surprised. That's right. Vivian nodded her head heavily and said, this time, the Protoss and the kingdom will send a large team of experts to the dwarf race. However, the transcendent level existences will not go. Madame Lidas and Madame Anima think that if I go, it will be a reassuring assurance. Although the transcendent level existences should not be involved in the subduing of the dwarf race, who knows what kind of traps there might be there. If the Protoss and the kingdom's experts were all wiped out, the loss would be huge. Under such circumstances, the power of Vivian, who had the authority of guardian, could support the battlefront by herself, and defend a country, a race, or even a world by herself, was especially important. With her around, even if there was a mishap, she could protect the Protoss and the human race's strength and retreat with ease. Originally, Madame Lidas and Madame Anima wanted to entrust Yulin and Melika to go with me. However, in that kind of underground kingdom, aerial warfare is basically prohibited. The destructive dragon breath might also cause the kingdom to collapse. If Yulin goes there, her hands will be tied. Melika's nature magic won't be of much use in that kind of harsh environment. So, this time, Ter will go with me. Yulin and Melika will stay here. Lumia's strength is still rather weak. I'm inclined to leave her here in the mansion. Vivian explained her thoughts to Shuren, as well as the whereabouts of the people in the mansion in the future. Shuren didn't stop her. Vivian and the others had their own freedom of movement. They weren't his subordinates, but his family. As long as they didn't do anything bad, Shuren wouldn't stop them. Shuren wasn't interested in subduing the dwarf race. However, it was an important operation for the Protoss and the human race. Since Lidas and Anima had spoken, Vivian naturally wouldn't refuse. Shuren wasn't too worried about their safety. Under the situation where the transcendent level existences wouldn't intervene, Ter's strength was enough to protect herself. Coupled with Vivian, who could support the battlefront and protect countless people on her own, even if the operation failed, they should be able to keep their lives. By the way, this time, Lily will bring the Lazahad family to participate in the operation. I heard that the one from the Elbian family will also be coming. Vivian smiled meaningfully, which made Shuren raise his eyebrows. He plans to participate too? Shuren couldn't help but ask, will Ter fight with him? One had to know that the two of them still had a battle to fight. No, Vivian laughed. Whether it's leader Ali Dia or Ter, they are people who would disregard the overall situation. Is that so? Shuren curled his lips and said, then you probably don't understand Ter. If she's stubborn, even I can't persuade her. Yes. Vivian smiled. But she's just stubborn. She won't do something so irrational. The problem was that once it involved her matters or that man's matters, the little girl would often become somewhat irrational. Otherwise, why would she ask him to go to the capital alone to look for his horn? Why would she risk her life and challenge Ali Dia even though she knew that he wasn't a match for him? When it came to his own safety, his fiancée always acted on her own accord. It seems like I have to have a good talk with her before you guys set off. Shuren said helplessly. That's fine too. Vivian naturally wouldn't have any objections. She said, if it's you, that child will listen to you seriously, right? Speaking of this, Vivian smiled again. Whether it's Ter or Marika, their lives have changed greatly because of you. I didn't expect you to accept them. You're really something. Vivian's words made Shuren feel a little awkward. It couldn't be helped. Thinking back to when he first joined Vivian's team, Shuren was very firm and said in front of everyone that he would keep a distance from them and wouldn't get too close to them. Who would have thought that he would be in contact with two of them at a negative distance, to the point where he couldn't get any closer? This was completely a slap in the face. Vivian seemed to also remember what happened at that time, and a teasing expression appeared on her face. Why don't you accept Lucia as well? Although there's nothing special about that child, she's a very hard-working and good girl who takes care of her younger sisters. Hearing this, the corner of Shuren's mouth twitched. I didn't expect you to be like this, Vivian. This sudden matchmaking also hurt Shuren's waist. Vivian blinked and said with a rare mischievous smile. Think about it. After saying that, Vivian turned around and left. Shuren scratched his head. He didn't know what to do. This former goddess was really great and mischievous. When night fell, the repairs to Borstadt's house had come to an end. Although it was not completely repaired, the main residence had been tidied up. The other Gisthouses had also been repaired, allowing the people in Borstadt's house to have a place to stay and not have to spend the night outside. To be able to repair the house to this extent in less than a day, it was naturally due to the help of magic. When it was almost evening, Rosie personally brought a group of palace magicians who specialized in construction to help Borstadt's house with the repairs. Thanks to them, Borstadt's house could be repaired to this extent in such a short period of time. Most importantly, Shuren did not have to pay for it, which was great. You have also helped the royal city uncover a criminal who has been stirring up trouble in the dark. You have helped the Protoss and the human race get rid of a dangerous evil god. The kingdom would not dare to take your money for this, Rosie said in a rather annoyed tone. From Leda's and Anima, Rosie already knew the whole story of what had happened. Therefore, she had already gotten the information about Pendennis invading Borstadt's house. Rosie was relieved when she saw that there were no problems with Borstadt's house and Shuren's carefree attitude. Therefore, after bringing the palace magicians over to help with the repairs and chatting with Shuren for a few times to ease her worries, Rosie left immediately. It seems like this girl is really busy. Shuren could only watch Rosie come and go in a hurry, feeling a little emotional. Every time this happened, Shuren would wonder if he should do something to help her relax. However, it was not as if Shuren had not mentioned it in the past month or so, but Rosie rejected him with a shake of her head. Actually, it's just some paperwork and handover work. Other than that, there are meetings, negotiations, and various arrangements for the kingdom and the Protoss. Even if you help me, I still have a lot of work to do. I might even have to worry for you because you are not familiar with these things, and it will be more troublesome in the end. The princess did not hide her dislike for troublesome things and was very resistant to Shuren's thoughtfulness. Therefore, Shuren decided to leave it to the girl and let her work on her own. At night, the people who had gone out returned one after another. Terror brought the powerful people who had become expeditionary forces back home, reeking of blood. There was a dangerous aura everywhere. Moreover, the expeditionary forces were basically the criminals that Shuren had brought out from the underground prison of the palace. The menacing aura was even stronger, and people could not help but avoid them. Marika came back riding on the back of the dragon Yulin. The two did not seem to have any changes, other than looking a little travel-worn. It seemed like they did not encounter much trouble. As soon as Lumia came back, she immediately ran to her sister's place. As for Vivian, she did not go out for the day. Together with Xianxia, she welcomed the girls who had returned and prepared a sumptuous dinner for them. It was only at this moment that Borstadt's house finally became lively, presenting a warm and lively scene. Even Lilith stuck to Shuren for the whole day. Today, she went to disturb Xia's work and played with Shuren. Of course, at the dinner table, everyone asked Shuren again about what had happened today. Only Shuren, Xia, and Lilith discovered the existence of an ultimate evil god who had infiltrated without a sound. Some of them were still fearful, while others were furious. If I was at home, how could that sneaky evil god come and go as she pleased? Yulin was the one who was indignant. An ultimate evil god, huh? Terre murmured as well, her face cold. Fortunately, nothing happened to everyone. Marika was the one who still had lingering fears. My sisters are fine too. They were just a little frightened. That's great. Lumia also patted her chest. Everyone responded to the incident in accordance with their own style. Alright, as long as they're fine. Vivian had been comforting everyone with a gentle voice, and they finally let go of the matter after much difficulty. However, in the end, there were some arguments among the crowd. Mainly, Yulin and Terre both made their own opinions because of what happened today. From tomorrow onwards, I'd better stay at home. Otherwise, I won't be able to tolerate any Tom, Dick, or Harry breaking in. Yulin strongly expressed her opinion. The dragoness seemed to treat this place as her own territory. She was undoubtedly the most displeased with the fact that someone had intruded into Borstadt's house. Ever since she returned to the Borstadt family, Yulin had been taught all sorts of concepts by Shuren, intentionally or unintentionally. He made her learn all sorts of things so that she could help Shuren manage the Borstadt family in the future. Yulin's learning ability was also very good. She learned the skills of family management very quickly, as if she had been completely enlightened after transforming into a human. Her mind was improving rapidly, and she felt like she was about to become a strong woman and a female scholar. From this Yulin, one could no longer see the naive dragoness she used to be. The only thing this little female dragoness did not seem to change was her violence. Now that she was more and more concerned about her family, when she learned about what happened to her family, she behaved like a hot-tempered little sister. Ter was different from Yulin. She was not as hot-tempered, but her words were similar. I don't want some filthy things to come into my house and be an eyesore. It's better to arrange for some capable people to guard the house in shifts. That was what Ter said. If it wasn't for the fact that she could level up by killing alchemists, she would have stayed at home as well. Even so, Ter still behaved very coldly towards the intruders. She even revealed a hint of murderous intent. Shuren was stunned. Vivian, who was beside him, came over. Other than Yulin, Ter is probably the one who values this family the most. After all, she no longer has a home. Vivian's words left Shuren speechless. Indeed, Ter no longer had a home. Or rather, she had a home, but she would not return to that home, nor did she want to return to it. Not only were there people she did not want to see there, but there were also painful memories. Ter had been tormented there for the first half of her life, so it was only natural that she would not treat it as her home. On the other hand, not only were there a few people that Ter cared about the most, but she had also given her heart and soul to the owner of this house. Since that was the case, to Ter, this was her only home, the only place where she could stay, and the only place that mattered to her. It wasn't surprising at all that she would express hatred that was comparable to Yulin's. However, both of their suggestions were rejected. The first to be rejected was Ter. The kingdom is currently short of manpower. The other nobles have also sent out their most elite knights to guard the front lines outside the royal capital. If you leave a portion of the powerhouses at home, regardless of whether it will cause problems, the other nobles will be dissatisfied, right? Vivian said to Ter. Ter instantly fell silent. Yulin was also persuaded. Marika still needs your mobility. With you leading her, she can patrol the capital's surroundings as quickly as possible and eliminate the threatening demon youngsters in time. If you stay at home, with Marika's leg strength, she won't be able to carry out this task. Vivian pointed out the problem, causing Yulin to puff up her cheeks. Seeing this, Marika hurriedly spoke. Recently, the number of demon youngsters has been decreasing. I reckon that all the youngsters in the surrounding area have been eliminated. Even if Miss Yulin isn't here, there shouldn't be a problem. Thus, Marika helped Yulian out. This time, it was Vivian who was speechless. If that was the case, Yulin could indeed stay at home. As an extreme level expert and the strongest dragon species below the transcendent level, it would be overkill for Yulin to guard the front line like the rest of the people and eliminate some small fries. Next, the kingdom's most important task was to reclaim the dwarf tribe. However, Yulin was restricted in this operation and would not be dispatched. As such, Yulin could have some free time. It was the same for Marika. She could stay at home. If that was the case, seeing that Vivian was about to relent, Yulin's eyes lit up and she smiled. In fact, she had long been bored of flying around outside every day and killing those identical young demon dwellers. If it was in the past, Yulin might have wanted to go out and kill every day, torture the little monsters, and show off her might as the king of demons. However, after transforming into a human, although Yulin was still violent, she was not interested in bullying the weak. As such, compared to going out and killing monsters every day, Yulin was more willing to sleep in the courtyard. Of course, in her dragonized form. Shuren had prepared a room for Yulin. However, for some reason, this dragon lady did not like to sleep in the room. Instead, she preferred to sleep in the courtyard in her dragonized form. At least she said so, I'm so mighty and domineering. Of course, I have to live in a spacious place. How can I be restricted by such a small space? She had said so in front of Shuren. At that time, Shuren said so. If you have the guts, you can also change in a spacious place. As soon as this sentence came out, a certain dragon immediately had the thought of killing its master. Its sharp little canine teeth were exposed, and it almost bit Sean's head. In summary, Yulin and Marika did not need to go out for a period of time. They were completely free. Seeing this situation, Ter no longer mentioned the matter of providing guards for the mansion. Vivian took the opportunity to mention the dwarfs to Ter. She told Ter that she wanted to bring her to the dwarfs' kingdom. Ter did not hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. I'm a little bored of killing alchemists. Let's kill some dwarfs next. This girl actually dared to say such dangerous words. Xianxia was a little worried. Would this girl keep killing and fighting, which would eventually lead to mental problems? He did not want his little wife to become a cruel and merciless killer. Thus, Xianxia decided on the spot. I have to get rid of her anger tonight. Needless to say, to achieve such an achievement, he had to expend his own strength, stamina, and energy. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Late at night. Under Xiaxia's service, Xianxia went to the bathing area. Lilith had already been taken in by Xiaxia for a bath. Now, she was completely asleep and was brought back to her room by Xiaxia. However, Xianxia didn't feel lonely at all. After all, his buddies came to the bathing area on time and soaked in the water with Xianxia. No, not only Ter, but Melika and Yulin also came. They seemed to have been brought here by Ter, and they didn't know that Xianxia was inside. After Xianxia had soaked for a while, they followed Ter into the bathing area. Of course, like Ter, they were in the same terrible posture as when they were just born. Unlike Ter, who was calmly soaking in the water, these two girls stared blankly at Xianxia and were stunned by Xianxia. After a long while, they opened their mouths and screamed. Stupid. Stupid master. Aha. As the two girls screamed, they hugged their bodies and squatted down with flushed faces. But how should they put it? Your posture is even worse, isn't it? Xianxia's mouth twitched as he said helplessly. Hearing Xianxia's voice, Yulin and Melika trembled, not knowing if they were angry or shy. Melika should be shy, right? This girl was unlikely to be angry at Xianxia. Besides, she was Xianxia's woman inside and out. Being seen like this, she wouldn't be angry. It was just her personality that made her feel shy even now. As for Yulin, it was hard to say. You stupid master. Stupid master. Yulin yelled as she spread her dragon wings to cover her body with a blushing face. That reaction, he had to admit, was quite fresh. Xianxia couldn't help but lament. So you've learned to be shy? This dragon girl was becoming more and more like an ordinary human girl. Don't stare at me. Mr. Xianxia. Melika was so shy that she was about to cry. This reaction wasn't something new, but no matter how many times he saw it, Xianxia found it interesting. Just as the two girls fell into a state of shyness and didn't know what to do, Ter's calm voice rang in their ears. Come in quickly. If you don't want to be seen, just soak in the water. Ter's overly calm tone made Yulin and Melika realize what was going on. I'll tell you. How can you be so calm? Yulin shouted as she quickly dived into the water and soaked herself in it. Woo-woo, Marika also hurriedly soaked herself in the water. She hugged her delicate body and squatted in the water, leaving only half her head above the water. Her delicate cheeks were still full of shyness. Just like that, not only Ter, but even Yulin and Marika became Xianxia's flirting buddies. The four of them soaked in the same bathtub. Although the bathtub was very big, it made the air feel unnatural. It was mainly Yulin and Marika who were too shy to speak. Occasionally, when they caught a glimpse of Xianxia's chest that was exposed in the water vapor, they would turn their heads away hurriedly with flushed faces, looking ashamed and resentful. Xianxia was also a little embarrassed. Although it was a feast for his eyes, it was his first time soaking in the water with so many girls. No, that's not right. When he was in the demonic world's demonic transferring pool, all the demonic dwellers had soaked in with him, right? Unfortunately, the experience from that time was not applicable now. Of course, Xianxia quickly adjusted himself and smiled teasingly at Yulin and Marika. Don't be shy. What haven't your master and I seen before? Xianxia said something that was extremely infuriating. Stupid master. Silly master. Stupid master. Yulin immediately used her unique baby voice to scold Xianxia. While scolding, she also splashed water at Xianxia. Not only did she not look fierce, she looked cute instead. Don't say any more. Mr. Xianxia. Marika's eyes were also filled with tears. Although this elf girl had soaked with Xianxia before and even spent their first time in the hot spring, she still felt shy no matter how many times she did it. Moreover, there were others here. She had already lost her rationality by not running away. It could only be said that as expected of the elves who were famous for their purity and holiness, this reaction was extremely nice. At this moment, Yulin's spearhead had already turned to tear. I say, did you do it on purpose? Yulin said angrily, you knew that the silly master was here and still invited us in? It seemed that Yulin and Marika had come in because of Tear's invitation. In the mansion, all the girls knew that this was basically the time for Shuren to take a bath. Apart from Tear, no one would come in at this time. Only Lilith would occasionally barge in. Yulin and Marika also knew that this was not the time to take a bath, but recently, Shuren often went to the palace and sometimes did not come back even in the middle of the night. Yulin and Marika also had to go out to annihilate the younglings of the demons, so they often came back very late. As time went by, they somewhat lost their scruples. Under such circumstances, if Tear invited them in again, Yulin and Marika would definitely think that Shuren had gone out and did not take a bath at this time. Who would have thought that the two of them would fall into Tear's trap? Who would have thought that the two of them would fall into Tear's trap? In fact, she even spoke with a calm expression. You were the ones who said that you wanted to find Shuren and ask him if he had any missions in the near future and if he would stay at home with you. In other words, Tear simply brought them here because of what Yulin and Marika said. Well done, Sean silently gave his little wife a thumbs up in his heart. On the other hand, Yulin and Marika were completely dumbfounded by Tear's powerful theory. What kind of logic did one have to use to come up with such an answer? Don't you have any sense of shame? No. It seems that this person really doesn't have any. Even so, you can't drag us down with you. Yulin was already thinking about whether she should find a chance to duel with Tear. Marika didn't know how to react at all. In the end, she could only silently soak there and continue to blush. Really? I'm so shy. */omega**. At this time, Shuren finally stopped sizing them up openly. Yes, he had already guessed it. Yulin Marika Tear. What did this ranking mean? Those who understood would understand, and those who didn't would be given a little red flower and a certificate for being a good student. As for those who understood, what reward did the LSP want? Face the wall and reflect on your past, especially those who understood instantly, they had to reflect on themselves. However, Shuren was a little surprised. I didn't expect that you, who usually doesn't show your strength and has a baby voice, to be able to quietly dominate in the dark. Your master, I am willing to call you the strongest. Shuren gave Yulin a thumbs up. He really couldn't tell that this girl was actually a king. Even Vivian, who had the best figure, probably couldn't compare to this little dragon girl, right? Among the people that Shuren knew, only Aie, Chafn, and Elf Queen Sophie could surpass her, and they were all on par with Rosie and Nyan. This dragon girl was even more petite than Rosie and Nyan, about a head shorter than them and a head taller than Aie. The contrast was simply indescribable with words. If it wasn't for the fact that Shuren had seen his dragon demon highness's godly appearance, this violent little dragon girl with a childish face would definitely have become his target for training. But, Of course I'm the strongest, right? Stupid master. She didn't seem to understand the deeper meaning behind Shuren's words. She bared her teeth at Shuren, looking like she wanted to pounce on him and bite him. Her ears were still red. Yes. Shuren wouldn't explain to her, lest this violent girl get angry. After spreading his hands, he immediately changed the topic and asked, Oh right, are you looking for me to ask if I have any plans? Shuren didn't give the girls a chance to reply and directly told them about his upcoming schedule. I plan to make a trip to the home of the elves. I won't stay at home. These words easily attracted the attention of the girls. Home of the elves? Tear looked at Shuren. Shuren. Is Mr. Shuren planning to go to the home of the elves? The little elf, Marika, couldn't care less about her shyness. She quickly raised her head and asked. Why are you going to the home of the elves? Yulin was still sulking, slapping the water as if venting. Well, there's something I want to ask Sophie, Najula, and that goddess of justice. Shuren didn't say it too clearly. He looked at Yulin and Marika and asked, Do you want to come with me? This question caused Marika to be the first to be moved, but she hesitated. I want to go, but Her Highness the Queen and Goddess Najula don't seem to want me to go. Marika was a little depressed. This elf girl had naturally been worried about the situation in the elf's homeland. Originally, she wanted to return to the elf's homeland with Sophie, Najula, and the others, but because of Sophie and Najula's strategy, she could only stay in the capital. Shuren, however, didn't mind. With me here, if something really happens, I should be able to escape with you. Shuren said to Marika, if you want to go, then just say it. I'll explain it to Sophie and Najula. Is this okay? The desire in Marika's eyes became even stronger, but her obedient personality still caused her to feel a little uneasy. Seeing this, Shuren made a decision on the spot. It's settled then. As Shuren made this decision, he stretched out his hand and made to touch Marika. If you're still not willing to obediently follow your heart, then your husband will have to force you to be obedient. I'll go. I'll be obedient. Marika hurriedly surrendered, the uneasiness on her face turning into panic. As pure as Marika was, she was already somewhat used to Shuren's slightly shameless style. She knew what would happen if she didn't listen. If there were only her and Shuren here, Marika would have obediently followed him with a red face. But there were 2 spectators here. If she did all sorts of things to him, Marika would definitely die of shame and indignation. Thus, Marika could only submit to Shuren's dignity as the head of the family, shameless behavior. What about you? Shuren turned to Yulin. Don't turn around, stupid master. Yulin splashed water at Shuren again, snorted coldly, and muttered, if I don't go, who knows when a stupid master like you will be able to reach the elf's homeland. Clearly, Yulin had the self-awareness of being a mount. The only problem was, what about the family? Yulin became gloomy. One must know that during dinner, she had already decided to guard Porstut's house for a period of time. Shuren naturally noticed Yulin's gloominess. He pondered for a moment and finally spoke. Anyway, Vivian will bring Ter with her to reclaim the dwarves. I'll bring Xianxia and Lilith with me. By then, only Lumia will be left at home. Please take good care of her. There shouldn't be any problems. Those who would invade Porstut's house were most likely here for Shuren and the rest. If Shuren and the rest left Porstut's house, apart from Lumia, there would only be a bunch of knights, servants, and maids left in the house. Under such circumstances, if it wasn't someone purposely trying to disgust him, provoke him, and vent his anger, there shouldn't be any problems with the Porstut family. The only one left was Lumia, who was the most ordinary orc girl in the group. Very few people came for her. So, we will all leave. Lumia will be the only one left. She might not encounter any problems. That was what Shuren thought. Moreover, there are only a few who are good at deception and concealment like Pandanus. With Lidas and Anima guarding the royal city, it will be difficult for the enemy to invade without a trace. Although Lidas and Anima were not like Najula who could transform into nature and monitor the entire city or even the entire world, their authority itself was also very useful. Lida's authority of fate was the most omnipotent. Apart from the 2 major existences that were related to the Demon King and the Supreme God, she could do most things in this world. Anima's right of life gave her a strong sense of all living beings in the world. As long as she was not tied down by something, she could sense everyone who came and went in the royal city with her keen sense of life aura. In this way, there were very few existences in this world who could brazenly invade the royal capital like Pandenium without being discovered. Since Pandanus was already defeated, there was a high chance that there would not be any ignorant people who would try to invade the royal city. In conclusion, there shouldn't be any problems if we leave the royal city, right? Alright, Shuren's tone was not very firm. After all, at this stage, all kinds of demons and monsters could appear. It was hard to say if Lidas and Anima could handle all the situations by themselves in the imperial city. They were powerful, but they were ultimately not supreme gods. Even the omnipotent supreme god had a natural enemy in the Demon King. Who could guarantee that there would not be any accidents in this world? Didn't even the most powerful Demon King have the hero as his nemesis? Everything in this world was like this. Nothing was absolute. However, it was not a good thing to be restricted all the time. Lidas and Anima had to consider this and that. They had to consider the beastmen race and the dwarfs race. In the end, they had to save that one and subdue that one. That was why they could not get rid of the beastmen traders, and they had to send someone else to deal with the dwarfs race traders. They could only stay in the royal city and be very passive. Look at Donna's. He was a rising star, but he was now acting recklessly. The chaos he created in this world could easily be recorded in history. He was even more feared than the goddesses who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps this was what a villain was like. It was much easier to cause trouble than to calm it down. As the guardians of the world's order, Lidas and Anima were indeed having a hard time. Shuren could understand them, but he did not intend to be like them. He had something that he really wanted to do. Thus, as long as it did not cause a huge problem for the Protoss and the human race, he would do whatever he wanted to do. Anyway, that's it. Shuren spread his hands and said to Yulin, "Are you going or not? If you don't want to go, then stay." Without Yulin, he would probably have to teleport all the way there with everyone. It would probably be very troublesome, but it was not unbearable to slow down and arrive later. Fortunately, Yulin pursed her lips and gave an answer. "I'll go." Obviously, this little dragon girl did not really want to stay in a home where Shuren and the others were not around. Then it's decided. Shuren made the decision on the spot. "Tomorrow, I'll inform Rosie, and then we'll set off for the hometown of the elves." This time, Yulin, Marika, Lasya, and Lilith were going with them. Compared to the last time when they went to the hometown of the elves to participate in the peace sacrifice, they were only missing Rosie. But this time, Rosie definitely could not go. Her Highness was so busy now. There was no way she could follow him all the way to the hometown of the elves for a vacation. Shuren felt that he could already see Rosie's hopeless expression the next day. "I don't want to work. I want to play." Princess Fishcatching's cry seemed to be right next to his ear. Shuren smiled. Then, he thought of something and turned to Ter, who had been very calm. "When you go with Vivian to conquer the dwarfs, remember to restrain yourself. Don't do anything rash." Shuren was implying something. Ter raised her eyes and looked at Shuren. "You're referring to that man, right?" The young girl was as straightforward and to the point as usual. Her words were not sloppy at all. Vivian had already told Ter about Ali Dia, and Ter already knew that her father would be coming along for this mission. Shuren did not hide his worry. "I'm just afraid that you'll fight with that man on the way and ruin things." Shuren was very straightforward. There was no point in beating around the bush to Ter. Therefore, Shuren chose to tell her his worries directly. Ter was silent for a while and then said calmly, "Don't worry. Don't worry. Even I wouldn't act recklessly during such a special period." Ter gave such a guarantee. "Is that so?" Shuren was a little relieved. Ter was a little noncommittal. "The matter between me and him definitely needs to be resolved, but I don't want to get mixed up with other complicated things." Ter said calmly, "One day, I'll settle things with him. Now is not the time." Now that Ter was able to say something like that, it was reassuring. The young girl was stubborn, but she was not someone who would go back on her words and make promises casually. Since she said so, she definitely wouldn't look for trouble with Ali Dia. This was also one of the characteristics of the young girl named Ter. "That's good." Shuren nodded and was completely relieved. However, Vivian said that after we set off and before we reach the Dwarf Kingdom, we will first meet up with the people of the Ragnar Empire and act together with them. Ter looked at Shuren. "Is there anything you want me to bring to His Majesty the Emperor or Her Royal Highness the Princess?" Ter's words reminded Shuren of Harvey and Capeline. After thinking about it, Shuren sighed and said to Ter, "Then help me tell them to be careful. Then help me tell them to be careful. As long as they are still alive, the Empire will have a chance of recovering." The brother and sister watched the country they had been protecting fall. They must be very painful, right? Even if the two of them were very strong, they should be tired after holding on until now. Shuren could imagine how they were feeling at this time. It was rare for him to ask Ter to pass on a message to her. "I hope they can get over it, pull themselves together, don't do anything stupid, and follow you back here." That was what Shuren was looking forward to. "Understood." Ter nodded indifferently and said, "I will help you tell them." After that, Ter turned over and sat on top of Shuren. Tear, Shuren was startled. Just as he was about to call out Tear's name, his mouth was blocked by Tear's small lips. The two of them began to make out in the bath. Ugh. Ugh. Yulin and Marika were still listening to the conversation between the two in silence, but when they saw Shuren and Tear suddenly begin to make out as if there was no one else around them, they were stunned, and their faces were full of confusion. After a while, the two came to their senses. Two delicate and pretty faces instantly burst into red. What are you doing all of a sudden? Tear. Yulin yelled in panic, and Marika also yelled in bewilderment. Shuren reacted to their voices, but he was held down by Tear. He could only be completely captivated by the sweet and tempting taste. Of course, Tear turned a blind eye to Yulin and Marika's exclamations. She was just doing what she usually did. There were no outsiders here, so why should she have any scruples? Moreover, Shuren would leave tomorrow, and she would go on a mission with Vivian to fight in the Dwarf Kingdom. Usually, she was calm and awe-inspiring. But at this moment, as a girl, she naturally wanted to seek the warmth of a lover. Seeing that Shuren and Tear were getting ready to go all out, Yulin and Marika finally couldn't stand it anymore and stood up from the water. You guys remember this? Yulin spread her dragon wings and flew out as if she was fleeing. I'm going out too. Marika tried to flee in panic, but she was quickly sucked in by a magic power. With a scream, she was dragged back. The one who started this was undoubtedly Shuren. In any case, things had already come to this. One of them was eating, and two of them were also eating. Why not, the next day? After finishing breakfast, Shuren told Vivian and Lucia about his upcoming trip to the Elven homeland. He then teleported a few times and entered the palace, heading for Rosie's bedroom. At this time, Rosie had just returned. She looked exhausted and was about to fall asleep. Knowing that Shuren was going to take Marika and the others to the Elven homeland, the princess's reaction was exactly as Shuren had expected. She was so envious that she almost shed tears. Why do I have to work so hard here, while you can run around during the war? Rosie almost doubted her life. In her plan, she was going to get married soon. She shouldn't be busy all day like before, right? But what happened? What was going on with him living like a social animal? What about her plan to slack off? Where did her leisurely and unrestrained future life go? Thinking about it, Rosie wanted to cry. But she still gave Shuren a piece of advice. Don't be too ostentatious. If the enemy knows your whereabouts and knows your location, they're likely to design another trap. In general, this girl was still very concerned about her dog's safety. I know. Shuren nodded, indicating that he knew what he was doing. After that, the two of them cuddled for a while before parting. Not long after, Shuren and the others quietly left the capital. They were not discovered by anyone. Tagore Forest. This was the largest monster forest in the human world. Now, just like the rest of the human world, it had become extremely chaotic. Roar, some roars and howls could be heard from time to time in the huge forest, making it difficult to tell whether the sounds came from the monsters in this ancient monster forest or the monsters that invaded from the outside world. Nowadays, there were no longer only monsters wandering into Tagore Forest. There were also many alchemy demons and young demons that appeared from time to time. They were like another force that had formed a confrontation with the monsters in the forest, constantly wandering in the forest. Every time monsters and alchemy demons encountered each other, they would definitely pounce on each other while roaring and start fighting. This kind of slaughter would happen all the time in Tagore Forest, making the daily life of the world's largest magic creature forest extremely bloody and violent. That being said, this might not have affected the law of the jungle in Tagore Forest. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even without the alchemy demons and young demons, the monsters here would still kill each other, hunt each other, prey on each other, and fight for territory. It was either you eat me or I eat you. From this perspective, the appearance of the alchemy demons and young demons was just a new addition to this jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. If one really cared about it, perhaps life here had never changed. Of course, the arrival of the alchemy demons and young demons had indeed changed the ecology of Tagore Forest. There might not be any visible changes in a short period of time, but once time passed, the ecological chain in Tagore Forest would definitely undergo great changes. At that time, Tagor's forest might be destroyed. Fortunately, that was a matter for the future. For now, Tagore Forest was still repeating the jungle life of the strong preying on the weak. There was not much change. The only difference was that in this Tagore Forest, there were not only outsiders like the alchemy devil and the devil cultivator. Master, look below. When Shuren brought Xianxia, Lilith, and Marika into Tagore Forest on the huge black dragon, Yulin suddenly seemed to have discovered something. She let out a voice that seemed to ring directly in his mind. That's, Shuren subconsciously lowered his head and looked at the forest below. Then, he narrowed his eyes. That's, undead. Marika also looked down and exclaimed in surprise. There are also magic beings. Xianxia also looked down fixedly, and after a while, she spoke indifferently. Taking a closer look, in the Tagore Forest below, at the bottom of the forest sea of trees, there were actually monsters and existences other than alchemists. It was an army of the undead and magical beings. Like zombies, rotten and tattered dead, swayed their bodies as they moved extremely slowly in the forest, causing the dead aura on their bodies to fill the air. A group of people in black robes were also running in the forest. Some of them were moving with the army of the dead, while others were rushing in a certain direction. They looked like ghosts in the night. Undead and magic beings. Shuren murmured. He knew that in places outside the kingdom, in various places in the human world, in addition to the alchemy demons and demon whelps, there were indeed armies of undead and magic beings wreaking havoc. Their numbers were comparable to the alchemy demons and demon whelps that could attack all the forces and cities in the human world. Their threat was no less than that of the alchemy demons and demon whelps. Countless human forces and human cities had fallen in their hands. Unlike the alchemy demons and demon whelps, they were not the combat force left by the former, primordial demons. Instead, after the new, primordial demons were established, they were released by the rulers of the new, primordial demons, to invade the human world and start a war. Many people, including Shuren, knew that these two came from the two most important leaders of the new, primordial demons. The army of undead must have been created and awakened by the owner of the big spirit body, right? The army of magic beings must have come from Donna's. The former was a necromancer, and a transcendent necromancer at that. In a situation where even the high priest had formed an army of undead that could conquer the continent, it was imaginable that this transcendent necromancer could create such a huge army of undead. The latter was good at creating magic with living beings, and his attainments in creating magic with living beings could be said to be unparalleled. As long as there were enough materials, he could create as many magic beings as he wanted. Therefore, these two could be said to be the central figures of the new, primordial demons. Not only were they the core of the new, primordial demons, but they were also the main reason why the new, primordial demons, had the upper hand in this war. Because of Shuren, the kingdom had not yet encountered the invasion of the army of undead and magic beings. There were only uncontrollable alchemy demons and demon whelps wreaking havoc. However, things were different in the Tagore Forest. This place was obviously taken care of by the new, primordial demons. In addition to the alchemy demons and demon whelps fighting the endless monsters in the forest, there were also the army of undead and magic beings restless. As for who they were targeting and where they were, it was completely easy to guess. It seems like the new, primordial demons, doesn't intend to let the elf hometown go. Shuren said. Are they the enemies who invaded the elf hometown? Marika tightened her grip on the staff of nature in her hand, and looked at the undead and magic beings below with eyes full of anger. Those were the enemies who intended to harm her people and persecute her hometown. Even Marika wouldn't have a good temper when faced with these existences. Xianxia also calmly expressed her opinion. The undead basically don't have anything like a will. Just like the alchemy demons and demon whelps, they will only attack other beings without distinguishing between friend and foe, and treat all living beings around them as enemies. But looking at these undead, they don't seem to be attacking everywhere aimlessly. Instead, they are very focused and even orderly, gathering in one direction. If I'm not wrong, it should be those magical life forms that are commanding the undead to attack specific targets. This was the relationship between the army of undead and the army of magic beings. One side was instructed. The other side was responsible for giving instructions. This kind of operation greatly reduced the uncontrollability of the undead. I'm afraid it's a system set up by the people who created them at the beginning. This was Sharon's guess. Should we get rid of them? Yulin looked down with eagerness in her eyes as if she wanted to spit out a dragon's breath and burn those undead and magic beings into ashes. Well, just as Sharon was about to say what he thought, he found that the corner of his shirt was tugged a few times. He saw Lilith grabbing Sharon's shirt and pulling it with little strength while pointing in a direction. Seeing this, Sharon was stunned at first, and then he understood what Lilith meant. Something happened over there? Sharon asked Lilith with raised brows. Yes. Lilith immediately nodded repeatedly, confirming Sharon's words. Could it be? Marika seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed, and she became anxious. Seeing Marika's reaction, Sharon did not hesitate and immediately gave the order. Come, let's go, and take a look. Following Sharon's instructions, Yulin, who had transformed into a black dragon, let out a low roar. Then, she flapped her wings and flew in the direction that Lilith had pointed. Along the way, the roars of countless fiends and monsters accompanied them. The atmosphere gradually became more and more dangerous. At the same time, in a corner of the Tagore forest, a group of elves actually appeared. As they ran through the forest, they seemed to be protecting something as they fled in panic. The one in the lead was actually Caroline. No, it wasn't just Caroline. Genome was here as well. Quick! Faster! Caroline shouted at everyone with an anxious expression. Teacher. Genome was already panting. In Genome's arms was a bundle that he was hugging tightly. This seemed to be what the elves were escorting, and they cut a rather sorry figure. They're here. At one point, Caroline sensed something. She turned around abruptly, whipping out her staff and giving a loud warning. The other elves were just about to react when a wave of howls assaulted them from behind. Roar! Caw! Amidst the vicious howls, necromancers with rotting and tattered appearances leapt over like agile spiders and apes. They either climbed the trees or crawled quickly on the ground, bringing with them a putrid stench as they caught up to Caroline's group. Behind these necromancers, a few magical beings followed closely, issuing orders without missing a beat. They've caught up. Stop them. Snatch that thing from that elf's arms. The black-robed magical beings issued cold orders, causing the necromancers to become even more violent. Thus, the necromancers attacked from behind, charging, leaping, and pouncing at the group of elven girls. Don't even think about it. Caroline was the furthest from the attacking necromancers, but she was the first to react. She immediately waved her staff and cast a spell. Boom! A wall of fire immediately rose from the ground, blocking in front of the group of elven mages who were shrieking. The ferocious dead spirits rushed into the wall of fire one by one, and were instantly ignited, completely turning into flaming men. They let out ghostly howls as they struggled and continued to attack. However, at this moment, the other elven magi also raised their staffs and cast spells. In a split second, snow and ice fell from the sky and lightning darted through the forest. There were also storms and whirlpools, blocking the necromancers one by one. Genome. Caroline raised her staff and cast spells as she called out to Genome, who was hugging his backpack. You go first. Take the thing back to the elven homeland. Hearing this, Genome turned pale with fright. I don't want to. Genome shook his head furiously. She didn't want to go back alone, and she didn't want to abandon everyone and escape alone. However, Caroline rebuked her angrily. There's too many enemies. We can't hold them off for long. What she meant was that if Genome didn't leave, then no one here would be able to leave. But. Genome's face was filled with struggle, and his eyes were almost tearing up from the pain. Listen to me. Caroline shouted. Take the thing back. This is the mission Her Majesty the Queen and Goddess Nadura have given us. Under Caroline's loud rebuke, Genome could only cry as he retreated. In the end, Genome gritted his teeth, turned around, and quickly left. Stop that elf. Don't let her get away. Go after her. Genome's departure agitated the magical beings in charge of the necromancers, causing them to cry out anxiously. Ha! Ka! The necromancers reacted fiercely. As if responding to the emotions of the magical beings, they roared and pounced in Jenem's direction. However, Caroline and the other elven casters were just as dissatisfied. "Didn't I say don't even think about it?" Caroline raised her staff high, magic surging from her body as she released a large-scale spell that seemed to surpass her limits. This was the Wide Area Annihilation spell with the largest attack range among high-grade fire spells, Meteor Storm. In an instant, a storm as red as fire appeared. They were like a fiery gale that instantly swept through the entire battlefield, igniting everything they came into contact with, causing fierce flames to burn. The earth was set ablaze. The trees were set ablaze. The air was set ablaze. Dried branches and leaves were also set ablaze, turning into a fiery lotus hell. In the blink of an eye, a corner of Tagor's forest had been set ablaze, turning into a scorching sea of fire. Ka. Arg. The rioting necromancers were surrounded by the scorching flames. They were either set ablaze or forced back by the hot wind. Their bodies seemed to be scorched by the high temperature as green smoke rose from them, causing them to howl in pain. Even the elven casters couldn't avoid being caught in the crossfire. One or two of them were struck by the hot wind, and their clothes were set ablaze. Their faces were pale, and their clothes were set ablaze. This was especially true for Caroline. Not only had she used up a large amount of magic power, but she had also focused too much on controlling the hot wind. Her mind was throbbing with pain, and even her breathing had become ragged. Meteor Storm, this was a high-grade wide-area annihilation spell of the fire element. Although it had the largest attack range among all fire spells, it was also the most exhausting and difficult to control. It could easily hurt allies, or even oneself. Hence, under normal circumstances, fire element mages would not casually use this spell. This was especially true on the battlefield. In order to protect allies and not hurt allies, this spell was rarely used. Even on the battlefield, it was possible to hurt allies. From this, one could see how wide the attack range of this spell was and how difficult it was to control. But now, in order to protect Jenem and complete the mission the Queen had given her, Caroline couldn't care less. "Attention, all of you! Activate your defensive spells!" Caroline screamed with a pale face. "I'm giving up control." With this shout, the fiery wind that had engulfed a corner of the forest went out of control. Boom! The hot wind exploded in this part of the world, causing the flames to wreak havoc and cover the surroundings. This part of the world directly became a burning sea of fire. All of the undead and the few magical creatures were devoured by the sea of fire and horror. On the other side, Jenem, who was running for his life, suddenly felt a wave of scorching heat from behind. He was also blown away by the sudden gust of hot wind. Together with the dancing sparks, he was flung into a distant corner of the forest like a kite with its string cut. Bam! Jenem, who was running with all his might, suddenly felt a wave of scorching heat from behind. He was blown away by the sudden gust of hot wind, together with the dancing sparks. Like a kite with its string cut, he was flung into a distant corner of the forest. Bang! With a dull thud, Jenem landed heavily on the ground and rolled a few times in a sorry state. He even crashed into a tree, causing him to cry out in pain. Intense pain shot through Jenem's entire body, almost stopping him from tearing up. As for the bag in his arms, it had naturally been flung far away and out of her hands. Ugh! Jenem had no choice but to endure the pain, crawling on the ground as he reached for the bag. This was something that her teacher and companions had risked their lives for her to bring back. Nothing could happen to it no matter what. Although the Queen had said that she could give up on the mission if things didn't work out as long as she was fine, neither Jenem nor Caroline had ever thought of giving up. The reason was simple. The scene of the elven homeland being invaded and almost destroyed kept replaying in the minds of all the elves. Thinking back to the fear and helplessness they'd felt back then, Jenem, Caroline, and the others all hoped that they could be of use and contribute to the elven race's reproduction and survival. Even if it was an insignificant matter, as long as they could help the elves and the elven homeland, they would give it their all, even their lives. At the very least, they couldn't let the enemy succeed. From the enemy's relentless pursuit, it was clear that this thing was very important to them. Since that was the case, there was no reason to give up. Thinking of Caroline and the others, Jenim cried as she reached out with all her might, trying to grab the bag. Perhaps it was still not too late. As long as she hurried back to the elven homeland, there was still time to send help. He had to save Caroline and her teachers before anything happened to them. With this in mind, Jenim had long since turned a blind eye to the pain in her body. Unfortunately, just as her hand was about to touch the bag, a pair of feet appeared in front of her. Jenim's heart skipped a beat. The owner of the feet had already bent down to pick up the bag. Retrieving target item confirmed. A black-robed magical lifeform had appeared out of nowhere. Picking up the bag, it looked down at Jenim, who had collapsed on the ground, and spoke in a low voice. Discovered an elven individual obstructing the mission. Executing annihilation. With that, the black-robed magical lifeform extended a hand in Jenim's direction. Boom! A pitch-black explosion swept towards Jenim, sending her flying. Ugh! Aya! Jenim let out a mournful wail. As she was sent flying into another corner. She landed on the ground, covered in wounds, accompanied by a thick cloud of dust. In the end, the enemy had still caught up to the elven girl. Even though there was only one of them, the item they'd risked their lives to protect had fallen into the enemy's hands. Target individual is still alive. Executing annihilation command. The black-robed magical lifeform lifted its feet and slowly walked towards Genome. Ugh! Ugh! Jenim struggled to get up and resist, but she discovered that there was not a single part of her body that was unharmed. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not get up. The black-robed magical lifeform didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. The moment he attacked, his goal was to kill Jenim. Therefore, Jenim was on the verge of death, with only one last breath left. Understanding this, knowing that her mission and the rescue operation she'd planned to facilitate were all for naught, Jenim closed her eyes in despair. Marika, in the end, the elven girl could only think of her childhood friend, her closest kin. Execute annihilation. The black-robed magical lifeform arrived in front of Jenim and raised a hand brimming with magic power. Then, boom! An explosion resounded. It wasn't the explosion caused by the black-robed magical lifeform's final attack on Jenim. That was the mournful wail of the atmosphere that was stirred up by the sudden surge of mana in this world. Magic power filled with the aura of nature overflowed, instantly filling the entire space. Under the effect of the magic power, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. All of a sudden, the surrounding trees seemed to have come to life. As they grew rapidly, they caused the ground to bulge. Thick roots drilled out and filled the entire space. The black-robed magical lifeform seemed to be frightened. It stopped the final attack it had been preparing and quickly retreated. But at this moment, what entered his ears was a furious voice. What do you want to do to Jenim? Amidst the angry shout, a young elven girl wearing an emerald robe and holding a branch-shaped staff descended from the sky. She stood on a thick tree root and descended from the sky with the help of the tree root that seemed to have come to life like a snake or a dragon. The black-robed magical lifeform clearly felt it. It sensed the unrivaled and terrifying magic power from the other party. A third party has intervened. A third party has intervened. The target and the hindering target are both elven lifeforms. Based on current situation analysis, there is a 99% chance that they are enemies and the hindering target's support. Analysis: impossible to win. 0 chance of winning. Retreat immediately. Retreat immediately. The black-robed magical lifeform quickly turned around and prepared to escape without hesitation. Unfortunately, although the angry elven girl hadn't lost her mind, she wouldn't let him go so easily. You dared to hurt my friends and my people. Unforgivable. The usually obedient and timid elf girl turned into the most terrifying controller of nature at this moment. Under the call of the surging magic power, she raised her staff. Rumble, heaven and earth rumbled as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, and the ground began to shake violently. The ground caved in. Countless trees grew out from the ground in a frenzy. They were like a group of dancing snakes. They were like the bodies of roaring dragons. The escaping magical life form didn't even have time to react before the ground beneath his feet crumbled, and he fell into it. Then, countless trees rushed toward that direction in a frenzy, like an army of monsters pouncing on tiny prey, instantly drowning the magical life form's figure. Poochie, in the next second, the sound of flesh and blood being ground into powder rang out from within the frenzied churning of the countless trees on the ground. When the trees sprang out from the ground, bright red bloodstains could be seen hanging on the tips of the trees, making it look extremely glaring. Genome had long since opened his eyes and was lying on the only piece of ground that was still intact. He stared blankly at the earth-shattering scene in front of him, unable to react for a long time. Then, the elven girl who was standing on the thick tree root was carried by the tree root and moved in front of her. Genome. The elven girl jumped down from the thick tree root and ran toward Genome. Only then did Genome come to his senses. Looking at that familiar figure, tears flowed from his eyes. Marika. The controller of nature who had descended from the sky was Marika. At the crucial moment, Marika had arrived in time to save her childhood friend's life. Seeing Genome covered in wounds and on the verge of death, Marika didn't even dare to reach out to hug him. She was so anxious that tears were about to fall from her eyes as she hurriedly called out to the sky. Mr. Shuren. Hurry and save Genome. Only then did the dying Genome see what was happening. In the sky, apart from Marika, there was also a familiar pitch-black dragon slowly descending. Celestial breath. On the dragon's back, a voice rang out, causing the stars to sparkle. Clang, dazzling starlight sprinkled down from the sky and landed directly on Genome's body, bathing her in starlight. Ugh, Genome felt the pain all over her body disappear at an astonishing speed. Not only was her body healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, there was also a sense of comfort that she had never felt before flowing through her body. What kind of feeling is this? Genome was a little stunned and started to tremble. Not because she was afraid, but because of comfort. She could clearly feel the magic power fusing into her body along with the starlight, as if it was the most comfortable power in the world, making her want to sink into it. Genome naturally didn't know that this was all because the person who had cast the healing magic on her had the blessings of the highest god, and was favored by the world. Thus, this magic was extremely suitable and attractive to elves like her, who were born from nature. Fortunately, before Genome could sink into it, Melika's worried voice woke her up. Are you all right? Genome. Hearing Melika's voice, Genome quivered and woke up. She raised her head while feeling ashamed of her own feelings. At this moment, Melika was crouching on the ground with Genome in her arms, looking at her with a face full of worry. The black dragon in the sky also descended, allowing everyone on its back to enter Genome's field of vision. That was a close shave. Shuren held Xia's hand in one hand and Lilith's in the other. He looked down at Genome from above and smiled at her. For some reason, when she saw Shuren smile, Genome couldn't help but recall the feeling just now, and her heart suddenly raced. She also knew that she was in a very bad mood right now. She hurriedly shook her head and got up. She didn't have the time to thank everyone, nor did she have the time to ask why Melika was here. She directly grabbed Melika's hand. Melika! Hurry and save Teacher Caroline and the others! Genome shouted anxiously as if he had seen his savior. What happened to them? Melika also hurriedly asked. Before Genome could reply, Shuren and the others on the dragon's back had already turned their heads and looked in a certain direction. There was a very strong mana reaction over there just now. There should be some powerful magic being released there, right? Shuren said. When we descended from the sky, we could also see a very strong flame there. I'm afraid there was an intense battle. Xianxia calmly made such an analysis. Lilith tilted her head, as if she didn't understand the situation. The little goddess was the first to notice the abnormality here. However, a situation that could be sensed by Lilith so quickly and noticed by her was naturally not an ordinary situation. To put it bluntly, there were battles happening all the time in Tagore Forest, and there were countless movements and anomalies happening all the time. Amidst the commotion and anomalies, even if it were a legendary monster fighting a legendary demon-kin, Lilith would not pay much attention to it. In other words, the situation that Lilith sensed wasn't on Caroline's side, nor on Genome's side. She just looked around suspiciously and strangely. Then, as if she had discovered something, she stared in a certain direction. That was the place where the magical life form had been killed by Melika's magic of nature. The collapsed ground and the thick trees and roots were still standing there, looking very conspicuous. Lilith just stared at that place. What's wrong? Lilith? Miss Lilith? Shuren and Xianxia both noticed this, and turned to Lilith. Doubtfully. Lilith didn't reply. She just stretched out a hand and released a black fog-like evil aura. The evil aura drifted out and drilled into the place that Lilith had been staring at. Not long after, it retracted and brought out something. It was the package that Genom had been protecting, but had been snatched away by the magical life form just now. Ah! Genom let out a sound. Unfortunately, Lilith didn't pay attention to him. She directly controlled the evil aura to wrap around the package and take it back. What's this? Shuren was a little puzzled. On the other hand, Xianxia, for some reason, also stared at the package closely after seeing it. Her eyes flashed with a strange luster. Lilith took the package and confirmed that the abnormality she had felt just now came from it. Thus, Lilith raised the package in front of Shuren as if she was presenting a treasure. It was so cute that it was hard to breathe. For me? Shuren was still a little puzzled, but he didn't hesitate. He directly reached out and took the package. Shuren's expression couldn't help but change slightly. The reason was simple. Clang, 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 the moment Shuren took the package, the sound of chains rubbing against each other came from his body. That was the sound of the demonic roar chain. The demonic roar chain seemed to have found something good. It was just like the first time it saw Shuren, jumping around happily. What's going on? Shuren stood up in surprise. At this moment, Xianxia finally spoke up. The thing inside might have something to do with the Demon King. Xianxia suddenly said such shocking words. Something to do with the Demon King? This time, it wasn't just Shuren. Even Marika and Genom, who had been protecting her all this time, were astonished. What is this? Genom? Marika looked at Genom with incomparable astonishment. Genom was also a little confused. He was obviously surprised, but he spoke rather urgently. Let's go and save Teacher Caroline and the others first. They're in danger. It seemed that Genom was still concerned about Caroline. In any case, Shuren and the others were already here, and the things in the package probably wouldn't be lost. Naturally, Caroline's side was more important. Mr. Shuren? Marika couldn't help but look at Shuren. Let's go. Shuren was silent for a while. Then, he made up his mind to save Caroline and the others first. It wouldn't be too late to ask after he was done with his business. Thus, Shuren handed the package to Xianxia without the slightest bit of politeness and told Xianxia to put it away. Xianxia silently took the package and stared at it. No one knew what she was thinking. Melika, on the other hand, carried Genom and climbed onto Yulin's back under the support of the thick tree roots. Roar. Only then did Yulin let out a roar, flapped her dragon wings, and flew into the sky. His destination was the forest illuminated by the light of the fire. Because it wasn't too far away, the group quickly arrived at their destination with Yulin's help. A magnificent sea of fire spread through the forest, turning into a forest fire. It kept expanding its territory at an astonishing speed. Roar! Roar! All of the monsters and alchemy devils in the surrounding area roared and fled in all directions, trying to escape from the threat of the sea of fire. Even the flying monsters did the same. They fled in panic, no longer willing to stay. Yulin flew in fearlessly, even releasing her magical power to form a protective barrier that blocked the heat and wind for the people on her back. This is really, Shuren, Xianxia, Marika, and the others looked at the sea of fire, speechless. Teacher Caroline. Teacher. Genom, on the other hand, shouted down with a pale face. If this place had become like this, then what had become of Caroline and the others? Just thinking about it made one worry. Genom had even mentally prepared himself that Caroline and the others had met with misfortune. Mist appeared in his eyes, and his body began to totter on the verge of collapse. Only Shuren and Marika closed their eyes. Shuren was using the external mandate of destiny to sense the things in the sea of fire below. Marika was relying on the goddess of nature's blessing, which gave her an affinity with nature, to listen to the voices of all living things. The two of them were using their own methods to search for life in the sea of fire. After a while, Shuren and Marika opened their eyes at the same time. Over there. Marika pointed in a direction. Yulin. Shuren also gave instructions to his mount. Roar. Yulin immediately flapped her wings and flew in the direction the two of them pointed. Not long after, the pitch-black dragon arrived at the center of the Sea of Fire. It's down here. Shuren looked down and said, there's a magical reaction. It should still be alive. With that, Shuren actually jumped down from the dragon's back and fell directly into the Sea of Fire under everyone's gaze. But after a while, Shuren's voice rang out and spread far away. Give over, disperse. Waves of magical power spread out from the center of the Sea of Fire, like invisible ripples on the surface of water, spreading across the entire Sea of Fire. Bang! As if all disasters had been blown away, the heroic Sea of Fire was instantly extinguished from the inside out, completely disappearing in the blink of an eye. That scene was both spectacular and pleasing to the eye, making one wonder if it was a large-scale magic show. Unfortunately, all of this was real. The girls on Yulin's back all subconsciously raised their hands, exclaiming in surprise as they blocked the oncoming hot wind. After the hot wind dissipated, everyone hurriedly looked down. The Sea of Fire below had already been extinguished, and the scene of a corner of the burnt forest was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Shuren just happened to land on the ground, standing in the middle of the scorched ground. Waves of magical radiance flickered around it. It was the radiance of magic. The elven girls' clothes had all been burned off, and their bodies were covered in soot as they lay in the waves of magical light. They didn't look too well, but perhaps because they'd successfully activated their defensive spells at the last moment, the elven girls managed to hold on to their last breaths. Yulin descended from the sky and landed on the scorched ground. Genome immediately jumped down from the dragon's back. Teacher Caroline. Amidst the anxious cries, Genome hugged one of the elven girls scattered all over the ground. Cough, Caroline was lying in Genome's arms. Her face was pale, and her naked body was covered in the most grayish-black color. It was as if she'd suffered the most intense burns. Everyone could imagine that at the last moment when the Sea of Fire had got out of control, it was this vice captain and instructor who'd blocked the fiercest burn for the elven mages behind her. She'd used all her strength to buy time for everyone to use their defensive spells. Hence, not only was Caroline's injury extremely severe, but her magical power had also been completely drained. She was in grave danger. Teacher Caroline. Teacher. Everyone. Genome's voice had a sobbing tone to it, and even Marika covered her little mouth. Seeing this, Shuren frowned and released his magical power from all over his body. Celestial breath. Shuren once again used the celestial healing spell. Starlight descended from the sky, enveloping the area. Among the many healing spells in the world, the star's breath, that originated from celestial magic was of the highest level. With such a high-level healing magic, it wouldn't be surprising if the Church of God had collected it and treated it as a temple magic that ordinary people couldn't learn at all. There were two reasons why they didn't do so. Firstly, celestial magic was extremely difficult to learn and had long been lost. Secondly, it was a type of celestial magic after all. Learning celestial magic for such a spell wouldn't make up for the loss in terms of cost-performance ratio. However, it was still one of the highest-level healing spells. Even if its effects couldn't reach the level of life and death, it could still reach the realm of regrowing flesh and bones. If such a high-level spell was used by Shuren, who had endless magic power, the effects would be obvious. Hence, when the starlight sprinkled on the group of elven young ladies, their injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the elven young ladies who had fallen into a comatose state woke up one after another. Where am I? Healed. We're not dead? The elven girls who had woken up looked around with blank expressions on their faces. Ugh, Caroline, who was lying in Genome's arms, also groaned and opened her eyes with difficulty. Teacher Caroline. Genome cried tears of joy. Everyone. Are you all right? Marika also let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly ran forward. Caroline looked at Genome, and then at Shuren and the others. She finally turned her sluggish head around with great difficulty, and her eyes widened slightly. Oh, Vice Captain, you don't look like you're doing too well. Shuren crossed his arms and gave Caroline a spurious smile. Only then did Caroline confirm that she wasn't hallucinating. "What are you doing here?" Caroline clutched her head, and then seemed to remember something. She hurriedly propped herself up and asked, "Where's the enemy?" It seemed that Caroline was still thinking about those undead and magical life forms that were chasing after her relentlessly. Xianxia, who was standing beside Shuren and holding the hand of Lilith, who was looking around curiously, spoke up. There were no remains of magical life forms, only some ashes of the undead. If I'm not mistaken, they should have retreated when the sea of fire spread. Xianxia calmly explained her analysis. Retreated? Caroline murmured in a daze, and then relaxed her body. Forget it, that's fine. With that, she turned to look at her companions. One by one, the young elven ladies came to their senses. They stood up with Marika's help and gathered by Caroline's side. "Are you all right? Vice Captain? Do you feel unwell anywhere? That was too dangerous just now." "Fortunately, everyone is fine." The elven girls spoke one by one, feeling a lingering fear as if they had just survived a disaster. "Yeah. Fortunately, everyone is fine." Caroline nodded, and even her usually tense expression relaxed. There was no helping it. The one who had drawn everyone into the spell she had released was none other than Caroline herself. Although Caroline had no other choice but to take such action in order to fight for a chance of survival, it was still a fact that everyone had fallen to this state because of her. Now that she saw that everyone was fine, Caroline was relieved. Only Marika and Genome looked at the elven girls who had gathered, and then at Shuren, who was standing to the side with a faint smile on his face. They suddenly realized an extremely serious problem. "Say, everyone. Clothes. Clothes." Marika and Genome hurriedly cried out. "Clothes? Clothes? Clothes?" The elven girls were startled, and subconsciously lowered their heads to look at themselves. They froze upon seeing what they were wearing. What entered their eyes wasn't the clothes they were familiar with, but delicate bodies covered in black dust. Although the raging flames hadn't burned through their bodies that were protected by defensive spells, they had completely burned away the clothes covering their bodies, turning them into naked women in the wild. However, they were elves. They were born beautiful and beautiful. Even though they were covered in black dust, their fair skin reflected off each other, presenting an excessive sense of beauty. Naturally, the parts that shouldn't be exposed were all exposed. Even more so. Forget about the others, there was only one member of the opposite sex present that could feast their eyes on. The elven girls stiffened their necks and looked up at Shuren. Shuren gave them a big smile. Their faces immediately turned bright scarlet red. "Don't. Ah. Ah." In the next moment, a melodious chorus of screams resounded in the charred field of fire. Naturally, Marika and Genom's voices could be heard among them. "Please, please don't look. Mr. Shuren. Turn your head. Idiot hero." Of the two elven girls, one hurriedly reached out, planning to cover Shuren's eyes, while the other angrily swung her fist at Shuren. "That's truly regrettable." Shuren calmly received Genom's fist and allowed the blushing Marika to cover her eyes as he spoke. I've seen everything I need to see. It's not a loss. As expected of a perverted master." Yulin snorted coldly in her black dragon form, expressing her indignation. She seemed to have recalled those unpleasant memories from last night. Just like that, Shuren and the others successfully rescued Caroline and the other elven girls. For the time being, this trip could be considered a success. Right, to Gore's forest, in a corner of the depths of the forest. There was a river in the wilderness here. Upstream of the river was a waterfall. Below the waterfall, there was a very clear lake. Accompanied by the loud sound of the waterfall, it gave off a feeling of paradise. Usually, there would be some magical beasts or large groups of magical beasts coming to this place. They would absorb water here, wash their bodies, and even play around. This was one of the rare places in Gore's forest that did not smell of blood. If this was the source of mana, there would definitely be a lot of fighting and disputes over it. But this was just an ordinary water source. Unless there were monsters lying in ambush here to hunt, this place was usually very peaceful. However, there were no monsters frolicking in such a place today. In their place was an elven girl with no clothes covering her body. She was washing her dirty and messy body, and all of them were blushing as they engaged in a conversation that was not meant for outsiders to know. Boo-hoo, I've been seen naked by a man of another race, This is the first time I've revealed so much skin in front of the opposite sex. It's not just skin. That's basically exposing everything. Have we been defiled? I can't accept this, yes. My purity, I have protected it for 700 years. Today, it has finally been taken away. Will we still be able to get married in the future? We can't get married in the first place, right? That's true. Fortunately, it's that hero. If other men of another race saw us like this, I wouldn't want to live anymore. That's right. The elven girls thus carried out such conversations. Some were ashamed, some were depressed, some were disappointed, some were apprehensive, some were glad, and so on. Even Caroline was curled up in a corner, washing her body in silence and gnashing her teeth in anger. I can't believe that hero saw us in such an unseemly state. Caroline was both angry and helpless. There was no helping it. If it had been someone else, she would have risked her life to duel them, even if they were legendary or peak powerhouses. The elves were a race known for their purity and holiness, and they had impeccable dedication towards love. For such a group of girls to have their bodies seen so easily was more serious than others could imagine. It wasn't just Caroline, the other elven girls were the same. If it had been someone else, even if he'd saved them, these elven girls would definitely have fought him for their purity, even if they didn't bite the hand that fed them. Unfortunately, this person was none other than the hero that the elves, goddess Nadura, and even the highest god acknowledged. To be acknowledged by the goddess of nature and the highest god that created the world, this was undoubtedly an extremely special existence to the elves who were born from nature itself. Even the hero Mitra probably wasn't as special as Shurin in the eyes of the elves, right? Add to that the sense of closeness that Shurin's blessings brought to the elves, and his special status in the elven homeland. All these reasons made it hard for the elven girls, who valued purity, to reject or resist Shurin. Under such circumstances, even Caroline couldn't truly hate Shurin. If even Caroline was like this, it wasn't hard to imagine how the other elven girls would react. Why don't we just devote our lives to him? He's already seen me naked. I can't possibly fall in love with another male of another race. But falling in love with a male of another race is a tragic love for us elves. No, Sir Shurin is an unprecedented blesser of the highest god. Moreover, he's already reached the extreme realm in less than a year and possesses transcendent combat power. It's a matter of time before he transcends, right? That's right. When Sir Shurin transcends, his lifespan will increase greatly. In addition to the world's blessing and the highest god's blessings, even if he doesn't achieve eternal life, he'll at least have a lifespan like us elves, right? In other words, to us elves, Sir Shurin is a rare person that we can entrust our lives to? Didn't Marika already follow that lord? Then, perhaps we can. As the group of elven girls spoke, they completely strayed from the topic. A group of elven girls with beautiful appearances and figures were actually taking a bath while discussing marriage. That scene was as alluring as it could get. If other men were here and heard their conversation, they would probably be shocked, right? At the very least, Caroline couldn't bear it anymore. You girls, don't talk about strange things over there. Caroline loudly reprimanded them. I'm sorry. The elven girls immediately cried out. At the same time, Shurin, who was guarding outside, sneezed violently. I feel like those elven girls are talking about me. Shurin turned his head suspiciously and looked in the direction of the waterfall lake. At the side, Yulin, who had returned to her human form, stared at Shurin. Don't peep, perverted master. The violent dragon lady completely treated her master as a pervert. Congratulations. Women spend the most time on these 3 things. 1. Makeup. 2. Shopping. 3. Washing up. That was the truth of the world. Even if they were a group of elves who were known for their purity, they would definitely spend a lot of time washing up and dressing up. At least, Sean waited outside the waterfall lake for a whole hour, and in the end, not even a single person came out from inside, which made him almost yawn. Well, Lilith had already fallen asleep on Yulin's back. Yulin was the same. She had turned back into her dragon form at some point and was lying next to Shuren, taking a nap quietly. Xianxia, Marika, and Genome were not here. Instead, they had entered the forest, saying that they were going to pick some leaves and twigs to weave some natural clothes for the elven girls. Otherwise, the pure elven girls would have to run back to the home of the elves naked in the desolate forest. To be honest, Shuren did not mind. What was there to mind? After all, there was basically no one in the forest, and the elves in the home of the elves were all girls. Even if the elven girls ran back in their most natural forms, he would still raise his hands and feet in approval. Unfortunately, firstly, Shuren was afraid that he would be beaten up if he said that. Secondly, although there was no one else in the forest, there were magical creatures that could appear at any time. It was fine if there were undead spirits, demons, and monsters. After all, they were not humans and did not have clear rationality. It was not a big deal to run into them. However, magic lifeforms had clear consciousness, will, and rationality. They could be considered intelligent lifeforms for the time being. It would be too much to ask the innocent elven girls to be naked in front of them. Given that, Shuren had to wait for the elven girls to tidy themselves up before he could make any progress. By the time everything was settled, Xianxia, Marika, and Genome entered the waterfall lake with the clothes they had made for the elven girls so that they could walk out of the lake. 2.5 hours had already passed. It was almost 3 hours. Under such circumstances, even Sean couldn't help but take a nap. He yawned one after another, and almost climbed onto Yulin's back like Lilith and fell asleep there. It was not until the elven girls walked out of the forest one after another that Sean felt refreshed and almost sobered up. It could not be helped. So shy, these clothes can't cover much at all. Shoulders, back, thighs, arms, they're basically all exposed. Boo-hoo. I'm not used to having so much skin exposed. The young and beautiful elves blushed and squirmed as if they were not used to it. They were wearing clothes woven from leaves and twigs that only protected the important parts, and looked like natural swimwear. The green of the leaves and the brown of the twigs and the overly fair skin of the elven girls complemented each other, making them all look extremely beautiful and alluring. It was especially so for some of the elven ladies with better figures. Their voluptuous figures seemed as though they would burst out of the thin leaves, branches, and vines at any time. Every move they made was wobbly and shaky, and Sean was about to drool at the sight of them. Sorry, everyone. We were in a hurry, and we couldn't do much. Marika felt both embarrassed and guilty, and apologized to her compatriots. Hey! The hero over there. His eyeballs are going to fall out. Stop looking. Genome, on the other hand, glared at Sean with some malice. Looks like the measurements don't quite match. Xianxia spoke indifferently. Shuren had a feeling that if it was this awesome big sister, she would be able to make a perfect cover for these elven girls in a short time. However, Xianxia was clearly distracted. She kept hugging that package in her arms, and it seemed that part of her attention had been drawn away by it. Caroline, who wasn't used to this and was a little bashful, her brows furrowed tightly as she looked at the bundle in Xianxia's arms. Thank goodness it's still here. Seeing the package, Caroline's frown eased a little, and her mood seemed to improve quite a bit. Only then did Shuren withdraw his gaze from the elven girls and turn to look at Caroline. What is this? Shuren went straight to the point. Judging from Genome's expression, he was chased down by the magical lifeforms in order to protect this. What did you do? Shuren finally found the time and opportunity to ask this question. Patricia, Melika, and Yulian, who was dozing off, all opened their eyes and looked at Carol. Evidently, everyone was very concerned about this matter. Caroline was a little hesitant about this. She didn't know whether she should tell them the details of her mission or not. Not many people in the elven army knew about this, even in the elven race. When the queen and goddess had given her this mission, they seemed to have deliberately concealed the news. She didn't know if they were willing to reveal the reason and let everyone know. Since that was the case, she should keep it a secret. But forget it. Caroline thought for a moment, then sighed. If it's you, Her Majesty the Queen and Goddess Nadura wouldn't mind letting you know the reason. Caroline decided to reveal it. This was probably because of Caroline's trust in Shuren. After all, this man in front of her was a hero who had received the blessings of the High God. It had to be said that ever since Xianxia revealed that the blessings he had received were bestowed by the High God, his status had risen significantly among both the Protoss and the humans. In the eyes of the people, Xianxia's uniqueness had far surpassed that of the heroes of the past. He could almost be mentioned in the same breath as Mitra, the hero who had once fought against the Demon King. This was especially true among the Protoss. Xianxia's status was comparable to the three goddesses, and to a certain extent, he had even surpassed them. He was trusted and admired by the Orthodox goddesses. The elves were born from nature and were known as the human race closest to the Protoss. They had always approved of Xianxia's attitude. During the peace sacrifice, Xianxia had already received the elves' approval. Now, his status would only rise to a higher level. There was no possibility of him falling back down. Moreover, Xianxia had saved them this time, so Caroline decided to tell the truth. "That thing is actually something we brought out from the ruins," Caroline said. "Ruins?" Xianxia, Xianxia, Yulin, and even Marika were all stunned. "Yes, ruins." Caroline nodded and said with certainty, "We only found out recently that there is an extremely ancient ruin in the depths of Tagor's forest." Next to her, Genome continued Caroline's words. "According to Her Majesty the Queen and Goddess Nadura, the relic already existed before the appearance of this forest?" This was what Genome had told him. Tagor's forest was the largest and most ancient forest in the world. When Xianxia first came to Tagor's forest, Xianxia and Marika had introduced this forest to him. It was said that this forest was the first forest created by the goddess of nature, Nadura. Not only was it huge, but its origins could be traced back to when the goddess of nature had just been born. That was at least tens of thousands of years ago. One had to know that at the beginning of the world, excluding heroes from other worlds, there were only the Demon King and the Supreme God. After that, in order to resist the Demon King and to nurture heroes, the Supreme God began to create Protoss. The goddess of destiny, Lidas, was the first Protoss to be born, as well as the first life form to be born in this world. She was the first to come to this world. She was followed by the goddess of life, Anima, and the goddess of nature, Nadura, who were born slightly later. After that, the demons born from the Demon King's magic power appeared one after another. In other words, the three goddesses were born earlier than the 6 demons. When the goddess of nature, Nadura, was born and began to create nature and Tagor's forest, the oldest of the 6 demons, Sela the moon demon, might not even have been born yet. If this ruin was born before Tagor's forest appeared, then it must have existed for a long time. Of course, this was not the main point. What was truly frightening was that before the goddess of nature, Nadura, was born, there were only the Demon King, the Supreme God, and the goddess of destiny. Moreover, the goddess of destiny might have been very young at the time, and it was unlikely that she would have left any ruins on the ground. So, what was the reason for the appearance of this ruin? Wasn't it frightening enough to think about it? Xianxia and the others pondered over this and looked at each other. At this moment, Caroline spoke again. The goddess Nadura said that when she created Tagor's forest, she once entered this ruin, but was forced to retreat by a power that could restrain the Protoss. She had no choice but to leave the place, sink it underground, and hide it. The goddess Nadura only told this secret to the generations of elven royalty. So, among the elves, only the elf queen knows about this. In history, there was once a royal who entered this ruin out of curiosity. In the end, he found signs of people living in the ruin, as well as a few stone slabs that contained terrifying power. The goddess and Her Majesty the Elf Queen speculated that the ruin was once the residence of the Demon King, and the stone slabs seemed to contain records of some super ancient book. After discovering this, the goddess and Her Majesty the Elf Queen discussed it and decided to completely seal the place. Caroline recounted. In other words, it was only recently that Nadura and Sophie decided to reopen the ruin and bring out the super ancient book. As for what the reason was, Xianxia had already figured it out. The goddess Nadura said that she received a message from the goddess Lidas and the goddess Anima. She heard the two goddesses mention that the newborn primordial demons were collecting ancient books and objects from all over the world under the instruction of Danas the demon. Caroline looked at Xianxia. Upon hearing this, the goddess Nadura thought of the ruin and discussed it with the current elf queen. Finally, they decided to send people in to retrieve the stone slabs that the newborn primordial demons were collecting and bring them back to the home of the elves. Hence, Caroline and Genom had brought a portion of the Elven Legion's elites to the underground ruins in the depths of the Tagore forest to retrieve the stone tablet. Thanks to this, they were chased by the undead led by the magical life form. So this is... Xianxia looked at the package in her hands. Yes. Caroline nodded. These are the stone slabs, the super ancient book. A book. Shuren immediately turned his gaze to the package in Xiao's hands. Marika, Yulin, Genom, and the others did the same. They all looked at the package with complicated expressions. Everyone present knew that it was a book of the past in the form of a stone tablet. It was obvious that the newborn primordial demon had set its sights on this item. Donna's the demon, that scheming young master, also wanted this item. Since that was the case, it should be of considerable value. Have you seen the records on the stone tablets? Shuren asked Caroline and Genom. Caroline and Genom shook their heads. The magic power on it is too terrifying. We feel like our eyes are burning when we look at it. It hurts. The moment I look at it, I feel like my head has been hit hard. I feel dizzy and can't see anything at all. That was what the two said. The magic power on the stone tablets was probably quite special. It wasn't a lot in terms of quantity, but it was worlds apart from ordinary magic in terms of quality. Shuren hadn't sensed anything unusual when he first saw the package. It was only after he took it that the demonic hell chain in his body reacted. This proved that the magic power in the package wasn't that strong, just special. Xianxia also instinctively sensed that the item inside was related to the Demon King. Lilith, on the other hand, had sensed the abnormality from a long distance away. Combining Caroline and Genom's words, Shuren had reason to believe that the power and records on these ancient stone tablets could only be sensed by someone with a certain level of strength, or they had to meet special conditions. Otherwise, they would end up like Caroline and Genom. Not only could they not see anything, but they would also suffer. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly expressed. Can I see the stone tablet? Inside? The maid, who had no selfish desires, actually made such a request at this time. It was obvious that Xianxia cared a lot about the records left behind by the Demon King. Shuren was the same. I want to see it too. He expressed his wishes. Genom and the others didn't have any objections to this. Only Caroline's expression turned serious. If you want to see it, I won't stop you. Caroline gazed at Shuren and glanced at Xianxia. But it's not suitable for us to be here. I hope you'll consider it carefully, hero. Hearing Caroline's words, Shuren and Xianxia immediately understood what she meant. The vice-captain of the Elven Corps wanted to say that they might be affected by the stone tablet if they were here, so it was best for them to leave. Additionally, although she wouldn't stop them, she didn't approve of Shuren and would be. On Sean's side, Caroline was probably worried that he would also be affected by the stone slab. Caroline, on the other hand, had some misgivings. That was only natural. Xianxia was the Demon King's pure body. Sophie, Rhea, and Naya had already discovered this when Shuren and the others had first arrived at the Elven homeland. Judging from Caroline's current behavior, she probably knew about this as well. Since that was the case, no one could guarantee that nothing would go wrong if they handed the records left behind by the Demon King to Xianxia, who was the pure body of the Demon King. What if this caused some changes in Xiao's body and caused her to awaken something dangerous? At that time, it wouldn't be a joke anymore. Hence, Caroline wouldn't stop Shuren and Xianxia from looking at the stone tablet. Instead, she reminded Shuren to think it over. At the very least, she wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility as the vice-captain of the Elven Corps if anything went wrong. Xianxia fell silent. Shuren was also a little hesitant after hearing the meaning behind Caroline's words. However, Shuren glanced at the silent Xianxia, and his heart suddenly softened. How about this? Shuren thought about it and decided, let's bring the stone tablet back to the Elven homeland first. After meeting up with Naduna and the others, we'll take a good look at the stone tablet. This was just in case. If the thing on the stone tablet really stimulated Xianxia, with Naduna and Artemis present and him, they should be able to deal with it in time even if something happened. Although Shuren didn't feel anything bad, and the blessings given to him by the Overgod didn't bring any warnings or revelations. It was very quiet, and nothing big should really happen. But as the saying went, it was better to be safe than sorry. If the object was related to the Demon King, it was never too much to be careful. Thinking of this, Shuren made this decision. That's for the best. Only then did Caroline feel more at ease. Xianxia was still silent and didn't say anything, but her expression had become extremely calm. Evidently, she understood Shuren's intentions and accepted this arrangement. What if we return to the elven homeland now? Marika asked impatiently. She was quite worried about the situation in the elven homeland, and if they could hurry back to take a look, she would more or less be at ease. The others naturally didn't have any objections. Her Majesty definitely doesn't know about the situation here. Her Majesty must be worried, right? Hurry up and bring it back. Don't let the Queen and Goddess Naduna wait too long. The group of elven girls expressed this way. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't have selfish motives. Even now, they still felt very uncomfortable with the clothes they were wearing. They wanted nothing more than to hurry home and change out of them. It was really hard on the innocent elven girls to expose so much of their skin and stand under the sun all the time. Not to mention with Shuren here, even if he wasn't, they would still feel embarrassed and ashamed. It was especially so for the elven girls with especially good figures. They had to hide behind someone else. Seeing this, Shuren hesitated for a moment, and then decided to propose a mature idea. Want to take a picture together as a souvenir? I have a crystal prop with me. It was such a mature idea. Unfortunately, no. 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 The girls shrieked in unison and jumped up and down, rejecting this proposal. What a pity. Shuren smiled at this. You rascal, bad guy. Mr. Shuren, perverted master. Caroline, Genome, Marika, and even Yolan were either speechless, angry, hesitant, or full of disdain. Only Xianxia continued to hold her bag, standing there with a calm expression. Lilith, who was lying on her side on Yolan's back, rubbed her eyes. No one knew when she had woken up. Looking at the chaotic scene, she tilted her head and typed skillfully. Perhaps, the one who was truly pure and innocent was this little goddess. The forest of Tagore, the home of elves. After a few months, the home of elves had changed a lot compared to the time of the peace sacrifice. In the village, the condition of the streets had changed, and the location of the treehouses was completely different from before. Even the number of trees had decreased by a lot, as if it was being rebuilt after a natural disaster. Elves could be seen everywhere, busy figures could be seen. Some of the elves were transporting resources, some were planting trees, some were using magic to pave roads and build houses, and some were holding parchments that looked like blueprints and discussing something. It seemed like there were 1,000 things waiting to be done. It was inevitable that things would turn out like this. This was because not long ago, this place had encountered a large-scale attack by the newborn, original demons. Not only did the army of the newborn, original demons, arrive, even the enemy's 2 supreme-level generals had arrived, breaking the enchantment that the goddess of nature had set up here for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Not only did the elves have to fight against the attacking monster army, but the goddess of nature, Nader, and the goddess of justice, Artemis, had also fought against the 2 supreme-level beings of the enemy here. In the end, even the goddess of fate, Ledas, had rushed over. With such a disaster and such a fierce battle, the home of the elves had long been turned into ruins in that battle, razed to the ground by the terrifying power. Fortunately, in the end, the elves had successfully repelled the enemy, and thanks to the relationship with the goddesses, there were not many casualties. Of course, as long as the people were still there, the situation of the village had become too bad. Even with the help of magic, in less than a month, it could only recover to this extent. However, in the village, the towering tree that reached the clouds, the queen's palace, was still there. It was not that it had survived the fierce battle, but that after the battle, the goddess of nature, Nader, had used her own power to give birth to it immediately. That was why it still had such a scene. The queen's palace had also landed on the tree, but its position was higher than before, as if it wanted to overlook the entire forest of Tagore, and react as soon as the enemy appeared. That was the impact that the battle had on the home of the elves. At this moment, at the top of the queen's palace, the queen of the elves stood facing the wind with a scepter in her hand. She looked at the other end of the sea of trees, as if she was looking at something, and maintained this posture for a long time. After a while, a gentle and dignified voice sounded from behind Sophie. "Are you waiting for Caroline and the others to return?" Hearing the voice, Sophie returned to her senses, immediately turned around, and bowed to the goddess who had appeared out of nowhere. Goddess Nader. The person who had come was naturally Nader. Nader landed gently in front of Sophie, and smiled gently at Sophie. "Very worried, right?" Nader could see through Sophie's thoughts. Sophie wanted to shake her head, but she knew that in front of the goddess of nature, who was equivalent to their mother, it was useless to hide it. Sophie could only nod. "I was just thinking, would it be too dangerous for Caroline and the others to carry out such a mission?" Sophie was worried about such a thing. The target item is something that all newborn primal demons are looking for. That demon man Donna's invaded the elven home probably to find it. Sophie said worriedly, "Under such circumstances, will it really be okay to let those children who haven't even reached the legendary level collect those stone slabs?" That was why Sophie had been feeling so restless. It wasn't that Nader didn't understand Sophie's feelings. It was just that, if we don't send those children, then we can only let Rhea and Naya, or you and I go personally. Nader said helplessly, "But I can't enter the ruins. Protected by the power of the Demon King, and the three of you are the core of the elven race. If you leave for no reason, you will definitely attract the attention of the enemy. When that happens, the magical beings that have been active outside will not sit idly by." In summary, the two of them could only let Caroline lead a portion of the elven elites to carry out this mission. This was to not attract the attention of the enemy. But now, it was already so late, and Caroline and the others had not returned. This made Sophie and even Nadia a little uneasy. Even now, there were still countless pairs of eyes watching from all around the elven hometown. They were the magical life forms that stayed behind in Tagore Forest. They were the minions of the newborn, primordial demon, or rather, they were Donna's servants. They were constantly monitoring the entire elven homeland for Donna's and relaying news at any time. It was useless to destroy them. Even if one group was eliminated, another group would quickly appear and take their place. As magical life forms, as long as they had enough materials, they could create as many as they wanted with Donna's attainments in creating magic. The primordial demon's foundation was so deep that it was impossible for Donna's, who had inherited everything, to exhaust the army of magical beings under his control in a short period of time was impossible no matter how much he squandered it. If it wasn't for the fact that the barrier around the elven homeland had already been repaired by Najula, and that outsiders couldn't enter without the elven race's permission, perhaps they would have organized wave after wave of invasions and harassment, causing the elves to become exhausted from dealing with them, making it impossible for them to rebuild their homeland. With such a group of spies around, even the slightest movement in the elven homeland would be discovered immediately and taken measures, right? Thus, Sophie could not even send out reinforcements or search for Caroline and the others. All she could do was wait here anxiously. Could something have happened? Sophie could not help but worry. "Don't worry too much. Maybe they're just worried about how to get in without being noticed." Nadia comforted Sophie. When Caroline and the others left, the countless magical beings in the surroundings must have sensed them. However, although Caroline was the vice-captain of the Elven Corps, she had not yet reached the legendary rank. Even if there was a reaction, it was unlikely that the other side would send too many people to deal with them. In that case, with Caroline's group's strength, it would not be too difficult for them to escape unscathed before they could react. However, it would not be so easy for them to return. There were so many spies in the surroundings. Once they discovered that Caroline and the others had returned, they would definitely stop them and even surround them. This was especially true if Caroline and the others returned with the stone slabs on them. If they were discovered, they would likely be attacked without regard for anything else. Since that was the case, Caroline and the others might have already returned and were just worrying about how to return to the elven homeland. Let's hope so. Sophie sighed, then turned to Najula, and said, "If you're fine, with your power, it should be easy for you to monitor the entire Tagore Forest and receive Caroline and the others at any time. As long as Nadura used her power and became one with nature, not only would she be able to monitor the entirety of Tagore's forest, but she could even guide Caroline and the others to their safe return. It was a pity that Naduna's current condition was not that good. Of course, I didn't expect Daniela to have such means. Nadura smiled bitterly. I'm fine, it's just that part of my power has been sealed, and I can't transform into nature itself for the time being. Artemis's situation is more serious. Hearing this, Sophie's face of worry. In the battle with Donna's and the others, both Artemis and Nadia suffered a great loss. As soon as Nadura came up, she was suppressed by the demon power that suddenly erupted from Donna's, and a part of the power of her authority was unexpectedly sealed by the other party. Artemis was even sneak attacked by the necromancer who was hiding in the dark and was directly seriously injured. Najula was suppressed by Daniela's sudden burst of demonic power, and part of her power was unexpectedly sealed by the other party. Adatemus was ambushed by the necromancer hidden in the dark and was seriously injured. Now, even though it had been almost a month since the battle, Adatemus's condition was still not very good. In terms of injuries, Adatemus had basically recovered. As the highest goddess, Adatemus' vitality and recovery ability were still very strong. With abundant healing, as long as it was not a special situation, she could generally recover quickly. The problem was that in addition to her injuries, Adatemus was also entangled by other troubles. Has the death energy in goddess Adatemus' body not been dispelled yet? Sophie mentioned this matter. That's right. Adatemus' body was invaded by the death energy. When she was ambushed and seriously injured by the concubine, a large amount of death energy poured into Adatemus' body and had been entangling her. This was not a trivial matter. One had to know that the death energy was the absolute nemesis of life energy. It could absorb all vitality and corrode all living beings in the world. As long as one was touched by the death energy, a little carelessness would turn them into a dry corpse. Generally speaking, there was only one outcome when the body was invaded by the death energy. That was to be corroded from the inside and turn into a set of bones. Although Adatemus used extraordinary strength and the authority of justice to suppress the erosion of the death energy, there was no way to expel the death energy. I don't know if it's because the necromancer has transcended, but her death energy is not only terrifying in quantity, but also amazing in quality. It has even undergone some kind of qualitative change. I don't know if it's because it was specially refined, or because of the effect of the lustrous branch left in the world by the mother goddess. Najula lowered her eyes. Because of this, the death energy is very difficult to deal with. Even the highest level purification magic of the holy system has no effect on it. It can only be suppressed so that it does not erupt. What was certain was that if it weren't for the fact that Adatemus' power was not below that of the necromancer, her body would have long been eroded by the death energy. Now, Adatemus could still suppress the death energy in her body, proving that the death energy could not do anything to her for a while. But, in her current state, once she consumes too much power, the death energy in her body will definitely erupt, right? Najula's face was also covered with a layer of haze. She said, if there is a battle, it will be fine if she doesn't use her full strength. If she uses her full strength, Adatemus will not be able to fight for too long. Is that so? Sophie said in a deep voice, even the almost omnipotent goddess Letas and the unparalleled goddess Anima in life healing are helpless? Yes. Najula said with some bitterness, after all, Najula's authority is not effective against the power of the demon king and the supreme god. It is almost useless against the death energy of the necromancer who achieved transcendence with the help of the secret treasure left by the mother goddess. Anima's treatment is based on life itself and requires a large amount of life force. If we do this, I'm afraid that not only will it not be able to dispel the death energy, it will also strengthen it. Absorbing life force and transforming it into the opposite, negative death energy was the characteristic of death energy and necromancy. In view of this, Anima's treatment would not only bring no benefits to Artemis, but it might even kill her. The death energy in Adatemus' body could only be dispelled through purification. But ordinary holy magic was ineffective against this transcendent and metamorphosed death energy. In this way, there were only two methods that could be thought of. Either the mother goddess personally takes action, or we have to use the holy sword of the hero to purify this evil. This was the only way that two of the three goddesses, including Letas and Anima, could think of. The former was naturally needless to say. With the omnipotent goddess taking action, dispelling this level of death energy was simply a piece of cake. As for the latter, the holy sword of the hero was the nemesis of all evil. Even if the demon king's heart was pierced, he would only die. Even without transcendence, the holy power of the sword could purify a mere death energy. In other words, we can only wait until the situation in the capital stabilizes, until His Excellency Shuren or Her Royal Highness Rosie no longer needs to stay in the capital, then we can come to help Goddess Adotemis dispel the death energy? Sophie said so. That's right. Najula nodded and said, we can't leave the elven homeland for the time being, so we can only wait for them to come. Do those two know about the situation of Goddess Adotemis? Sophie asked. No, Adotemis asked Lidas and Anima not to tell them. Najula sighed and said, that child's sense of justice is too strong. She is not willing to let those two leave the capital, where they need them, just to come here to help her because of her own matters. This was something that Adotemis, as the goddess of justice, was not willing to compromise. Even the three goddesses could not do anything about it and could only accommodate her. Fortunately, the situation in the capital has basically stabilized, and Lidas and Anima are also planning to recover the dwarves. They have already mentioned in their contact yesterday that they have given some guidance to Shuren so that he can come to the elven homeland in person soon. Najula revealed a rare piece of good news. When he comes, not only the death energy in Adotemis' body, but also the seal on me can be cut off with the holy sword. At that time, both the goddess of nature and the goddess of justice can be restored to their heyday. Even, the curse in your body, you can actually ask Shuren to help solve it. Najula said softly to Sophie, you didn't know he was a hero before, so you didn't ask him for help. Now you should be able to ask him to help you, right? Najula's words made Sophie press her chest, and her mood suddenly became a little complicated. Due to the dispute between the elves and the demon spirits, in order to completely prevent the birth of demon spirits, Sophie sacrificed herself and absorbed the curse of the birthplace of demon spirits into her body. As a result, as a royal elf, not only could she not receive the blessing of the goddess of nature, but she could also no longer use her unique skills. Those curses were also related to the magic left by the demon king. Thanks to this, no one could do anything about the curse in Sophie's body. Only the hero's holy sword could remove the curse in Sophie's body. If it could be done, then Sophie would be able to use her unique skills again, and she would also have a chance to receive Najula's blessing again. That way, Sophie's strength would not be any weaker than Marika's. It was even possible that because she had more combat experience than Marika, her strength would be superior to Marika, who had the staff of nature. Najula seemed to be looking forward to this. What the hero Mitra couldn't do, Shuren might have a way to do it. Najula said softly. He is very special, even more special than Mitra. Even the blessing of the goddess appeared on him. I believe that he must have a way to help you get rid of the curse. Listening to Najula's words and feeling the anticipation in Najula's words, Sophie was silent. She was not without expectations. It was just that, sigh, with a faint sigh, Sophie did not say anything else. Najula was also worried that going too far would be as bad as not going far enough, so she did not mention this matter again. The two fell into silence. Until, At a certain moment, a black shadow came from the other side of the sky, startling the elf queen and the goddess of nature. Roar! A dragon roar came from afar. Could it be? When the dragon's roar sounded, the shadow on the other side of the sky gradually enlarged, gradually approaching the hometown of the elves. When the outline of the dragon's appearance was clearly imprinted in the eyes of everyone on the ground, Sophie's and Najula's eyes lit up. They were beaming with joy. Clearly, they had already guessed the origins of the dragon that was flying towards them. If that dragon appeared here, there was a 100% chance that that person would appear here as well. The person that they had been waiting for, or rather, the hero, had appeared in front of them just like that. How could Sophie and Najula not be overjoyed? Not to mention Sophie and Najula, even the elves on the ground looked up after hearing the dragon's roar. When they saw the appearance of the dragon, all of them were in an uproar. Under such a situation, the pitch-black dragon approached from afar and appeared not far away from the elf's hometown in a short while. But at this moment, waves of magic suddenly appeared around the hometown of the elves. Oh no! Be careful. The joy on Sophie's and Najula's faces froze, and they cried out in alarm. At the same time, the magic that appeared around the hometown of the elves exploded. In an instant, a magic feast rose around the hometown of the elves. Sweeping flames. Frenzied storms. Thick lightning bolts. White ice and snow. In addition to dark vortexes, rock cannonballs, and laser-like light beams, all kinds of magic rose around the hometown of the elves and blasted toward the approaching black dragon. Without a doubt, those were magic released by the magical beings that were monitoring the surroundings of the hometown of the elves. Naturally, it was impossible for them to not notice the approaching black dragon that descended with a shocking momentum. Before the dragon entered the hometown of the elves, they attacked the black dragon without hesitation. Perhaps they didn't know what the dragon's appearance here meant. But they could feel that the appearance of the black dragon wasn't to raise the hometown of the elves to the ground. Since that was the case, the appearance of the dragon was likely to be beneficial to the elves. If an adult dragon that wasn't hostile to the elves were to enter the hometown of the elves, it might cause some unmanageable problems. That was why the group of magical creatures decisively stopped the dragon. Although each of their abilities alone was unlikely to be a threat to the king of monsters, when all of them released their magic together and focused their attacks, the threat would be great. If it were to be hit by so many magic attacks, even a dragon would be covered in wounds and wounds. Quantitative change led to qualitative change. The feast of magic brought about destructive power that was enough to burn the earth and destroy everything. Unfortunately, dispel. An extremely soft, yet inconceivably loud voice echoed throughout the entire elven homeland and into the heavens. Hum. With a tremor of the atmosphere, ripples of magic spread from the dragon's back. In an instant, all the bombardment of magic disappeared the moment it came into contact with the ripples of magic. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Whether it was flames, storms, lightning, snow, or darkness, they were all erased by the ripples of magic. Only the residue of magic was left flying around, stirring up the magic in the surrounding atmosphere. The inconceivable scene seemed to have stunned the attackers around the elven homeland. For a moment, they actually lost their ability to react. Immediately after, a magical chant resounded from the back of the black dragon. With vast magic power, attract the aurora from beyond the heavens, tear of heaven, rain of stars, the bright sky can now shine on the earth, accept the call, accept the dispatch. With the sword of light, punish the world, descend, stars. Starlight rose from the back of the black dragon like a pillar and went straight into the sky. Auroras meteoric. In the starry sky, the stars appeared one by one and became a sky full of stars, imprinting themselves in everyone's eyes. But soon, the beautiful stars fell one by one. They rubbed against the atmosphere. They created sparks. They dragged long tails of light behind them as they turned into countless meteors and fell from the sky. Not long after, the meteors landed around the hometown of the elves and hit the ground. Boom, a deafening explosion resounded. Rumble. 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 Amid a series of rumbling booms, streaks of meteors bombarded the land around the elven homeland, setting off astonishing explosions and shockwaves in the area. The ground shattered. The forest disappeared. Countless dazzling meteors left trails of light in the sky, ravaging everything around the hometown of the elves. It was a beautiful scene, but also a terrifying one. The explosive wind carried the dust, which turned into waves of sand and dust that swept in all directions. The hometown of the elves was also affected, and a barrier appeared, blocking the sandstorm and protecting the home of the elves. However, the tremors from the ground couldn't be stopped, and they spread into the hometown of the elves, causing it to shake violently. Ah! The screams of the elves rang out incessantly in the elven homeland, followed by scenes of people tumbling to the ground, causing beautiful and pure young elven girls to fall to the ground in a panic. Even parts of the streets and houses had collapsed. A scene comparable to a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake occurred in the hometown of the elves. Even the giant trees that stood in the center of the elves' hometown were shaking violently. That guy. He's too reckless. Naduna and Sophie both flew into the air, and the other wrapped themselves in a green light, hovering in the air to prevent themselves from being affected by the intense tremors. However, Naduna and Sophie weren't the only ones in the queen's palace. Not long after, streaks of light shot out from the queen's palace. "Your Majesty! Are you okay?" Rhea and Naya rushed over immediately, one with leaves and the other with petals, as they rushed out of the queen's palace in shock and came to Sophie's side. There was another streak of flowing light. Although it was a step slower, it carried an astonishing aura and momentum that the former couldn't rival, and it descended beside Nadura. An enemy attack? The goddess of justice, Artemis, held two swords in her hands, and her whole body was blooming with silver light as she appeared in front of Naduna with a calm expression. Her face was full of vigilance, and the power in her body was surging, causing the atmosphere to wail. However, along with the surging of this power, Artemis' body actually had waves of black gas undulating. Obviously, Artemis, who thought that she had encountered a large-scale enemy attack, ignored the hidden dangers in her body and awakened her power. "Wait. Don't get excited," Naduna quickly said. "It's not an enemy attack." "Not an enemy attack?" Artemis was slightly startled, and then noticed that the meteors that filled the sky bombarded the surroundings of the elf's hometown, causing such a shocking movement. "That's celestial magic." Rhea and Naya also noticed this scene, and immediately recognized the true form of this magic, and their eyes widened. "Celestial magic?" Artemis was startled again, and then her eyes suddenly lit up. She had already guessed it. Guessed what had happened. After all, in today's Omnipertanson, as far as Artemis knew, there were only two people who could use the long-lost celestial magic. And one of them was currently not here, or rather, not in the human world. Then, there was only one person who could use celestial magic. Is that person here? Artemis immediately noticed the black dragon that was flying in the air as if it was controlling a meteor flying under the sky. The black dragon flapped its wings and flew in the air, and there were constantly meteors around it, ravaging the ground. This scene lasted for an unknown amount of time. When the meteors stopped falling, the tremors of the earth also stopped, allowing the constantly sweeping sandstorm to pass away. There were no longer any trees or creatures around the elf's hometown. Like the surface of the moon, huge craters were located there, covering the land around the elf's hometown. The elves felt that the disaster had passed, and with lingering fear, they helped each other up, causing the noise to appear again. Of course, the magic attacks that attacked the black dragon would no longer appear. The fate of the magical creatures that had been distributed around the barrier and monitoring the elf's hometown was already imaginable. Naduna and the others were all suspended in midair, looking at the dilapidated environment and terrain, speechless for a long time. Roar. Only then did the black dragon in the sky let out another dragon roar. It was unknown whether it was satisfied that the enemy had been eliminated in one fell swoop, or dissatisfied that it could not attack. The roar was deafening. "Open the barrier, Sophie." Seeing this, Nadia let out a bitter laugh and instructed Sophie, who was beside her. "Yes." Sophie also let out a bitter smile. She raised the scepter in her hand, and the barrier above the elf's hometown flickered slightly. Like an open-air barrier, it slowly opened to both sides. The black dragon in the sky saw this clearly. Without any hesitation, it flapped its dragon wings and descended from the sky, flying into the barrier and into the elf's hometown. Just like that, it arrived at the queen's palace under the gaze of all the elven girls. At this moment, Naduna and the others had already landed on the queen's palace, welcoming the black dragon. On the dragon's back, one figure after another appeared in their field of vision. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Goddess Naduna!" The elven girls, who were wearing coverings woven from leaves and vines, cried out one after another. "Your Majesty, Goddess!" Caroline and Jenim also revealed expressions of relief. "Goddess Naduna, Your Majesty!" Marika called out timidly. Beside her, Lasya held Lilith's hand and did not say a word. As for Shuren, he stood in the most conspicuous position on the dragon's back in front of everyone. Without greeting or making a sound, Shuren crossed his arms and looked at Naduna and the others with a refreshed expression on his face. In terms of appearance effects, isn't this a little too extravagant, or too much? Just like that, the hero that everyone was looking forward to said something that they didn't understand. Nadia, Artemis, Sophie, Rhea, and Naya couldn't help but look at each other. After that, they revealed a helpless and bitter smile. Thus, Shuren arrived at the elf's hometown with the greatest fanfare and the most exaggerated appearance. Everyone was speechless. The elven homeland, the queen's palace. Shuren's group jumped down from Yulin's back and landed at the top of the palace. Nadura, Artemis, Sophie, Rhea, and Naya immediately came to greet Shuren's group. Caroline, what are you? Sophie's astonishment was obvious as she gazed at Caroline's group, who were dressed rather skimpily and could even be said to be almost naked. Caroline awkwardly knelt on one knee in front of Sophie. My apologies, Your Majesty. Caroline lowered her head and took the blame. We ran into some trouble. Fortunately, the heroes group saved us and saved our lives. I'm sorry for letting you down. The elven girls behind Caroline also knelt on one knee and lowered their heads in shame. Genome was naturally among them. We've completed the mission Her Majesty gave us. I hope we didn't fail. Genome said with his head lowered. Is there a time when this impulsive elven girl is so humble? Shuren couldn't help but wonder. On the other hand, not only did Sophie not blame them, she even smiled reassuringly. I'm already very happy that you're back, Sophie said sincerely. Sophie said sincerely, I should be the one apologizing. It was clearly such a risky mission, but I could only let you do it. If something had happened to you, I would not have been able to blame myself. Rhea and Naya also stood behind Sophie and spoke together. You've done very well, Caroline, Genome. This is also the result of Goddess Nadura's blessing, isn't it? The two elven leaders comforted their subordinates just like that. On the other hand, after hearing their words, Najuai's face was full of shame. I didn't do anything. Or rather, I could only hand such a dangerous mission to useless people like Caroline. If we're talking about protection, it should be us, the supreme gods, who are protecting them. Nadura said. That's not the case, Goddess Nadura. It's our honor to be entrusted with such a heavy responsibility. Please raise your head. Yes, Your Majesty. The young elven girls of the elven division hurriedly said so. Evidently, they were a bit frightened. They didn't think that their greatest belief, the goddess of nature, who was like their mother, would lower her head in shame. Only then did Artemis speak. Since you're back, everything is fine. You don't have to blame yourselves. Artemis spoke a word of justice. Sophie, Najula, and the other elven girls all smiled and nodded in unison. At this moment, Melika walked out. I'm back, Goddess Nadura, Your Majesty. Marika somewhat uneasily saluted the two highest authorities of the elven race. Sophie and Nadura immediately looked at Melika. So you chose to come back, Marika? Sophie sighed. Didn't I tell you to stay in the capital? Didn't I tell you, Nadura? Melika lowered her head and said, I did not mean to disobey your instructions, but, Melika deeply lowered her head and said, I didn't mean to disobey your orders, but no matter what, Melika is still a member of the elven race. When the elven race is facing a crisis, you just left her alone and let her stay in a safe place. Do you think she can feel at ease like this? The one who said this was Shuren. Shuren coldly spoke Melika's mind, causing her to fall silent. Everyone else was speechless. Nadura looked at Melika, and after a while, she reached out and touched Melika's head. I'm sorry for making you worry, Melika. Nadura looked as if she was confiding in her own daughter, her expression amiable. No. It's nothing. Melika was immediately overwhelmed by the favor and shook her head vigorously. Sophie also agreed with the current development. Since you're back, stay in the elven homeland and don't run around anymore, got it? Sophie advised Melika. This was not an order, but pure worry. In the eyes of the elves, Melika's status was already different from before. Not only was she the goddess of nature Nadura's blessing, but she was also the companion of the hero. If anything happened to the elves, with Melika around, the elves would not be wiped out, and there would still be hope. Therefore, both Sophie and Nadura viewed Melika as extremely important and attached great importance to her safety. To some extent, Melika had already become a spark that the entire elven race wanted to protect. Even if something happened to the elf queen, nothing could happen to Melika. This was the consensus of everyone, but Melika did not know it yet. Melika could only nod and accept Sophie's instructions. Sophie and Nadura chatted with the group of elven girls for a while, understanding the basic situation, before turning to look at Shuren. Shuren stood next to Xianxia, who was holding Lilith's hand, with his arms crossed. When everyone looked at Shuren, they inevitably saw Xianxia and Lilith. When everyone saw Xianxia and Lilith, their reactions were different. When they saw Xianxia, no matter who it was, they all showed some subtle expressions. But when she saw Lilith, Artemis, the goddess of justice, who had been staring at Sean, walked forward with a sullen face, not to mention the rest. Seeing this, Shuren raised his eyebrows. Artemis. Nadura seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly wanted to stop Artemis. Artemis, however, stretched out her hand and stopped Nadia. Don't worry, Goddess Nadura. Artemis said faintly, I just want to say hello to my sister who is rumored to be born with me, to stand opposite to me, and to appear at the same time but with completely different natures. I won't do anything at this juncture. With that, Artemis stared at Lilith. Lilith seemed to have just reacted. She tilted her head with a question mark above her head. This little girl naturally couldn't know the origin of the silver Valkyrie in front of her. But Lilith could still feel a sense of familiarity from the other party, but they were incompatible like fire and water. That was something that couldn't be helped. Artemis was the goddess of justice and order. Lilith was the goddess of evil and chaos. Both of them transcended at birth. Although they were superior gods, their strength was far beyond the existence of the goddess of life and the goddess of nature, which were the three major goddesses. They were enough to be ranked in the top 3 of the Protoss, right behind the goddess of fate, Leda's. The two were also born at the same time, transcended at the same time, appeared at the same time, and descended into this world at the same time. But as Artemis said, although the two had a deep relationship, they were in an irreconcilable relationship. Justice against evil. Order against chaos. White against black. The strong against the strong. That was the relationship between the two. And, this is our first official meeting, isn't it, Goddess Lilith? Artemis said to Lilith. I know that you were born at the same time as me, but after you were born, you immediately lost control and set off turmoil in the world, turning the earth into purgatory and turning countless creatures into evil beings. At that time, I couldn't stop you immediately. At that time, Artemis had just gained consciousness and was very ignorant of everything. As a result, Lilith, who was born at the same time as her, lost control and disappeared in front of her when she was ignorant. Artemis had never seen Lilith before. She had only seen Lilith's back, which was wrapped in endless evil energy, as she fled toward the horizon. That was the only memory she had of Lilith, a sister-like existence. I actually regret it. Artemis said very calmly, for the past 10,000 years, I have been thinking that if I had reacted in time and stopped you immediately, would I have been able to change the result and save many people from the persecution of your sudden natural disaster? Artemis said such words, which made the surrounding atmosphere seem a little bad. Artemis. Naduna called out to Artemis. Artemis ignored Naduna and just looked at Lilith. Originally, after knowing what you've done, I made up my mind that if you were to break free from the seal one day, I would definitely eliminate you. Artemis' calm tone seemed so chilling. Everyone, including Shuren and Xianxia, could feel that this goddess was serious. She really wanted to kill Lilith. At least, she once thought about it. Everyone held their breath as they understood this point. Shuren narrowed his eyes and also stared at Artemis. As for Lilith, she didn't tilt her head, which was rare. Her face was full of question marks. Even she could recognize the threat that appeared in front of her at this time. Therefore, Lilith met Artemis' gaze, and a black fog-like evil energy slowly rose from her body. Artemis seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time, and her body also bloomed with white light. The black fog and white light seemed to be natural enemies of each other. While confronting each other, they rubbed against each other violently, causing the queen's palace to tremble slightly. Artemis. While protecting all the elven girls present, Naduna constructed a magic barrier to block the black mist and white light that were spreading to this side. Her voice finally sounded a little serious. The white light on Artemis' body slowed down, and then slowly converged. Lilith blinked, but also subconsciously put away the evil energy. The two faced each other again. I heard that you have retrieved the rationality that you once abandoned, and made up for the defects that will appear in special transcendent level existences like us other than the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons, right? Artemis said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner in front of Lilith. In that case, I will also temporarily take back the oath that I made in the past. Let's see if you, the strongest evil god, have really returned with your rationality and no longer harm the living beings in the world. But don't forget, okay? As long as one day you harm the living beings in the world as an evil god again, I will not hesitate to destroy you. Because this is the only duty that I, the goddess of justice, should carry out. After leaving such words, Artemis moved her gaze away from Lilith and looked at Xian on the side. The goddess of justice's eyes flickered slightly, and after a while, she returned to calmness. Don't stare at me with murderous eyes, hero. I said, I won't do anything to your Lilith now. For some reason, the phrase your Lilith was full of a different meaning. Xian didn't feel it, just smiled slightly, and said. Sorry, no matter what, you threatened to kill my people in front of me, and I didn't do it on the spot. Isn't that already giving you face? Xian's words made Artemis' eyes flicker again. Her gaze suddenly became complicated. There was no doubt that Xian's words made the already heavy atmosphere quite oppressive. The crowd led by Nader seemed to want to say something, but they didn't know where to start. Artemis had a complicated expression on her face. She glanced at Lilith, who was still confused about the situation. After a long time, she sighed. That's it then. After saying that, Artemis turned and left. With the departure of the goddess of justice, the atmosphere seemed to warm up a little, but it also seemed to become even more silent. Xian watched Artemis leave, and then he suddenly remembered that the main purpose of coming to the elven homeland was to ask this goddess. Ledas and Anima said that Artemis, as the goddess of justice, had directly challenged the demon king. In other words, Artemis was someone who had come into contact with the demon king, unlike Ledas and Anima, who had only seen the demon king from afar on the battlefield and saw the heroes challenge him, but had never come into contact with the demon king himself. If he asked Artemis who the demon king was, then Artemis should be able to say something that others didn't know, right? Under such circumstances, it didn't seem right for him to ask her questions after making her lose face in front of her. But there was nothing he could do. Who asked this goddess to confront Lilith and make such a declaration? She dared to say that she wanted to kill Lilith in front of him. Xian was already very restrained by not directly making a move. Now, Lilith had occupied an important proportion in Xian's heart. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was his family, his sister, and even his daughter. Ever since the Cosmos incident, the two of them had basically been inseparable. After going through that incident, their positions in each other's hearts could not be compared to anyone else's. Lilith herself also regarded Xian as her reverse scale. Even if someone showed slight hostility to Xian, this little goddess would react violently and even take action to crush the other party into pieces. Xian would not lose to Lilith. Even if he was not as unscrupulous as Lilith, if someone wanted to touch Lilith, Xian would naturally not forgive them. In the past, Mara touched Lilith and provoked Xian once. Artemis, the transcendent realm, the top 3 Protoss, and the goddess of justice who could rival the demons, if she also wanted to touch Lilith, then Xian would definitely not be polite. Even if his relationship with the Protoss was not bad, it would still be the same. Therefore, Xian would not regret what he had just done, and he even dispelled the idea of dealing with Artemis. It could only be said that the first impression was really not very good. However, just when Xian made such a decision, Nadia finally came over. Don't blame her. Nadia hesitated for a moment and immediately said, her sense of justice is innate. Something like a curse is the price she paid to achieve transcendence. Even the 3 of us are often targeted by her because of various things. The nature of Lilith is there, and she once brought such a disaster. If an evil goddess with such amazing power is also in existence like her own sister, it is inevitable that the child will overreact. As soon as Nadia's words fell, Sophie also came over with a group of elven girls. Goddess Artemis' sense of justice is both a good and a bad thing. For people, of course, it is what they want. But sometimes, that uprightness will cause trouble, and it is indeed inevitable. Sophie persuaded along with Nadia. In the past, Goddess Artemis has even killed well-wishers who have gone to the evil path, and she has even personally punished many goddesses of the same race. This time, she did not attack Goddess Lilith. I'm afraid she has really restrained herself, right? Sophie, like Nadia, spoke up for Artemis. What's more, Nadia even said so. I think that child feels quite complicated about Lilith's current situation, right? Nadia looked at Shuren with a deep meaning. It was clearly her who had been accompanying the hero in the past, and because of this, she was even known as another sword that was as famous as the hero's holy sword, the sword of the goddess. As a result, this time, not only was the goddess accompanying the hero no longer Artemis, but she had also become the evil goddess that Artemis was destined to oppose and be hostile to. This situation, for Artemis, would really feel complicated, and it was really inevitable. Nadia wanted to say so. Unfortunately, Shuren did not experience it. Are you afraid that I will attack that goddess? Shuren shrugged and said, Don't worry, I didn't attack just now, so I naturally won't attack later. Provided that the goddess didn't cause trouble. Otherwise, Shuren didn't care whether the other party was a righteous guardian or not. Now that they were at war, it was not appropriate for internal strife. As long as the other party dared to attack, Shuren would definitely fight back. That was what Shuren wanted to express. Nadia seemed to be aware of it and felt a little headache. She did not expect that the first meeting between Shuren and Artemis would end in such an atmosphere. It must be known that the relationship between the hero and Artemis in the past was very good, even better than that of the goddess who blessed them. Artemis had always admired the hero who was an impeccable hero in all aspects, and the hero had always recognized and admired Artemis, who was loyal and abided by her own sense of justice. The two of them were like teachers and friends, as if they regretted not meeting earlier. Some of those relationships even became popular stories, which were compiled into fairy tales by bards and passed down, and they could often be seen in books today. Unexpectedly, the relationship between this hero and Artemis was so tense from the beginning. Who could have expected it? This hero, as expected, is very special in all aspects, different from the hero of the past. Nadia felt something in her heart, but there was nothing she could do about it. Forget it, in any case, it's normal for this hero to do anything to him. In the past, the heroes were the comrades of the Protoss, the companions of the Protoss, and they would only be close to the Protoss. However, this guy was not close to the Protoss, but to the demons, and even became engaged to the demon, the pinnacle of the demons. In the past, the heroes were accompanied by orthodox goddesses, but this guy was accompanied by an evil god. All kinds of signs were on the surface, this hero was different. Therefore, it was better not to look at him with the common sense of the ordinary hero. Nadia exchanged a look with Sophie, and they both saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Obviously, Sophie and Nadia were thinking the same thing. At that moment, the two chose to change the topic. Caroline said that the stone slab is with you, right? Sophie looked at Xianxia. Xianxia immediately carried the package, walked up to Sophie, and handed it to her. She looked like she was not the slightest bit reluctant to leave. However, Sophie and Nadia still glanced at Xianxia vaguely, and then turned their gazes to the package. Are these the stone slabs you mentioned? Sophie asked Nadia solemnly. It should be. Nadia nodded heavily, and said in a low voice, In the past, your predecessor took one out from the ruins. I felt the magic there, and it's the same magic I feel now. Then what should we do now? Sophie asked for Nadia's instructions. Let's bring it in first. Nadia did not hesitate, or perhaps she had already thought about it. The things inside are not for people to see, and it's not suitable to open them here. Let's bring it in first. As soon as Naduna finished speaking, Caroline and Genome took a step forward in acknowledgement. If that's the case, I'll take my subordinates and leave. Caroline requested. We can't see what's inside at all. Genome, on the other hand, seemed a little unwilling. I also want to hurry back, I really don't want to wear these clothes anymore. Let's go back and change. Yes. The other elven girls also suggested this, and from time to time, they would look at Shuren, their pretty faces blushing slightly. Then I'll go with you, Genome. Marika hurriedly agreed. This girl was not very interested in the slate. Instead, she was very concerned about the situation in the elven homeland, as well as Genom's feelings. She must be very eager to visit the village, go home, and have a good chat with Genom, right? I'm actually a little interested in those slate. The one who said this was none other than Yulin. The dragon girl had just returned to her human form from her dragon form, and landed beside Shuren. Her gaze turned to the package in Sophie's hands. What about you? Sophie took the package and looked at Shuren. Me? Shuren glanced in Xia's direction, and then said, of course I want to see it. Moreover, he wanted to take Xia with him. Sophie seemed to understand Shuren's meaning, and opened her mouth, wanting to say something. I know what you want to say, Shuren interrupted her. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Shuren made this promise. Fine. Sophie thought for a moment, and finally compromised. Although she still did not want Xia to come into contact with anything related to the Demon King, since Shuren had said so, she would not show her thoughts even if she had any. At the end of the day, her relationship with Shuren was definitely not as good as the relationship between Shuren and Xia. In this way, if she preached some principles in front of Shuren, he might not be able to listen, and it might even make him feel disgusted. Rather than that, it was better to go with Shuren's intentions. What a difficult hero. No wonder he is closer to the demons. It must be because his temperament is closer to the demons who are both good and evil, and act freely and boldly, right? Sophie smiled bitterly in her heart. How about this? Finally, Nadia made a decision. Considering that people without a certain level of power may encounter unknown effects if they look at the slate, except for Sophie and Miss Xia, everyone else should disperse on the spot. Rhea, Naya, your levels are also a bit lower than Sophie's, it's best not to look at the slate. The people looking at the slate will be me, Shuren, Sophie, Lilith, Miss Yulin, and Miss Xia. I will also call Artemis and ask her to come over and take care of it. There will only be the 7 of us looking at the slate. Marika, do you really not want to come? Nadia looked at Marika, and Marika shook her head. I want to go to the village to take a look, Marika expressed her wish shyly. All right. Nadia nodded and said, then let's do it. Everyone immediately nodded and obeyed Nadia's instructions. Marika, Carol, Genom, and the others left one after another. Only Shuren's group of 6 was left. They entered the Queen's palace together and disappeared under the night sky. The Queen's palace, the main hall. This was the royal hall that the Elf Queen usually used to receive guests. It was not as magnificent as the reception halls of ordinary human countries, and there were not too many decorations either. It was just a very vast and open hall that allowed people to get a glimpse of the simplicity and natural flavor of the elves. In the hall, the Queen's throne sat high in the deepest part, which was similar to the royal halls of any country. However, after entering here, Sophie did not walk to her throne. Instead, she knocked the ground with the scepter in her hand in the center of the hall. Dong dong, in the clear and audible sound of knocking, vines suddenly grew out of the ground. The vines entangled and intertwined with each other, and finally turned into a wooden round table. Sophie solemnly put the package in her hand on the round table. Shuren and the others immediately gathered around. It was worth mentioning that Artemis, who had left for a while, was indeed invited back, just as Naduna had said. She stood silently on the side with Naduna. She did not look at Shuren and Lilith again, but only glanced at Xia, and then looked at the package on the round table with a serious gaze. Everyone lined up around the round table, forming a circle. How is it? Yulin said impatiently, aren't you going to open it? Hearing this, Sophie looked at Naduna, as if waiting for her to make a decision. Naduna nodded at Sophie. Open it. The reason why she did not go forward herself was not because Naduna did not want to do such a small thing, but because she was not sure if touching the slate would cause any problems. After all, back in the ruins, Naduna had not been able to successfully enter it. The Demon King was the natural enemy of the Supreme God, and also the natural enemy of the Protoss. His power had restrained the Protoss countless times. Whether it was at the glorious palace of the king's capital or the time inside the world gap, the power left by the Demon King in this world had seriously affected the performance of the Protoss, suppressing the power of the Protoss, making the Protoss completely useless. Therefore, for the sake of caution, Naduna hesitated again and again, but still decided not to touch the slate at close range. Of course, if Nadia couldn't touch it, then Artemis and Lilith couldn't touch it either. Among the remaining people, Xianxia was definitely not to be touched. Everyone was worried about letting this existence who had a deep relationship with the Demon King touch such a dangerous thing. Then, only Shuren, Sophie, and Yulin could touch the slate and the package. Then let me do it. So, before Sophie could speak, Shuren stood up. Since the god race is restrained by the Demon King and can't touch the slate, then it should be the safest for me, the hero who restrains the Demon King and the demon race, to touch it personally, right? Sean's proposition made everyone present unable to find any words to refute. Indeed, Shuren was the most suitable candidate. Not only was he the hero, but he was also the strongest person apart from the goddesses present. There was no doubt that he was the most suitable person to touch the slate and open the package. At that moment, everyone focused their attention on Shuren and let Shuren come to the round table. A somewhat tense atmosphere spread in the air. The goddesses, elves, and dragon girls all focused their attention and subconsciously tensed up their bodies. Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. As for Sean, he fully demonstrated what it meant to not dawdle at all. He immediately used his skills and directly opened the parcel. In the next second, the package was opened on the spot. Inside, pieces of worn-out stone slabs lay quietly on the ground. They looked no different from ordinary slate, except that they emitted some mysterious fluctuations that were difficult for others to detect. However, when the mysterious fluctuations spread, not only Naduna and Artemis, but even Lilith showed a solemn expression. Clearly, these three powerful goddesses had sensed something dangerous from this wave of energy. After entering the Tagore forest, Lilith was able to sense something even though they were so far away. Now that they were so close to each other, it was easy to imagine how much the goddesses of the same level would feel. On the contrary, Sophie and Yulian did not seem to notice anything at the first moment. Their gazes involuntarily shifted to the slate. "Are these the slate?" Sophie murmured. "It looks like there's nothing strange about it," Yulian also said in confusion. The two of them stared at the slate, and their gazes fell on it as if they wanted to see the situation on it clearly. However, as they stared, for some reason, not only did Sophie and Yulian's eyes not focus, but their pupils gradually became dilated, and their expressions became a little dull. Sean was keenly aware of the abnormality between the two of them at the first moment. "Wake up." Shuren immediately turned to the side, blocking Sophie and Yulian's view and blocking the slate behind him. "Ah." Yulin and Sophie seemed to wake up abruptly. They shuddered, and cold sweat began to appear on their foreheads. "Are you all right?" Naduna retracted her gaze from the slate and noticed the abnormality of the two of them. She quickly asked in surprise. Artemis noticed this as well and furrowed her brows. I just... Yulian and Sophie showed a look of lingering fear in hindsight. Shuren looked over. "What happened to you just now?" Shuren asked. "What did you see?" This question, Yulian and Sophie could not answer at all. There was no other way. I didn't see anything. I only felt that the moment I saw the slate, my vision suddenly spun, and my mind went blank. Yulian patted her trembling chest. "My mind went blank, and when I woke up, I only felt a little burning pain in my eyes," Sophie said and rubbed her eyes, pretending to be in pain. Seeing the two of them like this, everyone had a general understanding of the situation. Even Miss Yulian, who was at the limit level, and Sophie, who was only one step away from the limit level, can't see the slate. Naduna frowned deeply. It seems that this really is related to the Demon King. Just a few slates left behind can cause such a deterrent. It's as scary as ever. Artemis said in a low voice that was difficult to understand. "What about you?" Shuren suddenly asked Naduna and Artemis. "What did you see?" As he said this, Shuren moved aside, letting the slate reappear in everyone's sight. Seeing this, Sophie and Yulian quickly looked away, not daring to look at the slate anymore. Nadia and the other goddesses stared at the slate, but they didn't seem to notice anything unusual. It was obvious that once one reached the transcendent realm, it wouldn't be affected by just a few stone slabs that were used to record something. But Naduna and Artemis's frown deepened. Although we didn't feel anything unusual, Naduna muttered. But we didn't see anything either. Artemis also sighed. Are you sure? Shuren narrowed his eyes and said, You really didn't see anything? Yes. Naduna nodded. There's nothing on it, it's just a smooth slate, Artemis echoed. Shuren went silent. He turned his head and looked at the slate on the round platform. This time, Shuren saw it very clearly. Then, he saw lines of words on the stone slab that looked like water ripples appearing on it. Yes. Shuren saw it. There were words on the slate. And they were words that he was very familiar with, but hadn't seen for a long time. They weren't words from the Omnipotensen. This is clearly the language of my world, right? That's right. The words that appeared on the slate were actually the language of the world that Shuren's previous life was in, which was the language of another world. However, the words were crooked, like the handwriting of a child who had just learned to write. It looked a bit funny and funny. But the more he read, the neater the words became, the stronger and more powerful. What did this mean? It meant that the person who wrote these words was not very good at writing at the beginning, and only became more and more proficient in writing later on, which was why the writing became more and more neat and beautiful. Shuren could see that the author worked hard to learn to write these words, which made him feel a bit complicated. Is this really a record left by the Demon King? If it is, then what kind of state of mind did she have to use the language of my world to make a record? Also, who taught her to write these words? Shuren had already guessed the answer to these questions. But because he guessed it, he felt a bit complicated. Like this, Shuren did not notice that Xianxia had been looking at the slate. She was neither in an abnormal state like Sophie and Yulin, nor was she confused like Nader and Artemis. Instead, like Shuren, her expression was full of complicated feelings. Xianxia stretched out her hand and gently pressed it on her chest. There, for some reason, her heart was beating violently. At the same time, a wave of inexplicable emotions also burst forth in Xiao's heart. There was happiness. There was joy. There was happiness. There was loneliness. There was loss. And there was endless sadness left at the end. Is this the remnant longing of this body? Xiao said to herself. If this is the case, what kind of experience did it have to leave such strong feelings? Xiao felt these feelings alone, and she was silent. Nader and the others were not aware of this. They just looked at Shuren, who was also silent, and looked at each other. Can you see anything? Nader asked Shuren. Shuren raised his head and looked at the people who were looking forward to it. He thought for a moment, and finally nodded without hiding it. I can see the words. Shuren said so in front of everyone. Although the first few slates are irregular and messy handwriting, not like records, but more like practice writing, the words on the last few slates can already form content, and can be understood and read. Shuren swept away the first few slates used for practice writing, leaving only the remaining slates, and arranged them one by one. Do you want me to read it to you? Shuren picked up one of the slates and asked for the time being. Everyone naturally thought so. Please. Sophie bowed her head to Shuren. Maybe we can learn something from it. Nader was also looking forward to it. I'm also curious about what the Demon King will leave on the slates. Yulin raised her hand. Artemis did not speak, but her eyes were fixed on them. Lilith had not figured out the situation and wanted to walk to Shuren's side, but she was stopped by Xianxia. Xianxia shook her head at Lilith, and then looked at Shuren. She and Shuren could see the words on the slates. But she did not understand what the mysterious words written on the slates meant. Under such circumstances, Shuren lowered his eyes. Then, Shuren read the contents of the slates one by one. Today is a very special day. I finally learned the words and language of the other world that the child taught me, so I've decided to record my feelings today and add power to the slate I wrote on. I've also added power to the slate I used to practice writing on so that they will never be damaged. That child came to see me again today. I'm so happy. I won't be as lonely as before. I won't be as lonely as before. Is this the so-called happiness? The child told me that the bad goddess who was monitoring her would not let her come to me, so she had to sneak over every time. She was very tired and complained a lot to me. I couldn't help but think, is it really good for her to be so tired? But she smiled and told me that it was okay. As expected, she's very gentle. In order to prevent the child from being monitored and discovered by the goddess every time she came to see me, I applied special power on her so that the goddess could not use her power to monitor her. But it seems to have caused her some trouble. Did I do something wrong? Today, I couldn't help but ask the child about the whole story. She told me that although the bad goddess who was monitoring her couldn't use her power on her, she discovered my power on her, so she told her not to look for me in the future. This is the first time I'm dissatisfied with that goddess. I've been thinking if there's a perfect way for the child to see me every day happily instead of with a troubled expression. Unfortunately, I'm too stupid and could not think of anything. I clearly have the power to destroy this world in an instant, but I can't do it. Is there really any meaning for such power to appear on me? Today, she didn't come to me. I could only stay in this dark building alone. It felt so cold and so lonely that I almost remembered the past, but it's okay. I already have that child. I won't be as lonely as before. Today, the child came and I was so happy, but she looked so tired, as if she had an argument with the goddess because of me. She didn't come yesterday because of this, and was grounded by the goddess, which made the child look so angry. I'm also very angry, and at the same time a little uneasy. Should I really not be with this child? Today, she didn't come again. She must have been discovered by the goddess again and stopped, right? Am I going to have to spend the day alone again? She came today, but the happy and cheerful expression on her face was gradually replaced by exhaustion. Looking at her like this, I blame myself and feel very guilty because I caused all this. I'm really an unwelcome person. She came less and less often, and the interval between each visit is getting longer and longer. I can't help but think of the past again, and the uneasiness in my heart is getting stronger and stronger. What should I do? She hasn't come for a whole month, and I'm alone again. It's so sad, so sad. Every day feels so unbearable. I don't even have the mood to clean up this building. This place is getting more and more dilapidated. If this continues, it will definitely become a wilderness ruin that no one will care about. But I really don't have the mood to clean up, so I'll add some power here so that at least it won't collapse. But that goddess will probably think that this place is a hindrance. After all, she has always been vigilant against my power. If I use my power here, she will definitely be vigilant. But this is good, so she can't come here. I don't want to talk to her as much as before. Maybe it's just like that child said, she is a bad goddess, double quotes. I'm so happy. That child is finally here. I almost thought I was abandoned. That's great. But when I asked her if she could not come to see me for so long in the future, she seemed to be in a difficult position and looked at me with complicated eyes as if she was thinking about something. Could it be? No. It definitely can't be. It's been a long time, and she hasn't been here for a long time. I've become a completely different person now. I don't know how that child is doing. Is he too happy with that goddess that he's forgotten about me? Loneliness. Loneliness. This feeling is exactly the same as I used to feel, exactly the same. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Since she can't come to see me, then I'll take the initiative to see her. Although this might cause me to fight with that goddess again, it doesn't matter. Anyway, she is no match for me. I just need to be careful not to destroy this world. That way, that child can live here with me. That's right, I'm going to snatch her back. So, I've always been alone. Whether it is that goddess or that child, they both think that I am a person who should not exist in this world and should disappear. If that's the case, I give up. That's it, let them kill me. This is good for everyone. When Sharon finished reading the content on the last slate and read it all out, the scene fell into an indescribable silence. Najula, Artemis, Sophie, and Yulin seemed to have heard something incredible and seen an incredible truth. After Sharon's voice trailed off, they were completely speechless. They were silent for a long time, but they kept exchanging glances with each other. But no matter who it was, they could not break the silence and tell their feelings at this moment. Including Lilith. It was unknown if she understood the current situation. She was unusually silent and did not say a word. Shuren was also silent for a long time. He stared at the slate in his hand, as if he could feel the owner's emotions contained in the mysterious fluctuations coming from the slate. It made indescribable complex emotions surge into his heart. Sadness. Sadness. Pain. Despair. The last emotions of the owner who wrote this slate and recorded this seemed to have turned into a substantial force, pressing on Shuren's heart. Shuren did not know how to describe his current feelings. As for Xianxia, she had already completely lowered her head, and her expression could not be seen clearly. The scene fell into an oppressive silence. For a long time, no one dared to make a sound and break the silence. In the end, it was Yulin, who had a more carefree personality, who showed an expression of disbelief. She hesitated and struggled for a long time before speaking in a trembling voice. Is this really a record written by the Demon King? Yulin's voice was filled with disbelief. This was something that could not be helped. Not to mention Yulin, even the rest of the people present could not accept that the record on the slate was actually written by the Demon King. There should be a problem somewhere, right? Sophie felt a little dry in her throat. She said, how could the Demon King leave such a record? This was the first thought in everyone's mind. It could not be helped. Who was that, the Demon King? What was the Demon King, the king of demons who could destroy the world, and bring disaster to all living beings in the world? All along, the impression of the Demon King in everyone's mind had never changed. She was a synonym for terror. She was the overlord who initiated the war between the gods and demons. In the history of the Omnipotensen, she was an undefeatable evil existence. Countless people felt despair towards this world because of her, and countless people felt pain because of her existence. The high gods only wanted to destroy her. The mission of the brave was also to suppress her. Everyone hoped that she would die. They hoped that this world would be redeemed because she was not there. How could the record written by such a terrifying existence be like this? Because someone was with her, she felt happy and blissful. Because no one was with her, she felt lonely and lonely. Every day, all she did was learn to write and learn how to speak. Other than that, she always stayed in her residence, waiting for the her in the record to come find her. She always thought that she was stupid. That she always felt uneasy. That her mood became so low so easily. Just because no one came to find her, in the end, she even gave up on herself, gave up on her life, and decided to let others kill her. Wasn't there something wrong? Could it be that there was something wrong with this? The Demon King, that terrifying Demon King? How could it be like this? This kind of feeling constantly appeared in the hearts of everyone present. Therefore, even Sophie and Yulin seemed to be in a state of confusion. They thought that such a record couldn't be written by the Demon King. But, the power on this record doesn't seem to be left by an ordinary person. The power in that relic can also prevent an existence like me from entering. Then, who else could leave such power in this world but the Demon King? Najoy's words made everyone speechless once again. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, only feeling the shock in their hearts wave after wave. It was completely endless, causing them to be at a complete loss for words. But what Nader said was indeed very reasonable. For a relic that even a transcendent existence like her couldn't enter, could the power on it be left by someone else, who had this ability? The demons. There was no way they could make Nadura helpless against a mere relic, right? The supreme god. That power was obviously used to restrain the Protoss. If that was the case, wasn't there only one answer left? Who else could it be other than the Demon King? Shuren spoke out everyone's thoughts with an unusually calm tone. Shuren? Master? Everyone heard Shuren's voice and noticed the abnormality in his tone. They were all stunned and looked over. They saw Shuren putting the stone slab in his hand back on the round table, his hand still slowly stroking it. Then, Shuren's voice slowly sounded. Why are you unwilling to believe that this is the Demon King? Does the Demon King have to be terrifying and evil? Can't she just be a girl who is afraid of loneliness and only wants someone to accompany her? What makes you think so? Or, do you really understand the Demon King, and know the true appearance of the girl who was named the Demon King? Shuren's words were clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Everyone was silent and speechless. They didn't know what to say at all. Only Artemis, although shaken, still said something. If the Demon King isn't evil, then what is she? If the Demon King is not evil, then what is it? No one answered Artemis's question, and no one could answer it. Because this might be a question that even the supreme god did not know the answer to. The Demon King could make the omniscient and omnipotent goddess helpless, and the power of the supreme god completely ineffective. Who would be lucky enough to see his true face? Is it a demon, or is it the she mentioned in the slate records? Everyone's mood became more and more complicated, and even a little irritated. At this time, Xian glanced at Artemis and asked, "Didn't you challenge the Demon King before?" Xian asked straightforwardly, as a person who directly challenged the Demon King like most of the heroes in history, you should know what kind of existence he is, right? Xian's words made Artemis startled. In her mind, the memories that had been hidden for many years were finally dug out again. Justice. Order. These were the two concepts that Artemis carried with her when she was born into the world, and they were things that she had to carry out throughout her life. The meaning of her existence was here. The law of her life was here. Those who knew of her existence thought that her behavior of abiding by justice and maintaining order was a defect of being a transcendent existence. They thought that this was the price she had to pay after having too much power. Just like her twin sister, the strongest evil god of the Protoss, who had never officially worn a veil but had always heard of her name, the strongest evil god of the Protoss race, from the moment she was born, perhaps she was already destined to be mentally abnormal. But Artemis had never thought that this was a bad thing. She did regard justice and order as things that she had to abide by in her life, but she was not forced, nor did she have any dissatisfaction with it. Instead, she experienced a sense of fulfillment from the meaning of existence and felt a clear mission. Because justice could bring peace to people, and order could bring peace to people. People's smiles were basically maintained by these two things. If they were lost, the world would lose something called happiness. In view of this, Artemis had long made up her mind to enforce justice and establish order. For justice, she could incarnate into a sword and cut down all the injustice in the world. For order, she could incarnate into a shield and block all malice. This was not only for the world, but also for herself, for things called principles and missions. This was the goddess of justice and order, Artemis. Of course, in the eyes of this goddess, the Demon King was the greatest evil in the world. It was the Demon King who caused many tragedies in the world. It was the Demon King who started the war, slaughtered countless living beings, and even raised the butcher's knife against the supreme god who created this world, intending to trample the supreme god under his feet and occupy this world that belonged to the supreme god. This was undoubtedly evil. Since it was evil, it must be eliminated and eradicated. Such thoughts had existed in Artemis's mind for many years. In the beginning, knowing the existence of the Demon King and what she had done, Artemis didn't even think about it and directly wanted to go to her door and eradicate this greatest evil existence. Unfortunately, the three goddesses stopped her. "No, you can't go. That's the Demon King. She's not someone you can deal with. You may be strong, but you're still a lower existence created by the Mother Goddess, and your opponent is the powerful Demon King that even the Mother Goddess feels threatened and fears. You can't go and die." The goddess of fate Lytas, the goddess of life Anima, and the goddess of nature Najula. These three were the top figures of the Protoss, the immediate superiors of all the goddesses, and they personally stopped Artemis. If you really want to crusade against the Demon King, go find the hero. The Demon King is our nemesis, and the hero is the nemesis of the Demon King. Only the hero can truly crusade against the Demon King. This was the advice of the three goddesses, and it was common sense known to all the Protoss. Humans from another world were summoned to save the world, heroes full of a sense of justice and mission, the hero. Artemis had long known of their existence, but she still felt happy about their existence as if she had met a confidant. They were human heroes who walked on the path of maintaining justice and order, just like herself. They were heroes who were mentally flawless, and Artemis always felt very happy when she was with them. It was said that the fundamental purpose of the Protoss being born in this world was to cultivate the hero, assist the hero, and allow the hero to grow, and finally achieve the goal of crusading against the Demon King and saving the world. Artemis had no complaints about this. She was even a goddess who was highly respected by the entire Protoss race. If the target was the hero, she was willing to do anything for them. Because she knew very well that the stronger the hero, the more help the world would receive. The stronger they were, the more people would receive their help. The more powerful they are, the more people will receive their salvation. In this way, many tragedies could be prevented. Many tragedies. Therefore, Artethemis had no complaints about this, and even actively cooperated with the three goddesses, always accompanying the hero, helping the hero, and allowing them to grow. And it must be said that the hero was indeed worth looking forward to. Not only were they amazing talents, but their growth speed was also extraordinary. They only needed about a few years to complete the journey that ordinary people would take a lifetime to complete. This kind of thing, in other races, was simply whimsical. Even the weakest hero could eventually reach the legendary level, and with the help of the Holy Sword, they could even fight against the ultimate level, and the time needed to reach this level was just a few years. Artethemis also saw a small number of heroes break through themselves, achieve transcendence, and finally become an existence comparable to her. They were so excellent, so powerful, and so satisfying. If it were not for the three goddesses being willing to give them blessings, Artethemis would definitely turn all the hero into her well-wishers, paving the way for their lives. However, in the end, such excellent and powerful existences still fell one after another after challenging the Demon King. The hero who reached the legendary level fell on the path of growth. The hero who reached the ultimate level fell before transcendence. As for the hero who reached the transcendent level, all fell at the feet of the Demon King. None of them could succeed. None of them could defeat the Demon King. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dozens of bravehearts fell one after another. Of course, every time a hero fell, Artethemis' heart would ache violently, and then she would have to wait for the next hero to be summoned. However, the frequency of the hero's summoning was about once every few hundred years. During these few hundred years, the people of the world had to suffer from the war, be harmed by the demons, and struggle to survive in smoke and blood, never to be freed. In such a situation, every time a hero fell, in addition to heartache and sorrow, Artethemis had to watch the people of the world suffer for hundreds of years. Pure evil continued to spread on the ground. How could she endure this? How could she restrain herself? So, after an unknown number of heroes fell, Artethemis finally could not endure it anymore. Stop. Artethemis. Don't go. You'll die. The panicked cries of the goddess of destiny, the goddess of life, and the goddess of nature sounded behind her. But Artethemis did not stop this time, nor did she look back. She directly turned away from her superiors and went to the enemy's base camp. Countless demons appeared to stop her, but they were all beheaded by the silver-white swords in her hands. Powerful demons also came to stop her one by one, but she finally got rid of them with difficulty. This was not only a factor of strength, but also good luck, which created this result. Artethemis realized that there would not be a second time such luck, and there would not be a second such opportunity. She decided to gamble everything and cut the world's greatest evil under her sword, returning peace to the world. With such determination, Artethemis entered the Demon King's castle. Then, Artethemis successfully met the Demon King. It was at that moment that Artethemis finally understood. Understood what was, demon. Aren't you a hero? When this overly pleasant voice came into Artethemis's ears, Artethemis was unable to respond to it immediately. Her whole body was stiff, and she could not move. Her face was pale, and her heart was shaking. She stared fixedly at the existence sitting on the throne, bathing in the only light shining down from the skylight on the ceiling. She felt a fatal chill crawl up her body and wander all over. Her hands holding the sword had long been trembling, and she could not lift it at all. Clearly, that existence was just sitting there quietly. Clearly, that existence's body did not emit any aura. But as a goddess, her instincts told Artethemis that the existence in front of her was not something she could defeat at all. No. It should be said that it could unilaterally devour her, gnaw her, bite her, and firmly suppress everything she had under its feet. That was not an enemy. That was a natural enemy. If she could not defeat it, she must turn around and flee when she encountered it, otherwise, she would definitely become its prey, its food, and its natural enemy. The determination to win in Artethemis's heart had collapsed, and all that was left was deep despair. However, the existence sitting on the throne seemed to not see her expression and whispered softly. Not a hero. Not a hero. That murmur was filled with exhaustion and sorrow. Unfortunately, Artethemis could not understand the emotion in this voice at that time. She could only vaguely hear such words. Why is it not a hero? When will the next hero come? How long do I have to wait before? These words were not directed at Artethemis, but the other party was just talking to herself. However, the exhaustion and sorrow in the other party's words were getting stronger and stronger. Until a moment, the Demon King spoke. I have no interest in the existence that is not a hero, you can go. When this sentence entered Artethemis's ears, Artethemis had a feeling of being pardoned. This feeling made her feel even more humiliated and even more desperate. In the end, Artemis still left, or it could be said that she fled in defeat. The panic at that time, the scream at that time, was probably an insult that Artethemis could not forget for the rest of her life. But this was the end of the only person in the world who had challenged the Demon King except for the hero. End of chapter 971. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.